After discussing, they decided to swallow their pride and do it. Great achievers don't fuss over small matters. Han Xian even endured humiliation under the horse. Oh, the highest educated member, Nan Kuei, was a normal university graduate. Others like Guang, she hadn't gone to college and might not know about that humiliation story. They called company staff who specialized in filming these videos, got ready, and started. Hello, Jiwai, I am your loyal fan. Becoming an idol, I want to work with you. I'm Guang Shi, lead dancer of Scarlet Youth. Brother Gio is my guiding light. I hope to become an idol like him and get his guidance. When my manager told me to record a video for Jiwai, my heart jumped. I'm Nan Kuei, lead singer of Scarlet Youth. I really love Jiwai. I'm also a level 9 little fruit of Orange Home. Each member recorded their own clip. No matter how jealous they were, on camera they all acted admiring. This was how it was with Chu Zhi. You disliked him but had to respect him. That night, under the starry sky, the Z-Way star shone bright. Changes were coming. Director Wang. Ani felt something was off watching the day's footage. It was like dirt on the material, making her uneasy. The discomfort was about Chu Zhi, not his acting, which was even better than Wang Ani expected, or his makeup that stunned everyone. Something else felt wrong. Height is 183 centimeters. Weight about 135 gene, 67.5 kilograms. He's much thinner now for mental reasons. Wang Ani read the evaluation report collected by the producer. One note caught her eye. Artist variety show evaluation, professionalism, good. Directors who worked with him said Chu Zhi actively cooperated with normal filming requirements. Cost performance, high. Note, this report is internal payroll information. Please do not distribute. Capitalism's evaluation of a person was like a product. Wang Ani hated dealing with capitalists. For an actor, that's a pretty standard build. After some thought, Wang Ani realized actors appeared 10 gene, 5 kilograms, heavier on camera, so they needed to be very thin. Other roles could handle Chu Zhi's build, but not Su Shi. That character needed to look fragile. That way, when Su Shi faced public criticism as Yu Ji, it created a sharp contrast between a great era and a fragile individual. Right? He needs to lose at least 10 gene, maybe 15, Wang Ani said. Without delay, she called the executive director and Chu Zhi at 2 a.m. Sorry to wake you. Chu Zhi, Wang Ani apologized first. No problem, I usually don't sleep until 2 or 3. Chu Zhi said. Director Wang, what's the matter? The role Su Shi was sold to an opera troupe as a child by his mother, learning the Qingyi role. Later he became famous for Farewell My Concubine. My senior brother Ma Dalong says Su Shi is crazy or not alive. I want to fully embody Yu Ji who can't escape the play. I hope you can get thinner. How much thinner? Chu Zhi asked. About 10 gene, ideally 15. Wang Ani felt a bit guilty. Strictly speaking, it was her fault not to say this before filming started. If actors had more time, losing weight would be safer. Chu Zhi agreed immediately. Wang Ani had called the executive director along for support. Chu Zhi didn't ask how long he had. Less time was better. Back at the hotel, before being called out, Chu Zhi was finishing his reading for the day. He didn't let anything interfere. He first thought of the rare item greedy lollipop of guilt from the prize pool, which promised a healthy 30 gene weight loss in 2 months. System brother, if I eat a third of it, will I get a third of the effect? Chu Zhi asked. Like losing 10 gene in 20 days. Effects are all or nothing. Partial use not effective, the system replied. Losing 30 gene would put Chu Zhi just over 100 gene, about 50 kilograms. At 1.83 meters tall, that weight would be terrifying. Chu Zhi searched the small item shop for weight loss items, but found none suitable. No shortcuts, he sighed. Life was tough. He messaged Lao Qian to bring Morton to the set. Unlike the massage therapist Ma Weihao who eased fatigue occasionally, nutritionist Morton was more useless. Chu Zhi's overeating without gaining weight made Morton's job trivial. Morton had shifted from personal nutritionist to company nutrition advisor, focusing on diet plans. The next day, Morton took the earliest flight to the capital. Chu Zhi picked him up. Because the set was closed, no one could enter without a guide. Journalists camped around, hungry for big news. The dream team of Wang Ani and Chu Zhi drew attention. Mr. Morton, I need your help, Chu Zhi said. Boss, finally a chance to shine. Otherwise, I'd feel bad taking a salary and doing nothing, Morton laughed. As a nutritionist, Morton often slacked but got paid anyway. Lucky guy? Can I lose about 14 gene in a week? Chu Zhi asked directly. Morton thought for a moment. Losing 2 gene per day is possible. I've seen people lose 20 gene in a week, but that's very harmful. I'm sorry, I don't have a scientific plan either, Morton said. I know losing 10 plus gene in a week will hurt, but just give me a plan to minimize damage. Morton designed a professional weight loss plan. To lose fast, Chu Zhi had to eat right and exercise. For 1 week, Chu Zhi followed the plan. Wang, the producer from Photon Music, heard the news and immediately thought of a promotional idea. Filmed Chu Zhi's weight loss journey as behind-the-scenes footage. As long as Chu Zhi didn't complain during actual filming, Wang Ani was easy to work with and agreed. Xiao Chu's acting is a bit weak, but his attitude is good, Wang Ani said. She now called Chu Zhi Xiao Chu. Gu Zongfeng said, Xiao Jiu is really good. It's rare to see such dedication from the younger generation. I agree, Yu Quan said. I'm out of touch. I thought voice actors only dubbed foreign languages or special scenes. Didn't expect even Chinese dialogue needed dubbing. According to you, brother Yu, voice actors should all be unemployed, Rong Yi joked. After 10 days, both Yu Quan and Gu Zongfeng appreciated the young man. No, don't say that. Xiao Jiu is young and has made a huge name for himself. He's talented. Gu Zongfeng sighed. Looks like I'm the only one in the crew who needs dubbing. I'm holding the team back. He played Ma Dalong, a famous actor. There was no way he'd master Peking opera in a few months, so they invited a big Wuxing, martial male, actor to dub his singing parts. The male lead Su Shi needed dubbing even more, but Chu Zhi didn't. He could do his own singing. Gu Zongfeng knew he couldn't compete. In the film world, he'd learned one thing. Don't compete with prodigies. After 7 days, Chu Zhi lost 15 gene visibly. His figure looked so fragile a breeze could blow him away. With Peking opera makeup, he looked truly pitiful. The crew filmed other scenes while Chu Zhi's part started. Xiao Chu, your expression just now was off, too big. Tone it down, got it. Cut, stop. The emotion is wrong, still wrong. Little Chu, come here, I'll analyze the role. Better, but not enough. Still not enough. This was Chu Zhi's daily routine on set. Brother, I have a question. If I use a sick persona to induce dissociative identity disorder, then open the blind box for Cheng Die's Dan role skills, is it possible that my split personality becomes Cheng Die? Chu Zhi asked. Cheng Die plays Su Shi in this world. Isn't that the ultimate? Not recommended. Although the sick persona removal cancels disease and after effects, psychological after effects are hard to eliminate, the system replied. I see. Chu Zhi quieted down. He wasn't Su Yi from the parallel universe, who'd sacrifice everything for a role. He let out a heavy breath. The crew was full of movie kings and queens, and Chu Zhi had the most retakes these days. Only he could self-adjust without breaking down. Host has Cheng Die's Dan role skills and can mimic his behavior at will. The system added. In other words, Chu Zhi could imitate Cheng Die's behavior perfectly on the outside. He searched deeply for memories of Cheng Die's Dan role. Usually he only studied the singing style, not the behavior. Sure enough, Chu Zhi found many of Cheng Die's mannerisms and started pondering. Shi Lang had over a dozen shooting locations, all in the capital. The story was about Republican-era Beiping, so no nationwide travel like some big-budget popcorn movies shooting across 7 or 8 countries. Half a month into the crew, Chu Zhi took his first day off. Today was the wedding of Little Fruit Ho Jun. Ho Jun and Sadie's wedding was at the Shangri-La New Pavilion's second-floor banquet hall in the capital. It looked proper, expensive, money clearly spent. How's Brother Qian? Ho Jun asked. Everything is ready and proceeding as planned, Lao Qian said. Don't get nervous. I'm never nervous. When have I ever been? Ho Jun said. Right? He even said his own nickname. Lao Qian understood. First weddings always came with an experience. Brother Qian, find a seat. I'll go get Sadie. Ho Jun glanced at the time. No problem. Lao Qian nodded, sitting in the middle as the wedding liaison. He had also given a gift, so he planned to eat well. The banquet had 50 tables. The right side was for the bride's friends and family, clearly white-skinned Caucasians. I didn't expect Sadie to really marry Chase, my goddess. No hope for me now, Philip grumbled loudly. If you didn't always say stupid things, Philip, you'd find a girlfriend, Alice said. Milton added, there will be another wedding at a Los Angeles church. Chase told me. All three studied at UCLA and were in the same club. Philip said, Sadie likes surprises. If it were me, I'd have a hot air balloon wedding. Ho Jun's foreign surname was Chase, and he picked Ching Si in Orange Home, a phonetic translation. Sadie gave herself the Chinese name to Chiao. She used the surname Li because Li was the largest surname in China. Hot air balloon. Too unsafe. Surprises should be safe, Alice said. On the left were the groom's relatives and friends. Some guests in the middle were online friends of the couple, including several little fruits from fan groups. Number 405. The wedding is underway. Two friends in the group are getting married, and they sent so many red envelopes. I'm here drinking on behalf of the whole group. I never expected Ching Si would sound like he's in his 40s. TSK, really didn't expect that. What surprised me even more is that this guy actually has such a beautiful fiancée. Truly an old six. He was even pretending to be single on Valentine's Day. Ching Si and the bride's friends from Little Fruits sat at two tables. There were too many people to introduce one by one, so let's focus on those who talked a lot just now. They were Angry 61, Si Anren, Yi by YB, and Xianyuan Jianglong 001. 3 men and 1 woman. Ching Si is the ultimate winner in life. He even won a dream-fulfilling spot in Orange Home's lottery. This kind of lucky king should be tied to the stake and burned, said Angry 61, adjusting his glasses. He looked like a good boy, which didn't fit his username. He did not seem angry at all. When it came to winning prizes, those who knew Ching Si felt a bit jealous inside, though they wouldn't show it or say it out loud. Some didn't even realize the feeling themselves. It was strange. If it were a stranger winning, they wouldn't care. But when it was someone they knew, a sour sting crept in. Anren spoke with interest. Do you think Ching Si's wish was to get Jiawai to record a wedding blessing video? That's actually possible, Yibai said. Feels like something Ching Si would do. Just imagining having a favorite idol send a blessing video at the wedding was something Yibai longed for. If it were me, and I got picked, I'd definitely have Brother Jiao endorse my family's brand, Xianyuan Jianglong 001 said. Despite his somewhat dramatic name, he was the genuine head of a certain family business. His head is all work, I don't get it. Brother Dong Yao doesn't seem like the type to follow celebrities. Why is he such a loyal fan of Brother Jiao? Angry 61 adjusted his glasses, curious. His sentence trailed off. Xianyuan Jianglong's mannerisms oozed businessman energy. That's a secret. Secrets make men more charming, Xianyuan Jianglong said mysteriously. Si Anren fiddled with the name card on the table. The seating was assigned for the wedding banquet. He liked the name Si Anren. It was both his group name and his Weibo handle. He also had a Xingyun account. Anren, 27 years old, did not originally follow celebrities. Usually he browsed Weibo just to look at some female idols' photos. But once he found out Twitter had even kinder female idols, he never looked back. One day, on a whim, he logged into his own account and found that he had mysteriously followed over 30 people. It was weird. He didn't bother to unfollow. One day, he watched the variety show I Am a Creator. Because of Chapter 7 of Yi, with its exaggerated composition and arrangement, he became a fan immediately. He went to follow the Weibo account, only to find he already followed it. Not only that, but his account was a Star Group account, worth over 2,000 RMB at the time. Wow. Like a pie falling from the sky, Anren immediately changed his Weibo password and switched from email binding to phone number binding. 2.5 years passed, and his account could be sold for 6 or 7,000. Because of this, Anren took great pride in his Little Fruits account and saw the windfall as a sign of good luck. The Shangri-La hotel service was excellent. The coordination with the wedding company was flawless. At least the staff were pleasant to look at. Women wore plain long dresses. Men wore suits with vests and black bow ties. The servers who greeted the bride's friends and relatives even spoke English. As time passed, guests arrived and the banquet hall gradually filled. The noise grew louder. Lao Qian wore clothes similar to the servers and lingered near the edge. He mainly made sure Brother Jiao's path remained smooth. The time had come. Unlike a regular flat background screen, The second floor of the new pavilion featured a circular LED screen. The background showed clouds on a peak. As a piano piece played inevitably at parallel world weddings, romance in the water began. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Look how bright and clear the sun is today. I feel the spring breeze is especially gentle because both spring and the world know that today is filled with the joy of all things. We meet at this wedding feast, and all who come here will surely be blessed with good luck. I'll start with a brief introduction. I am the MC Xiao. It is a great honor to be entrusted by the couple. The male MC walked slowly onto the stage. His voice carried clearly through the banquet hall's excellent sound system. To accommodate the bride's guests, the circular screen provided simultaneous English translation. Most wedding ceremonies followed similar flows. It all depended on the host's eloquence and the guests' reactions to bring a joyful atmosphere. So, important things must be said 3 times. Everyone, let us all turn our eyes to the gate of love. 1980-21. The wedding of Mr. Ho Jun and Miss Li Daqiao officially begins. Please welcome the couple. The gate of love, mentioned by MC Xiao Ao, was the rose-arched doorway stretching 2/3 along the red carpet from the main hall entrance to the stage. As the couple stepped through, gold confetti sprayed on both sides of the carpet. Fireworks were not allowed indoors, so champagne bottle-popping sounds were timed for effect. Ho Jun and Sadie were the stars of the day. Hand in hand, they walked slowly forward with 2 adorable little flower children trailing behind. Look at the bride and groom. The bride is more beautiful than Maso Destiny, the groom handsomer than Chu Zhi. Good heavens, no one told me the couple would be so talented and beautiful, MC Xiao Ao exclaimed in amazement. Maso Destiny was a Hollywood actress widely recognized as a beauty icon. Chu Zhi's name had long symbolized handsome in China, like the other family's cat, was a euphemism for eunuchs. American guests obviously knew the former, but not the latter. Who is Chu Zhi? Milton asked, puzzled. Alice replied, that's a strange question. Milton, he's a famous Chinese star. I'm just curious. Who can stand side by side with my goddess? Milton said, I'm willing to drink my goddess's bathwater. No one can compare. Alice had no words. Maso had topped the global 50 most beautiful faces for 3 consecutive years. Even as a woman, Alice had to admit she was beautiful. Not to mention China or Asia had no one to match her. Unlike Americans, the little fruits thought differently. Maso is beautiful, but honestly no one deserves Jiawai. Angry 61 took off his glasses and wiped them. I'm not trying to bring trouble. Jiawai looks incredibly handsome in men's clothing. Earlier, his chingy costume in the new drunken concubine was stunning. Think about it. Jiawai's male domain is top-tier looks, and his female domain is breathtaking. Maso can't compare. Xianyuan Jianglong nodded slightly. I agree. Yibai nodded quickly. I agree with your agreement, Free Amran said. It was natural for fans to believe their favorites were the best. Without that feeling, they wouldn't be diehard fans. The wedding ceremony continued. Volume 6, The World Stage Awaits. Number 406. A grand surprise. Everyone, we often say that love should be spoken out loud. I completely agree. In our everyday lives, there is rarely the life and death drama you see in literature or films. Most of the time, life is plain and ordinary. But even in that ordinariness, we should express our love. Saying I love you once a day is not too much, is it? The host, Xiao Ao, turned to the groom. Mr. Ho Jun, then what are you waiting for? I love you, Sadie. I love you so much. From the very first time I saw you in Professor John's class, I fell for you at first sight. It was like a basketball on the court. Only when it goes into the hoop is it a 3-pointer. My love for you is more than just 3 points. Ho Jun spoke his confession loud and clear. Sadie, being an American woman, loved such bold declarations. The moment his words landed, she threw herself into Ho Jun's arms and rewarded him with a kiss. The room burst into applause. I heard the groom has prepared a special gift for the bride. Is it time to bring it out? Xiao Ao asked. For the sake of keeping the surprise, even the host had not been told what it was. Not that he was curious. Having been to countless weddings and practically fed dog food 3 times a day in his career, he had seen every kind of romantic stunt. Slideshows made from years of shared memories. Lego castles painstakingly built over many days. He had seen it all. So to hide it from him? Huh. As if he could still be impressed. He kept his smile professional, but his inner voice was far less polite. The next moment, Ho Jun signaled to Lao Qian. Lao Qian checked that the path was clear, then gestured to someone outside. At the same time, the photographers who had been secretly arranged in advance got into position, cameras ready from every angle to make a music video later. After about a minute, a cart was pushed in, covered with a red cloth. It was about 2 meters long, 1.5 wide, and nearly 2 meters tall, big enough to fit a lion inside. Luckily, the banquet hall's second-floor doors were wide enough, or it would never have fit. Slowly, the cart was wheeled to the center of the stage. A giant plush toy? An enormous jigsaw puzzle? Xiaoyao guessed. He had once hosted a wedding where the groom spent an entire year assembling a massive puzzle for the bride. That had been spectacular. The guests were just as curious. No wonder he managed to get a girlfriend. Look at this showmanship. It's huge. Could it be a life-sized wooden sculpture? I remember him saying in our group chat that his hobby was carving statues. Possible. Definitely possible. A statue her height would be so romantic. The guesses from the tables of little fruits were joined by the voices of Ho Jun's friends from Los Angeles. What has Chase prepared? I'm dying to know. Sadie's dog passed away before. Could it be a similar pet? Philip, what is wrong with you? Who brings a dog as a wedding gift? Only your brain could come up with that. All eyes were fixed on the stage, every guest trying to imagine what was hidden under that red cloth. Sadie, I'm sure you'll love this gift, Ho Jun said. Music began to play before Xiaoyao could even ask what it was. With a sudden tug, Ho Jun tried to pull off the red cloth. It was so big that the first pull wasn't enough, so he gave it everything he had and yanked again. The cloth flew away with a swoosh. Beneath it stood a small stage, complete with microphone and electronic keyboard. But that wasn't the real surprise. The real shock stood in the center of that mini stage, the most dazzling figure in the room. It was Chu Zhi. Sadie froze as if she had turned to stone. Was that you? Musical note, I'm hurting. Baby, I'm broken down. I need your loving, I need it now. When I'm without you. Musical note, I'm something weak. Musical note. Chu Zhi played the keyboard and sang, his voice carrying a warm, angelic radiance meant to make people feel happiness. Ever since performing Always Go Home and Visit as the Emperor Beast on the Spring Festival Gala, Chu Zhi's popularity had soared. 70% of the Chinese guests recognized him instantly. A top-tier superstar suddenly appearing at a wedding and bursting into song left many brains unable to process the moment, like computers freezing up. The two tables of little fruits sat there with expressions no different from Sadie's, pure disbelief. Musical note, sugar. Yes, please, won't you come and put it down on me? Musical note right here, 'cause I need little love, a little sympathy. Musical note. Sometimes, translating English songs into Chinese lyrics made them feel awkward, but in English, with that strong rhythmic groove, Sugar was absolutely a great song. Chu Zhi's English was flawless. Having performed on many international stages, this wedding venue felt like home turf. And since this was the wedding of two little fruits, he let himself enjoy it even more, interacting with the audience whenever he could. It wasn't until he reached the second verse that people finally snapped out of their daze. Holy crap, is that really Zhi up there? Not a hologram? Not some look-alike actor. 61, who wore glasses, couldn't hold back a curse. Emotion told Si Yanran that Zhi could not possibly be here. Logic, however, cooled her down and made her think. Don't talk nonsense. Holograms that real only exist in sci-fi movies. And as for an impersonator, who could possibly imitate Zhi's looks? Are you joking with me? Her own reasoning startled her. They had always believed it possible for Zhi, as an idol among idols, to record a wedding blessing video for Little Fruits. But to fulfill a fan's wish by showing up in person? No one had expected that. Does Orang Home's random wish fulfillment have another round coming? Was the only thought in Yi Bai's head. The venue was in chaos now. People who had been seated all stood up, moving closer to the stage. I can't see clearly. Tell me, is that Zhi? Zhi? Damn, you mean I paid my share for the wedding gift, got to eat, and now I'm getting a live Zhi performance too? What kind of lucky deal is this? Quick, pinch me, I can't take it. If it weren't for the wedding etiquette, the little fruits would have already rushed the stage. Xiao Ao, the seasoned host who had presided over countless ceremonies, stood slack-jawed. He had never seen a surprise like this before. Mother of mercy, he actually came in person? Earlier, he had even mentioned Chu Zhi's name. Was this not the ultimate case of speak of the devil? Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Never judge a book by its cover. Looking at the groom's modest face, Xiao Ao couldn't believe he had pulled off something this big. Musical note right here, 'cause I need little love, a little sympathy. Musical note. Musical note your sugar. Yes, please. Won't you come and put it down on me? Musical note. Chu Zhi waved and interacted with the guests as he sang. The groom gazed at the bride with pure affection. The bride pressed a hand to her mouth, dizzy with the rush of surprise, joy, and love. I love you, my dear, Sadie told Ho Jun. Under the Emperor Beast's singing, the mood had been perfectly set. The couple clung to each other and shared a deep French kiss right there on stage. Chu Zhi took it all in. Seeing their happiness made him feel the trip had been more than worth it. Musical note oh, sugar, just like a bullet without a destination. No matter where you are. Musical note. Musical note no matter where you are, I just want to be with you. I just want your little bit of sweet love. Musical note. Chu Zhi's stage presence had the entire crowd moving happily to the beat. Ho Jun and Sadie danced along right on stage, moving without care, only joy in their hearts. The friends from Los Angeles loved this kind of energy. I like the song, and I love this wedding surprise. Better than any gift, Milton said. Never heard this song before. Is it an original? Philip wondered. Who is he? I want to know, Alice said. From the fact that Sadie had become a face fan of Chu Zhi, it was clear, his looks were universally appealing. Beauty could transcend cultures. Number 407. Will you take responsibility? The song carried the playful groove of funk and the warmth of soul music, set at a comfortable 124 beats per minute. It stayed within a cozy vocal range, the kind of tune not only sung at weddings, but also at many major events around the world. Chu Zhi's voice was sweet, filled with blessings for his fans. Musical note your sugar, yes please. Won't you come and put it down on me? Musical note. This was his second time singing an English song, and with his mastery of the language, the pronunciation was flawless. His performance ended in perfection. Applause and cheers rose like waves, transforming the venue into something that felt like a live concert. Off to the side, Lao Qian felt his determination grow even stronger. When he and Bingbing got married, he would absolutely invite Jiawei to sing. With Chu Zhi there, the wedding would be unforgettable for a lifetime. Get the audience camera angles and capture all of these reactions, Lao Qian reminded the photographers. They were professionals, hired specifically for the event. Every angle Lao Qian thought of, they captured, and even the ones he didn't. I checked on Google. This song doesn't exist online. It's confirmed, another original. I love this. Funk with a disco flavor. It's making me want to dance. I just asked the staff. The Chinese singer on stage is Chu Zhi. I like him. The foreign guests were more outward in their reactions. Two women even blew kisses toward the stage. The Chinese guests were quieter. This alone made my life worth it, seeing a superstar perform live for free. No wonder his fans call him the king of live performances. What a unique wedding. The couple on stage is so lucky. This is my 27th wedding this year, and it's the most memorable. Wait, it's only April, and you've been to 27 weddings? How's your wallet holding up? Everyone who heard the song loved it. The most enthusiastic, though, were the little fruits. They squeezed to the front row. No reason needed. They had to get closer to their idol. Haha, dong dong yao ji. Calm down, said an irritated Lu when he noticed Xianyuan Xianglong-01 next to him looked like he was about to faint from excitement. He quickly helped support him. What in the world was going on? Even Yi Bai, who was known for being emotionally expressive, wasn't reacting this way. Xianyuan, who looked more like a businessman than a fangirl, was on the verge of losing control. Another person needing support was one of the day's main stars, the bride, Sadie. Her face bore the trace of tears, the mix of excitement and emotion leaving her legs weak. Her groom, Ho Jun, carefully held her steady. Host Xiao Ao's cheeks puffed up. If it weren't for his professionalism, he would have rushed up for an autograph. He wasn't a Little Fruits fan, but his friends had once told him the back of his head looked like Chu Zhi's, so he had a certain fondness for the singer. Silently, Xiao Ao handed Chu Zhi a microphone. Was my arrival a bit sudden? Chu Zhi asked the bride. A surprise from Mr. Ho Jun to Miss Sadie. Please accept it, Chu Zhi said, crediting the entire idea to the groom instead of mentioning that the performance was his own gift to a fan. Hearing this, Sadie turned to her husband. They came from middle-class backgrounds, and having an Asian superstar of Chu Zhi's caliber sing at their wedding wasn't something money alone could buy. She had no idea how much effort he had put into making this happen. The love in her eyes was so strong, it was almost tangible. My love, thank you, Sadie said. Ho Jun replied, your happiness is my greatest happiness. The couple showered the stage with public displays of affection. Feeling a bit overwhelmed by the sweetness, Chu Zhi offered his blessing. May the two of you have a lifetime of happiness. I hope you'll come to my concerts hand in hand. We will. We'll be there for your 8th anniversary concert, Ho Jun promised. Then I'll head down. I see seats with name tags. There should be one for me, right? Chu Zhi said with a smile. Yes. Ho Jun quickly added another chair to the main table. Shangri-La's new pavilion tables were large, meant for 12, though this one only seated 10. Adding a seat was no trouble. Ho Jun watched Jiawei leave the stage, still amazed. Not only had his idol come, but he had performed live for their wedding. What other celebrity would do that? Being a Chu Zhi fan was a profit in itself. That was Ho Jun's first thought. His second was that Orange Home's Fulfill a Fan's Wish campaign was truly genuine. No, wait. Anything Jiawei did for his fans, he did with sincerity. The wedding still had to continue. With Chu Zhi's reminder, Xiao Ao returned to his role. The groom's surprise has brought joy to us all, he said. The room is overflowing with happiness. Mr. Ho Jun, do you take the beautiful lady beside you to be your wife? I do, Ho Jun replied without hesitation. Not loud enough, Xiao Ao prompted. I do, Ho Jun declared, louder. Through your voice, we hear your sincerity. Do you promise to love the bride forever, in wealth or poverty? Yes, more than forever. And Ms. Li Daqiao, do you take this man to be your husband? Xiao Ao asked. I do, Sadie replied in Chinese. Her accent was unusual, but clear enough. No matter his health, will you stay by his side forever? He asked again. She repeated her answer. Let's have some applause so the bride can answer even louder. I do. I love Chase. No matter what happens, I will, Sadie said. Applause filled the hall as they exchanged rings, tossed the bouquet, and thanked their guests. Every step flowed naturally. At the end, both sets of parents came on stage to offer blessings. Sadie's mother had passed away when she was 6, so her younger stepmother and father came up together, with more than 10 years between them. The emotions reached their peak during the parents' words of advice, leaving many in tears. Did you get it all on video? Yi Bai asked Lu Yi, who had been holding his phone. She had been too excited to remember to film her idol. The song was so good I forgot, Lu Yi admitted. He glanced at Xianyuan Xianglong, who still looked ready to pass out. No need to ask. I filmed the whole thing, Si Yamren said calmly. Send it to me later. I'm going to study it when I get home. Chu Zhi had taken the day off, so he stayed for the banquet. The dishes were lavish. Imperial Fortune pork knuckle, astragalus braised beef shank, Boston lobster with curry fish balls, and more. Unfortunately, during filming he had to maintain his figure, so he couldn't eat much. Playing the Emperor Beast meant strict control. Filming is hard work. So much food will probably be left over. I wonder if they'll pack it up? If not, it'd be such a waste, Chu Zhi thought to himself, his mind hopping from one idea to another. He thought of gluttonous Luo Jianwei. If Hui Ji were here, he would finish everything. He was always chasing his high-carb achievements, and Chu Zhi respected him for it. After the meal, Chu Zhi signed autographs for the little fruits before finally leaving. Outside, Lao Qiu was already waiting in the nanny van. Time off from the crew wasn't meant for resting. His schedule was still packed. Brother Qiu, what did you have for lunch? Chu Zhi asked. Drove to the diner next door and grabbed something quick, old Qiu replied. As long as you ate, Chu Zhi said, relieved. He had been worried old Qiu might have skipped lunch just to wait for him. Wedding candy. Chu Zhi handed him 2 pieces, letting him share in the good fortune. In the car, old Qian asked, Jiawei, when will this MV be released? Chu Zhi replied, Since we're aiming for Europe, we'll put it straight on YouTube once the post-production is done. Good, good. I have high hopes for this song. People in Europe and America like this kind of vibe. I feel like it could even make it into the top 10 most clicked MVs. Old Shin added. Currently, the most viewed MV on YouTube was a song by the band Frozen Man, with a staggering 5.4 billion views worldwide. As for the YouTube top 10, they were all dominated by Western artists. The entry threshold for the top 20 was 2.1 billion views, with only one Asian artist on the list, a first-generation South Korean boy group, whose album sales had exceeded 10 million copies. South Korea had adopted Western music trends early on, so it made sense they could produce artists who broke into the top 20. Even Gangnam Style was still in the top 20. Earlier waves of Hallyu acts, like the boy group Chu Zhi and the girl group Nine Colored Deer, had peaked at 200 or 300 million views for their biggest hits. Still, that was nothing to scoff at. In the entire Chinese-language music scene, there were fewer than 50 songs whose MVs had broken 100 million views on YouTube. Chu Zhi himself had two, Left Hand Pointing to the Sky and We Will Rock You. As an Asian megastar, he was holding his ground in every aspect. Don't set the goal too high at once, Chu Zhi said. Take it step by step. Let's start with something smaller, say, hitting 100 million views. For him, breaking 100 million was a small goal. One could only imagine how other singers might react to hearing that. Half an hour later, their car pulled into the capital airport. They bought tickets to fly to Hong Kong, where the Metro Radio Hit Awards would be held that night. The name might sound overly dramatic, but the event styled itself as the Grammys of Hong Kong, boasting more than 100 award categories. In reality, it was just the big record companies carving up the pie. Mainland singers rarely had any part in it. Chu Zhi's overwhelming popularity, however, meant that even though he wasn't under one of the big three companies, he still received over a dozen nominations this year. Why bother attending in person? Listen to Chu Zhi's muttering on the plane. With great power, it just means this person has great power. He knew there were troublemakers everywhere, drug syndicates, terrorists, people causing chaos all day long. But most compatriots were good. It was always a few rats spoiling the pot. And because his popularity in Hong Kong and Taiwan was so high, he could use this platform to express his stance. Two of his songs, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky and To Everyone Who Knows My Name, had been selected as part of the year's 21 hit songs. Out of 17 nominations, Chu Zhi won 13, including Metro Hit Streaming Index Award, Singer, Metro Digital Music Station's Most Admired Male Singer, Metro Hit Creative Singer Gold Award, and Metro Hit Audiophile Album. We'll skip the full list and focus on his speech for the final award he received. Thank you to all my fans for your love. I only ever wished for a ray of sunlight, but you've given me an entire sky. Thank you to Sister Nyo, Brother Chien, Sister Wang, Brother Chi, Brother Fei, and everyone. Without you, I wouldn't be able to sing with peace of mind. Chu Zhi smiled. And thank you to the judging panel for giving me this award. Thank you. After the speech, the host came on stage. You have many fans here in Hong Kong who hope you'll hold a concert at the Hong Kong Coliseum. When will we get the chance? I've been preparing for a concert for a while. If there's news, I'll let my fans know right away, Chu Zhi replied. I really want to meet the audience face to face. That's something to look forward to. Metro Radio's music segment receives a flood of messages from listeners about you every week. When he stepped down, the applause was still going strong. With so many awards in hand, the Emperor Beast was the undisputed star of the night. Back at his seat, Chu Zhi looked at his trophies. They were shaped like oversized glass bamboo shoots, questionable in taste, and at 34 centimeters tall each, carrying over a dozen of them was a workout. The Metro Radio Hit Awards dragged on for more than 3 hours, making it the longest awards ceremony the Emperor Beast had ever attended. Over 100 awards, if nothing else, they had already surpassed the Grammys in sheer number. Then came the announcement for the Metro Hit Hall of Fame Award, essentially a lifetime achievement honor. This year's recipient was Hong Kong's singer Y Dowdy, now in his 60s. He had no particularly iconic songs, but with his age and long career, the committee had given him a consolation prize. Y Dowdy shuffled on stage, his back hunched so much he couldn't stand straight. He adjusted the microphone lower before speaking. First, thank you for this award, Why Dowdy said. Second, there's something I want to share. I found that Chinese people pride themselves on being strong, but treat tableware and food only as mere utensils. In contrast, Japanese people elevate these to a spiritual level. In this regard, China, especially the mainland, is far behind. He continued, the same can be seen in music. Many mainland songs are very crude. The Metro Radio Hit Awards are authoritative, and I don't want fake sales from large numbers of unrefined listeners in the mainland to result in too many awards being given to mainland singers. That would lower the prestige of the awards. He even added that locusts were plentiful and that they were pests, bringing no benefit at all. The audience erupted in shock. He hadn't named anyone, but everyone knew his words were aimed at Chu Zhi, sitting right there. This was a broadcast disaster. Even the host froze, staring at Why Dowdy as if to say, what on earth are you talking about? If Why Dowdy had just criticized Chu Zhi, the Emperor Beast wouldn't have been too upset. He wasn't the currency. Not everyone had to like him. And who was Why Dowdy anyway? A nobody not worth his time. But those remarks had stepped on the dignity of the mainland. The smile on Chu Zhi's face tightened instantly. He stood and asked the staff for a microphone. Mr. Why Dowdy, Chu Zhi said as he rose. I hope you can apologize for what you just said. What did I say that was wrong? Why Dowdy shot back, unafraid. Isn't forgetting your roots wrong? Chu Zhi's tone sharpened. You say many mainland songs are crude. Then tell me, which songs do you think are not crude? The works of singers like Hirakumo Ryoko, Oida Yoshihiro, Kudo Hyo are all excellent. Why Dowdy replied without hesitation, listing 3 Japanese artists. Mr. Why Dowdy, you are an adult, Chu Zhi said quietly. You need to take responsibility for the consequences of your words. Why Dowdy sneered. Why should he be afraid? His songs were never released in the mainland anyway. He had backing. What could a young singer do to him? With the Hong Kong and Taiwan markets, he could live comfortably. More importantly, Why Dowdy knew all too well that the mainland authorities wouldn't intervene. Number 408. Chu Zhi's method. If one had to sum up Why Dowdy's current state in a single idiom, it would be fearless because there is someone backing him. In other words, he acted the way he did because he had powerful support. If I say even one more word to you, I'll feel sick, Chu Zhi said. He didn't waste any more breath. That same night, after getting the list of sponsors for the awards ceremony, he returned to Shanghai. What can you do to me? Why Dowdy didn't care in the slightest. The incident, however, instantly made headlines across China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Macau. The news of who had won awards at the ceremony was completely buried. Why Dowdy blasts Chu Zhi. Entertainment Weekly. Are Chu Zhi's songs just self-amusement for the mainland? Gossip Weekly. Chu Zhi, who won 12 awards, just a fake superstar. Hotspot Radio. Chu Zhi is nothing compared to Hirakumo Ryoko, Oida Yoshihiro, Kudo Hyo, One Weekly. All of the above were Hong Kong media outlets, and their focus was solely on whether Chu Zhi had the qualifications to win those awards. None mentioned Why Dowdy's insult to China at all. It wasn't that they were trying to protect him, but reporting on such matters could easily cause trouble. Better not to touch it at all. Meanwhile, in mainland China, the hashtag Why Dowdy insults China shot to the top of the trending list. Who the hell is this old bastard? A lapdog for the Japanese? No idea where this disgusting thing crawled out from. This kind of person must be banned. I'm curious what Jiwai will do. Based on his past personality, like going head-to-head with Adidas right at the awards ceremony, he's not someone to just let this go. Jiwai is just a celebrity. Don't mythologize him. Last time was about a brand endorsement, so he could rally fans to boycott. But this time it's about an individual. That Why dog doesn't even work in the mainland, so there's no way to deal with him. At Voice of Culture and Tourism, do something. The man literally slapped China in the face with his words. I'm so mad. I'm going to curse him out on Twitter. Posting on Weibo is useless. The Why dog won't even see it. Netizens were furious, insulting China, looking down on the mainland. How could anyone not be angry? They had every reason to be mad. But this time, Why Dowdy had chosen the wrong target. And what was the target of the internet's attention, Chu Zhi, doing? The Newtown Power Music Awards had many sponsors, and Chu Zhi was familiar with some of them. He had Nyo pull a favor from one of those contacts. Watson's official Weibo. We firmly love and support our motherland. Chow Tai Fook official. Weibo, The mainland and Hong Kong are both part of China, and the Chinese people are universally recognized as one of the hardest working peoples. Where does this nonsense about locusts come from? Several other sponsors also joined in. Under collective pressure from these brands, the Newtown Power Music Awards issued an official announcement the same day. Wei Dowdy's Hall of Fame Singer Award was revoked, and they hoped he would return the trophy. Was that the end? Not at all. The three Japanese singers Wei Dowdy had named, Hirakumo Ryoko, Oida Yoshihiro, Kudo Hyo, also posted on Twitter. Kudo Hyo. Chu Zhi's creativity is something even I envy. Every track of his is excellent. Oida Yoshihiro. I bought the album Spring Rain Song. I've listened to it countless times. My All is a masterpiece. Even though I can't understand some of the Chinese songs, their melodies are captivating. Hirakumo Ryoko was a famous Japanese diva, hailed by Japanese netizens as a beauty witch. In her 40s, yet only dating men in their early 20s, never anyone over 25. An expert at eating tender grass. Unsurprisingly, she was also a face connoisseur, though not as extreme as Koguchi Yoshihiro. To be blunt, she was a Chu Zhi fan purely for his looks. She had bought 73 copies of Spring Rain Song. Her Twitter response was the most direct. I've never listened to Wei San's works, but if Chu San's music is considered rough, then the majority of the world's singers have never polished their work. Never underestimate the influence of an Asian superstar, especially someone like Chu Zhi. That night was sleepless. Wei Dowdy was still awake, feeling rather pleased with himself. He simply couldn't stand that such a young singer had swept more than 10 awards in one go, especially with the roaring applause that had accompanied his stage appearances. Everything about it had filled him with jealousy, so mocking Chu Zhi to his face had felt satisfying. When he saw the awards announcement about revoking his trophy, he didn't care. But Wei Dowdy also used Twitter. When he saw the Japanese singers he worshipped posting such messages, it felt like his heart had been crushed under a speeding truck. Especially his goddess, Hirakumo Ryoko. How could she say such a thing? Anger surged. He wanted to smash his phone, but reason kept him in check. Petty tricks. That's all you've got, he muttered, forcing himself to stay calm. But soon his phone rang. It was his agent. Wei Dowdy was signed to Baiyu, Hong Kong's largest concert production company. Almost every star holding concerts in Hong Kong or Taiwan went through Baiyu. Only in recent years had they started moving into the record business. With Hong Kong entertainment in decline, the company had relocated its headquarters to Beijing. Brother Wei, what were you thinking? Why would you say that? His agent Xiao Hong asked nervously when the call connected. What? I only said what every Hong Kong people wants to say, Wei Dowdy replied. I sure don't want to say that, Xiao Hong thought to himself, but this wasn't the time to argue. Brother Wei, the company is preparing to sue you. This time it's not a joke. Be careful. Huh? Wei Dowdy was confused. Sue me for what? Improper remarks damaging the company's image, Xiao Hong said. And the company is serious this time. It wasn't like this was the first time Wei Dowdy had insulted the mainland. Why sue him now? In the past, even when it hit the trending lists, the worst outcome had been an apology. Why now? Baiyu hadn't suddenly become patriotic. They had been summoned late at night for a joint meeting with Beijing's Comprehensive Cultural Market Enforcement Team and the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. Baiyu had moved to Beijing to make money in the mainland market. Getting singled out for a late-night meeting was serious. Why such speed from the ministry? No doubt because Chu Zhi, as an advisor, had directly reported the matter to its highest leader. Before Wei Dowdy could gather his thoughts, more calls came in. 3 commercial performances he'd signed for were all canceled. In Hong Kong and Taiwan, many people used Twitter. Chu Zhi posted the same message across all his platforms. A singer who insults his own country does not deserve the love of fans. Over 200,000 comments on Weibo, over 100,000 on Instagram, another 100,000 on Twitter. Fans from all countries stood firmly on his side. The public's hatred for Wei Dowdy reached a peak. Brands and organizers hired celebrities to attract fans and enhance their own image. With so many people hating Wei Dowdy, hiring him could only damage their brand. Disgusting, Wei Dowdy muttered, hating Chu Zhi even more. He called his backers, hoping they would intervene. But the answer was the same. Wait until the storm passed. Even a foundation funded by a foreign state wouldn't take on Chu Zhi directly. There was nothing to smear him with, and fabricating rumors would backfire. Chu Zhi's influence was too strong, and his official backing was too solid. Wei Daodi had never imagined that the man he provoked was someone even his backers dared not touch. The next day, official media spoke up. In truth, everything that needed doing had already been done the previous night. Baiyu terminated his contract and announced legal action. This development brought a wave of satisfaction to netizens. The Emperor Beast returned to his film set, diving back into work. 2 weeks had passed since the film's opening ceremony. Chu Zhi finally completed an anonymous 50 million yuan donation. This meant he had reached low-key 10 million yuan donation 15, earning 15 personality coins. Today, the ordinary people are truly happy, la 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 la. Feeling that he was on a lucky streak, the spendthrift Emperor Beast decided to do 3 blind box draws, hoping to snag a custom album for his 2 planned records. First draw, album pack, Avicii Greatest Hits, and an album voucher. Not what he wanted. The voucher could only exchange for 1 album, still good, but far less versatile than a custom album. Never mind. I'll save it. When the time is right, I'll get Michael Jackson's legendary Thriller, Chu Zhi murmured. Thriller was the best-selling album in the world, no contest. Avicii, though less known by name in China, was hailed as God A world-class EDM genius whose songs were widely recognized. He had tragically taken his own life at 28, but tracks like Waiting for Love and Wake Me Up had given hope to many who were on the verge of giving up. Second draw, nothing bad either. 1 more chance. Just 1 more. Please let the prize pool be good this time. Chu Zhi urged. The list appeared. Beat of Rhythm. Strange item, Substitute Salamander. Strange item, Piggy Candy. Custom album voucher 1. Special prize, Fifer Ivanovich Shalyapin's vocal talent. Special prize, Augustin Barrios' Mangers guitar talent. What kind of day is this? Why does this feel unreal? Chu Zhi was stunned. In over 3 years of opening blind boxes, he had never seen 2 special prizes appear in the same pool. Shalyapin was the greatest bass singer in history. Barrios was known as the guitar demon god. With Farinelli's gift for high notes, Chu Zhi was already unmatched in the treble range. Add the world's best bass? He'd be a monster. As for the items, Substitute Salamander could take a lethal hit for its owner. Piggy Candy would make you as cute as a piggy. Chu Zhi preferred cats. Beat of Rhythm was a passive skill ensuring he would never sing off-key. Tempting, but the custom album voucher still called to him. This prize pool is amazing. Anything except the 2 weaker items is worth it, Chu Zhi thought. He chose. The box opened. Strange item, Substitute Salamander. With his system brother warning him of danger in advance, he didn't need it much. But a draw was a draw. Resisting the urge for just 1 more, he stopped for the night. Meanwhile, his anonymous donation brought changes to the China Charity Federation. Chairman Jia Ban stepped down for health reasons. Normally, Vice Chairman Zhou Fumin would take over, but instead, a new chairman was parachuted in from above. Though the Federation was a non-governmental organization, its upper ranks were filled with retired officials, so such arrangements were no surprise. The new leader was Wang Mao, a former Vice Minister of Culture and Tourism. Zhou Fumin welcomed him readily. There was no real power at stake here, and having a connection with a Vice Minister-level official could only be beneficial. He personally helped Wang Mao familiarize himself with the work. In an afternoon, they were already getting along. Thanks, old Zhou. If I'd had to handle this alone, it would have taken me at least a week, Wang Mao said. You're too polite, Chairman, Zhou Fumin replied, then added, there's something I think you should know. Wang Mao leaned forward. Go on. Our federation has an anonymous donor, Zhou Fumin said. Over the past 2 years, they've given 150 million yuan. At first, Wang Mao thought Zhou Fumin was making a fuss. Many Chinese citizens were generous, even living frugally just to donate. But then the number hit him. He almost choked. He had just reviewed last year's report. 600 million yuan in total donations, plus 50 billion in materials. One person alone had contributed 1/8 of the cash donations. 150 million, Zhou Fumin confirmed. We've even set up a special privilege for them to make large anonymous donations. And this donor is someone you know. Who? Wang Mao asked. Chu Zhi, the superstar who was all over the trending list yesterday. Wang Mao was stunned. Chu Zhi donating 150 million anonymously? It sounded like fantasy. But Zhou Fumin wouldn't lie about a number like that. Zhou Fumin smiled. He had only told him to enjoy watching the look of disbelief. After all, Zhou Fumin himself had reacted the same way at first. Number 409. Opening the door to the West. Other celebrities might donate 150 million yuan anonymously over 2 years, and the first thought in Wang Mao's mind would be that this person must have some ulterior motive. It was not that Wang Mao liked to judge others with suspicion, but his view of human nature leaned toward pessimism. However, when the celebrity in question turned out to be Chu Zhi, his expression eased. As a former senior leader in the cultural tourism department, he knew Chu Zhi's profile all too well. A man who was genuinely selfless, possessing the character of a martyr. Since advisor Chu donated anonymously, it shows he is a humble man who prefers to do good without leaving his name, Wang Mao said. Find someone to take charge of this. These anonymous donations were made through the Tree Planter account, so we must support it as much as we can. Vice President Zhou Fumin nodded in understanding. In truth, this was exactly how the former president, Jia Ban, had handled it as well. No wonder he's a celebrity who has earned the recognition of several top leaders, Wang Mao thought to himself. Even under another identity, Chu Zhi was still making waves. The most poetic poet of the 21st century. New poetry collection, Do Not Go Gentle Into That, Good Night, now on sale. The Japanese publishing house, Ronin Press, had poured a large amount of resources into this release. After all, with his 3 previous poetry collections selling nearly 600,000 copies in total, it was already a remarkable achievement. He had also won the Yomiuri Literary Award. With Ronin Press's backing, the book was released in both Japanese and English editions. They even invited the renowned Dutch literary critic, Jos Draper, to write a review. Asian poet Huainan is a poet with a passion for self-destruction. From his phrasing and choice of words, one can tell he is a romanticist. Yet the subjects he tackles are filled with 3 recurring themes: death, survival, and family. Huainan's work represents the new revelation school of poetry, which emerged in the 1940s as poets dissatisfied with surrealists' rejection of rationality, while also opposing the obscure intellectual poetry of the time. They wielded symbolism as a shield and myth as a spear, seizing ground in the literary battlefield. Since the 1990s, I have rarely seen poetry so passionate, so seamlessly blending the conscious and the unconscious. This poet is a candle roaring toward the flame and madness. Here is the ending of his representative work: even death is not invincible. The seagulls will no longer cry beside them. The waves will no longer crash loudly against the embankment and in the place where flowers once bloomed in splendor, there will be no more blossoms lifting their heads in defiance of the rain . Though they raged like a hard tumor frozen in death, each head emerging among the daisies shattering in the sunlight until the sun itself collapses, even death is not invincible. Without Ronin Press spending some money and resources, European critics would likely never have noticed poetry from Asia. And that money paid off. Dylan Thomas's collections in Europe were the type to sweep through the scene. His debut brought instant fame, and by 32, his 3rd book had made him a great poet. It was smoother than having cheat codes. The poetry collection Chu Zhi had drawn from the blind box was none other than Dylan Thomas's selected works. In this parallel world, it struck like thunder out of a clear sky. Stray Birds in Japanese, Chinese, and English editions. I Am a Willful Child in Japanese. The Great Riddle in English and Japanese. Do Not Go Gentle Into That, Good Night in English and Japanese. With the Emperor Beast planning his entry into the Western market for so long, the release of his 3rd English-language poetry collection was finally a success. The new work drew considerable attention. In particular, one British poet spared no words of praise. As Jos Draper had said, the new revelation school had not seen such a striking or polarizing work in years. The Sleepless Night perfectly filled that gap. A little commercial flattery between peers was normal. For a medium-sized publisher like Ronin Press, this level of promotion was no small feat, but judging from the results, the gamble had paid off, even yielding some profit. Japan's first print run was 150,000 copies. Europe's was 200,000. Sales were steady. Tagore didn't break through. Transmigrating didn't either, but the Wild Thomas finally did it. 3 years Do you know how I've lived these past 3 years? Chu Zhi muttered happily to himself as he lounged on the hotel sofa, having just finished that day's filming. His NG count was getting lower and lower. He had improved a lot. Come to think of it, brother, was all this within your plans? Chu Zhi had fully absorbed the creative memories of all 4 poetry collections, naturally enhancing his literary appreciation. The 4 collections I drew belonged to 4 different poets, each with a vastly different style. Yet they all revolve around the vast themes of life and death. Because life and death are humanity's most enduring topics, the system replied. True enough. Chu Zhi nodded. He didn't dwell on the poetry much longer, shifting back to his main career, music. Sugar will lead the way, but for my first album release in Europe, should I just go straight for Led Zeppelin? He still had plenty of cards in his hand. It seemed possible, but something felt missing. A trigger. That was it. Something sparked in his mind. I remember a Japanese singer once talking about an outdoor music festival, the world's largest heavy metal festival. What was his name again? Chu Zhi thought for a moment. Something like Tokahito? Or Kaleidoscope? Never mind. What mattered was remembering WAC in open air. He could take part in that. Chu Zhi searched online for its sponsors. 3 main sponsors, Puma, Adidas, and Metro, all well-known. German brands. What a coincidence. Puma had just approached him last week for an Asia endorsement deal, and they were still in talks. In truth, it was not much of a coincidence. These were globally recognized German brands, and such international companies valued the Chinese market. Puma's invitation was perfectly normal, and he had even worked with Adidas before. Sister Niu, I need a favor. Chu Zhi called Niu Jiangxue right away. Major sponsors usually had recommendation slots. It was like how film festival sponsors could invite their brand ambassadors to walk the red carpet. That was why you often saw celebrities at film festivals without any works to promote. They might have been invited by a brand, not just gate-crashing. Of course, a sponsor slot was just to show up, nothing like a formal invitation from the organizers. Chu Zhi knew that, but he also knew something else. At concerts, skill spoke louder than anything. The Emperor Beast had calculated his odds and was confident he could win over a European audience. No problem. This isn't difficult. But, Xiao Chu, make sure you rest while on set. Don't stay up too late, Niu Jiangxue said with concern. My phone's over 2 years old and keeps lagging. I should replace it, Chu Zhi muttered after hanging up. He lingered on the call screen for a moment as it froze. Host, I recommend purchasing the special item, childhood memory cotton candy. The system suddenly chimed in. As a man with over 3,000 reaction images saved, the Emperor Beast's first thought was of one in particular. Your little cutie has suddenly appeared. JPG. He shook his head and refocused. This was the first time the system had ever made a purchase suggestion, so of course he had to check it out. Childhood memory cotton candy was a special item to strengthen memory. Eating it would prevent serious memory decline. Oh, so you've noticed too, Chu Zhi said. The physical deterioration from the original body's severe depression has been getting worse. The system fell silent. It hadn't expected the host to already be aware of his condition. Number 410. Sugar blows up online. Earlier during the prize draw, the host saw 2 special grand prizes and thought it was the first time something like this had happened. But in truth, when he opened the sick leave title blind box, it was already predetermined. The prize pool also had 2 special grand prizes, which is why the system had noticed it. For most people, memory naturally declines with age. In severe depression, this decline is even more pronounced. To throw out an irresponsible figure, the rate of memory deterioration could be more than 5 times faster than normal. A person might forget what they did last week just a few days later. The only reason Chu Zhi seemed to have better memory than most people was because his personal memory techniques were extraordinarily good. The system prompted, would the host like to exchange 3 personality coins for the rare item childhood memory cotton candy? No, Chu Zhi refused. He still had 31 personality coins, and even with 10 frozen, he had 21 available, more than enough to buy rare items. The system tried again. Would the host like to exchange 1 personality coin for the discounted rare item childhood memory cotton candy? Well, now the system sounded like it was bargaining. Really, no? Honestly, I'm tempted to just let my memory deteriorate so I can forget everything from Earth. There's no real use keeping it. Chu Zhi explained why he had never acted on this before despite knowing about the option. The system had no idea how to respond. Many people dream of time travel, but not everyone wants it. Chu Zhi was one of the latter. Before he traveled here, the company he had built from scratch was about to be listed on the A-shares market. Most importantly, on Earth, he could still be with his mother. Don't overthink it, brother. I don't blame you. Besides, without you, I wouldn't be able to perform in front of so many fans or become a mental anchor for millions of people. That part is actually pretty great, Chu Zhi said. The system had a secret it wanted to tell him, but couldn't. It would be a violation of system law. It recalled how, in a neighboring galaxy, a film fund system had once allowed its host to return home after completing their mission. But that host refused to leave, and in the end, their system functions were stripped away. Time for a shower, then some reading, Chu Zhi said, slipping back into his daily rhythm. Then he added, actually, by your logic, brother, if I read on time every day, shouldn't that count as an achievement too? The system replied, it did not count, because reading was considered self-improvement. Fair enough, Chu Zhi said, letting it go. It was pointless to waste breath arguing over achievements. The system would never change its mind. He planned to sleep at 2. Filming took a lot of energy, so an early-to-bed, early-to-rise routine was necessary. Time passed. To avoid sinking too deeply into parallel world emotions and forgetting Earth, Chu Zhi quoted a post from Earth's Weibo. There had once been a debate. The more famous someone is, the easier it is for them to be criticized. But is it possible to be famous and yet not get much hate? At the moment, it seemed his portrayal of the Emperor Beast had achieved that. It was simple, really. He hoped Earth's celebrities could manage the same. The seasons turned. In early April in the capital of this parallel world, the weather was still chilly. It had been more than 2 weeks since Ho Jun and Sadie Johnson's wedding. During that time, some guests, including Xianyuan Jianglong and Si Yanren, had posted about it in their moments, but it caused no major stir. The main reason was that when Si Yanren uploaded the full performance video of Sugar to Orange Home, the site's moderator sent her a private message asking to create a special MV for YouTube. Understanding the hint, Yanren deleted her post. Finally, at the end of April, a video titled A Special MV was uploaded on YouTube by Chu Zhi Official. Quick look. This MV is from my wedding. Hopkins, are you still my friend? If you are, you have to watch this. This is the biggest surprise I've ever had in my life. These were some of the excited messages sent by Sadie, still on her honeymoon, to her friends. As soon as the MV was released, Chu Zhi's team notified Ho Jun naturally. Ho Jun told his new wife, who had never expected such a surprise. One wave of joy followed another. Sadie made a special call to her best friend Amanda, hoping to convince her this time. Far away in Philadelphia, Amanda hung up the phone with mild exasperation. What MV could possibly have anything to do with her? Still, she opened YouTube and pasted the link her friend had sent. The truth was, she had not attended the wedding because her job in Philadelphia had refused to give her leave, and she still felt guilty about it. Skipping this would have made her feel even worse. What a terrible title, Amanda muttered. She had a point. Titles like The Superstar Who Crashed the Wedding Banquet, The Wedding Scene That Left Everyone Speechless, or The Moment Fans Will Remember Forever would have been much more eye-catching. Amanda was never into watching MVs, especially since she felt there was nothing worth seeing in them. The video began with an Asian celebrity seemingly preparing something. Oh, of course it's that Chinese star, Amanda said in a tone like she had known it all along. If she had not been so busy during her internship, she would have heard from her friends what had happened at the wedding. Lately, she had been collapsing into bed the moment she got home, without even showering, something unthinkable for her before. Then she began to sense something unusual. The Chinese celebrity, Chu Zhi, was sneaking into a cart, which also contained a keyboard covered in red cloth. Where is he going? Amanda wondered. The MV cut to a panoramic view of a wedding venue, just as the song's prelude began. No way, he's not going to Sadie and Chase's wedding, is he? She was no fool. She figured it out immediately, though she still found it hard to believe. After all, it was not easy to imagine a superstar attending an ordinary person's wedding. If she had not known Sadie personally, she would have assumed the wedding was a setup for the MV. And then, there he was, Chu Zhi, the Chinese superstar, stepping onto the scene. The entire wedding party froze in astonishment. Amanda recognized several guests: Milton, Alice, Philip. The song started. Musical note, peel a coconut, but you give me a musical note. Amanda felt a pang of envy watching the bride and groom kiss, surrounded by a haze of happiness, as if wrapped in pink bubbles. Good Lord, having your favorite idol sing at your wedding, that was straight out of a fantasy. Any woman would be jealous. The song was catchy, and even Amanda found herself nodding along to the beat. Many guests began dancing right there. On stage, the Chinese superstar shone with energy. For the first time, Amanda began to understand Chu Zhi's appeal. People in America, no, all over the world, loved those moments when someone appeared and left the whole room in awe. With a massive promotional push, Igwa Media, though newly founded, had poured every available resource into this project. The MV and sugar exploded across the global internet in an instant. Number 411. Breaking into the global stage. Not all fires burn the same. It is like the difference between stir-frying over high heat and slowly braising in oil. The flavor changes completely. The YouTube video had caused a sensation across Asia, and the comments were full of envy. If my fiancé gave me a surprise like this, I'd do anything. Your big cutie showed up out of nowhere. Only the ragdoll would give fans such a surprise. If the one marrying me was the professor, hey, does anyone know why the professor suddenly appeared at the wedding? Ragdoll looks thinner. Still so good looking though. How can there be such a perfect idol in the world? The comment section went on and on. Fans, and even casual viewers, from China, Japan, Korea, Thailand, and Russia were all wishing for such a surprise at their own weddings. Because Chu Zhi's popularity was at its peak, disagreements also surfaced in the comments. For example, why do men have to be this skinny? I don't like it. Even his voice sounds skinny. That remark had hundreds of replies stacked underneath it. Honestly, that kind of comment was off. If you can't find a real flaw, there's no need to force one. Many Asian musicians who had some recognition in the West also took notice. Even Higuchi Hanato, who had once tried to trip Chu Zhi up, saw his own comment swarmed with criticism and deleted his alt account on the spot. He even writes funk so well? Higuchi Hanato muttered in frustration. Could it be that Chu Zhi really is a creative genius? YouTube's algorithm naturally pushes trending content. The platform's main categories include games, live streams, music, news, sports, cooking, travel, animation, fashion, beauty, and more. Higuchi Hanato's preferences were, of course, set to music. Chu Zhi's MV had rocketed straight to the top of the Trending Now homepage. He noticed that Chu Zhi's company had registered an official account. The MV was actually their second video upload. The first was a personal VCR introducing Chu Zhi to the platform. Trying to build popularity online to break into the Western market? Higuchi Hanato muttered. A good idea, sure, but it's just that, an idea. Without any established channels, making it big in the West is just wishful thinking. The reason K-pop can occasionally land singles on the Billboard charts is not only because it borrows heavily from Western pop, but also because the promotional networks and distribution channels for albums in the West are already in place. At least it's not a rock song. Higuchi Hanato consoled himself. He had no interest in running into ungrateful Chinese singers. Koguchi Yoshihiro was another matter. As the poster boy for looks-obsessed fans, he retweeted the MV within 5 minutes of its release on Twitter. Singer Koguchi, a song I'll definitely play at my wedding, hashtag choose an English new song hashtag. The post came with a link. Thanks for pointing the way, Koguchi-san. Didn't Koguchi-san already get married? Ragdoll's new song has multiple languages. He's different from other celebrities, more knowledgeable. In Japan, fans jokingly called Koguchi Yoshihiro's account Chu Zhi's secondary account. While Chu Zhi's team officially managed his Weibo, Twitter, Instagram, and cafe accounts, they didn't update very often. But Koguchi would instantly repost even the smallest news. His previous post, Chu-san interviewed on the set of Shi Lang. The one before that, Chu-san officially signs as Infinity's Asian brand ambassador. Ha ha ha, should I tell you I was also an Infinity ambassador once? Though only in Japan. Attached were several ad photos. Even dedicated fan stations weren't as active as Koguchi Yoshihiro. Then there was glamorous diva Hirakomo Ryoko. Looking through YouTube comments, she murmured to herself, Now I can openly say I admire Chu Zhi for his talent, not just his looks. Even she found it hard to believe. Chu Zhi's looks were already off the charts, and yet his talent matched them perfectly. It was almost unreal. In Asia, the main feeling was envy. In Europe, the tone was different. This is one of the best music videos I've ever seen. Everyone at the wedding looked like they were having fun. The design is so cool. If our Kindabel showed up at my wedding, I'd probably have a heart attack. I was in a bad mood before watching, but this song lifted me up. It's going on my playlist for sure. The gift this Chinese singer gave the newlyweds was amazing. In return, making this video is like a gift to all of us. Thank you, Chu Zhi. I don't know this singer personally, but I feel blessed by it. Hey, to everyone adding this song to their playlist today, I have to say, you have great taste in music. Of course, the West also had its share of repeat commenters, proving once again that humans are, at their core, repeat machines. Some comments appeared in English. Never get tired of this song. A few Western viewers noticed Chu Zhi's looks as well. Don't be fooled by certain self-hating voices claiming that Westerners only admire small eyes and high cheekbones in Asians. That's nonsense. Pardon the language, but the brainwashing from those types is just stupid. Attractive Asian men and women can still be appreciated as beautiful in the West. Sure, there are differences in aesthetic standards, but that's not the same as having no standards. I want to crush this Chinese star in my hands. He'd probably look even better if he gained some weight. His features are too perfect. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Chu Zhi had lost weight for his acting role, adding a fragile quality to his presence. Fragility did not mean weakness. Health and fragility were not opposites. It was more of an aura, like a glass narcissus that gave you the sense it might shatter in the next second. In the West, this drew in plenty of looks-focused fans. One highly liked post read, "Sadie and Chase are my friends." Sadie goes to UCLA and is a fan of the singer, so this song was also a gift to fans. Revealing the newlyweds' personal info like that, was that really okay? Who knew if they were truly friends or just saying so? Chu Zhi's early steps into the Western market had gone well. He was now even starting to chart on Billboard. Billboard is a music magazine whose main charts are based on U.S. sales and radio play. It's one of the most authoritative rankings in America. The furthest a Chinese singer had ever climbed on the Billboard Hot 100 was in the 1990s, when an old song reached second place. In the 21st century, even breaking into the top 50 was difficult. Li Xingwei once made it to 87th place, and his fans treated it like a historic victory. Looking at Asia as a whole, the boy group Chu Zhi topped Billboard for 4 consecutive weeks, a huge achievement. So while Chu Zhi had been crushing Chu Zhi in Asia, there was no denying their skill. In Asia, Chu Zhi's records had been shattered by Chu Zhi one after another. Now, he was coming for the Western charts too. Number 412. Symbols of Asian culture. The endorsement fee is $15 million a year, plus a signing bonus of $500,000. It's for endorsing Puma's sports shoes, Neo Jiangxue reported. By now, Chu Zhi's endorsement contracts were calculated in US dollars. That was 80 million yuan a year, already on par with the top sports superstars in China. Of course, compared to NBA or top soccer players, it was still far off. But among all artists in Asia, there was no comparison in price. As for the Wacken Open Air Rock Festival, Neo Jiangxue continued. Puma has 3 recommendation slots. They said they're willing to give all 3 to us. Chu Zhi paused and thought. What would he even do with 3? It would be awkward to give them to Brother Zheng or Brother Su. Getting in through a sponsor's recommendation was essentially going through the back door. They would probably not take it kindly. He could already foresee the disapproval. Chu Zhi didn't want Brother Zheng or Brother Su to go through that. At the same time, he was very aware of how small China's influence was in the Western pop music scene. Set yourself another small goal, he thought. Become a member of the Wacken Festival's executive committee or higher. That way, he could directly recommend Chinese talent. Chu Zhi believed there were many Chinese rock musicians worth showcasing. They just lacked the channels to do so. 1 slot is enough for us, Chu Zhi decided. Puma is really enthusiastic. If I were the brand, I'd be enthusiastic too, Neo Jiangxue replied. Even if the contract is only for Asian endorsement rights, making a name for yourself at a metal festival is nothing but good for the brand. Of course, gaining fame always came with the risk of embarrassment. But neither Niu Jiangxue nor Puma thought Chu Zhi would disgrace himself there. Brother Fei just reminded me to be careful of Adidas, Niu Jiangxue said. Adidas won't dare retaliate against you in China because of your influence, but Germany is their home turf, and they're a main sponsor of WA. It'd be easy for them to make trouble. Chu Zhi nodded. True enough. Things like giving him a stage location far from the main crowd, or placing him between two top bands to crush his momentum, were all possible. The WA organizers would hardly refuse a request from a main sponsor. Since they had thought of this, it was best to have Niu Jiangxue and Puma raise the matter directly. Both Puma and Adidas were main sponsors, both German brands, both Fortune 500 companies ranked in the 400s. Their influence should be about equal. Let Puma go head-to-head with Adidas. In other words, Mrs. Puma, you wouldn't want the artist you just signed to be sabotaged by someone else, would you? Even if absolute strength could make such tricks irrelevant, avoiding problems was always better. The Emperor Beast had always lived by that principle. How's it going with your blind date? Chu Zhi asked once business was done. Ugh, it's annoying. The guy's nice enough, but I just don't want to date right now. My career is on the rise, and I don't want to lose focus, Niu Jiangxue replied, sounding tired. Brother Chu, do you get what I mean? It's not that I want to be some super successful businesswoman, she went on. I'm not even that kind of person. It's just that She trailed off, unsure how to put it. You just don't want to regret it later. Because this success belongs to you. Chu Zhi finished for her. Yes, exactly. Niu Jiangxue nodded. Even if her uncle had given her the initial opportunity, being chosen had been her own achievement. And after more than 3 years as chief manager, she had been nothing but diligent. She was now a true heavyweight in the industry, and her achievements were well-deserved. I turned him down, but my parents and relatives still call every now and then, she sighed. Stuff like, a woman should put family first. You can't feel happiness without a family. It's fine to have a career, but it shouldn't get in the way of finding a partner. I feel like I'm being brainwashed. She probably hadn't vented in a while, because once she started, it was like opening a floodgate. She talked for over 20 minutes. Chu Zhi mostly listened. He didn't adopt the posture of a successful person dispensing life advice. From her words, it was clear she had her own judgment and didn't need it. Sorry, Brother Chu. I've been talking for almost half an hour. I must have kept you from reading. Niu Jiangxue apologized. What do you mean, kept me? This is trust, Chu Zhi replied. Do you feel better now? Much better. Just saying it out loud helps, she said. I won't bother you anymore. I'll hang up. Get some rest, Sister Niu. Chu Zhi ended the call. Every household had its own problems. It seemed the life of a solitary man really was worry-free. Huainan's connections had paid off. His Japanese translation of selected plays of Bai Pu had been published. The book from Japan had author, Bai Pu, Yuan, translator, Huainan, and right after the translator credit, it was his own name. It felt satisfying. When will I ever get a Pulitzer Prize for poetry, or a Goncourt Poetry Prize? The Emperor Beast's urge to show off was getting harder to suppress. Imagine one day his biography reading, renowned singer, poet, translator. What a title! As a child, he had seen the great figures of the Republic of China era, all with multiple accomplishments. One of the 3 great laws of showing off. The more prepared you are, the bigger the show-off. Xiao Chu, you're already a seasoned pretender, so stay calm. Stay cool. If you announce it now, people will just be mildly surprised. Don't you want to shock the whole world? Yes, you do. So grow quietly. Then amaze everyone. Chu Zhi comforted himself. He was ruthless enough to deceive even himself. He returned to reading the email from the publisher. First came the sales figures for his new poetry collection, then the sales for the translated work. Even with an initial run of only 10,000 copies, it would take ages to sell out. Wanderer Publishing had printed it, but sales were modest. That was normal. In the 21st century, it wasn't just that Japanese readers had little interest in Chinese plays. Even in China, few read them. It was published mainly because of his status as a poet. Standing up, he stretched. His back ached from sitting too long. Thankfully, the hotel room was spacious enough for him to walk around before settling back to read. The day after tomorrow was Thursday, the day the Billboard Hot 100 rankings were released. But that wasn't something Chu Zhi needed to worry about. All he had to do was play his role well. Chu Zhi could already feel the difference between being coached by a famous director and by Brother Liao. The latter's method was more about quick fixes. For example, if a scene required him to appear deep in thought, the eyes needed to be alive. Deep thought should not look like spacing out. Liao Dachong wouldn't explain exactly how the eyes should look or what atmosphere to convey. Instead, he would ask, do cows have males? If they do, they can't produce milk. So are they still called cows? The Emperor Beast wouldn't realize he'd been distracted until it was too late, falling into thought. Exactly the effect the scene required. Director Wang Ani was the complete opposite. He would break everything down in detail. Not only must the scene be performed well, but the actor had to understand it. Of course, Wang Ani didn't demand absolute obedience. If an actor could argue their point convincingly, he would listen. Chu Zhi had witnessed lead actress Rong Yi debate her fiercely and win. No wonder she could be a best actress, while Chu Zhi was just the Emperor Beast. In any case, he followed the director's guidance. The emotion isn't right, Xiao Chu. Read the script carefully. What do you think Su Shi is feeling here? Anger, fear, and sadness, a sense of betrayal. Your anger just now was superficial. I couldn't see the fear or sadness. Understand the logic? If not, wait 10 minutes. Once you do, we'll keep filming. At moments like this, the camera crew, lighting, script supervisor, supporting actors, and extras all looked at Chu Zhi. He had heard stories about actors being pushed to the brink after repeated NGs, and it was no lie. There was weight in the eyes, and no limit to how much could be piled on. They went again, but still didn't meet Wang Ani's standards. For another director, the take would have been fine. But Xi Lang was her passion project, and her demands were higher. The fear is too obvious, or rather, the acting is too obvious, Wang Ani said. Su Shi has a deep, almost unconscious fear upon realizing that his senior brother doesn't share his dream of performing Farewell, My Concubine for life. I understand, but I can't get a grasp on the feeling of fear, Chu Zhi admitted. Can't grasp it? That's normal, Wang Ani said. Xiao Chu, did you ever have something you treasured as a child, and then it was damaged or lost? No. Chu Zhi thought for a moment before answering. How could he not? Every child had felt that way at some point. Wang Ani assumed Chu Zhi had simply forgotten and continued explaining the scene. It took a total of 16 retakes before the scene finally passed. The moment the scene was approved, even the Emperor Beast could not help letting out a breath of relief. When it was not his turn to act, Chu Zhi still didn't idle around. He stayed on set and kept observing. When playing scenes of emotional outburst, both Sister Rong and Brother Yu share a common trait. Their facial expressions remain subtle, but they use body movement to drive their gaze, creating a striking visual contrast. To do his job better, Chu Zhi often watched other actors in the crew and recorded his own understanding of their performances in his phone's memo app. But sometimes, those notes got overturned. Just like now, Chu Zhi crossed out what he had written before and replaced it with not simply small expressions, but in emotional outburst scenes, the facial control is more detailed, with dialogue serving the emotion. Being an actor is really hard. Much harder than acting in everyday life, Chu Zhi muttered to himself. Today's shoot at Daitan Park wrapped up, and they needed to clear the location. The next scene would be filmed in the gymnasium at the Bay Farm campus. The actors headed back to the hotel first, while the production team remained behind to coordinate the move. Assistant Director Zhao Yuxing, holding a cup of milk tea bought by Chu Zhi's assistant, Xiao Zhu, turned to ask, Old Wang, do you think our Xiao Jiu can keep going down the path of an actor? Every big director had their own team. Zhao Yuxing had worked with director Wang Ani for more than a decade, and they were old friends. When not in the middle of shooting, their conversations were casual. What do you think? Wang Ani liked to answer questions with questions. Coupled with her naturally fierce appearance, it was no wonder she didn't have many friends. Xiao Jiu's not bad. Dedicated and responsible. I'd say heaven's been generous to him, Zhao Yuxing said. If I had that face, TSK, I don't know if my kidneys could handle it. No real talent, Wang Ani countered. Xiao Chu doesn't have that natural spark. He meets the standards for being an actor, and under my direction, he can deliver wonderful performances. But that's about it. And it was true. Wang Ani only worked with the very best actors in the world. Besides, for an actor, Having a face that's too beautiful isn't necessarily a good thing, Wang Ani added. On that point, Zhao Yuxing understood. Exceptional looks could narrow the range of roles. In terms of script comprehension, Xiao Chu ranks the lowest among the main cast, Wang Ani said. A fine young man, yet somehow when you talk about him, not a single strength comes out, Zhao Yuxing grumbled, chewing a tapioca pearl from his drink. He admired Chu Zhi, not just because of the milk tea. As a fellow native of Shanxing, he felt a kinship. You could tell from his own name. Xiao Chu does have something most people don't, an extremely strong mental resilience. To NG that many times, with hundreds of crew members waiting, even veteran actors struggle with that pressure, Wang Ani said. But Xiao Chu always adjusts himself quickly. That's not easy. The art director suddenly chimed in. Is there a chance it's because he NGs so much every day he's gotten used to it? Used to it? Getting beaten every day hurts just as much on the 100th day as on the first, Zhao Yuxing shot back, rolling his eyes. Kidding, kidding. I also think Teacher Chu is very professional, the art director said. When it comes to filming, he never refuses. The next day, the Shi Lang crew moved to a new location. On Thursday, Billboard magazine released its Hot 100 Singles chart, with Sugar landing at number 3. It didn't debut at number 1, but this was already the best achievement ever for a Chinese singer in the United States in the 21st century. Though it still trailed the 4-week number 1 record held by the GZ boy group, hitting number 3 on the first try left many astonished. Second week, Sugar climbed to number 2. Third week, Sugar stayed at number 3. Fourth week, Sugar slipped to number 14. Fifth week, Sugar dropped to number 45. The song stayed on the chart for 9 consecutive weeks. Even though it fell to 94th place in the 9th week's Thursday update, that meant it had lived on Billboard for more than 2 months, an impressive lifespan. Perhaps this had something to do with the YouTube MV driving traffic. 2 months after its release, a special MV had racked up over 500 million views. The buzz kept Chu Zhi's popularity alive. The most obvious proof was his newly registered Facebook account, which had already gained over 9 million followers. For other celebrities, no, not even other small-time stars, this was a bragging point. Even the top 5 biggest names, Wu Tang, Zhou Guowu, Lin Xia, Li Feifei, and Sui Wu, couldn't help but envy it. Chu Zhi, however, only posted a lukewarm update. My new single Sugar has done decently overseas. Best ranking number 2, 3 weeks in the top 3, and that's just decent. Classic Chu Zhi. Humble bragging again. Songs in Korean, Japanese, Russian, and English, all good. What kind of monster have I become a fan of? Looks like JYS lost weight. Is he sick? See more comments in the app. On the surface, fans were celebrating. Behind the scenes, some were scrutinizing Chu Zhi's accomplishments. These included, but were not limited to, Bilingual Classics Exchange Project, Global Enrollment of Confucius Institutes, Shanghai Film Festival Internationalization, Opera House Cultural Exchange, and 35 other projects. It might sound exaggerated to have so many deputy national-level officials involved in cultural export programs, but for any country, spreading culture abroad was a major matter. The Minister of Culture and Tourism took out a form and handed it to those present. The title read, Overview of Chu Zhi's followers across all platforms. Weibo, 34.63 million. Douyin, 41.57 million. Bilibili, 8.61 million. YouTube, 11.87 million. Instagram, 48.54 million. Twitter, 25.47 million. Facebook, 9.42 million. The detailed report included each platform's activity index, influence metrics, and how many times he had trended. Even accounting for overlap and inflated numbers, roughly 70% of the data was real. A daunting figure. The slightly plump department head set the report down. Hollywood has always had the ability to create cultural icons. Right now, Advisor Chu feels like Asia's cultural icon. He addressed Chu Zhi as advisor. Even though Chu Zhi was still young and had a long career ahead, his current achievements were already one of the boldest strokes in the history of Asian entertainment. Everyone present knew, if Chu Zhi were not politically reliable and personally upright, his influence would be dangerous. Details on positive publicity for advisor Chu are on page 5. The minister continued. In public, advisor Chu defends our country, even at personal cost. He's handled matters in the entertainment industry that the authorities couldn't easily intervene in. In such situations, official media involvement would be unnecessary, let alone government action. But young idols had teenage fans, and careless remarks could have a bad influence. One time, when a young idol implied that the United States and Japan were safer, Chu Zhi had replied, "If you think the US and Japan are safe, I can't help you with the US, but for Japan, I can have a friend arrange your citizenship transfer. I know the head of Japan's naturalization department." The idol had planned to respond, but after seeing who wrote it, he went silent. He backed down. From then on, he never dared post similar comments on Weibo. If every celebrity were like advisor Chu, managing the entertainment industry wouldn't be such a headache. A senior from the state administration said, "Regulate too strictly, and you get criticized. Be too lax, and all sorts of monsters come crawling out." Even in the 1970s, Warhol had said, "In the future, everyone will be famous for 15 minutes. But in today's internet age, where anything and anyone could gain fame, it was a little terrifying." Japanese netizen. "If I had the money, I'd go to China. I want to see what kind of country could have someone like Ragdoll." Japanese netizen. "I admit, it's silly to like a country because of a celebrity, but Ragdoll songs have given me so much strength." Japanese netizen. "I learned Chinese because of Chu-san. It's a very difficult language, but my dream is to understand all the songs he writes." South Korean netizen. "Professor Beck's presence made me choose China over Japan as my first travel destination." And there were many more such comments. The results were immediate. Advisor Chu has made outstanding contributions to the global spread of our culture. I think we should invite him to be the representative of the entertainment industry at the National Day Parade, the minister proposed. Everyone agreed. They even planned to raise Chu Zhi's honorary deputy division position to deputy bureau level, putting him on par with directors of the Ministry of Culture's Arts Division and International Cooperation Division. It was essentially the highest rank an honorary role could reach. Number 413. Something completely unexpected. If you don't flush the toilet, time will still rush on. Even the Emperor Beast flushing the toilet could feel that time passed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already the end of May, and Chu Zhi had been filming for 2.5 months. Chu Zhi was just about to go to sleep when he spotted a massive piece of gossip online. Hashtag Zhou Nighttime Superman. In an instant, he was wide awake. The revelation? Every time Zhou Guowu visited a new city, he would sleep with a different female fan. There were bed photos, chat records, and even audio recordings. The evidence was ironclad, far juicier than any long-winded post. There was no denying it. The woman who exposed him had turned from a devoted fan into a furious whistleblower after discovering Zhou Guowu's private chat logs. The Nighttime Superman nickname came from the exposer's closing words. "I like the Xuanyu, but I never expected this. Turns out he's a nighttime Superman. After sleeping with me 4 times, he could still find someone else in the second half of the night. Truly a man who roams the night like a superhero." Xuanyu referred to the male lead in Zhou Guowu's current drama, a half-human, half-merfolk character beloved by fans. It was also one of the most popular roles he had ever played. The comment section was like a blacksmith's workshop, hammers swinging wildly as more dirt flew. Some fans even had videos, allegedly downloaded directly from Zhou Guowu's phone, since he apparently liked filming his encounters. Perhaps because nothing had ever come back to bite him before, Zhou Guowu had grown reckless. Now, both his chats and his videos had been leaked. He was about to pay the price. Is this the kind of content I'm allowed to watch for free? Chu Zhi muttered to himself. He hesitated, but in the end, he didn't bother copying the link to a Baidu cloud drive to watch those bedroom recordings. There's a saying, when a top star's reputation collapses, the fallout is extraordinary. Another one goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. True or not, countless other women began stepping forward, claiming they too had slept with Zhou Guowu. Weibo turned into a collapsed dam, sending waves of gossip flooding across the nation's melon fields. Melon after melon after melon. Right now, there are 5 women with solid evidence against Zhou Guowu, and another 30 or 40 without proof. Seriously, Is that kind of thing really that interesting? Chu Zhi pondered. Before he transmigrated, he hadn't exactly been a virgin. Having clawed his way up in society, the idea that he would still be one was laughable. Thinking it over calmly, Chu Zhi decided that deceiving people was far more entertaining. The proof against Zhou Guowu was so solid. There was no room for denial. His company was probably scrambling to handle the PR crisis, but this was the kind of disaster that human effort could not fix. The expos dropped at 2:15 a.m., yet by midday the next day, neither Zhou Guowu's official account nor his studios had issued any response. His fans were in uproar. Many switched from devoted supporters to bitter critics, though of course some diehard, brain-dead fans were still trying desperately to defend him. The internet is full of creative minds. One user, ID'd He Xiarlang, enthusiastically suggested a solution for Zhou Guowu. I've got an idea for Zhou Guowu. Right now, there are only 3 ways to divert the public's attention in China. Take back Taiwan. Blow up the Yasukuni Shrine. Have Chu Zhi announce a relationship. Ha. Why are you putting Jiuwei alongside the first 2? Is there some gossip about Jiuwei? The original poster replied, No gossip. I'm just speaking the truth. Think about it. If Xiao Jiu really had a girlfriend and went public with it, wouldn't it instantly push Nighttime Superman off the trending list? At first glance, the reply seemed infuriating. Why drag their beautiful, independent Xiao Jiu into this? But on second thought, it kind of made sense. True, if Xiao Jiu went public, I'd definitely be more focused on that. But Xiao Jiu doesn't have a girlfriend. Puff. Unfortunately, none of those 3 things are possible right now. As the famous paparazzo at Wang Erwu the detective once said, Damn, I tailed him for half a year, and the biggest scoop I got was Chu Zhi drinking baijiu before going on stage. This guy is unbelievable. Ha. Speaking of Wang Erwu, it's always funny. Little Jiu has no scandals at all. Let's be honest. The first one would be a nationwide celebration. Zhou Guowu's mess can't compare. The second could spark a major diplomatic incident and even drag in the US. So of course Zhou Guowu's drama is nothing in comparison. As for the last one, it might seem small, but that's only on the surface. Search the term, the Bride's Chu Fan Club, and you'll see. If that really happened, I doubt most of Asia could handle it. There were a lot of onlookers laughing along. Of course, a few of the little fruits were genuinely upset. For them, the idea of their idol going public with a relationship was a nightmare. Even casual bystanders joined the conversation. Whenever a top star fell from grace, Chu Zhi's name inevitably came up, simply because he was one of the rare positive examples in the industry. Curious onlookers who had never heard of the Bride's Chu Fan Club looked it up online. The result? Shock. It was an extreme fan club from Japan, accepting only highly attractive female members. Their sole mission was to marry Chu Zhi and become the ideal wife. Similar extreme fan clubs existed in South Korea. Whether China had one was unclear, but none had shown themselves publicly. In short, could such extreme fans accept their idol announcing a girlfriend? Some might literally kill themselves. It wasn't until 4 p.m. the following afternoon that Zhou Guowu posted a handwritten apology. A whole lot of empty words later, the gist was, he hadn't broken any laws, he admitted fault, and he would temporarily step away from the industry as self-punishment. The classic sheathed blade tactic of guilty celebrities. Step back now, wait for the storm to pass, and return when the public has forgotten. After all, mistakes fade over time, and eventually there will be people defending him. He only made a small mistake. What a pity. By evening, the heat around the scandal had visibly cooled, probably due to paid suppression of the trending topic. Meng life is tough, holding tight to my Gio. Too many idols have fallen lately. Gio, please don't ever collapse. You're my pillar. Heaven-born kingdom, don't talk nonsense. Even if the sky falls, Jiuwei will never fall from grace. Fate destined Dong Huang Tai. Don't jinx it, don't jinx it. You're scaring me talking like that. Hello. I believe Jiuwei will never have a scandal. I'd given up on my high school entrance exams, but it was Jiuwei who made me pick up my books again. In fact, it seemed there were even more discussions about Chu Zhi than Zhou Guowu. Zhou Guowu's downfall also shifted the entertainment industry's power balance. With one of the 5 top spots suddenly vacant, ambitious stars were eager to claw their way up. Why fight for this empty seat? Because investors, clueless as they often were, trusted market data above all else. The title of top star could instantly raise an actor's pay and endorsement fees by at least 30%. Where there's profit, only a fool wouldn't compete. In this parallel world, the criteria for top star status were clearer than in reality, where things were a mess except for the original trailblazers. Major agencies like Wawa Entertainment, Jiaha, Banana Media, and Donyan Supreme pounced like starving tigers on fresh meat. Xiao pampers fans so much that reporters say it's the most fan-loving moment since Orange Grove Festival. Lin Xia versus Lin Weiran. The Battle of the Twin Lins. Top 10 most handsome new generation costume drama actors. Chu Zhi only ranked second. Guess who's first? Tao Luo wins Best Male Singer at the Global Chinese Music Chart Awards. Press releases were everywhere. Many fans had seen more promotional articles in the past 2 days than in the past month combined. What a pity. Without enough popularity, there's no chance, sighed badminton youth Zhou Yu, who could clearly see the game for what it was. Hype. Push someone to the top spot. These press releases were all about comparisons with current high-popularity stars. Like Lin Xia, the mainland's best-selling physical album champion, far more impressive than Lin Weiran in terms of achievements, yet packaged together in a twin Lins battle, as if they were in the same league. Advertising campaigns often use this tactic. For example, in the United States, KFC is not considered a second-tier brand, but rather on par with Burger King and McDonald's. When KFC entered the Chinese market, it deliberately opened stores next to McDonald's, creating the illusion for consumers that the two were of equal standing. I don't need to know which locations have the best foot traffic. We just need to open next to McDonald's. KFC. Later, through its localization strategy, KFC easily outperformed Burger King and McDonald's in mainland China. Back to the main topic. When issuing a press release, you must be careful not to exaggerate too much. Take, for example, the list of the top 10 new era costume drama male beauties. Chu Zhi was ranked second, even though the reason given was that he had never acted in a costume drama before, except for a few minutes of period costume in the Like Smoke music video. As for the one in first place, well, you'd instantly understand why the flowers are so red. After a week of heated arguments, the new 4 top stars were formed, made up of the top 5 from Baidu's boiling point popularity list. Lin Xia, 3, Xiao, 2, Lin Weiran, 4, Tao Luo, 4. The last group was ranked during the recording of Journey Among the Stars, and nearly 2 years have passed since then. In reality, not much has changed. Traffic stars earn quick money in a short burst. When an artist's quality is lacking, the audience naturally treats them like a disposable product. Thus, the once famous phrase, Wu's head, Chu's tail, ambition soaring like clouds became a thing of the past. Of course, for Chu Zhi, who has consistently held an unshakable first place on the boiling point popularity list, no matter how the rankings shuffle, he will always stand on the crest of the wave. And those on the crest know how to make the most of their time. Even while playing the Emperor Beast, it was no different. In the middle of filming, he finalized plans for 2 new albums. The first will be my debut English album, tentatively titled Under the Gods. It will feature mainly Avicii-style electronic tracks and Led Zeppelin influences, with an uplifting and encouraging tone and a harder singing style. The second will be a Chinese-style album, titled Still Chu Ci. Each album plan spans several pages. Every detail needed careful design, from the cover art to the exact placement of each song within the album. Chu Zhi sent both proposals to Niu Jianshua's email. Filming won't wrap until August. These albums can't be recorded in bits and pieces during spare moments. He planned to record after the shoot was complete. Rubbing the corner of his eyes, Chu Zhi realized that his eyesight was starting to blur from reading too much. Fortunately, he found many vision-related artifacts in the strange item mini-mall. The most amusing was the 1,000-mile lollipop, which, once eaten, let you see incredibly far, but made anything nearby blurry. Chu Zhi decided to exchange for the items later, since for now his vision wasn't a serious problem. His 2+ months on set had other rewards as well. The crew frequently organized gatherings, but Chu Zhi reached a personal milestone of rejecting industry invitations *120, earning 7 personality coins. Without hesitation, he opened a blind box and drew something baffling, an album titled Awakening, from Dhaka. It wasn't a music album, but a Mongolian language record. More precisely, it was a re-recorded album by a band called Nine Treasures. Chu Zhi had never heard of them in his past life, but according to the prize pool's details, they were a formidable heavy metal group. Meanwhile, on the other side, time, May 31st. Location, Bona Company. People, a whole team in a meeting. They were in the conference room discussing the promotion for the soon-to-be-released film No X. Bona was the lead investor, and since the director was one they had trained themselves, the company was highly invested in its success. Producer Bu Xin, Bona's golden producer, stood up to speak. I've reviewed all your promotional plans. They're very good. Let's center the campaign on the theme song, You Got Me Drunk. Some in the room didn't understand why the theme song should be the promotional core, but after hearing the whole track, they got it. And so it was decided. No X wasn't yet ready to premiere when the annual high school entrance exams arrived in mid-June. Wanxing Province, Ma City, home to the famous Kaisher Cliff, a scenic marvel. On June 14th, Elin woke up early, taking the documents and stationery she had prepared the day before, and headed to the exam site. Better early than late. On the way, Elin checked that her ruler, compass, and other tools were all in place. Today, she was taking the high school entrance exam. 3 months earlier, her parents had suddenly started divorce proceedings, which had turned ugly. Both had been unfaithful and righteously claimed the other had cheated first, while their own was only out of heartbreak. Because of the chaos at home, Elin's grades, once strong, had plummeted during the mock exams, to the point that she didn't even want to take the real test. It was Chu Zhi's song, Angel, that healed her, reigniting her hope. On the first day of the exam, Elin's condition was decent. But on the second day, during the math test, she developed a pounding headache. She knew it was because her parents had been fighting the night before, forcing her to shut herself in her room. Even with earplugs, she could still hear them. With both parents having cheated, the divorce was inevitable. But the process dragged on for months because they were still fighting over the division of the house and car. Elin could do nothing but grit her teeth and push through the test. By the end, she wasn't even sure what she had written. When the 3-day exam was over, Elin felt as though her soul had been hollowed out. At home, with her door closed and earplugs in, she could usually block out the noise. But at night, what kept her awake was a conversation that played on repeat in her head. I don't want her. The daughter goes with you. With me? No way. I don't want her either. You deal with it. You're her mother. You gave birth to her and don't want her. And you're her father. Like a bone-burrowing parasite, her parents' voices gnawed at her mind. Whenever they fought again, her brain would replay that conversation uncontrollably. She opened Orange Home and saw a post she had written in the comment section. Get into a good high school, then a good university. Jiwai gives me confidence. Hope reignited a woe. I must work hard, because Jiwai is working hard too. I believe I can do well. It was such a simple sentence, yet it had gathered many blessings from little fruits, as well as encouragement from other students taking the same exam. Elin could clearly remember the mood she had been in when she wrote it, determined, hopeful. I think I messed up the exam. I can't work hard alongside Jiwai anymore. Number 414. Sales and weight. Hello. If I can't get a good score, my life is over. Elin left that sentence on her own post. She didn't even dare look at her account anymore, wanting to escape, feeling the very real approach of a crisis. Some little fruits might comment things like, who said you had to get a good score? Or that's it. Or big talk isn't good. But in reality, the comments were, Chu Guilai. The high school entrance exam just ended. Girl, don't lose heart. Hua Mu. Saying your life is over is too much. Sure, the exam is important, but it's just one part of life. Don't think it's all there is. Fruit friend, don't do anything foolish. Hai Shui Xiao you were. I think I did badly too, but the scariest part is, I'm not even sad about it. Messages like that, mostly comfort and encouragement. But Elin didn't see them. She had already deactivated her Orange Home account. There's a certain type of person who puts enormous pressure on themselves, imagining things that haven't even happened yet, and giving themselves the worst possible answer in their heart. The real cause was still her parents' constant fighting, and the way both sides treated her like a burden hitting her with a crushing blow. Elin glanced at the spider plant sitting on the windowsill and watered it. This might be the last time I water you, she thought. Then she searched the house for a sharp utility knife and went to the bathroom. Musical note: you are an angel. You are an angel. You are my first and final heaven. You are my angel. My protective angel. And from now on I will have no sorrow. Musical note. Her phone rang. The ringtone was her favorite song, Angel. The caller, Mengzi. A little fruits friend she met in a group chat, ID Mengzi. A silly girl who was happy about everything. In today's world, cuteness is worth nothing compared to sexiness. But sexiness is worth even less compared to pure silliness. Elin hesitated for over 10 seconds before answering. Before she could speak, the girl on the other end burst out in a rapid-fire stream. Hello, what's going on? Why'd you delete your account? That was a level 11 account. What a waste. Hurry, 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 submit an appeal. You can appeal within a week. There's still time. What's this about your life being over? You promised to come to Shantao and treat me to pork tripe chicken. Life over my ass. And think about Jiwai. You promised to walk with Jiwai all the way to the top of the world. What about the 8-year anniversary concert? You're not going to fight for tickets? Don't you want to go to the Orange Festival? Right? Life still has so many wonderful possibilities. Elin's ID was Huluhu. She'd once gone by Gulu, but it was all onomatopoeia, from the way she gulped water. Hulu hulu. Mengzi spoke in long bursts without pausing, her words coming out smooth and fast. My math might be bad. I might not get into a key high school. Elin was silent for a long time. I wanted to improve together with Jiwai, but it feels like I can't even take the first step. What the hell? Since when can't you get into a good university from an ordinary high school? Mengzi asked. That one sentence shut Elin up. And besides, the results aren't even out yet. How can you pass a death sentence on yourself before that? Don't overthink it. I have to work hard every week too. Painting lessons, dance lessons. I'm trying as well. Mengzi spent another 10+ minutes talking her through it before hanging up. Not even a few minutes later, another group friend sent a message. Sure, the internet is full of scammers, but the friends Elin met in the Little Fruits group were genuine. They had never met in person, but Elin had told them about her own troubles. You do need to protect your privacy online, but sometimes, online friendships can be surprisingly reliable. In the 2 hours after Elin left that comment on Orange Home and deactivated her account, her friends called her. The ringtone Angel played 4 times. Musical note: no matter how the world changes, as long as you're there it will be heaven. Like a child leaning on a shoulder, like tears clinging to a face. Musical note. Then one sentence from her friend, soda with ice, made Elin set down the utility knife. Haluhu, before you do anything, really think about your friends. And think about Agio. Your favorite song, Angel. We're all angels to Agio. Don't say Agio has so many fans he wouldn't care about. Losing one. Haluhu. You know, if Agio found out one of his little angels had an accident, he'd fall into depression. That was just a screen name, soda with ice. But those words hit her. If Jiwai knew. Elin thought of how much Jiwai treasured his fans. Every Little Fruits knew he was the most caring in the world. I almost hurt Jiwai. Elin stepped out of her depression. She sat in a daze for a few more minutes, then seemed to remember something. She re-downloaded the Orange Home app and submitted an appeal to recover her account. She filled in her registration details and verified with her phone via text message. Orange Home's back-end review was fast. 15 minutes after submitting her information, she got her account back. Elin took a deep breath and braced herself, ready to face mockery from Little Fruits. But when she clicked on the latest messages, they were all comforting and encouraging. Elin froze. It wasn't as bad as she had imagined. It was actually good. Little Fruits and Jiwai are the real angels. Elin murmured. She began estimating her own score. On the windowsill, water droplets on the spider plant reflected the sunlight in a rainbow of colors. Meanwhile, flowers bloom in pairs. Let's switch to Chu Zhi's side. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. Xiao Zhu muttered. Ma Weihao asked. Embarrassed about what? The inheritor of the dark cuisine realm in the parallel world, Xiao Zhu said. Softly, I have this little life hack. I send urgent matters to my ex-boyfriend. Ma Weihao was a bit lost. What do you mean? When we broke up, my ex deleted me. Xiao Zhu said, whenever something urgent comes up, I send a message to that account. He understood now, but still asked, why not just put it in a memo? How many times a day do you open your memo? You might forget about it entirely. But I open WeChat every day. And when you send something to a deleted contact, the big red exclamation mark is obvious. It pushes you to get it done. Hearing that, Ma Weihao actually felt it made some sense. And then today, for some reason, he added me back as a friend. Scared me half to death, Xiao Zhu said. And without thinking, I sent him the thing I wanted to make a note of. Totally killed my social life on the spot. It's not that dramatic, Ma Weihao said. Just delete your ex again and you'll be fine. That actually makes sense. Xiao Zhu nodded, then suddenly switched topics. When is Brother Chu coming out? I think it's about time. The awards ceremony should be nearly over. Ma Weihao checked the time. The two of them, along with driver Old Qiu, waited in the parking garage. In the Rongqing City Music Hall, the Chinese Songs Music Festival was underway. Thanks to its explosive sales across Asia, Little Fruits Are Sweet had given the album's tracklist extra weight and earned quite a few awards. Another 10+ minutes later, Chu Zhi hurried into the nanny van. Let's go to the airport, Chu Zhi said. Old Qiu started the car immediately. As the executive manager, Old Qian had already gone ahead to the airport to make arrangements. During filming, Chu Zhi was only allowed 2 leaves of absence per month, each tightly scheduled. In truth, once Chu Zhi joined the production crew, his commercial performances, events, and endorsements dropped by more than 40% compared to last year. That's why traffic-driven celebrities rarely devote months to shaping one good work. It costs too much in lost income. And popularity comes quickly, but fades just as fast. Friends still living on Earth, without having crossed over, should remember this if they followed the entertainment scene even casually. January. Reset with Zhao Jinmai and Bai Jingting. February, Zhang Tongxue. March, Under the Skin with Tangiancy. April, Lu Gunghong. May, Cindy Wang. June, Chun Xiao and Louis Fei. Even August saw Wang Hedi trending. This is what constant turnover means. Someone who was unbelievably popular just a month ago would be replaced by someone else the next month. That said, Chu Zhi wasn't worried. His solid music portfolio was more than enough to anchor him. While the main star was busy, those working behind the scenes, like Niu Jiangxue, were busy too. Stubborn Niu's presence alone blocked plenty of unnecessary activities. I'm sorry, Director Chun. We really can't fit it in. The second half of this year is completely full. No way around it. I've booked too many events in Europe and America for my artist. It wouldn't be right to cancel. After hanging up, Niu Jiangxue sighed. This director Chen wasn't good at making films, but thanks to connections, he often worked with traffic stars. His movies rarely scored higher than 4 points on Douban. High Douban scores don't guarantee everyone will like the film. Taste is subjective. But a low score means almost everyone agrees it's bad. Take Inner Demons, for example. The male lead abandons his wife and child for painting one moment, then says painting isn't important the next. The character was completely inconsistent from start to finish. What a garbage script. Get the Weibo post out now, Niu Jiangxue called without pausing for breath. At Eating a Big Orange. Filming at Wang Ani_'s new movie Shi Lang is the reason I've been slimming down with the help of a nutritionist. It's for healthy weight loss, not because of any health issues. As a manager, you can't wait for an online rumor to blow up before clarifying it. That's too passive. The perfect move is to kill the danger in the cradle. Wang Yuan had explained that many Little Fruits, seeing their idol lose so much weight, worried it was due to illness. It hadn't hit the trending list yet, but that was only a matter of time. With this clarification, the Little Fruits were much more at ease, leaving comments like, as long as it's healthy weight loss, that's fine. Scared me to death. Thanks to Director Wang for letting our brother Jiu join. The more I hear, the more I'm looking forward to it. But Jiu, please take care of yourself. I'm a medical student, and I think Jiu still has some health issues. Let me check you over. I could hear the person above counting their profit from here in Jinling. Running his own company was proving much better than staying under Taiyang Chuanha. Not only did Niu Jiangxue and the others get a bigger profit share, but scheduling was more flexible too. Many top-tier celebrities, like Sui Wu, set up their own companies and signed promising young artists, using their own popularity to promote them or secure resources. The core reason for this is, of course, to make more money. But Love Fruit Entertainment had no such intention. Chu Zhi was already earning more than enough, and there was no need to sign anyone else. Helping newcomers was possible, though, since Chu Zhi could now invite people to write songs. Although so far, not one had been given out publicly, excluding his god-tier hits. In the entertainment industry, everyone is shrewd. Chu Zhi's account clarified the health rumors in the morning, and by the afternoon, Bona Pictures had jumped in to promote as well. The film's teaser trailer was released, along with its promotional theme song. That was when the track that had won over the client with just a demo dropped, You Make Me Drunk. Number 415. That's his specialty. No X before me. Synopsis. There are no X's in the world. Even if there were, they would never admit it. This is the story of a playboy king and a playgirl queen who fall into genuine love, only to destroy each other in the end. The synopsis on the promotional poster was kept short. If it were on Maoyan or Teopio, it would have been written in a convoluted, exhausting way that would make people lose interest before even considering buying a ticket. Nothing good's out lately. This Chinese Film Protection Month. What are they even protecting? Honghu sighed. Honghu was once a small-time actor, barely scraping the bottom of the entertainment ladder. Now he was a successful businessman, but his most talked-about accomplishment was still the same, being the husband of Zhang Ning, a Triple Crown Best Actress winner. Zhang Ning, who owed her life to Xing'el, had become half of a Little Fruits member and half an older sister figure. She often invited Chu Zhi over for meals, because her husband's cooking was simply that good. That husband, of course, was Honghu. And yes, his cooking had earned Chu Zhi's personal stamp of approval. Today, his wife had taken their child back to her parents' home, and work was quiet. With a rare free afternoon, he thought he might slip away to the cinema for a horror film. But when the previews rolled, everything looked like trash. He loved watching horror movies alone. But if he couldn't have that, he would settle for a decent regular film. Except that option seemed non-existent. Another heavy sigh escaped him. He considered heading to a tea house instead, but then a familiar name caught his eye. On the trailer for a new film, the words flashed. You Get Me Drunk, promotional song, or theme song, for No X Before Me, by Chu Zhi. Huh? Xiaojiu's song. Honghu clicked it without hesitation. Lyrics, composition, and arrangement were all by Chu Zhi, and he was also the singer. Honghu muttered to himself. The film studio must have money to spare, hiring Xiaojiu to write an original song. As a businessman, Honghu naturally thought about the cost. He knew all too well how much it would take to get someone like Chu Zhi to produce a song like this. The intro was a moody, slightly piercing piano melody, paired with a montage of the film's male and female leads arguing. It worked somehow. Then came the breakup. The male lead went from partying endlessly with his friends to drowning himself in drunken misery. Musical note, drive to the city's edge, roll every window down, trade speed for a moment's rush. Oh, love makes me blind. Oh, love makes me seek my own pain. You get me drunk, you make me cry, you shoulder all the blame, and I try desperately to make it right. Musical note. Chu Zhi's voice was powerful and moving. Honghu found himself unexpectedly touched by the male lead's hangover. Despair. Especially on the line, You Get Me Drunk. The faint sob in his voice, paired with the scene of downing glass after glass, made Honghu think of his own younger days, when love had left him reeling. People might think Zhang Ning, with her beauty and career, had always been the one pursued. In truth, she had been the one to confess first. Back then, Honghu had just gone through a breakup. He sat on the roadside, knocking back beer after beer straight from the can. That was when Zhang Ning, fresh off filming with their crew, walked by. She was already the female lead. He was just an important supporting role. After that night, Zhang Ning began openly pursuing him. When he once asked what she liked about him, she said, "The way you cried so hard from that breakup, with your nose all runny. It was hilarious." It was absurd. And yet, remembering it now, Honghu could only smile. Xiaojiu's singing is too much, Honghu exhaled. With the male lead's lousy acting, I should have been pulled right out of it. But paired with Xiaojiu's voice, I actually remembered my own past. By the end of the 2-minute trailer, Honghu wanted to watch No X Before Me. He wasn't alone. Most viewers who clicked on the trailer felt the same. Chu Zhi's voice had reached them. His singing style was like that of a mortal wine, with 80% voice of despair mixed in. It was heartbreak distilled into sound. His voice didn't just carry the sorrow of 99 breakups. It was the kind of bad luck where you get dumped, your phone gets stolen on the bus, and you come home only to realize you forgot your keys. Ugh, this reminds me of my first love. That summer, I finally got the courage to speak to her for the first time. Damn it. Can you believe a trailer made me cry? Brother Gio, how many breakups have you gone through to sing with that kind of sob in your voice? I'm a grown man, and my heart's still shaking. I actually feel sorry for you. I can't imagine how the female fans feel. Female fan reporting in. My heart shattered. Do not disturb. As another female fan, let me be blunt. With Gio's looks, there's no way he's ever been dumped. This voice, not a single cigarette in this world is innocent. Comment after comment called the song a tearjerker. For most singers, opening their mouth is telling a story. For Chu Zhi, opening his mouth is a life accident. Bona Pictures had struck gold. The impact of this song was something no amount of extra advertising could buy. Sure, Chu Zhi's fee was high, but the value was undeniable. Voice actor Chiu Yuebai even left a comment. I became a Brother Gio fan after Desert Island. Back then, I thought his voice was made for tragic love songs. Many people have covered Desert Island, but his is my favorite. Whenever I feel upset and need to cry but can't, I listen to it. I never thought he'd stop singing love songs later. I was devastated. This one, though his skill has clearly grown. The sadness in it is even more moving. Please, give us a full album of love songs. I love them, but most of the ones I listen to are from the 80s and 90s. Chiu Yuebai's comment gained hundreds of thousands of likes. Clearly, the demand for love songs was huge. Only, there weren't many who could sing them this well. Soon, discussion about You Get Me Drunk branched into another dimension entirely. Why does Chu Zhi sing with the emotion of someone who's gone through 8,000 breakups? Listeners cry, and hearts ache just hearing it. This topic drew even more attention. It was a valid question. Of course, a singer doesn't need personal experience to convey emotion in a song, but the intensity of feeling he infused into it was almost too much. To many, it didn't seem logical. A well-known influencer named Qi Jiaoxiong joined the debate. This guy had previously taken part in the The Unspoken Sutra cover challenge. Now he had over 2 million followers across the web. Known for his covers, he had once attempted to tackle the Unspoken Sutra, but even switching to 1,000 miles away had nearly beaten him. I've covered songs from many celebrities, and my conclusion is, Gio's songs are the hardest to cover. This isn't flattery. Not flattery. Not flattery. Important things must be said 3 times. Let me give an example. Songs like Backlight, Once I Was Ready to End It All, Brightest Star, In the Night Sky, and The Most Beautiful Sun. I've listened to them all at least 100 times. I can pinpoint exactly where to use chest voice and where to use head voice. Once you remove tone color differences, my version should sound close. Yet somehow it still feels like a completely different song. It's almost surreal. Including You Get Me Drunk, Gio has an unmatched ability to pour raw emotion into a song. People say songs express feelings, but in this respect, Gio is unbeatable. Let me show 2 clips. The videos showed Chu Zhi performing Opera 2 twice, once at a cultural forum in St. Petersburg, and once for a commercial gig at Lychee TV's anniversary celebration. The comparison is clear. The techniques and high notes are the same in both, but at the St. Petersburg forum, there's a distinct undercurrent of sorrow. In the anniversary performance, the mood was upbeat, so he showcased only the power of the high notes. This proves he can deliberately weave emotion into a song at will. It's not coincidence. The evidence was solid, and the public's impression of Chu Zhi's vocal skill and the difficulty of covering his songs was reinforced once again. By the end of August, Xi Lang finished filming. After half a year on set, Chu Zhi finally wrapped his role. Filming in Beijing had saved him a great deal of travel time. Sister Rong has taught me so much, he said. Say no more, Ge Zongfeng replied. When I get back to Shancheng, I'll send you loads of hotpot bass. Brother Quan, Chu Zhi told you Quan, next time we meet, you have to succeed in quitting drinking. When he first joined the crew, everyone addressed each other as teacher. By the end, they were all calling each other brother or sister. Half a year together will do that, even for ordinary co-workers, let alone when you're playing the Emperor Beast. For peers or those within 15 years of his age, it was easy to bond. But playing the Emperor Beast gave him a knack for befriending older cast members too. Director Wang Ani was pleased enough with being called Aunt Wang. So Yi is the only one who taught you much? I didn't. Gu Zongfeng pretended to be offended. This can't be settled without at least 3 packs of authentic hand-fried hot pot base. Brother Phone, what are you saying? 5 packs. Chu Zhi held up his hand with a grin. Do you really need a reason to ask me for hot pot base? Ha ha. Fair enough, Gu Zongfeng laughed. I heard from director Wang that the film will be going to the Venice Film Festival, Rongyi said. Next time we meet, you might already be a best actor. Chu Zhi quickly waved her off. No, Sister Rong, that's too big a goal. I can't manage that. Counting everything, he had only acted in 2 films and 1 drama. Winning Best Actor felt unreal to him. Don't underestimate yourself. Director Wang's expectations for you were high, Rongyi said. She didn't. Mention one thing. Director Wang Ani was one of the most skilled talent-spotting directors in the country. Even though she often said Chu Zhi had no natural gift for acting, she spent much of the shoot personally coaching him. To put it bluntly, Wang Ani was a benefactor in Chu Zhi's acting career. As for Best Actor, Chu Zhi thought privately, if he really won it, he'd perform it. Another flag set. You can't rush quitting alcohol. It's something you fight for a lifetime, Yuquan said. That made Chu Zhi think of Lao Chio's decades-long battle with quitting smoking. The other actors left, but Chu Zhi stayed behind. He still had 2 tasks, recording the theme song When Love Has Become the Past, and providing the singing voice for Su Shi's opera scenes. The 2 jobs took a week. After that, the rest of the film's post-production had nothing to do with him. By early September, he had finished all his domestic work. He wanted to record an album, but time was short. The Wacken open-air heavy metal festival abroad was about to begin. First time at a European music festival, don't put too much pressure on yourself, Wang Yuan told him. She wanted to add that discrimination against Asians in the West wasn't new, and it was even more pronounced in the arts. No pressure. I just want to broaden my horizons and sing a couple of songs while I'm there. Chu Zhi replied with a smile. Old Qian and Xiao Zhuzi accompanied Chu Zhi on the flight to Hamburg International Airport. Wang Yuan was too busy to go, though she wished she could. Hamburg was one of Germany's 3 major cities, a hub for finance and commerce. Chu Zhi and his team would transfer there. Wacken itself was just a small town in Steinberg County, known for little else besides its music festival. Without it, hardly anyone would know the place existed. It had neither an airport nor a train station, but it was only about 80 kilometers from Hamburg. Number 416. Ready. Wacken Town had plenty of Beck's beer on hand, since the brand was a sponsor of the Summer Breeze Music Festival. After seeing how a metal music event brought tens of thousands of visitors to the town every year, they naturally developed a kind of path dependence. So, in April and May, they also scheduled a smaller festival. Even so, Summer Breeze's popularity was far from the peak. It only drew around 10,000 visitors annually, compared to the metal festival's nearly 100,000. Clearly, there was still work to do. When Chu Zhi arrived, he strolled around for a bit. The town had the classic, solemn Gothic style of northern Germany. Regular Gothic architecture tended to be tall and slender, but here the elongated columns had a more solid build, the flying buttresses had sharper, more pronounced edges, and the dome spires were shorter and stouter. The most common buildings were churches, but even more common were little shops selling surprised face, a merchandise. Without at least a few dozen euros, you couldn't walk away with even a t-shirt. Look at all the tents, Chu Zhi murmured. Let's drop our stuff off at the hotel first, then come back to take a look, Lao Qian suggested. That works. Chu Zhi nodded. Lao Qian, speaking in halting German, communicated with the driver and headed for their lodging. Although WOA's organizers arranged accommodation for invited guests, Chu Zhi had been invited by a brand sponsor. Just like many film festivals, that meant he had to handle his own lodging and travel. Wacken itself had no hotels, only a few bed-and-breakfasts, and those had been booked solid a month ago. The only choice was to stay about 10 kilometers away, in the nearby town of Itzehoe. Foreign hotel names could be surprisingly straightforward. For example, their current stop, the Klosterhof Ste Mercure Hotel, made it obvious it was named after its founder. Lao Qian told the driver to rest for now and said they'd call if needed. Lao Qiu hadn't come along because he didn't have a German driver's license, meaning they could only rent a private car. You're amazing, Brother Qian. Just like Brother Chu, you both speak so many languages, said Xiao Zhu. Meanwhile, I can't even pass the CET-4 English test, and because I can't pass, I'm really sad. Watching Lao Qian chat with the hotel receptionist, Chu Zhi agreed. Counting his native tongue, he could handle 5 languages, though that was partly thanks to a language learning blind box system. Love was the best language teacher. Without a doubt, one of Lao Qian's ex-girlfriends had been German. The room was a comfortable single, only 18 square meters. Normally, it cost just over 900 yuan per night, but today it was 1,500. This wasn't price gouging, though. Europeans didn't hike prices during special events or holidays. The discount price was actually the regular price, and at peak times, they simply reverted to the original. Start with Bohemian Rhapsody, then bring out the trump card, Chu Zhi thought, already preparing a big surprise for the European audience. He had brought his beloved guitar along. It wasn't high-end, but it was the only instrument the original owner had learned, and the first thing he'd ever bought with his own earnings. It had accompanied him to China's Rock Night and Japan's Fuji Rock Festival, showing him the grandeur of the wider world. After carefully setting the guitar aside, Chu Zhi went over the details of the next day's advertisement shoot with Lao Qian. That was another reason the Emperor Beast had arrived early. There were other matters to handle. He asked Xiao Zhu to iron his stage outfit for the next day and pulled out a bottle of Wuliangye from his suitcase, ready for the immortal wine. Their plan was to head out after 5 o'clock. Chu Zhi glanced at the time, still a little early, and opened his email to check WOA's guest list. Iced, Earth, Young Quark, Phoenix Fire, Young Fan, and more. Every band with a household name seemed to be attending. Their sums and reputations were top tier. Phoenix Fire, a Finnish band, had won the 25th American Music Award for Favorite Heavy Metal Artist in 2001, the Grammy for Best Alternative Music Performance in 2002, and had been inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2015. With 75 million albums sold, they were regarded by many fans as the #1 death metal band. But there was one thing Chu Zhi had over all of them: earning power. Even Iced Earth, the highest-grossing band with over 100 million albums sold, had been beaten by Chu Zhi in last year's Forbes celebrity list. My 2 EPs plus 1 studio album barely total over 10 million in sales, Chu Zhi thought. That's only possible because I started back in the silver age of CDs. Does any singer in the internet era still have a chance to sell over 100 million albums? It was much like his previous life's Earth. Jay Cho was a legend, but even his total album plus single sales were only a little over 20 million, second only to Jackie Chung's 27 million. These top bands don't have a single act with fewer than 50 million sales. In some ways, maybe that's the benchmark for becoming a legendary band. Step by step, Chu Zhi told himself. He needed to release more albums and reap a harvest overseas, especially since he had so many classic works yet to share. While browsing WOA's info, time slipped by. After 5, Chu Zhi, Lao Qian, and Little Bamboo headed back to Wacken Town. The festival wouldn't officially begin for 2 more days, yet the place was already packed. There were 5 stages in total, and fans could camp anywhere around the main stage. Many RVs had parked here a week in advance to claim prime spots, since the festival lasted 3 days and nights. Anyone arriving as late as Chu Zhi would find the inner circle already full, forced to camp 2 or 3 kilometers from the stage. There's a Viking village over there. Pretty good attraction, Lao Qian pointed out. Following his lead, they toured the Viking village and unexpectedly ran into someone. Chu-san, you came to WOA too? Higuchi Hanato greeted him warmly, as if he hadn't tried to trip him up before. What was his name again? For people he didn't consider worth remembering, Chu Zhi didn't bother making mnemonic rhymes. All he recalled was something about flower mouth. Didn't expect to see a familiar face here. Chu Zhi replied with polite cordiality. In the spring, and We Will Rock You were both outstanding performances. What will you sing this time? We Will Rock You isn't exactly a fit for a metal festival, Higuchi Hanato remarked. Wacken's core was indeed metal music, so the comment wasn't false, but his tone was hardly well-meaning. This is my first time at WOA. So I'm just here to broaden my horizons, Chu Zhi answered. Sincerely. At that moment, the Emperor Beast's expression perfectly matched a certain meme. Look into my honest eyes.jpg. Iced Earth and Phoenix Fire stages should be exciting, Higuchi said. After a few more pleasantries, they parted ways. As he watched Chu Zhi walk away, the chill in Higuchi's gaze could have dripped to the ground like sewage. Baka. The committee's invitation list hadn't included him, so how had he gotten in? He called a friend on the organizing team to find out. Moments later, his face burned. He had bragged with absolute confidence that Chu Zhi, who had turned down his offer of friendship, would never make it to WOA. Yet here he was. Within minutes, the friend called back. Chu Zhi had been recommended by a brand sponsor. Broaden his horizons. For someone who had already defeated him? Higuchi didn't believe it for a second. First time at WOA? Too fake. Wasn't the Fuji Rock Festival also his first time? And he had instantly pulled off a full house show. Number 417. Publicly announced hostility. We cannot let this Chinese man keep strutting around like this. At this moment, Higuchi Hanato was like a spoiled child who, if he could not have something, wanted to destroy it. He had once wanted to befriend Chu Zhi because Chu Zhi was exceptionally talented. But after being rejected, his goodwill turned to resentment. Then he thought of someone. More precisely, a band. Higuchi Hanato called the lead singer of Seven Man, Leighton. Despite the name, Seven People was a famous British rock band with 5 members, ranked among the top tier globally. Leighton, the band's frontman, was a known racist and an advocate of the yellow peril theory. He frequently made outrageous remarks. For example, the melting of the Antarctic glaciers is primarily the fault of China. Or if we rank the least eco-friendly peoples in the world, the Chinese would be second, right after primitive tribes who have no concept of environmental protection. Music festivals were nothing like competitions where you could win first or second place. After all, the point was to enjoy the music. But some festivals had their own quirks. For example, the Fuji Outdoor Rock Festival sometimes ran applause challenges, where the audience's response could determine a band's success. Similarly, the Wacken Metal Festival had a rule. After a guest band performed a song, they could only play a second if the audience's encore calls were loud enough. Higuchi Hanato's plan was simple. Get Leighton to make some inflammatory remarks on stage and stir up trouble. Once a comparison was drawn, the contrast would speak for itself. When the call went through, Higuchi Hanato expected it would be hard to convince Leighton. No matter how much someone hated the Chinese, picking a fight without cause was risky. To his surprise, Leighton agreed almost instantly. After hanging up, Higuchi Hanato even wondered if his influence was really that great. Of course, it was not. Leighton had simply become someone else's pawn. That someone else was Adidas, whose sales in Asia had been sluggish. If their rival was coming into their home turf, how could they sit back without making a move? Chu Zhi's own brand partners had tried to block such moves behind the scenes, but if covert tactics failed, then Adidas would go straight for a direct clash by inviting other performing guests to go head-to-head. The most popular singer in China? Leighton sneered when he saw Chu Zhi's photo. He does not even look like he belongs in rock music. The payoff from Adidas was easy money. Whether Chu Zhi could rock or not would be seen on the stage. Right now, Leighton had more pressing concerns: finding a bathroom. Music festivals were profitable even down to the basics. Using the toilet cost money. Not much, maybe a dozen euros for 10 visits, but enough to make you pay attention. And trust this, you would never want to use the free toilets. It was like believing someone else's cat had truly reformed. It sounded nice, but reality said otherwise. By nightfall, the small town was even livelier. There were barbecues, bonfires, and people having a great time together. The atmosphere was electric. Chu Zhi even saw a tourist camper van get stuck, and people nearby immediately stepped in to help. Many here seemed naturally friendly, perhaps not in their everyday lives, but in the right atmosphere. Their warmth came out. He looked for some late-night snacks, but whether it was a matter of picking the wrong stall or simply German flavors, nothing quite suited his taste. This is awful, Chu Zhi muttered after taking a bite. Bad taste did not stop him from eating more. After all, he had eaten a rare item before that allowed him to enjoy good food without gaining weight, but it did nothing for food that tasted bad. That still added pounds. Since filming had wrapped, He wanted to get his weight back to normal for the peace of mind of his Little Fruits fans. The next day, it rained. The train to Berlin was slightly delayed, and for the first time, Chu Zhi learned that even trains could run late here. Germany projected an image of precision and punctuality to the world, but anyone who had visited knew it was not always as advertised. Xiaozhu had apparently gotten a bit of food poisoning last night and was taken to the hospital, so today only Lao Qian accompanied Chu Zhi. Without his assistant nearby, things felt a little less convenient. The shoot location was Lake Wannsee in Berlin's Steglitz-Zellendorf district. This was historically the site where the Nazi Party's policies for the extermination of Jews were finalized. The client had set up a temporary studio here, and Chu Zhi quickly got into makeup, just a light touch-up. With his looks, heavy makeup was unnecessary. The brand was Berman Lighting, a global high-end lighting company and one of Germany's top firms. They had an operations hub in Guangzhou, which was why they had invested heavily to sign Chu Zhi as their Asian spokesperson. The commercial also featured the female lead, Susan Braun, a well-known German actress and former Berlin Film Festival Best Actress winner. Susan wore a white blouse and a pencil skirt with 3 to 4 centimeter heels. Her long, wavy hair cascaded over her shoulders. She had the refined air of an elegant, professional woman. "Mr. Chu, hello. Nice to meet you," she greeted in slightly awkward Mandarin. Susan was one-quarter Chinese, a Chinese-English mixed-race woman. Her maternal grandfather had emigrated from China to the UK, though she had grown up in Britain and had never been to China. "Ms. Braun, it is a pleasure to work with you," Chu Zhi replied, pleasantly surprised. "And with you as well," Susan said with a smile. While Berman was powerful, it was not so lavish as to hire a best actress for just any ad. In this case, Susan was already Berman Lighting's global ambassador. Before long, the bearded commercial director bustled over. With 2 big-name stars in front of him, his manner was respectful. The ad script was short, only half a page. Susan's character would return home after a hard day's work to find Chu Zhi's character working under the warm light of a new Berman eye care desk lamp. They would exchange gentle conversation, then switch on the classic Berman ceiling lamp and small spotlights in the dining room, enjoying dinner together in a cozy, glowing atmosphere. The plot was familiar, the kind of template seen in countless commercials. Its only touch of refinement was having Chu Zhi and Susan as the leads. "Our goal is simple," the director explained. "Convey the warm, comfortable, peaceful feeling of a home lit by Berman Lighting, in line with our brand style." Any questions? Susan had none, and after his training with director Wang, Chu Zhi could breeze through a commercial shoot. Berman's team had done their homework on Asian market preferences. They knew family-oriented imagery worked well for advertising. The shoot went smoothly. Chu Zhi had set aside the entire morning, but they wrapped in just 1 hour. "Ms. Braun, could I get your autograph? I really loved your performance in Naraka. You truly deserved your Best Actress award. My whole family loves your work." After filming, a crowd of staff gathered around Susan. In Asia, this was the kind of reception Chu Zhi was used to. Today, he slipped quietly back to his van without any obstruction. The difference was clear. There were no Chinese crew members here. Asia and the West really did have a cultural divide. It was like when My Love from the Stars swept across Asia. Netflix poured resources into it for the Western market, yet it barely made a ripple. Even Sugar had been a big hit, but only the song, not the singer. Chu Zhi's road to conquering Europe and America was still a long journey. In the afternoon, he attended a Sino-German cultural exchange event as one of China's artist representatives. It felt like the Cultural Tourism Department had been giving him more official tasks lately. It was 9 at night by the time he returned to his hotel. Before heading back, he stopped at the hospital to check on Xiaozhu, who was recovering well. Tomorrow would mark the opening of the largest metal music festival in the world. Number 418. Stay strong. That morning, Chu Zhi headed to the train station to pick up a few old friends. Brother Zheng, Brother Su, Sister Chue, thank you for making this trip all the way out here. The arrivals were Zhenghua, Su Ji, and Li Chui. Don't mention it. I've been meaning to see WOA for a long time, said Zhenghua. Over 20 years ago, I think I was even invited, but back then the festival wasn't really established. They didn't even provide accommodations, so I turned it down. Who would have thought? Su Ji chuckled. Back then you couldn't be bothered. and now it's too prestigious to ignore. WOA had been founded in the 1990s, only beginning to gain real fame around the turn of the millennium. It's not so much that it's out of reach. Zheng He waved his hand. And look, here I am now. My singing days might be over, Chu Zhi said in his gravelly voice, but I can still handle a bass. I can take the drums for you, no problem. Li Chui added. Do we have a rehearsal slot, or should we run through it once? Li Chui, known as Sister Chui, had a style as bold as her nickname. She was the lead singer of the Chinese band Bloodstain and had been crowned Mainland Singer of the Year by Contemporary Song magazine back in 1994. Anyone familiar with what was on the charts in the 90s would understand the weight of that title. Calling her the Queen of Rock would not be an exaggeration. We practiced over video last night until midnight. That should be enough, Zheng He replied. When you've been playing instruments for over a decade, the skills are in your bones. Besides, I doubt a music festival like this has much room for full rehearsals. Valem Town isn't that big, Chu Zhi nodded. There's really no place to rehearse here. He had originally wanted to invite the veteran Chen Igwe, but Chen had other commitments. This worked out perfectly, for people just like Queen. Western countries have deeper roots in rock than Asia ever has, Li Chui said, then patted Chu Zhi on the shoulder. But Jiawai, I still believe in you, our little rock prodigy. Thank you for the trust, Sister Chui. I'll do my best to live up to it. Chu Zhi took her suitcase and added, let's get to the hotel and drop off the luggage first. Led by the self-styled Emperor Beast himself, they arrived at the Mercure Hotel about an hour later. The rooms had, of course, been booked in advance. Metal festivals are at their best with live bands, so Chu Zhi had made some careful arrangements. Zheng He, the Grand Master of Chinese rock, would be on guitar. The Queen of Chinese rock, Li Chui, would be on drums. Chu Zhi, one of the pioneers of the genre, would play bass, and Chu Zhi himself would take the role of lead vocalist. A temporary supergroup. Sister Chui, always one for ceremony, gave their impromptu band a name, Resurrection. It carried a double meaning, reviving the old guard and reigniting their passion. They grabbed a simple lunch. There wasn't much in the way of good food anyway. By 3 in the afternoon, a light drizzle had started. Out of the past 10 years, WOA had seen rain in at least 8. The ground quickly turned muddy, the misty rain blurring the view. The temperature dipped into the low teens, but nothing could dampen the crowd's energy. They shouted themselves hoarse, voices mixing. Phoenix fire! 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 Rock will never die. I'm here just to see iced earth. Oh, tonight will be unforgettable. Sail away. Sail away. Captain of Yang Fan Band, you must set sail. The barrage of exclamation marks alone could paint the picture. The atmosphere of any music festival is infectious, but a metal festival is something else entirely. The sheer wall of sound stoked the performers as well. People often say that hearing rock live is nothing like listening to it on CD, and it's true, not just as a brag about attending, but because the live energy transforms even off notes and cracked vocals into something thrilling. The festival had 4 main stages: black metal, heavy metal, industrial metal, and progressive metal, each with its own distinctive design. The heavy metal stage, for example, had frames and beams shaped like an iron cage, flanked on either side by jagged staircases that made it look like a steel beast crouched and ready to pounce. Earlier, it was mentioned there were 5 stages. The small one in the southeast corner was for impatient audience members eager to try performing themselves. Artists were not strictly confined to their labeled genres. A hardcore rock act could open on the death metal stage, and progressive metal was often considered a branch of heavy metal anyway. The opening acts were 4 competent but lesser-known bands. Out of the 4, Chu Zhi especially enjoyed the live set from Torrent Slaughter, which leaned toward glam metal. Coincidentally, the song he was about to perform later, Bohemian Rhapsody, was also glam rock, infused with streaks of symphonic and operatic rock. The style of Poison Opera House really hits me, Chu Zhi remarked. These people must have given up on keeping their voices intact, Li Chui said. She meant the audience. They were singing along at the top of their lungs, and if not for the high-quality sound system, they might have drowned out the band. That old saying about how men remain boys until death applies here. Age didn't matter. People still did wildly youthful things. Zheng He blended right into the crowd, belting along. Two of the four opening bands earned such deafening encore chants that they were allowed to play one more song. When it came to music festivals, bands always played their signature songs. Performing a new release was not unheard of, but it was rare. One after another, bands took the stage, each delivering impressive performances. Even those with similar styles managed to put on shows that felt different. The Bloodwave Band, for example, went as far as splashing water at the audience mid-song. They lugged 2 full buckets on stage. One was poured over themselves, the other flung into the crowd. They called it baptism in a sea of blood. From the waiting area, Chu Zhi watched and thought, if they added some red dye to the water, it would really fit the theme. It sounded absurd, yet in the feverish atmosphere of the festival, the audience loved it. To them, the water might as well have been holy spring water. Just look at the tall white man in the front row, swaying like an overexcited husky tearing through a house. Another band stepped onto the stage. Chu Zhi murmured under his breath, even after hearing death metal several times, I still don't get it. The lyrics were memorable, to say the least. Just a few minutes earlier, the vocalist had been singing. Musical note, my heart rots in my body, maggots pour from my mouth. Come, I will give you a chance at death. Step into the coffin. Musical note. By 8 o'clock in the evening, the festival was still going strong. The phrase 3 days and 3 nights of WOA was no exaggeration. Spotlights swept across the grounds, and the stage took on an even more electrifying presence under the glow of atmosphere and effect lighting. From the crowd below came a chorus of shouts. Freeze man! Freeze man! One night to the universe. We defeated him. London Knights. Respect me. I came all the way here just to see Freeze Man. I'm so moved I could cry. Sean, look at me. Look. The moment the 5 members of Freeze Man walked on stage, the reaction was the most explosive so far. People were screaming the vocalist's name, shouting song titles, and holding up banners. They were currently the top-selling rock band in the world, blending Britpop, heavy metal, indie, and grunge into their own unique style. Tonight they opened with their global hit We Defeated Him, a 2016 smash that had racked up 1.3 billion views on YouTube, far beyond anything Chu Zhi had reached. The crowd sang along, voices blending into one massive chorus. Fans spun in circles, venting their excitement, the atmosphere peaking to a fever pitch. When the song ended, the encore calls were deafening. Freeze Man's stage presence was undeniable, and lead singer Jack Ray commanded the crowd effortlessly. Cough, cough, my throat's sore. Lao Qian had tagged along for the concert and shouted along until his voice hurt, too caught up in the moment to care. Jack Ray has a big forehead and a huge mouth. Not handsome at all, but on stage, he's magnetic, Lao Qian admitted. Jack Ray's a famous playboy. Plenty of female fans practically deliver themselves to his door, said Chu Zhi, who had dragged his sickly self to the show as well. Moral values? Self-respect? Self-love? And contact information? Where do those fit in? Lao Qian muttered, watching Jack Ray. Seems there are many kinds of charm in rock. You want his contact information? Chu Zhi turned to him with a sidelong glance. Kidding. I already have Bing Bing, Lao Qian replied. The next act was a 7-member band arranged by Adidas. Hey, Mr. Chu, right? I'm Leighton, lead singer of 7-man band. Nice to meet you. Before heading on stage, Leighton made a point to greet him. Chu Zhi looked up. Wow, that's bright. A head polished like a spotlight. Apparently, Leighton used to have long hair, but last month he lost a bet over whose manhood was longer. As a penalty, he shaved every hair off his body. With his compact features and sharply protruding nose bone, Chu Zhi's first thought was, he looks like a bowling ball with edges. Nice to meet you, Mr. Leighton, Chu Zhi replied. They exchanged polite, yet distant words. Normally, Chinese rock bands in the waiting area attracted little attention. But since a well-known frontman like Leighton sought out Chu Zhi, the other singers started noticing him. Chu Zhi? I remember the name from the invitation list, but I thought he didn't make the cut. Not sure. He doesn't look like a rock musician at all. The drummer and keyboardist of the sailing band, both members of the WOA Council, exchanged thoughts. I know him. Chu Zhi's a decent new rocker. I've heard his We Will Rock You, said Donovan, lead singer of an Irish rock band who had once nominated Chu Zhi. Chu Zhi? Isn't he an actor? Why can't an actor be a good rock singer? Being both an actor and a rocker? I wouldn't expect much. The culprit behind this confusion about Chu Zhi's identity, Higuchi Hanato, was crouched nearby, watching Leighton. If Chu Zhi lurked around like that, you could call it sneaky. For a Japanese like Hanato, the word was just suspicious. Hanato couldn't stand seeing Leighton chatting so politely. He wanted trouble. Why bother with subtlety? In his mind, Leighton had no reason to show face to an Asian celebrity. When Chu Zhi and Leighton's short exchange ended, Leighton let out a soft, ambiguous chuckle and, as they brushed shoulders, spoke just loudly enough for only the two of them to hear. Chinese bands need to be strong. As he passed, another member echoed it. Be strong. A third, stay strong, Chinese singer. A fourth, don't blink. Be strong. A fifth, don't look at yourself first. 5 of 7-man band repeated the phrase as they went by, each wearing an expression tinged with mockery. Their voices were so low no one else heard, but it was definitely not encouragement. Be strong? What's that supposed to mean? Chu Zhi frowned. Number 419. What the hell is this? Why did the band 7-man have such a strange name? Because, as the rumor went, 2 of our bandmates' souls travel with us. From this alone, it was clear that 7-man primarily played death metal and black metal, though they occasionally released Brit rock albums. After all, the members were British. It could be said that 7-man was the most commercially successful death metal band, with cumulative album sales reaching 40 million. If there was a genre with lyrics even more unsettling than death metal, it had to be black metal. The two were often intertwined, making it hard for most people to distinguish between them. Black metal was bleak, resembling Japanese horror films, while death metal had a grittier texture, more like American horror. This unique vocal style, is it black metal growls? How is it different from death metal growls? Chu Zhi rubbed his temples, finding it hard to tell the difference. Honestly, whether it's death or black metal, listening to either leaves you dazed for a while. The after effects are strong. The act following 7-man was in for a rough time. Wait, who was next? Oh, it was him. Never mind then. Originally, the Emperor Beast had prepared Immigrant Song by Led Zeppelin for WA. But before arriving, he realized Adidas might pull something, so he switched to Bohemian Rhapsody. It wasn't about which song was better, tastes varied, but the latter was undeniably more stunning. After the encore, 7-man performed their second song, Triumphal Arch, maintaining the eerie, spine-chilling tone of black metal lyrics. There's a reason this genre is rare in China. Anyone with a weak heart might pass out after one listen, Li Chui remarked. Environment and culture shape music, Chu Zhi added. Despite its triumphant name, Triumphal Arch told the story of a boy committing suicide at the Arc de Triomphe. Musical note, I want to spill my blood on the Arc de Triomphe. Should I crash into it or jump from the top? Puh. Musical note. The snare drum rolls, sluggish and relentless, suddenly interrupted by a distorted guitar, mimicking the sound of the boy's fatal fall. At this line, many in the audience punched the air, mimicking the puh sound. The song confronted death head-on, with lyrics so blunt they might not even pass censorship. After the performance, the vocalist, 2 guitarists, bassist, and drummer thanked the audience. Each had something to say, though most of it was unimportant and thus omitted. This is our 3rd time at Wacken, and each visit brings new experiences, lead singer Leighton continued. Now, let me introduce the next performer, someone I personally adore, an incredibly talented rock artist. Our whole band loves him. We've listened to his albums on repeat. When we heard he was invited to WOA, I was so moved I ate 2 extra slices of pizza, Leighton said. He's a rock singer from China, Chu Zhi. There were Chinese audience members who recognized Chu Zhi, some even casual fans. But the vast majority of Western listeners were unfamiliar with the name, their expressions filled with confusion. One of WOA's strengths is discovering amazing artists. Who's Chu Zhi? Never heard of him, but if Leighton recommends him, he must be good. Chinese rock? I've never listened to it, but I'm curious. They murmured among themselves. A setup. That British pig knows exactly what he's doing. Ha ha ha. The British had always been cunning. Higuchi Hanato understood. 7-man was already a powerhouse as the most commercially successful black metal band. Following them was a tough act, and now Leighton had raised expectations to impossible heights. Even a decent performance would seem mediocre, and a mediocre one would appear terrible. The worst part? This was an open scheme. Chu Zhi couldn't just say, "Oh, I'm not that great." A singer who can spew so much nonsense and still stay relevant must have some skills, Higuchi thought. He had expected Leighton to openly mock Chu Zhi, but this was subtler and deadlier. Under the weight of immense anticipation, Chu Zhi and the revival band took the stage. Despite his lack of fame here, the crowd erupted in applause, thanks to Leighton's introduction. Then, to everyone's surprise, staff carried out a piano. A piano? It felt out of place at WA. Su Ji, Zheng Hua, and Li Chui got into position while Chu Zhi sat at the piano and began. Musical note, is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Open your eyes, look up to the skies and see. I'm just a poor boy. I need no sympathy. Musical note. The piano-led intro unfolded slowly, with backing harmonies. Folk rock. More like country folk. Everyone had the same thought. Is this the wrong song? Weird. Not sure. Let's keep listening. The audience's waving hands slowed as they focused on the lyrics. And the more they listened, the more they felt the sorrow in them. Musical note, Mama, just killed a man. Put a gun against his head, pulled my trigger, now he's dead. Mama, life had just begun, but now I've gone and thrown it all away. Musical note. Definitely country folk. The song felt out of place, but the audience kept listening, because Chu Zhi had layered it with voice of despair. Giving up, Higuchi watched Chu Zhi's calm demeanor at the piano. No, that's not it. Musical note, Mama, I don't want to die. Sometimes I wish I'd never been born at all. Musical note. Chu Zhi's voice carried the weight of utter despair. Backstage, the other performers were starting to catch on. Is he starting with country folk and then switching to rock? That's bold, the Sail Away band. Disgust. Most bands were skeptical but willing to wait and see. But the weirdness was just beginning. It wasn't surprising people were confused. Even when Bohemian Rhapsody was first released on Earth, critics tore it apart for being bizarre. Yet as rock evolved, it became Queen's signature song, a defining anthem of the genre. If it were released 20 years later, it would have become the third best-selling single in British history. Musical note. I see a little silhouette of a man. Scaramouche, Scaramouche. Will you do the fandango? Thunderbolt and lightning. Very, very frightening me. Galileo, 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 Galileo Figaro. Magnifico, musical note. The repeated Galileo was hypnotic, but why was there suddenly an opera segment? Somehow, this Frankenstein-like fusion of styles was oddly compelling. The audience's minds were completely scrambled. What is happening? His songs. You can never predict the next part. It's like spinning a roulette wheel. You never know if it'll be a surprise or a shock, the Phoenix Fireband's vocalist remarked. Hey, don't say that. I like this Chinese singer. It's interesting so far, their drummer countered. The crowd was in a collective state of this is weird, but let's hear it out. The next segment was something most singers couldn't pull off, but Chu Zhi's operatic training came through. Musical note, he's just a poor boy from a poor family. Spare him his life from this monstrosity. I'm just a poor boy. Nobody loves me. He's just a poor boy from a poor family. Let him go. No, we will not let you go. Let him go. Musical note. What the actual hell is this? The audience reached a new level of unity, not in headbanging, but in sheer bewilderment. Frozen Man Band's vocalist, Jack Ray, felt his scalp tingle. Multi-part harmonies and operatic solos. Why is this in one song? Am I at an opera house? Hardy, their bassist, looked around. Pretty sure we're still at WAC in open air. Who wrote this? The lyrics and melody are like a split personality, Jack muttered. The Frozen Man Band, who had already performed, was ready to relax, but now they were frozen in confusion. Just when the audience thought the song would shift again, it didn't. Another unexpected twist. Musical note. So you think you can stone me and spit in my eye? So you think you can love me and leave me to die? Oh baby, can't do this to me, baby. Just gotta get out. Just gotta get right out of here. Musical note. Finally, hard rock kicked in. Su Ji and Zheng Hua's instrumental skills shone, and Chu Zhi's rock vocals were flawless. The band was essential. Without their harmonies and call-in response, the song wouldn't have worked. The familiar rock elements brought the audience back from the sensory overload. Country folk, opera, hard rock. How did he even combine these? Higuchi, a songwriter himself, was baffled. Backstage, Seven Man was silent. Leighton opened his mouth several times but couldn't find words. As the song neared its end, the melody shifted back to a slow, melancholic ballad. Musical note: nothing really matters, anyone can see. Nothing really matters to me. Any way the wind blows. Musical note. And with that, it was over. Chu Zhi, Su Ji, Zhenghua, and Li Chui bowed together. But the audience remained stunned. Number 420. The voice that conquered Europe. The venue was silent. For the first time in WOA's history, such quiet had fallen. Even audiences from the other three stages turned their heads in curiosity. Earlier, the heavy metal stage had been described as a steel beast in its design. Now, that steel beast seemed to have been tamed. It was no surprise. WOA's musical environment was dominated by aggression, making Chu Zhi's performance an anomaly. So much so that even Seven Man's intense tracks like Dagger and Triumphal Arch were completely erased from the audience's minds. Now, most listeners were mentally replaying, "Oh Mamma Mia, Mamma Mia." This was no small feat. Death metal and black metal were the nuclear weapons of music festivals. But Chu Zhi had achieved his goal. Queen's Bohemian Rhapsody had worked like a charm. The lead singer of Phoenix Fire Band summed it up: a 6-minute piece blending folk, guitar solos, hard rock, operatic arias, and multi-part harmonies, with lyrics that barely connect. In any other song, this chaos would be a disaster. Yet Bohemian Rhapsody makes me want to listen again. I preferred the folk part. It felt like the art of a suicidal man. I bet this Chinese singer has seen darker things than any black metal lyric, the guitarist added. Even Frozen Man Band, who had been drawn back to the backstage area, was stunned. Their drummer, the most handsome member, as was oddly common in many bands, Medant Lai, looked up information. Turns out the guy on stage isn't some nobody. He made more dollars last year than all 5 of us combined. The only Asian in Forbes' top 10 global celebrities. Huge in Asia, Medant Lai said. Oh, and Sugar? That viral hit. His song. This context made it easier for Frozen Man Band to accept. So he's not some random newcomer, but an established star. Medant Lai had taken a liking to Chu Zhi, partly because of the music, partly because handsome men appreciate other handsome men. Showing off, Frozen Man's lead singer Jack Ray muttered. His bandmates gave him odd looks. The song is a fireworks display of pure talent. Bohemian Rhapsody is something no one else on this planet could have written. Bringing it out live? No reason except to flex, Jack explained. Most bands praised the song, even if they didn't personally love it. None could deny the sheer brilliance radiating from Bohemian Rhapsody. Well, except one person. Seven Man's biased lead singer, Leighton, dismissed it as just weird Chinese tricks. Novelty only wins once. Never twice. Try playing real heavy metal next time. The rest of Seven Man knew their plan to overshadow Chu Zhi had failed. Half a minute later, the crowd erupted. Encore. One more. Oh my God, we need another song. The decibel level instantly met the requirement. Not everyone had fallen in love with Bohemian Rhapsody yet, but they all wanted to hear more. Chu Zhi had used Bohemian Rhapsody as his shocking opener. Now, for the encore, he would deliver his true knockout. As staff removed the piano, Chu Zhi chugged 2 large gulps of Wulianya liquor from his red thermos. Then he picked up a strange instrument, 190% of the audience had never seen before. What's that? An eru? I think it's a Chinese instrument. This guy's music is so weird. Weird? It's amazing. Galileo, how many songs have hooks that stick after one listen? He's unique. Audiences from France, Germany, the US, Norway, Finland, all had traveled far for this moment. Now, regardless of nationality, they were united in discussing one thing, the same song. The next song, The Praise of Tez River, Chu Zhi announced. The instrument in his hands wasn't an eru, but a more incoer, horsehead fiddle. Unlike the last song, this one began with a frenzied bass solo. China's veteran rockers might have lost their voices over the years, but their bass skills were untouchable. Chu Zhi raised his right hand, lifting and dropping it to the rapid drum beats. Ho, 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 ho. The crowd roared along. This was why WOA's atmosphere was legendary. Behind the drum kit, Li Chui smashed the cymbals violently. The electric guitar kicked in, the intro evoking a stampede of wild horses across the grasslands. Then Chu Zhi drew his bow across the Morin Cour. For some reason, the Europeans in the crowd felt something awaken in their DNA. The entire audience began jumping and thrashing. With Drunken Immortal activated and First Emperor's voice at 80%, Chu Zhi sang in Mongolian. Musical note, rushing down from Mount Bulanai, sweet as sugar water, flowing through the ancient grasslands. The 5 sacred rivers that bless all life, soaking the earth, tiring the joyful lambs. Musical note. Chu Zhi knew the history. The praise of Tez River was originally a Mongolian folk song, but the band the HU had rearranged it into metal, taking Europe by storm. Even the Chinese listeners couldn't understand Mongolian. But with Chu Zhi's First Emperor's voice, they felt the thunder of 10,000 cavalrymen charging. It was terrifying and exhilarating. Ho ho ho. The crowd howled, waving flags, flailing arms. This frenzy matched Frozen Man and 7 people's performances, except for one difference. Many listeners felt their legs weaken under the weight of the vocals. Musical note, calming the frightened foals, the 5 rivers with divine power. Tez River, the galloping Tez River. Tez River, the galloping Tez River. Musical note, who was the first emperor? The man who unified China, standardized writing and currency, declared himself Shi Huangdi, the first sovereign ruler. Chu Zhi's gaze swept forward, his voice commanding an army to conquer the world. The dust kicked up by Hov's clouded minds. Astonishing, and still more astonishing. Even without understanding the lyrics, the crowd instinctively formed circles, hands on shoulders, spinning wildly. In most festivals, getting strangers to link up like this would be impossible. But under the praise of Tez River's rhythm, they moved like sheep herded by an unstoppable force. Jack Ray stared at his bandmates. Even his guitarist and bassist were caught in the frenzy. Only drummer Medant Lai remained somewhat composed, though his legs twitched. Medant Lai returned the stunned look. First an experimental curveball, now a full-force metal assault? What language is this? Not Mandarin. The guy on stage feels like Alexander the Great. Some Turkic language, maybe? I don't know, Medant admitted, slapping his thighs. Last year, I watched Caesar, the Conqueror, starring Hawking. This feels the same. Like an emperor is singing. I don't even know what I'm saying. Maybe I'm delirious. Hey, brother, they say we look alike. I had the same thought, Jack said. I don't understand the lyrics, but I bet it's about conquering the world. Look alike. Medant Lai felt this was the worst insult to his looks ever. The heavy metal stage drowned out the other 3. Shouts and roars nearly overpowered the music itself. Musical note, with the stride of a warhorse, racing toward Lake Ovs, providing for man and beast. The famed 5 Tez rivers, where generations have lived. Musical note. Mongolian held a primal grip on Europeans. Centuries ago, Genghis Khan's cavalry had swept across the continent. Now, Chu Zhi's praise of Tez River, infused with the whip of God and First Emperor's voice, was an unstoppable force. No one could resist. Whose general is this? So fierce, a Chinese audience member muttered. General? This isn't a general. This is the emperor himself. Jiawai, fucking legendary. Holy shit. After this, I'm hitting ranked. Nothing's stopping me tonight, not even Jesus. Horsehead fiddle and Mongolian? Since when was Mongolian metal this good? This was the reaction among Chinese fans. On Earth, the HU's version had already made waves at festivals. But Chu Zhi's rendition, enhanced by Drunken Immortal and First Emperor's voice, was on another level. Musical note, blessing all since ancient times, where sables and martens thrive, the 5 abundant rivers. Tez River, the galloping Tez River. Tez River, the galloping Tez River. Musical note, the song ended. The cavalry retreated, but the dust of their charge lingered. The music stopped, but the conqueror's voice remained burned into minds. Even after Chu Zhi and Revival Band left the stage, the crowd stood frozen. Then, after 10 seconds, thunderous applause. I love this Chinese singer. His name is Chu Zhi. I'll remember it. It's like he's using metal to conquer the world. I'm adding him to my favorite bands. That bassist was insane too. I need their albums. I don't understand the words, but I want to conquer something. The excitement didn't fade. Some burly men flexed their fists, itching to hit something. WOA had no voting system, no challenges like Fuji Rock. But everyone knew who had left the deepest impression tonight. Phoenix Fireband's lead singer murmured, "Tonight belongs to Chu Zhi and his music." He hadn't even performed yet, but after that display, he had no complaints. Rock musicians were confident, but some forces were beyond competition. That voice, it was too domineering. Some remembered the earlier incident. No wonder Leighton recommended him. I heard he hates China, so it was weird. Now I get it, pure talent. Leighton endorsing Chu Zhi might become music history someday. Remember? 7-Man said they're all fans. Chu Zhi could at least reach their level. 7-Man heard all of this. Number 421. From WOA to global domination. The music scene was abuzz with chatter. Too talented. The whole band had become fans. Each short phrase felt like a dagger stabbing into the hearts of all 7 members of the band. Screw you. Especially for Leighton. He never expected his attempt at backhanded praise to fail so completely, instead becoming a stepping stone for the other party. It was just a song with a stronger sense of conquest, wasn't it? What man didn't have a bit of that in him? Leighton felt he could sing it too. He tried to stand and say something, but the first attempt failed. His legs were a little weak. "Help me up, brother. My blood's not circulating right," Leighton said to the keyboardist beside him. The keyboardist stayed silent for a while before replying. "My legs are a little numb too." Since the 7-man band had finished their performance, they were no longer in the waiting area. They had no idea that at this moment, the waiting area was buzzing with animated discussion about the Resurrection Band. He's not an actor. No way he's an actor. Who said Chu Zhi was an actor? With that stage presence, even if our prime minister came, he'd have to kneel. I can still hear the sound of galloping hooves in my head. How have I never heard of the Resurrection Band before? The guitar solo in Bohemian Rhapsody and the bass solo in Ode to the River Tez were both amazing. Especially the female drummer. If she were younger, I'd chase her without hesitation. The world of rock will remember his name sooner or later. Professionals looked at the details, while casual listeners enjoyed the show. The first song had shown his talent. The second revealed his stage presence and vocal power. The bands present were confident they wouldn't lose to anyone, yet Chu Zhi's strength was visible to the naked eye. The guest panel members began thinking. During the committee meeting, who was it that had opposed Chu Zhi? The one muttering in secret now was Higuchi Hanato. Just like cockroaches. Give them the slightest chance, the tiniest crack, and they'll expand like crazy. Higuchi Hanato muttered, taking a deep breath. At this rate, the title of the most valuable rock singer in Asia might not have anything to do with him. But the WA performance had to go on. Guests took the stage. Chu Zhi stayed, watching the shows. During that time, several guests came over to exchange contact information. Getting old. I can't stay up late. I'm heading back to the hotel first, Suji said. By night, Grandpa Su's voice was even more hoarse, his throat sounding like it was clogged with phlegm. It was already 11:30 p.m. Zhenghua also looked a little tired. I'm getting sleepy too, but I had a great time tonight. Then let's go back together. The hotel's still a bit far from here, safer if we head back as a group, Chu Zhi said. I'm staying a bit longer. Lao Zheng, Lao Su, and Xiao Jiu, you go ahead, Li Chui said, still full of energy. Wasn't Sister Chui the one who usually insisted on her beauty sleep? Why were the 2 old men dropping first instead? Before leaving, Chu Zhi reminded her. Call me when it's over, Sister Chui. I'll come with the driver to pick you up. He could have just let the driver handle it. They had an expensive private car service after all, but it was late, and Sister Chui was still a woman. Safety came first. Lao Qian and Little Bamboo had left right after Chu Zhi's second song. Xiao Zhuzi's illness hadn't fully recovered yet. The 3 of them got into an Opel SUV and headed toward the hotel. 2 songs. The first one didn't surprise me, Suji said. Ever since Xiao Jiu wrote Dream Back to the Tang Dynasty, I knew he had talent. But writing Mongolian lyrics for a Mongolian rock song? That, I did not see coming. You should put out a rock album. Zhenghua finally said the thing he'd been thinking for a long time. I'm guessing you're planning to enter the European market. After tonight's performance, releasing a heavy metal album would be even easier. The new English album is indeed a rock album, Chu Zhi said without hiding it. Oh, really? Chu Zhi perked up. Both he and Lao Zheng had long regretted that Chu Zhi never released a rock album. Now they were naturally interested. Got any demos? Zhenghua asked bluntly. Not yet. The tracklist isn't fully decided, Chu Zhi replied. When you do, I have to be the first to hear them, Zhenghua insisted. No problem, Chu Zhi agreed readily. WOA's stage kept going until 2 a.m. Honestly, the audience's stamina was impressive. Back home, no music festival went past midnight. This was exhausting. But Wacken Town only earned money during these few days. Each year, even after the show ended at 2 a.m., the merch stalls and sausage stands stayed open. Those who couldn't sleep lit bonfires and kept partying. This was the real sleep? Hell no. Get up and party. The next morning, Chu Zhi was already in a video meeting at the hotel with Niu Jiangxue and other core company members. Two main things were on the agenda. Here's an invitation, Niu Jiangxue said. They want you to write a song for the Winter Olympics, to serve as both a promotional and theme song. Wait a second, Chu Zhi said. Didn't the Winter Olympics in Beijing end in February? It's been half a year. Why write a song now? The original songwriter for the theme song was arrested for bribery. The Chinese Olympic Committee decided it's better to replace it, Niu Jiangxue explained. So they passed the job to you. Ah, a replacement theme song. Chu Zhi understood. Given the official mindset, it made sense. Even the Global Summer Olympics All-Star MV had its footage edited out years later when certain stars got into trouble. The second matter was about the planned new Chinese-style album. It might not have to wait until next year. The country was supporting cultural exports, building multiple partnerships abroad. Chu Zhi's new Chinese-style album had been included in the promotion package, which had slots for 20 albums. Chu Zhi was given 2 of them outright. What's the deadline for the songs and album? The album's due in October. The Winter Olympics song is ASAP, Niu Jiangxue replied. Got it. Chu Zhi accepted both tasks. The schedule was about to get insanely busy again. With so much going on, Chu Zhi only stayed 2 more days in Wacken before returning to China. Of course, he said goodbye to Brother Zheng before leaving. Brother Zheng was staying in Germany for a while longer, so they couldn't fly back together. 3 days of WOA left a fair bit of trash behind. The music festival was Wacken Town's main source of income. Tim, the festival's committee chairman and town governor, hadn't paid much attention to a Chinese rock singer at first. Now, he was paying attention. If it weren't for the brand sponsor's recommendation, we might have missed this, Tim murmured. He decided to keep a close eye on Chu Zhi. If Chu Zhi released a rock album and it performed well, Tim would invite him into the committee immediately. Not because he admired Chu Zhi, just because he wanted the market behind him. WOA was the #1 metal festival in the world and top 10 among all music festivals. But there was still a ceiling above it, Woodstock. In Asia, WOA's influence was relatively weak. Tim hoped that by making Chu Zhi a committee member, WOA's reach in China could surpass Woodstock. Of course, anyone who knew Woodstock would know Tim's goal was ridiculous. It had only been held 6 times in 50 years, born in the hippie era, a utopia for rock youth. And it ended. With the dark side of that culture, 8 rapes, thousands injured. In both good and bad, it was extreme. How could WOA surpass that? At the right time, we could also spread the story that all 7 members of that band are fans of Chu Zhi, Tim thought. 2 birds with 1 stone. He could help rising star Chu Zhi while also boosting Leighton's idol promotion. Leighton, thank you. 8 generations of your ancestors. After WOA, Chu Zhi didn't think much about it. Too many schedules awaited him. On his first day back in China, he learned he had to fly to Italy in early September. I thought it was next year. This soon, Chu Zhi said. Xi Lang is going to this year's Venice Film Festival. The timing seemed off. The festival began in September, but films usually had to be submitted in May or June. Back then, the movie probably hadn't even finished post-production. The reason was director Wang Ani. As a world-class director, she naturally had a bit of privilege. On top of that, he had to write a song for the police. Just thinking about all these overlapping tasks would give most people a headache. But the Emperor Beast wouldn't panic. He'd make a list, rank tasks by priority, and finish them one by one. The album wasn't due until October, so it could wait. The highest priority now was the replacement Winter Olympics theme song. Number 422. New album tracklist. Supporting song, Snow Dragon Chant. Promotional theme song, Together for a Shared Future. Opening theme song, Snowflake. In addition, the system also listed the traditional Olympic opening ceremony piece, John Lennon's Imagine, as well as Welcome to BJ, a song Chu Zhi was quite familiar with. Chu Zhi steadied himself. Why were there so many songs? Spending one personality coin to search, he guessed the system was in high spirits after making money, even tossing out an entire album. Outstanding Works collection from the IOC and Federation of Literary and Art Circles song solicitation, which included 20 songs and 20 instrumental tracks. Was he squeezing the system brother too hard? Chu Zhi pondered. Of course, it was only a passing thought. There was some reflection, but only a tiny bit. How about Welcome to BJ? That's the one I know best. After much thought, Chu Zhi decided to use the Earth's promotional theme song, Together for a Shared Future. The song might not have spread as widely online as Snow Dragon Chant, but before crossing over, Emperor Beast vaguely remembered that during the Winter Olympics, most trending short videos used Snow Dragon Chant. However, in terms of lyrical appropriateness, Together for a Shared Future fit better. Besides, this invitation was a stand-in gig. Being too high-profile would not be ideal. In 3 days, Chu Zhi finished recording the song and sent it via email to the Chinese Olympic Committee. Their response was fast, received in the morning, results sent in the afternoon. The official media moved even faster. Whether it was promotional links, background music and videos, or anything else, they quietly swapped it all out. Winter Olympics, song dedicated to police officers, undecided. New Chinese-style album, 7 songs still missing. English album, tracklist undecided. Looking at the table, Chu Zhi saw the arrangement in priority order. The 7 missing songs didn't mean undecided. They simply didn't have a custom album voucher to get them. Using up the last voucher slot, Chu Zhi currently held 4 songs. Orchid Pavilion Preface, A Laugh from the Vast Sea, Blue and White Porcelain, and Red Actress. Chu Zhi's new album plan was themed around Chinese culture, structured in 3 chapters. The tracklist in his mind was already complete. New Chinese-style chapter. Orchid Pavilion Preface, East Wind Breaks, Blue and White Porcelain, Hair Like Snow, Fireworks Easily Cold, General's Command, Yesterday's Letter, Dusty World in Jiangnan. Classical Chinese-style chapter. A Laugh from the Vast Sea, Flowers Too Fragrant, Ghost of a Beautiful Woman. Ancient Style Ending Chapter. Red Actress, Moonlight, Beauty. A 15-song album full of sincerity. Jaicho was practically plucked bald by Chu Zhi. In the realm of Chinese-style music, this surpassed the previous album. The milestone of new Chinese style, East Wind Breaks. The peak of Chinese style, Blue and White Porcelain. The continuation of Yu Fei's poetry, Yesterday's Letter. The unbeatable A Laugh from the Vast Sea. And the ancient style ceiling even the original singer couldn't perform, Moonlight. Absolute domination. He could already imagine the sensation when the songs were released. Chu Zhi's problem now was having no vouchers. Just drawing songs and albums randomly. How many personality coins would that take? He discussed with the system brother in his mind. If it came to it, maybe ask if custom vouchers could be purchased. Old Qian, what are you muttering about? Wang Yuan asked. What could I be muttering? I'm praying for the blessing of the European Emperor, Old Qian replied. European Emperor? Where's that coming from? Wang Yuan, despite her strong-willed CEO style, had terrible luck. Never won first prize since childhood, either consolation prize or nothing. The company's new head of Japan region business, Toshi Takizawa. Today he scratched a lottery ticket and won 50,000 yuan, Old Qian explained. The overseas market was too big for one person to handle, unless you were some Lovecraftian monster with many tentacles. So the new company hired 3 additional managers for the Asian market from Japan and Korea. 37-year-old Toshi Takizawa had worked for Toho Company and dealt with several Japanese TV stations. Winning more than 100 yuan from a scratch-off amazed Wang Yuan. It was like learning for the first time that hysteria was a transliteration, not an idiom. Truly surprising. Fundamentally, hysteria and nice were no different. Both were transliterations. Don't be too shocked, Boss, old Qian continued. I also heard that back in Japan, he once won the jumbo lottery, about 400,000 yuan. Winning abroad too? Wang Yuan pondered. He looks so ordinary. Why is his luck so good? Let's soak in his good fortune together. Old Qian invited. Superstition, Wang Yuan dismissed, returning to her desk. Fine, no soaking then. All the luck to me, all the luck to me. Old Qian, already not young, still childishly traced patterns in the air, as if that could capture fortune. Truthfully, the boss was a bit superstitious herself. She sometimes secretly carried a jade Luohan pendant, tarot cards, a star chart, or a cross blessed by a cardinal. So when Wang Yuan returned to her desk, she quietly muttered too. Soak up the luck, soak up the fortune. I must have good luck. That night, there was supposed to be a company dinner, but one round of drinks broke Chu Zhi's schedule. At his current status, no one could ask him to attend drinking sessions for business. In terms of fanbase size and his honorary vice director title with the authorities, he was at the top among entertainers. However, with Dubai returning to the country, he could still have a drink with this lightweight. From past New Year's experience, Su Shangbai's drinking had already been classified by Chu Zhi into the lightweight category. Sure enough, Dubai got drunk again. Chu Zhi easily delivered him to the hotel. Hello? What's up, Sister Niu? Leaving the hotel, the night wind slapped against his face. Niu Jiangshue's call came in. A glance at the time, already 11:30. If it was not important, she would not be calling. So Chu Zhi skipped greetings and went straight to the point. Mango TV's art director Pei Luwa asked through his connections if you could record a short VCR to cheer for one of the brothers and post it on Weibo, Niu Jiangshua said. It's for the variety show Call Me by Fire 2. Pei Luwa had once been just a mid-level producer at Mango TV. But with the explosive success of Call Me by Fire Season 1, alongside Sisters Who Make Waves, he seized the chance to be promoted to art director. Chu Zhi had appeared on his produced show Red Mansion, so they had some acquaintance. Whether the VCR existed or not did not matter. Not every brother on the show received a cheer message, which meant only one thing. They had decided to promote someone. Which brother? Chu Zhi asked. From Niu Jiangshue's description, it was a 70s-born singer with many representative works in this parallel world. For unknown reasons, he had faded from the spotlight for years, only making a comeback in the past 2 years. Yet in the vast pool of the entertainment industry, he barely made a ripple. A quick check revealed he was signed to Tianyu Entertainment. Well, that explained it. Everyone knew Tianyu was under Mango TV. They're offering a resource exchange, Niu Jiangshua added. After all, any ad Chu Zhi casually posted on Weibo was worth a lot. I'm out right now. Can I do it in an hour? Chu Zhi asked. No problem, Niu Jiangshua replied. She had many resources from such exchanges. All 4 major TV stations, including CCTV, were in her contacts, along with numerous industry figures. Even if not at the level of the industry's true giants, they were far ahead of most agencies. It's a waste not to sign 2 newcomers with all these resources, she mused. Why waste? For example, if they signed a completely inexperienced trainee, they could immediately place them on hit shows like Back to Life, Ace Family, or The Great Detective. Whereas Chu Zhi, with his natural high traffic, could go on such programs without touching these exchanged resources, making every appearance a win-win. Besides, Chu Zhi is a highly creative singer. Even scraps from under his fingernails could be a decent song. Worst case, dig through his trash and find a new hit. And we could easily promote the album too. Niu Jiangshua imagined. Most companies had more artists than resources. At AI Media, it was the opposite. I'll bring it up to Chu Zhi sometime. We could sign 2 rookies, or even some veteran wanting a comeback. While Niu Jiangshua pondered the company's future, Chu Zhi just wanted to finish his task quickly. He flagged a taxi, and 20 minutes later he was home. Tidying up his appearance, he smoothed his hair and straightened his collar. Tonight, he was in a sapphire blue knit sweater and jeans. For a video, image mattered. Messy hair and sloppy clothes would be disrespectful to fans. Chu Zhi kept himself in shape by eating unappetizing high-calorie meals for bulking and supplementing with regular exercise. His special delicious but no-weight gain pill only worked for gourmet food, so he still needed discipline to maintain his physique. I heard Yanji is joining Call Me by Fire. Really looking forward to his performance of Crazy for You. My Childhood Goddess. Tongue slip. Chu Zhi re-recorded. 4 takes in total, 2 of them ruined by bad angles, before he posted the VCR. Eats big oranges. Hashtag call me by fire 2 hashtag. Hashtag Yin who confirmed hashtag, ending with Chu Zhi's Weibo video. 50 minutes in total, 10 minutes faster than expected. 2 minutes later, he refreshed and saw thousands of comments. Was this group living on Weibo? Willing to die with the South Stars. Blue-clad male god, please marry me. Haha, don't worry, I'll send you the wedding invite. 999999658. See? Staying up late brings good luck. I finally got first comment. Invisible cipher. Special follow, leaving a mark. I also love Yenhu's songs. Double fan joy. Boy who acts on interest alone. Sapphire blue is the color of romantic skies. Agio wearing blue is the greatest. Romance under the heavens. And so on. Most of the little fruits were focused on Chu Zhi himself. What he said mattered, but not as much as his looks. When will Jiawai join Call Me by Fire? What nonsense are you talking about? Agio is only 24. Can you give the brothers a chance? When is the concert? Hurry up. Once again, it devolved into posts urging Chu Zhi to get out there and work. For other fan groups, the dream was for their idol to quietly polish their craft. For the little fruits, it was the opposite. They wanted their idol to stop polishing and come out to play. Same planet, different fandom experience. Number 423. Chu Ci, 9 songs. Should we hold an Asia concert? Brother Gio, hurry and hold a concert. I'd rather lose 10 pounds than miss it. Looking at more than 200,000 likes in just a couple of hours, Chu Zhi felt the enthusiasm of little fruits and began to think seriously. Tokyo, Osaka, Nagoya, Seoul, Bangkok, Hanoi, Moscow, tickets for these cities will definitely sell out. But 8 years of concerts. As he pondered, a familiar notification rang in his mind. He had unlocked an achievement. No smoking, no drinking, but the carbohydrate achievement was still far off. What was this? He checked mentally. Turned out it was for appearing barefaced in public once *700, which gave him 9 personality coins. Ever since the system patched the Face King achievement line, the definition of once and public had become vague. Chu Zhi, even as Emperor Beast, hadn't cared much. Now it finally triggered. I've been here for more than 3 years, over 1,000 days. Almost every day I have an itinerary, yet only 700 counts? This standard is too strict. Leaving that aside, Chu Zhi checked his balance. After deducting the personality coins frozen by the customization coupon, he still had 30 left. Earlier, he had tried to negotiate with the system brother in his heart about buying an album customization coupon. It failed. The system only offered strange items for sale. Meanwhile, Chu Zhi tried to find a loophole, searching them all for strange items that didn't raise luck, but there were none. Even bizarre things like Bird of Paradise and Doppelganger salamanders had appeared, but nothing useful now. He could only rely on luck and the system's help. Chu Zhi took a deep breath. This time he went big. He opened 4 boxes in a row, the boldest move in 3 years. If not for the coupon freezing 10 coins, Emperor Beast would have opened 6. Truly, lotteries ruin lives. Blind boxes bankrupt families. The prize pool was too long to list, but the main things he got were French Mastery, Selected Poems of Yeats, Album Customization Coupon *1, Special Grand Prize, Music Package. The good news was that Chu Zhi drew the prize he wanted. The bad news was, aside from the coupon, the rest weren't immediately useful. But still, the music package counted as a jackpot. 100 years from now, will people call me a linguist? Chu Zhi muttered, accepting French Mastery. It came with an overwhelming amount of knowledge. As said before, the system's language mastery always included cultural context, which was why Chu Zhi dared to translate selected plays of Baipu by himself. He had also tried to publish Flowers in the Mirror, thinking it would be popular, but it failed. William Yeats, Chu Zhi whispered. A very famous poet. His poem When You Are Old was even adapted into a song. Gaining insight into Yeats' work, Chu Zhi realized these poems had to be used carefully. Some of Yeats' early poems brimmed with romance and fantasy. Musical note: come away, O human child, to the waters and the wild, with a fairy, hand in hand, for the world's more full of weeping than you can understand. Musical note. But Yeats' later works reflected strong Irish national themes. Not a loss, not a loss. Who wouldn't want to be a linguist? Everyone does. Language is humanity's greatest barrier. In peaceful times, most people want to chat with foreigners. If I can speak 5 languages, even if I quit music, I could live as a translator. Just like that, Chu Zhi's dissatisfaction with the draw faded. His mood became content. Since he drew a new language, he had to use it. He planned to translate some of his poetry collections into French, writing poetry and translating it himself. Whether on Earth or in this parallel world, no poet had done that before. Chu Zhi would be the first. Translation wasn't easy. Simply translating meaning wasn't enough. The mood and artistic conception had to be conveyed too. Emperor Beast estimated it would take him about 2 weeks. At 3 in the morning, it was time to sleep. Chu Zhi's schedule was disciplined. The moment the clock struck, he put down his phone. For modern youth, this was rare. Take the internet writer Xiao Maomi as an example. 10 more minutes, then sleep. Let me just finish this episode. Let me round it up to the next hour. Just like mortals clinging to worldly desires, unable to put the phone down. The next day, a fresh 24 hours. Emperor Beast started work with energy. First task, a street photo shoot. Chu Zhi, look a little sharper. Good, don't move from this angle. Just hold still. Almost done. This angle is perfect. Today's street shoot is legendary. Photographer Chen Shu scurried around, clicking away. With Chu Zhi's looks, any angle would work. But Chen Shu wanted the beauty of harmony between man and nature. In plain words, he wanted Chu Zhi to look even more handsome, which made it troublesome. Old Chen, are you done yet? Chu Zhi asked. The shoot was scheduled for only an hour. He had to attend the 10th anniversary of Taiyang Chuanhe in Beijing. Okay, these shots will definitely become wallpapers for many little fruits, Chen Shu said with confidence. Chu Zhi wasn't surprised, changed clothes, and prepared for the airport. For a celebrity, no road was more familiar than the one to the airport. At 9:30, his phone rang. Have you sobered up yet? Was the first thing Chu Zhi when he received the call from him. I caught a cold last night, so I drank a little to sweat it out. That's why I was dizzy, Su Shangbai explained. No wonder. Chu Zhi nodded solemnly. No wonder you seemed off from the first drink. Turns out the cold wasn't healed. A cold not healed means no more drinking, Su Shangbai said seriously. He refused to admit his low tolerance. Chu Zhi found it amusing. What excuse would he use next time? Stomach problems? In truth, Emperor Beast thought Su Weiyu, unhealed Su, sounded nice. Since Chu Zhi had treated yesterday, Su Shangbai wanted to return the favor today. But Chu Zhi had work, so they couldn't align schedules. After hanging up, Su Shangbai stared at his phone, thoughtful. Brother Joe probably doesn't believe me. He must think I'm just weak with alcohol. Even though Chu Zhi's tone and expression had been sincere, Su Shangbai's instincts told him he wasn't believed. I really did catch a cold 3 months ago. It's still lingering. It weakens my tolerance. He sighed. I'll have to prove myself next time. He couldn't stay in China for long. His sugar business was rooted in Southeast Asia. Outwardly honest, inwardly cunning. The sugar trade in Asia had 3 giants: Singapore's Sugar King, Indonesia's Sularkeo family, and Su Shangbai representing the Chinese faction. 2 years ago, the 3 allied and toppled Thailand's cane sugar market, shattering families. Then Su Shangbai turned and pushed the others into war. Never peaceful. Su Shangbai was a predator. To him, partners were just prey for the next bite. Business was kill or be killed. But this time, the young Bai might overreach. Youth was always too hot-blooded. August would not be ordinary. Not for Asia, nor the global sugar trade. Nor for Chu Zhi. His calendar was suddenly full of unexpected events. Piled meetings from the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, and even a sudden session with the publicity department. Chu Zhi was baffled at the notifications. Arriving in Beijing, he finally understood. He had been chosen for the National Day Parade floats. And not just any float. He would stand on the top tier. The event was October 1st, yet they held meetings in August. Such long-term planning was the Chinese government's way. Many celebrities could join the parade. The hall was filled with over 70 people, but only 8 would stand on the first tier of the floats. 8 people representing the entire Chinese arts circle. Actors, directors, singers, opera vocalists, dancers, including Hong Kong stars. Parade or military review, Both symbolized strength and unity. Chu Zhi looked around. Most were senior figures. He spotted some familiar faces. Li Weian, the lyric tenor he had befriended at the St. Petersburg Cultural Forum, and director Wang Ani, whom he had just collaborated with. All had deep backgrounds, fame, and powerful works. Chu Zhi greeted politely. Uncle Li, long time no see. At the Second International Cultural Forum, you were a main guest. I listened to you sing Katyusha. A fine song, Li Weian said. I have some Russian friends eager to exchange music with you. When they learned Chu Zhi would also be on the first tier, both Li Weian and Wang Ani were surprised. The government valued seniority. To be given such honor, one had to far surpass expectations. Aside from Chu Zhi, there wasn't a single representative under 50. Xiao Chu, we just parted from the crew not long ago, Wang Ani greeted. Aunt Wang, do you think our film has a chance in Venice? Chu Zhi asked curiously. You're a regular at festivals. Any predictions? How could anyone predict? Depends on the jury's tastes, Wang Ani said casually. If they favor this style, we win. Otherwise, no. Talking now is pointless. In a few weeks we'll know. Then Wang added, stay after the meeting. I'll introduce you to the seniors. Clearly, Director Wang was willing to guide Chu Zhi. He often said Xiao Chu's acting talent is average. I don't recommend he act. Yet here she was, opening doors. The guest list already showed the hierarchy. Film outweighed music. There were far more actors than singers or vocalists. Whether or not Chu Zhi pursued acting further, 2 hours later, thanks to Wang Ani's introductions, he quickly entered the circle. This is Chu Zhi, the lead in my new film. Yes, he's a famous singer too. His acting is passable. Old Jun, meet my lead actor. Call him Xiao Jiu. He won't go full-time into film, but he's a good kid. Wang Ani looked fierce and spoke sharply, but she treated Chu Zhi as a genuine junior. That night, Wang's dinner gathering also included Chu Zhi. By mid-August, employees at Igwa Company suggested that since the last Chinese-style album was Chu Ci, Ode to the Orange Tree, the new one should be Chu Ci. 9 songs instead of still Chu Ci. It made sense. Xiao Jiu's songs, so Chu Zhi agreed immediately. He also swapped one track. Instead of Orchid Pavilion Preface, he added Njiang. This kept diversity by including opera vocals. It also gave him a backup. If needed in the future, Orchid Pavilion Preface could still shine as a fresh masterpiece. As Emperor Beast, he always prepared carefully. He took being an idol seriously. The lineup of Chu Ci, 9 songs would be a royal flush even on Earth. Since Chu Zhi pioneered the new Chinese style and topped the charts with a single album, he had set a peak others would struggle to surpass. Reject it. Push the schedule back. If the client can wait, fine. If not, drop it. Apologies, your brand changed the date suddenly. Our time is fixed by contract. Under manager Nyo's command, the advertising and business teams declined many offers. The reduced schedule was to record the Mountain album. Chu Zhi couldn't split himself in two. He insisted on producing his own music. If he could do it himself, he would never hand it to others. With his current skills, 14 out of 15 tracks were easy. Only Moonlight required 3 takes. It took half a month. A bit slow for him, but compared to other singers, it was like pigs flying to heaven. Sister Nyo, I'll finish the post-production after I return from Italy, Chu Zhi said. He still wanted to refine the cover and posters. Manager Nyo Jiangxua nodded. She never interfered in music matters. Her job was to ease his burdens. Nyo was calm, but Mama Fan Wang Yuan was not. I can't wait for Xiao Jiu to release this album. Just the demos already make me love it, she said excitedly. Lucky Draw Masterly Guishuan agreed. That last night the insects sang relentlessly. I never thought Jiuwai would adapt Yu Fei's Xiaozhongshan. To take ancient poetry and compose songs from it. Truly his reading wasn't in vain. In my opinion, this album is even better than the last. When I heard The Swordsman, I got goosebumps, Chichio said. Old Shin added, I want to release the General's Command and Compendium of Materia Medica as singles in South Korea. With this album, Jiuwai will ascend the throne of legends. No one can call him inexperienced again. Forget it. That might spark international disputes. Don't stir trouble, Neo Jiangxua warned. All right. The album isn't even out yet. Let's not celebrate too early. Do your jobs properly. Feigo clapped, cutting off the praise. Immediately, Old Qian, Niu, and the others looked awkward. No wonder Fei Gu had no friends. He always killed the mood. But he wasn't wrong. Meanwhile, the center of discussion, Chu Zhi, was already at Venice Marco Polo Airport, joining the Xi Lang crew. Number 424. The beginning of fame. Venice, Italy, is a world-famous city. For most Chinese people, the impression of Venice remains that of the water city described in elementary school textbooks. At this moment, Chu Zhi and his group had no leisure to admire the scenery. The reception staff's arrangements were inadequate, so they had to make their own way. Because of this, the cruise logistics producer received a scolding from the director. They needed to head to Lido Island, either by sea rail or by ferry. Lido Island is shaped like a dog bone, narrow in the middle and wide at both ends. It is a famous resort destination with restaurants, theaters, casinos, and bars. The Palazzo del Cinema, where the Venice Film Festival is held, is also located here. The group checked into Hotel Villa Mabapa, thankful that this time the logistics producer hadn't failed. Otherwise, during the peak tourist season, it would have been impossible to book rooms at the last minute. That afternoon, the film festival would open. Whether it was because of director Wang's reputation or the film's quality, the Xi Lang was chosen as the opening film. Its Italian and French translations were titled Goodbye, My Concubine, while the English title was slightly different, Farewell, My Beloved Consort. Just from the translated names, no one could really tell if foreigners would grasp the film's true core. Xiao Zhuzi had already arranged all of Chu Zhi's luggage. Clothes for outings were hung up, toiletries were set, everything was in order. We're actually a bit too early, Chu Zhi realized. Having no prior experience with film festivals, he hadn't known that there would be 10 full days between the opening ceremony and the closing awards ceremony. During that time, there would be screenings for the main competition, Horizons, Lion of the Future, non-competition exhibitions, and more. The main cast and creators such as director Wang, Rong Yi, Ge Zongfeng, and Yu Quan were all here. Compared to them, Chu Zhi was almost entirely a newcomer. It would not be proper for him to come only on the last day for the award ceremony, especially since the Xi Lang was the opening film. Well, I can't just sit around. Apart from the Spring Festival, when would I ever take more than 10 days off? You can rest as long as you want after you die. While alive, there's no need. Chu Zhi began brainwashing himself again, deciding to find something to do. This was a habit Chu Zhi had even before his time traveling, his ability to keep motivating himself. Once I get into a good university, life will get easier. I can work part-time in college. I can support myself and my mother. It's normal to suffer and work hard. Once I graduate, I'll get a high-paying job. Before time traveling, Chu Zhi was already drawing these self-motivational pies for himself. He took out his notebook and pen, must-haves for an idol, just in case he ran into fans and needed to sign autographs. 10 days. That was enough to finalize the track list for the English album. His original idea of Under the Gods as the theme, however, was discarded. Theme. He wrote down the colon, then froze, pen in hand. His neck leaned forward slightly as he bent over the table, drawing a curve of deep thought. The album's theme was especially important. A Best of Earth songs collection could work, since every track would be strong, but it felt wasteful and somewhat low-tier. Currently, the English songs on hand included We Will Rock You, Bohemian Rhapsody, and Sugar. He also had Avicii's Best of Collection and Led Zeppelin 3. If possible, he wanted to include Ode to the River Thames as well, but just thinking about it felt messy. Led Zeppelin 3 is hard rock, a milestone by Led Zeppelin. The core of the album's production is the perfect fusion of vocals and guitar with a touch of folk influence. From Chu Zhi's own words, one could already sense why this album was great, its pioneering nature. It was one of the best examples of combining folk rock with hard rock. But if he released it under the exact same theme, it might not hit hard enough as a debut strike. Avicii's Best of Collection, on the other hand, was full of stirring, high-energy tracks. Great singers each had their unique style, but Chu Zhi noticed the themes overlapped. 3 of Avicii's electronic hits, The Nights, Waiting for Love, Wake Me Up, hard rock, Immigrant Song, Friends, glam rock, We Will Rock You. Right now, these 6 songs all had lyrics that were inspiring, giving people strength. Compared to his Chinese album, the English lineup was not much weaker. So let's set the theme as life that shakes the gods, Chu Zhi wrote in his notebook. Why add gods? Because Westerners like titles with that flavor, and also because many of the lyrics clashed with gods. The hammer of the gods will lead us to the new world. When you focus on something seriously, time flies. Hours passed, and just then, Rong Yi sent a WeChat message inviting him to dinner. Chu Zhi didn't refuse. He stuffed the notebook and pen into his leather pouch, thinking to himself, that's enough for now. He smoothed out the wrinkles on his pants with his hands, straightened himself up a little, and headed out. In the lobby, he saw Gu Zhongfeng, Rong Yi, and the crew's assistant director, Zhao Yuxing, waiting. They exchanged greetings. Come. Last time I was on the island, I found a pretty good restaurant. I have to take you there, so you don't end up eating at places that don't suit your taste. I'll take care of meals these next few days, Rong Yi said. Good idea, said assistant director Zhao Yuxing. You keep winning our pocket money at cards anyway. It's only fair you pay for this meal. Rong Yi had a big mahjong habit. She often gathered friends from the industry to play, and even had the nickname Rong Mama, just one generation younger sounding than Rong Nanny. It wasn't just that she liked it, she was really good at it. Once, wearing a mask, she had competed in the World Mahjong Championship and made it all the way to the finals. Only with her agent and agency forcibly dragging her away did Rong Mama stop short of competing. Because of that, few dared to play with her during Chinese New Year. Speaking of mahjong, my assistant happened to bring a set in the luggage, Rong Yi said. Shall we play a round after dinner? Turning to Chu Zhi, she asked, Xiaojiu, do you know how to play mahjong? I know a little Sichuan-style mahjong and Dao Dao Hu, said Chu Zhi. Back when he was doing business, he had learned in order to chat with clients. Perfect. Then after dinner we can play a couple rounds. Rong Yi was delighted. Why hadn't the crew noticed before? That Rong Yi loved mahjong? Because she strictly separated work from entertainment. But here at the Venice Film Festival, it was basically a vacation for her. On the way to the restaurant, they happened to run into Yu Quan. Teacher Yu, are you sneaking off to eat something delicious all by yourself? Rong Yi called out. Not coming to the group dinner? Not exactly, said Yu Quan. I heard there's a place here called Dezhongguo Restaurant. They serve steamed bass and shark fin soup, so I was heading there. As the saying goes, wherever there's a commercial street, there's always a Chinese restaurant. Chinese food is always better back home, Rong Yi said. Since we're abroad, we should eat something different. That makes sense, Yu Quan said. But I still want Chinese food. I really can't get used to foreign food. And so Yu Quan declined the suggestion to try something new. Everyone had their own way of thinking, and for him, there was no need to even try. Rong Yi led the group to Ai du Matti, a traditional Italian restaurant famous for its squid ink pasta. Over dinner, Rong Yi, Gu Zhongfeng, and assistant director Zhao Yuxing discussed the film festival. Chu Zhi stayed quiet, listening to the veterans' insights. Our biggest rival is Lerda Bargoin, that French director. I don't know how good his new film Plagiarism is, but he really is a national treasure of France. I think director Wang will be fine. Bargoin's films always leave me with utter despair about human society. After watching, I feel depressed for days. I wonder what state of mind he's in when he films. At least director Wang, while coldly observing society, still holds some hope for the world. Maybe Bargoin keeps the depression for the audience, but keeps the joy for himself? And Oangdo's film also entered the main competition. Then he's probably winning Best Actor. He's the only living man whose acting has already been made into textbook material for the Central Academy of Drama, Beijing Film Academy, and Shanghai Theater Academy. Don't say that. I think Ajio also has a shot. Zhao Yuxing's voice was loud, maybe because he was from Chongqing. He always sounded like he was arguing. Middle-aged old cadre, Gu Zhongfeng always steered conversations in odd directions, sometimes sharp and insightful, other times discouraging. Chu Zhi gathered some useful information. After dinner, assistant director Zhao Yuxing had to join the director for interviews, so the mahjong game was canceled. Walking along the coast to digest, Chu Zhi admired the beautiful beach. Regular tourists couldn't usually enter because the beaches were owned by hotels. On Lido Island, many of the nicest beaches belonged to hotels. The next day, it was time for the world's oldest film festival to open, the Venice Film Festival. Famous directors and international stars gathered. Actresses competed for attention in off-shoulder. Gowns, deep V dresses, floor-length backless gowns. Male stars rush to admire them. For every success, countless others fail. Who knows how much blood from the entertainment industry has been buried beneath the red carpet? But walking on it, one was always dazzling, while the press from every country stood on both sides, long lenses and short lenses aimed, all eager to capture the perfect shot. A reporter from Roma Leisure News, Bellini, spotted an unfamiliar face walking the carpet. Though he didn't know him, he couldn't resist snapping a few photos. This Asian star's features looked like they were sculpted by Michelangelo, three-dimensional and perfect. His proportions were outstanding, his expression confident, like a dart flung straight and fast toward the end of the carpet. Until a reporter called out loudly, he didn't stop. Then he opened his deep brown eyes. The reporter asked him to pose, and he tilted one corner of his lips, a faint smile appearing. After the shot, he returned to his usual calm. The reporter noticed this Asian star's hands. Long fingers, little flesh, and the back not smooth, but with veins prominently connecting the 5 fingers, like dunes suddenly rising on a barren plateau. His gaze was captivated. Unconsciously, Bellini took 2 more shots. Though Roma Leisure News sounded second-rate, it was actually Italy's top-selling entertainment newspaper. I knew it. Director Wang's lead actor had to be Chu Zhi. No way he wouldn't be here. A reporter from Penguin Entertainment had found his target. The Asian star in Bellini's photos was indeed Chu Zhi. In the entertainment industry, there was no shortage of handsome men and beautiful women. On a red carpet filled with global stars, Chu Zhi's looks still stood out, top tier in both Eastern and Western aesthetics. After the stars walked, the festival began with screenings. The first day naturally featured the main competition. The Xi Lang opened the festival, screening in the largest hall of the Palazzo del Cinema. Director Wang Ani was already world-renowned, drawing in many big names, including the French director Bargoin, who, as mentioned last night, despairs of the world. The film opened with Chu Zhi singing When Love Has Become a Thing of the Past, before the main story began. One must fulfill oneself. To stand proud in front of others, you must suffer behind the scenes. Truly, without madness there is no life. Madness in acting is fine. But if you live madly too, in this mortal world, among ordinary people, how can we survive? I am the false overlord. You are the true concubine. The lines, when translated into Italian or English, lost some nuance. Still, Director Wang had hired professional translators, so the meanings were largely conveyed. The Xi Lang could be interpreted in many ways. Some saw it as a reflection on self-identity and gender, some as a homosexual film, others as the obsession of an artist, and still others as the cruelty of an era towards small people. Every interpretation was valid, and all were what the film intended to express. In this parallel world, Wang Ani was hailed as the #1 director of China, a title she fully deserved. But Bellini watched differently than others. For him, the plot didn't matter anymore. His gaze was fixed only on the actor, more precisely, entirely on Chu Zhi's portrayal of Su Shi. His face, especially in the scenes with tears welling in his eyes, the image was so beautiful, it made me want to destroy it, Bellini murmured. Number 425. The fantastical script. Sitting beside Lerda Bargoin was none other than Natalie Birkin, the female lead of Plagiarism. At 37, she was at the peak of her career, having won the Academy Award for Best Actress just 2 years ago. Destroy him? I thought you wanted to protect him, Natalie Birkin whispered. When she saw Su Shi raise the sword to end his own life, she had wanted to rush onto the stage and embrace him. Whether it was motherly instinct or simply her weakness for a beautiful face, she found him unbearably heart-wrenching. A fine piece of porcelain, inlaid with the gems of the British Queen's crown, blessed by the goddess Athena. Beautiful, yet fragile, Bargoin murmured. If you were to own such a treasure, my advice would be, do not touch it. Because the moment you do, deep down you will feel the urge to shatter it. Freud called this instinct the death drive. The urge to destroy, to break apart, is as innate as the desire to survive. Bargoin continued softly, eyes fixed on Su Shi's image on the silver screen. He is that porcelain. His smile could bring springtime to the world, and his tears could make the earth tremble. To describe him with precision is like wielding a surgeon's scalpel, Natalie Birkin replied. Bargoin still withheld one thought. If this actor were to star in a purely gay romance film, with looks like his, he could unify the aesthetic taste of men, women, and even those in between. Why not say it aloud? Because the idea that had lingered in his mind for years was now finally crystallizing. The film ran for nearly 3 hours, spanning decades of narrative. When it ended, the audience was left crushed by its heavy, suffocating weight. Foreign viewers could hardly empathize with that particular era, but the suffering of an artist was enough to stir sympathy. Among the audience buried under that oppressive atmosphere, 2 people were exceptions. One was Bargoin, lost in his own script, and the other was Chu Zhi. Oh, I never thought my acting could be this good. Aunt Wang's training really went beyond technique. She shaped both form and spirit. Chu Zhi muttered to himself after the screening, quick to praise his own brilliance. Contentment was happiness. Chu Zhi left the Palazzo del Cinema, decided to rest a while in a CAF, then perhaps check out Plagiarism. The film people had spoken of the previous night. The film festival, of course, carried on regardless of Chu Zhi's movements, and the Palazzo buzzed with excitement. When the film ended, committee members brought in credentialed journalists to interview director Wang Ani. She politely deflected, pushing the attention toward his deputy Zhao Yuxing, while she herself caught up with old friends. These were no ordinary acquaintances. All were established actors and directors, big names in the industry. Bargoin and Wang Ani had crossed paths a few times. There were countless directors in the world, but only a handful sat at the peak of the pyramid. Bargoin had hardly watched the film earlier, distracted by his own plotting. A faint guilt lingered. He decided he would see it again later to appease that guilt, then approached to exchange greetings. After some pleasantries, he revealed his true intent. Mrs. Wang, might you introduce me to the film's male lead? Wang Ani looked around. The actor had just been there, but now he was gone. He must have gone to another hall for a screening, Wang said. If you wish to meet him, Mr. Bargoin, I can introduce you tonight or tomorrow. My thanks, Bargoin replied. Their exchange was in English, since Bargoin did not speak Chinese and Wang did not speak French. Roughly half an hour later, Chu Zhi arrived to watch Plagiarism. He clutched the blue book, a precise schedule of all screenings during the 10-day festival. In Berlin, the book was distributed free, but in Venice it cost money to purchase. Plagiarism told an absurd tale. A female designer plagiarized her colleague's work, won a top architectural prize, and to cover her tracks used schemes to drive her colleague's family out of the city. Years later, a train station constructed from her award-winning blueprint collapsed due to faulty weight-bearing design, thrusting her into scandal. Fired and desperate, she believed her colleague had ruined her life. So she traveled to the city where they now lived and shot them dead. What kind of insane story is this? What did the colleague ever do to deserve this? Chu Zhi muttered, baffled and frustrated by the narrative. But from Bargoin's perspective, the female lead was not pure villain. Her plagiarism stemmed from desperation, from craving that one chance. Not a justification, but a way of blurring moral lines. If even a sliver of sympathy arose for the protagonist, then viewers would be forced into self-reflection. That was precisely Bargoin's goal, to reveal that everyone is selfish. Chu Zhi's verdict: the director's brain must have a screw loose. 2 films in one day were plenty. Chu Zhi returned to his hotel, ready to focus on his true career. Music. Acting was just a side venture. His English-language album was still stuck, so he switched to working on the Chinese one. He drafted plots for the music videos and outlined the desired effects. His previous album, Little Fruits Are Sweet, had been widely praised, though fans complained about the lack of music videos. This time, with 15 songs, he decided each would get its own MV. 15 was not excessive. No, not excessive at all. Worth careful thought. Once Chu Zhi entered work mode, he often forgot to eat. Hours passed, and by the time he finished drafting, mealtime was long gone. He stepped out to grab a casual dinner. Before leaving, he froze. Wait, I forgot something. Ah, right. He called Sister Niao. After chatting about the album arrangements, he asked, this year's Orange Festival grew from 300 attendees to 400, but I still hardly get to meet fans. Could I maybe perform at some music festivals? Music festivals? China's 3 major ones, MIDI, Modern Sky, and Strawberry, had never invited Chu Zhi. Simply put, they could not afford him. I'll see if I can arrange something, Niu Jianxue said. Then I'll leave it in your hands, Sister Niu. Chu Zhi replied, ending the call. The third day on Lido Island dawned cloudy. Director Wang brought Chu Zhi to meet the French director, Leard Bargoin. The latter wasted no time, stating directly that he had a script perfect for Chu Zhi. I've envisioned a fantastical world, Bargoin explained. In this world, men are weaker than women, so society is matriarchal. Gender roles are entirely reversed. At first, Chu Zhi thought this would be a feminist film, but as Bargoin elaborated, he realized the scope was much broader. The story centered on a girl named Cynthia, who witnessed the tale of a handsome man named Senesis in northern France and Luxembourg during World War II. With his wife killed in battle, Senesis became a widower. Too handsome for his own good, and an outsider at that, his life grew ever more difficult. To admire beauty, to perceive beauty, is one of the root causes of chaos and strife in human society. Beauty is the original sin, Bargoin said. Greed, lust, envy, those are the sins born beneath it. His core concept was simple. Where beauty exists, war will follow. Because there will always be someone who wants to possess it. It was a bleak idea, extreme and pessimistic, but perhaps that was what made it compelling. Yet the story struck Chu Zhi as strangely familiar. In his previous life on Earth, he had seen something like it. Then it hit him. Wait a second, isn't this just a male version of Malna? The more he compared, the more similar it became. He could vividly recall the iconic scene of Monica Bellucci's character sitting while men lined up to light her cigarette. So why bother setting it in a reversed world at all? Mr. Bargoin, if I may ask, why not simply make Senesis a woman in a realistic setting? Wouldn't the story still hold, and perhaps feel more authentic? Chu Zhi questioned. I'm glad you raised that, Bargoin replied, gesturing with his hand. It shows you thought seriously about my story. But if it were a beautiful woman destroyed for her looks, well, history has shown us countless such cases. I do not wish to tell that tale again. I want to show that beauty itself is the original sin. By reversing the gender roles in a fantastical world, the dissonance will force audiences to confront my message. God should never have given us the ability to distinguish beauty and ugliness. Not when he already gave us emotions like anger, joy, and sorrow, Bargoin said, his eyes fixed firmly on the Chinese star before him. Chu Zhi replied calmly. But without the ability to perceive beauty, most art would collapse. The world would be unbearably dull. Yes, but then there would be no wars, Bargoin countered. What nonsense, Chu Zhi thought. Even the blind fight over desire and greed. Still, he let it go. Mr. Chu, please consider it. You would be perfect for Senesis, Bargoin urged. I will give it serious thought, Chu Zhi promised. Inwardly, however, he wondered, how well had Malna performed at the box office? If acting overshadowed his singing career, that could be troublesome. They parted ways, each off to see different screenings. Chu Zhi chose a historical drama. Bargoin picked a film so risque that even the posters had to be censored. As he reached the door, he froze. Something felt strange. Their earlier conversation had been oddly comfortable. That was what unsettled him. After a long pause, realization struck. Wait, Mr. Chu spoke to me entirely in French. His French had been so fluent that Bargoin hadn't even noticed. With no language barrier, the script in his mind suddenly seemed all the more possible. Over the next few days, Chu Zhi kept up his routine of watching 2 films daily. He disliked overly pretentious art films, but could appreciate genuine artistry. The rest of his time, he spent buried in planning. A week later, he had completed all 15 MV proposals, neatly arranged in a chart and sent to Sister Niu. September 10th arrived, the closing night of the Venice Film Festival. The red carpet of the awards ceremony was even livelier than the opening. No one knew yet how many awards Xi Lang would claim. Number 426. Applause without a prize. The Venice Film Festival's main competition section only has 8 awards, the fewest among Europe's 3 major festivals. The Golden Lion is the festival's highest prize. The Jury Grand Prix is the second most important and can be regarded as the Silver Lion. There are also awards for Best Director, Best Actress, Best Actor, Best Screenplay, and the Jury Special Prize. The Special Prize sounds similar to the Silver Lion, but in reality, it is more of a consolation prize. Filmmakers from different countries often blur the line, pretending they have won the Silver Lion to raise their prestige. Finally, there is the Marcello Mastroianni Award for Best New Young Actor or Actress. Many domestic audiences have never heard of Marcello Mastroianni's name, including Chu Zhi. In fact, he was a genius actor born more than a century ago. No need to elaborate on how talented he was. There is one thing today's actors cannot surpass. He was regarded as Fellini's on-screen incarnation. Sitting in the fifth row, Chu Zhi waited, clapping like an emotionless robot whenever someone went on stage, someone announced the prize, and someone gave a speech. The ceremony first went through the Horizons section. As the festival's only other competition section, it might not attract much attention from the public, but insiders watch it closely. Horizons, as its name suggests, the first sight at sunrise, has no restrictions on genre. Even documentaries can compete, as long as they are forward-looking. Experimental films and works with strong ethnic colors are especially favored. I think I've seen this one. The Never Disappearing Wangding Village, a documentary by Chinese director Li Tedian. Chu Zhi spotted a familiar name. Li Tedian won Best Documentary in the Horizons section, and Chu Zhi clapped louder for this award. Wangding Village was China's last primitive tribe. Last year, a fire spread across more than 100 households. Luckily, no casualties occurred, and the government helped rebuild, but the original architecture was lost. Disappearance has two meanings. Wangding Village was a 4A level tourist site. With official help, new tourism infrastructure improved villagers' lives. But because of tourists' intrusion and the fire destroying old houses, the original Wangding Village had indeed disappeared. Yet Li Tedian's view was that as long as the Wangding people exist, the village still exists. I felt the meaning of the documentary, but Chu Zhi noticed Li Tedian's melancholy face when delivering his acceptance speech. Why so unhappy after winning? Chu Zhi decided to talk to him during the banquet. After more than 40 minutes of waiting, the ceremony finally entered the main competition. First, Best Screenplay, which went to the closing film ring. Then Best Actress, the title of Venice Film Festival Queen, a recognition with global weight. The audience visibly became more serious. The winner of Best Actress at the 79th Venice International Film Festival is, let us welcome Mr. Myron to announce. The host took a deep breath, introducing the guest. Award presenters are either very senior or very powerful. Myron was the latter, vice president of Paramount. The Best Actress went to Natalie Burkin for her role in Plagiarism. Applause burst out. Natalie Burkin was truly formidable. She won her country's most prestigious award, the Laura Award for Best Actress, at 30. At 35, she was crowned Oscar Best Actress. At 37, she now claimed Venice Best Actress. Her wisdom dazzled everyone. Even with her record, Natalie Burkin's eyes turned red when she held the trophy. The award was recognition of her performance. In her acceptance speech, she especially thanked her husband and daughter. She said, when filming, sometimes it's just half a month, but big productions often last over half a year. I have too little time with my family. I thank my husband. No matter what country I film in, if he has time, he always brings our daughter to visit. And my daughter, my little sweetheart, has never blamed me. Mommy loves you. Such was the life of an actor. If the role is heavy, filming easily takes 2 or 3 months. Chu Zhi thought songwriting was easier. Still busy, but with scraps of free time. The audience clapped again. Natalie Burkin returned to her seat and thanked director Bargoen beside her for the opportunity. Bargoen didn't think thanks were necessary. In his view, actors and works fulfill each other, even if the work carries more weight. Has Mr. Chu agreed? Natalie Burkin whispered, making conversation. She knew the director's new film was seeking the actor for Xi Lang. Not yet, still considering. Chu Zhi is primarily a singer, and his music career is more successful than acting, so he needs to be cautious. Bargoen said this aloud, but in his mind, 4 or 5 days without an answer basically meant no chance. Natalie Burkin was surprised. Why be a singer? That's an even bigger waste of resources. Don't think selling looks is only in Asia. Europe and America do it even more. In her view, Chinese stars could easily gain a foothold in Europe and America just on their looks. With the Best Actress awarded, not only was Natalie Burkin happy, director Wang Ani also looked more relaxed. She had served as jury president at many festivals and knew the unspoken rules. Since plagiarism got Best Actress, the chance of winning Best Director, let alone the Silver or Golden Lion, was slim. Now let's announce the winner of Best Actor at the 79th Venice International Film Festival. Please welcome Ms. Fiorenzo Nicchi. Fiorenzo was a legendary French actress, courted by 2 French prime ministers, but she chose a man 30 years her senior. Her legend, however, came not from gossip, but from her 40 years in the industry, starring in over 100 films and creating countless familiar roles. The winner of Best Actor is The Killing Professor, Berg Undo. Mr. Undo's portrayal of Dr. Heartless reached the pinnacle of performance art. With many silent scenes and no lines, he expressed guilt, madness, and numbness through his eyes and subtle, expressive facial changes. A textbook performance. Fiorenzo read from her card, ending with, "Congratulations, Mr. Undo." Applause thundered. Undo walked on stage. His looks weren't striking, but his acting was superb. He excelled at roles like serial killers and ordinary fathers. As Rongi once said, this was a man studied at Central Academy of Drama, Beijing Film Academy, and Shanghai Theater Academy while still alive. Powerful. Chu Zhi applauded. Rongi had told him Undo even visited prisons multiple times for research. Chu Zhi admired actors who sacrificed for their craft. It's okay, we'll have another chance. It's not that I didn't try, but the competition was too strong. Xiaojiu, you're still young. With your talent, you'll definitely succeed before 30. Director Ge Zongfeng, actor Yu Quan, and Rong Yi whispered comfort. Chu Zhi had already prepared himself for not winning Best Actor. The system brother had told him that the Earth's equivalent film also lost at Cannes, but being comforted still left him slightly bitter. Next came the Newcomer Award and the Jury Special Prize, paving the way for Best Director. Best Director went to Plagiarism's Bargoen, just as Wang Ani predicted. He had mastered the rules of the game. The Jury Grand Prix, the Silver Lion, was awarded to Me Lave, a Spanish film. Literally, my keychain, but in Spanish, it also means a very close friend. Chu Zhi had of course watched it. With Spanish-style suspense, its alternative title could be, My Friend is Too Good to Me. I suspect he wants to be my stepfather. Unsurprisingly, the Golden Lion went to Xi Lang, with Wang Ani once again crowned in Italy. Xi Lang is as powerful as a Homeric epic, with legendary artistry like the lives of great masters. Chu Zhi's portrayal of legendary Beijing drama master Su Shi moved audiences deeply. His turbulent life and pursuit of art were mesmerizing. With Wang Ani's unique editing and cinematography, this masterpiece proves one must go mad for art, or one cannot be an artist. Thank you, Director Wang Ani, for bringing us this film. The presenter read from the card. The host invited Wang Ani to accept the award. Wang Ani gave her speech in Chinese. With her stature today, she could do so. The main competition ended. There were other awards, but less important. The ceremony lasted 3 hours. Without food, Chu Zhi was truly hungry. Europe's 3 major festivals are commercially mature. Even the banquet was sponsored by Dior, officially called the Dior Celebration of the Venice International Film Festival Banquet. It was held at the JW Marriott Resort's Western Restaurant. Except for celebrities who only walked the red carpet, all attendees of the award ceremony received invitations. Staff in dark suits moved among guests. Jaeger LeCoultre, the festival's largest sponsor, gifted every main competition winner a custom Reverso watch. Chu Zhi, without an award, got no watch. To be honest, it does feel ceremonial. Makes me want one too. Chu Zhi muttered, though he didn't think it looked that pretty. Mr. Chu Zhi, sorry to interrupt. American director Joseph approached with a glass of white wine. Dressed in a white tailcoat, he was perhaps the most formally dressed guest. But with his short and stocky build, a white tailcoat did not suit him. Hello, Mr. Joseph, Chu Zhi replied politely. Joseph was the director of The Killing Professor. His film won Best Actor, not a bad harvest. Su Shi will be remembered in film history as a character artist's dream of, one that will never fade. Joseph praised, then got to the point. I have a script perfect for you, Mr. Chu. I hope you will consider it. Directors don't always write their own scripts. Joseph referred to a novel he had eyed 3 years ago, but hadn't found the right actor for, until he saw Xi Lang. Another international director seeking Xiaojiu. Rongi noticed and said, I've attended many festivals but never had such a chance. Yuquan added, the industry has no shortage of pretty faces, but looks like Chu Zhi's are rare. The two chatted idly. The banquet was meant for networking, but in truth, the circle of big directors and famous actors was hard to break into without strong fame. Chu Zhi exchanged emails, deciding to first read the script. They chatted briefly about wine. Joseph, a connoisseur, criticized the pairings. Then they parted. Director Li, hello, I'm Chu Zhi. The never-disappearing Wangding village was unforgettable, the best documentary I've seen. Chu Zhi approached warmly. I really like Brother Jio's Chrysanthemum Terrace. I just sang it last month at karaoke, Li Tedian said. In his 30s, older than Chu Zhi, but far less famous, so he called him brother. They chatted briefly, then moved to a corner to avoid blocking others. I checked your works, Director Li. All documentaries about rural villages in China, Chu Zhi said. You've preserved many beautiful landscapes. Li Tedian replied. I myself came from the mountains of Guizhou province. I have deep feelings for the land and water. But my main goal isn't scenery, it's people. The beauty comes naturally through recording. That's wonderful. Chu Zhi nodded. But I noticed your output has slowed in recent years. By right, one's 30s should be the peak of creativity and energy. Number 427. The heaviest gift. Even if I won this award, I still can't sell it, said Li Tedian. On the international market, no buyers are interested. The Horizon unit had a greater use beyond screenings. It was a marketplace. Distributors picked films to buy, or they invested in promising directors. There were precedents. Back on Earth, director Jia Zhangke was noticed by Yamazaki Shozo, a producer from Kitano Takashi's company. From then on, Jia Zhangke never worried about money when making films. The main issue is that documentaries really aren't profitable, Li Tedian continued. I couldn't secure any domestic investment. This film, The Vanished Village of Wangding, I only finished it after selling my house. Selling his house also proved that he once owned one. To become a director, you really had to come from at least a middle-class family. With such financial struggles and no sales, it was no wonder he couldn't feel happy even after winning an award. Chu Zhi asked thoughtfully, how much does it usually cost to make a documentary? Around 1 or 2 million, Li Tedian replied. They talked for a while longer. Chu Zhi thought Li Tedian's documentary was impressive, but as the saying went, each trade was its own mountain to climb. He didn't say anything about investing. Instead, he considered ways to help introduce work to Li Tedian. Better to teach someone to fish than just give them one. From the award-winning film, Chu Zhi could see Li Tedian's camera work and sense of aesthetics were strong. That meant he could handle advertising projects. Chu Zhi was already thinking of a few clients he could introduce. Of course, if Li Tedian thought that shooting commercials cheapened his artistic standing, then there was nothing more to be done. Meanwhile, Italy was 6 hours behind China. Director Nyo, is there something you'd like me to handle? Asked President Fei of Modern Sky Music Company, answering her call with exaggerated politeness. Modern Sky was a powerhouse. Not only had they signed many rock musicians, they were also renowned for organizing music festivals. The Strawberry Music Festival and the Modern Sky Festival were both their creations. Don't call it instructions, President Fei. You're teasing me, said Niu Jiangxue with a smile. By the way, which stop is the Strawberry Music Festival on this year? Hearing that, President Fei chuckled. Looking for tickets? Just say how many. As long as you ask, I'll get them for you. The 2022 Strawberry Music Festival had begun in early July. There were 6 stops in total: Huaqing, Wanning, Rongqing, Xingqing, Beijing, and Guizhou. The 4th stop is the day after tomorrow, in Xingqing, he added. The day after tomorrow, impossible. It took more than 11 hours just to fly back from Venice to Shanghai. The timing was too tight. And the next stop after that? Niu Jiangxue asked. Beijing at the end of September, about half a month from now, he answered. That meant tickets would already be on pre-sale. She asked about the final stop as well, scheduled in October, though sales hadn't started yet. How about giving the audience a surprise at the music festival? Niu Jiangxue suggested. Our brother Jio will be performing. President Fei blinked. He caught the first half of her sentence without thinking, but the second half stunned him completely. Director Niu, today isn't April Fool's. Don't joke with me like that. If you say it, I might actually believe you, he said. You can believe it, Niu Jiangxue replied evenly. Sometimes a pie is so big it doesn't feed you. It just drops from the sky and knocks you out. For a moment, President Fei was struck dumb. Festival regulars, all new ticket prices were determined by the lineup. The cheapest tickets could be just a few dozen yuan, the priciest 1 or 2,000. Naturally, large-scale festivals wanted the biggest stars possible. The problem was that traffic-driven idols almost never joined music festivals. Not because they lacked performance skill. They scrambled to appear at certain overseas festivals, but because domestic music festivals were another matter. Calming himself, President Fei hesitated before asking, "And the fee?" Singer Lin Xia charged about 2.2 million per set. That was the ceiling price for a performance, and mainly because Lin Xia's works and talent were still well respected by the general public. Rising top stars like Tao Luo and Lin Weiran charged around 2 million per show. For clarification, a show here didn't mean a full concert, but just 1 or 2 songs. Those were only ordinary top stars. Chu Zhi, however, was at the very peak. His level was 6 times higher in terms of recognition. After careful thought, President Fei made an offer. 2.5 million. It wasn't a low price, but it went beyond the ceiling. He was already bracing for Niu Jiangxue to bargain. She had a reputation in the industry as a stubborn Niu. She was never easy to deal with. Yet to his surprise, Niu Jiangxue didn't haggle. She only made one request, that ticket prices not be raised too sharply. President Fei was puzzled. He had negotiated with countless agents before, but never heard such a request. Of course, adding another big-name artist meant ticket costs would always be passed on to fans. This was no exaggeration. For example, back on Earth, at the Green Tangerine Music Festival, regular tickets were 88 yuan and even included a beer. But when Meng Meiqi had a special appearance, tickets jumped to 228 yuan, a difference of 140. "We've known each other a long time, President Fei, so let me speak openly," said Niu Jiangxue. "Here it comes," thought President Fei, bracing for some kind of pitch. "You see, Brother Joe's popularity is very high right now. If he appears at the Strawberry Music Festival, the festival's brand will rise enormously. The first one to take such a bold step will always be remembered. Doesn't that make things much more interesting?" she said. It did sound logical. Hundreds of music festivals happened every year in China, and the reason people were willing to pay high prices came down to one thing: brand. And what built a brand? Big-name stars and buzz. President Fei knew this well. No domestic music festival had ever landed a true top star, let alone the absolute peak. If Strawberry was the first, its brand would shine brighter than any rival. As he considered this, Niu Jiangxue pressed further. A good publicity opportunity should go fully red, not half red and half black. If a steep ticket increase leaves a bad taste, the gains will be wasted, she said. President Fei had originally thought, with Chu Zhi on board, raising the daily ticket price. From 480 to 780 wasn't too much. With tens of thousands attending, that extra 300 yuan per person would easily cover Chu Zhi's fee and more. But her words made sense. For long-term benefits, they couldn't afford to alienate the audience. Of course, he was no fool. A veteran like him wouldn't be swayed by just a few sentences. Teacher Chu's status is such that he's already performed at WOA. Is there really a need to appear at a domestic festival? President Fei asked. Could it be that he's doing this to respond to fans' requests? And the smaller ticket increase is to give his fans a benefit. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Otherwise, why would Chu Zhi agree to join? So, President Fei, do you agree to my condition? If you do, we can sign immediately, Niu Jiangxue said. Director Niu, since you've put it that way, I'll agree, he said. They discussed contract details for another 10 minutes before ending the call. When the line went dead, President Fei muttered, still in disbelief. My God, are there really stars willing to earn less just for their fans? And no one else would even know. Incredible. I've been in this industry for so many years, but today I've really learned something, he said. He had seen news about Chu Zhi's fan festival and trending hashtags, but never took them seriously until now. Given Chu Zhi's status as a Pan-Asian superstar, 2.5 million was far too low. President Fei felt like he had struck gold. No need to say more. He rushed to have the Glacier promotional posters redesigned. In bold letters they would now read, Special guest, Chu Zhi. Charge ahead. For the future of strawberry. Many people had no idea. It wasn't only Chu Zhi's little fruits in China who longed to see him in concert. Fans in Japan and Korea wanted it even more. Number 428. A ticket worth everything. Strawberry Music Festival Gue City. Sweet strawberries, slightly sweet youth. A music carnival exclusively for the young. October 12th to 13th at Gue City Shanshan Outlets and Guangda City Central Shugu Avenue. Guests, Sour Grape Band / Chow Mang / Zhang Yumo / Riding Pigs to Fly / Zhou Yui. Fresh Blood Program. King's Game / Weaving White. Special guest, Chu Zhi. The Fresh Blood Program refers to bands or artists who have only debuted or formed within the past 2 years. They are invited to fill the stage lineup, since music festivals cannot only feature major stars. At the same time, festivals are also one of the rare stepping stones for new musicians to advance. The schedule chart showed each guest's performance time. Chu Zhi was slated for 4 p.m. on the 13th. As soon as the 2 posters were released on Strawberry Music Festival's official Weibo and Modern Sky's Weibo, the news was picked up by countless media outlets. It spread like a sudden storm after heavy clouds, and the heat rose in a frenzy. Netizen comments. My adorable orange. Cha. Whole family. You rich dog. Jawai is really going to the music festival? Could it be someone with the same name? No way. Surely Strawberry wouldn't dare touch porcelain with something like this. Domineering Longbird. Quick, quick, open ticket sales at Strawberry Music Festival. Cat picking vegetables. Yesterday was my birthday, and I wished to see Xiaojiu live. And today my wish is coming true? That's too magical. Huamu. I must be dreaming because I woke up too early. Let me sleep again and check later. The news spread like a whirlwind, shared and commented on by fans everywhere. The hashtag Chu Zhi appears at Strawberry hashtag shot straight to trending. About half an hour after Modern Sky's post, Chu Zhi's own account also confirmed the announcement, settling any doubts. Lin Xia, who had Chu Zhi's Weibo set as a priority account, received the notification immediately. At that time, Lin Xia was busy on set. Thanks to Chu Zhi's success in film and television, Lin Xia had also begun transitioning into acting, leveraging his popularity to land 3 roles. Music festival? Doesn't participating lower one's artistic status? Why take this step? Lin Xia muttered to himself. If it were an international music festival, maybe. But a domestic one? Absolutely not. This move, I really don't understand. He wondered if he should follow suit. As one of the rare Pan-Asian megastars in China's entertainment industry, Chu Zhi's every move caused ripples throughout the scene. Just as when he once made every agency push their trainees to pass the national English level for exam. Whenever a trainee slacked off, managers would whip out screenshots carefully compiled. How can you not love a man who knows multiple languages? Please, Brother Gio, release a language tutorial. Who even self-studies Japanese, Korean, and Russian all at once. Then they would bait them with promises. Look at Chu Zhi. 4 language stars are trending now. Learn 1 more language, and you can even write your own songs later. With no choice, trainees pressed on in tears. So while fans of Little Fruits only thought about scrambling for tickets, the industry was busy analyzing Chu Zhi's intentions. Entertainment insiders thrived on path dependence and exaggeration. But looking back at Chu Zhi's comeback journey, aside from his clashes with Fortune 500 companies, he had never made a losing move. And the language push, though it sounded ridiculous, had indeed produced results, attracting a segment of fans. That very night, Modern Sky issued another post. The comments section asking, when do tickets go on sale, had surpassed 100,000, forcing them to respond quickly. Thank you for loving the Strawberry Music Festival. Because of music, we share the same sky. We cheer for the same songs. After a long string of flowery nonsense, they finally revealed the ticket sales date, September 20th, 20 days in advance. They also emphasized that each ID card could only purchase 1 ticket, a measure arranged by manager Fei to combat scalpers. Fans from Japan and South Korea, who followed Chu Zhi's every move through Weibo International, immediately picked up the news. For example, Kim Mina, a graduate of Korea University's College of Liberal Arts majoring in Chinese language and literature. Her Chinese proficiency was excellent. She had become a fan after watching Chu Zhi play Professor Beck. Soon, she began reposting both Chu Zhi's Weibo updates and Orange Home News to her Twitter, gathering more than 300,000 followers. Professor Beck is going to a music festival? Kim Mina was thrilled. She double-checked the information. The guest list really has Professor Beck. How do I buy tickets? Tracing the sources, she reached Modern Sky's official account. But soon, she realized a problem. She did not have a Chinese ID card. She contacted customer service, asking how foreigners could purchase tickets. The music festival staff were caught off guard. In previous years, ticketing had not required ID verification, which was exactly why scalpers flourished. South Korea had resident registration cards, but the ticketing system could not authenticate foreign IDs. If they only checked IP addresses without ID, scalpers could easily bypass it with VPNs. Madam, we apologize for the inconvenience. Ticketing is handled by Median and Ferris wheel agencies, so we do not have authority to change the system. But considering your situation, we suggest asking a friend in China to purchase a ticket for you. At the venue, you only need to present identification. This was the standard routine. Shift responsibility first, then offer a workaround. But what if she had no friends in China? Kim Mina was unsatisfied and argued with them in fluent Chinese. At that moment, she felt she was not fighting alone. Thousands of other Professor Beck fans were standing beside her. But reality did not bend to South Korean fans' protests. The staff apologized repeatedly, promising to fix it next time. But their courteous tone left her with no outlet for her anger. Next time? Can you guarantee the professor will even be invited next time? What is the point of flying to a music festival without him? She muttered. Resigned, Kim Mina racked her brain for possible contacts. After a few minutes, she remembered a Chinese classmate from her university days. She dialed his number. After a few pleasantries, she went straight to the point. But his answer was unexpected. Well, actually, I'm only Chinese by descent. I have South Korean nationality, so? Before he could finish, Kim Mina blurted out, why? He was stunned. Sorry. She quickly realized her question was inappropriate. But that meant she still needed another solution. I can ask a friend to help you purchase one, he offered. He still remembered Kim Mina as a stunning beauty, and the favor was easy enough. Relieved, Kim Mina thanked him. She did not notice his attempt to get closer, her mind entirely consumed by the thought of seeing Professor Beck. The tickets are a bit expensive, but being able to see Professor Beck makes it worth it. I've already found a Chinese friend to help me buy one. Half an hour later, Kim Mina posted 2 updates on Twitter, one sharing Chu Zhi's performance time, and one announcing she had secured help buying a ticket. Her followers, mostly die-hard South Korean fans, exploded with excitement. Where do I even find Chinese friends to help me? Why can't we buy tickets directly? I really want to go, but I have no time. Are there any Chinese exchange students willing to buy on my behalf? I'll pay extra. The frenzy only grew louder. Number 429. Fans in frenzy. Many Chinese students studying in South Korea suddenly realized something. A lot of their classmates were asking them to buy tickets for the Strawberry Music Festival. And not just a few, an overwhelming number. Chu Zhi's popularity in South Korea had grown to shocking levels. Though he wasn't yet at the point where his fanbase outnumbered the entire idol scene, the coverage was still astonishing. Ever since he starred in My Love from the Stars, it felt like 7 out of every 10 female college students in South Korea had become his devoted fans. I never thought I'd be making money because of a celebrity, one student said. Baffled, another thought aloud. If Chu Zhi holds more concerts, I'll be rich. The students weren't exaggerating. South Koreans willing to buy plane tickets just to see a concert usually had solid financial means. A round-trip flight from South Korea to China cost several thousand yuan. At first, fans only offered a small thank you fee of 40,000 won for students to help them purchase tickets. But soon, major fan leaders began driving the price higher. Remember the Li Huijin album incident? Do you really think you have a 100% chance of grabbing a ticket with Chinese fans around? Student fans are naive. The tension between student fans who cared mostly about looks and apostles who valued singing ability had been ongoing, but even student fans had to admit the big apostle fan was right. Among them was Kim Mina, who had reposted the conversation. That's right, the Li Huijin album incident. The memory hit Kim Mina hard. Half a year ago, When Li Huijin released her new album, countless Chinese fans had swept in and bought out the Korean editions. Student fans couldn't compete at all. Li Huijin herself hadn't even managed to secure a copy, fainted from the stress, and the story made national news. No, she couldn't just sit around this time. Chu Zhi's festival was coming, and Kim Mina was determined to go. She immediately began making calls. It wasn't just her. The entire South Korean fan community was on edge. Last time, Chinese fans had managed to snatch 100,000 albums in less than 30 seconds. This time, with only 10,000 music festival tickets, the odds looked even worse. The market quickly turned frenzied. From the initial 40,000 won thank you fee, the price skyrocketed to 100,000 won, about 500 yuan. As the saying went, only Chinese fans could beat other Chinese fans when it came to speed. For South Koreans, ticket prices were steep. Even the hottest boy groups rarely charged more than 100 won for a show. But for Japanese fans, the price was just right. Tickets for their top 3 music festivals were usually in the 500 to 600 range as well. Entertainment news spread quickly across Japan and South Korea, so it didn't take long for Japanese fans to prepare. Everyone knew there were far more Chinese exchange students in Japan than in South Korea. Li Zongxing browsed through posts on Mixi requesting proxy purchasing services, along with the overseas student WeChat groups he'd joined. Even though he wasn't a university student himself, just a trainee in Japan. You became a star, right? What do I do? What do I do? I really want to see Jawai perform, but on Mixi the thank you fee is already over 10,000 yen. Honestly, I don't think it's worth stressing. You might not get a ticket even if you try. I agree. I'm not a little fruits myself, but my mom and sister are. They're already asking friends with quick hands to help them grab tickets. Don't get your hopes too high. At best, the odds are just slightly better than buying train tickets during the Chinese New Year rush. Li Zongxing chuckled. President is amazing. He can even make our people earn money. In the 80s and 90s, when Hong Kong was called the Eastern Hollywood, even the biggest superstars weren't this insane, he thought. For now, his own goal was modest. Debut after his trainee years, release a couple albums, and make a name for himself. At Stardust Entertainment, he still had hopes for the future. South Korea was infamous for senior idols bullying juniors, but Japan was no better. Both countries could compete for who was crueler. YYDS, President YYDS. Li Zongxing said as he took on a Mixi request. 10,000 yen in thank you money was too tempting. Maybe he could make some cash if he managed to grab a ticket. He called Chu Zhi president because he was part of the 9th Overseas Mutual Aid Society. Before joining, he had endured harsh treatment at Stardust. Unlike South Korea's physical beatings, Japan's bullying came in the form of endless late-night calls, 11 p.m., 2 a.m., asking him to run errands. Already exhausted from training, he could barely sleep. His mental state deteriorated to the point of collapse until the mutual aid group gave him support. While Japanese and Korean fans burned money for tickets, things in China continued as usual. Fei, what do you expect from your new drama? His agent brother Xian asked. Beside him, assistant manager Sister Cui added, hopefully it becomes as popular as my love from the stars. Getting a small hit depends on skill. A huge hit depends on luck. Stars was like your ancestors' grave producing smoke while lightning struck it 10 times in a row. It's pure superstition. Let's set a more realistic goal. Half the popularity of Stars would already be a success, Brother Xian said. Lin Feifei's team had a strange obsession. No matter the discussion, they always compared everything to Chu Zhi. It was as if they couldn't function without measuring against him. Meanwhile, Chu Zhi was preparing for new projects, festival appearances, MV filming, and more. Unlike most idols, his MVs weren't just promotional fluff. They became raw material for fan editors who paired him with every possible ship, from anime characters to sharks. His mother fan Wang Yuan marveled. Little Gio reads so much. Even obscure classics like the records of Luoyang's temples. And he actually turned it into a song. Old Qian added, not obscure at all. That book preserves Northern Way architecture and folk songs. Especially precious for Japan and Korea. Wang Yuan eyed him suspiciously. You Googled that, didn't you? Old Qian coughed. Maybe. Their pride was real, though. China's cultural heritage was so vast. Much of what locals took for granted was treasured abroad. if not for Chu Zhi's song Cold Fireworks. Old Qian would never have known the records of Luoyang's temples had already been translated multiple times in Japan and South Korea. The song's story wasn't in the book itself, but the atmosphere and imagery were drawn from that ancient era. Chu Zhi had discovered it after carefully reading the text. Filming continued. Wang Yuan often worked overtime, so she could free evenings to watch the shoots. Director Wang was tough, but she brought out the best in actors. Even veteran Liao Dachong admitted, "That movie you did with director Wang really improved your acting. I can see the progress." Chu Zhi replied humbly, "I still need your guidance, brother Liao." From East Wind Breaks, where he played a poet of the Republic era, to Blue and White Porcelain and Dusty Tavern, where he portrayed martial arts masters, to Moonlight, where he became a war general, his transformations were striking. Shooting Blue and White Porcelain even required wire work, flying through the air. Since it was his first time, he wasted quite a bit of time adjusting. Number 430. Shi Lang hits theaters. Boss Su, I have a rather blunt question. I hope you can answer it. The Fortune Southeast Asia correspondent spoke first. I'll translate what you really mean, Su Shangbai said flatly. Your next question will embarrass me. You don't want me to take offense, but even if I do, I'm supposed to endure it. If you really want me to endure it, then stop asking. The Fortune reporter was at a loss. He hadn't expected that even with his company on the brink of bankruptcy, this young man could still be so sharp-tongued. Boss Su, does this mean White Cane Company plans to completely withdraw from the Thai and Vietnamese markets? The East Asia brokerage reporter asked directly. No, this interview is over. Su Shangbai stood up. Thank you all for attending the company's press conference. And with that, Su Shangbai walked straight out. The financial reporters, still brimming with questions, held up their microphones as if raising blades to stab at their target. Su Shangbai was one of the biggest names in finance. He might not have controlled the largest amounts of capital, but the sugar industry's influence on the global food system was massive. Collapsing Thailand's sugar industry had made Su Shangbai the most hated Chinese man in Thai netizens' eyes. But recently, he had been betrayed by the Sugar King of Singapore. And the betrayal was for a reason that hardly seemed businesslike. In an interview, the Singapore Sugar King bluntly said, Chinese businessmen are too shrewd. I prefer working with Indonesian partners. That one betrayal had left Su Shangbai's company in dire straits. Yet judging from his demeanor at the press conference, he still had cards to play. Finance was volatile, but compared to that, the entertainment industry seemed relatively peaceful. At least there hadn't been any scandals like Zhou Guo's downfall. September 20th arrived. Tickets for the Strawberry Music Festival's Gue City stop opened for pre-sale on Maoyan and Demai ticketing platforms. Sales opened at 9 o'clock. By 9:01, they were sold out. It was like a blink, gone. The little fruits were stunned. What the hell is this? Tickets? Where are my tickets? How could they all be gone in a minute? Not even a minute. I just went to the bathroom, and in those few seconds they were gone. At most 10 seconds. Could it be the app rounds time by the minute? Are you kidding me right now? 10,000 tickets was far too few. On top of that, Japanese and Korean fans had purchased around 2,000 through agents, leaving fewer than 8,000. For all the little fruits who wanted to see their idol live, it was like trying to quench thirst with a drop of water. Normally, fans treated each other like siblings, hugging and leaving sweet comments in the fan groups. But when it came to ticket snatching, all bonds were cast aside. Ruthless. Both Weibo and Orange Home were flooded with complaints. The hashtag music festival tickets gone in seconds shot up to trending. The backend shows 10,000 tickets sold out in less than 10 seconds. That's what you call top-tier traffic. If he ever holds a solo concert, how would anyone even get in? Said Modern Sky's director Fei, leaning back in his chair. The Strawberry Music Festival was already one of China's 4 major music festivals. Its brand was strong, and the lineup solid, so tickets had never been an issue. But this kind of frenzy was unprecedented. If only we could book him for more shows. Director Fei sighed, but he knew it wasn't realistic. He wasn't the only one sighing. Korean and Japanese fans had tried hard, but even with their bulk buying efforts, they had only managed around 2,000 tickets. That wasn't even too many monks, too little porridge. It was no porridge at all. Take devoted Japanese fan Ojima Matsushika. He asked 4 friends to help him snag tickets, yet none succeeded. How is this possible? I'm supposed to be unbeatable at ticket sniping. Ojima Matsushika stared in disbelief at the screenshots his friends sent him. So he resorted to the last method, money. He flexed his financial muscle and finally secured one ticket for 80,000 yen. Ha! I can finally see Chu Zhi live. Ojima Matsushika jumped with joy, rushing to tell his mother. His mother was happy for him, but also worried. Though she believed her son wasn't so different from other kids, his intellectual disability meant remembering things was difficult. She decided to hire someone to accompany him. Ojima's experience was proof. Wealthy Japanese and Korean fans were now relying on money instead of speed. Meanwhile, one Little Fruits member, Ling Zenon, was over the moon. I did it. Huhan-san, got the ticket. 17 years of singlehood. Train my reflexes. Who can match me? Ling Zenon cheered. Mom, did you manage to get one too? He asked his mother. Ling's mother said nothing, but her silence spoke volumes. Ever since she had gone with him to a fan festival, then later heard Chu Zhi sing, often go home and visit, during New Year, she had also become a fan. 500 yuan for a ticket wasn't expensive. She had hoped to go with her son, but reality was cruel. That night, Ling Zenon was so happy he ate 2 extra bowls of rice at dinner. Then he saw a post on Weibo. Are overseas fans this crazy? 3,000 yuan for a strawberry music festival ticket in Gue City. My God, too bad I didn't buy. Could have flipped it for more than 2,000 profit. Image. The pictures were screenshots from Mixi, CAF, and Twitter showing desperate buy requests. So much money to be made. Damn, why didn't I buy more? Ling Zenon almost blurted out. But then he remembered. He already had a ticket. Now he was torn. That was 2,500 yuan profit. And after all, Jui's performances wouldn't stop at just this one chance. But still, he really wanted to go. A dilemma. As ticket resale prices climbed, Chu Zhi's new music video production was also progressing. 15 videos, with a total budget over 5 million yuan. They weren't being rushed. These weren't the sort of things one could finish in a couple of weeks. Then came National Day. Chu Zhi arrived in Beijing. He stood atop a float in the Tiananmen Square parade. 30 floats in total, the atmosphere electrifying. On the vehicle, Chu Zhi waved with both hands, looking around eagerly. It was a rare moment of unguarded excitement from him. For the Emperor Beast, National Day wasn't just about the parade. Another important event awaited. His film Xi Lang premiered in cinemas, with simultaneous release across Asia and Europe. National Day Golden Week is crowded to death. The best plan is staying home, watching Jui's new movie. That's the life of a god. Comfortable, said Little Fruits member Mengyu. She had slept until 5 in the afternoon, after staying up arguing with netizens until 6 in the morning. Mengyu's main job was as a film critic on Bilibili. She was also a level 10 Little Fruits on Orange Home. After grabbing a bite to eat, she headed to the cinema with her boyfriend, Xiaohu. Let's go. Mengyu picked up her ticket. Hey, when you do your review later, you have to be fair. Don't let your Chu Zhi fangirl filter make you biased, Xiaohu warned. Otherwise, one fan review can turn into 10 haters. Relax. Am I the type to lose my reason? Mengyu said. As a film reviewer, I judge fairly and objectively. Xiaohu thought back to her expression the last time she saw Chu Zhi and could only chuckle helplessly. Besides, how can you look down on Jui? Mengyu said. This film is a collaboration with director Wang. It almost won Best Actor at Venice. How could it possibly be bad? I just mean, let's be realistic, Xiaohu replied. Xiaohu wasn't into idol fandoms, but he respected his girlfriend's passion. As they talked, it was time to have their tickets checked and enter the theater. Number 431. A radiant box office. When filming Xi Lang, 2 different child actors played the role of Shi Yilong at different ages, both selected by director Wang Ani for their resemblance to Chu Zhi. Both boys performed remarkably well. The young actor Yuan Lian, who portrayed the teenage Shi Yilong, especially stood out. When Chu Zhi saw Yuan Lian on set, he felt an odd sense of familiarity and even half-jokingly recognized the boy as his little brother. Although Chu Zhi was not yet 25, the whole crew sighed with envy at Yuan Lian's luck. With such a famous, older brother, if Yuan Lian ever wanted to step into the entertainment industry, wouldn't the road be wide open for him? Back in the theater, Xiao Hu and his girlfriend Meng Yu sat in the golden seats of the fifth row. Normally, Wang Ani's films only displayed the tag, a Wang Ani film. But this time the credits also bore, starring Chu Zhi. That alone showed the producer's view of Chu Zhi's importance. The film opened with the cutting away of 6 fingers in childhood, a scene that unleashed the flood of tragedy like waters breaking through a dam. As a child, Shuri Long was abandoned by his prostitute mother and left in an opera troupe. As a youth, just when his skills had begun to take shape, he was violated by a eunuch. As a man in his prime, just as he tasted success, his country was struck by upheaval. In old age, he ended his life by suicide in a sports arena. Xi Lang was more than a story. It was the shadow of an entire era. Even if one could not grasp the artistic subtlety, one could not miss its profound sorrow. Meng Yu had braced herself for tragedy, but she hadn't expected this. It wasn't like a gleaming blade swinging down. It was like a fine needle pricking at the heart, barely painful at first, but the moment you drew breath, the ache spread sharp and deep. Nearly 3 hours later, the couple exited the cinema. Meng Yu sobbed softly. She had carefully applied her makeup before the movie, so she tried not to cry aloud, afraid of smudging her eyeliner. Don't cry, don't cry. Tonight, supper's on me. Xiao Hu quickly coaxed. In the past, no matter how upset she was, supper usually restored her mood. But this time it didn't work. Meng Yu remained devastated, mourning Shi Yilong's fate. Then her thoughts turned to Chu Zhi, her idol, and she imagined his life might be just as tragic. In her heart, the roles of Shi Yilong and Chu Zhi overlapped, and the more she thought about it, the more her sorrow deepened. Why was it Yu Ji who committed suicide in the end? Wasn't it supposed to be the overlord at the Wu River? She asked. Through her tears, I want to ask the screenwriter what state of mind they were in when they wrote this script. Real Yu Ji, false overlord, Xiao Hu analyzed. In history, Yu Ji followed the overlord into death. When the shadow of a once mighty hero like Ma Dalong faded away, Yu Ji's fate was already sealed. Shuri Long is the true Yu Ji, so this ending may have been the best for him. Xiao Hu himself had been weighed down by the movie's despair, but seeing his girlfriend's grief forced him out of it, shifting his focus to comforting her. It was like watching a horror film. Even if the man was afraid, the woman's greater fear somehow eased his own. True or false, it doesn't matter. Shuri Long's life was unbearable, and that ungrateful wolf he raised. Ugh, I'm so mad. Meng Yu sniffled. The ending was nothing but a stab to the heart. How can you call it forced? In Beijing opera, Shi Yilong gave his life to his art. He deserved to die. Xiao Hu retorted. The moment those words left his mouth, Meng Yu's sorrow was instantly replaced by fury. What do you mean he deserved it? And so, the couple launched into a heated quarrel. Meng Yu's reaction was not unusual. Many of Chu Zhi's fans, the little fruits, entered the cinema cheerful and bouncing with anticipation, only to leave in tears. What does no gain without sacrifice mean? The audience sacrificed their joy and, in return, received heartbreak. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. On the movie platforms, reviews poured in. Shen Duo, Level 3. 10 out of 10. A single smile spans the ages. A single tear carries endless sorrow. Xiao Jiu was so beautiful, so heartbreaking. Unimportant key witness, Level 2. October 10th. The movie ambushed me. I wasn't prepared at all. I came here happily to swoon over faces. But the story crushed me. Feng Ing Yin Yu, Level 6. 10 out of 10. Even though I'm a little fruit, I'll be fair. Damn it, this film is too incredible. Not just the best of the year, maybe one of the best of the past decade. Jifu Island, Level 1. 10 tenths. Shi Yilong was unmatched. Jiwai acted too well. I've watched Jiwai SMVs countless times, but this movie, I don't dare watch it a second time. Even though countless little fruits half-jokingly threatened to mail knives to the screenwriter, they still gave the film full marks, tears and all. Fans always had their filter. But when non-fans, ordinary viewers, also gave tens, it proved the movie's quality was truly strong. On platforms like Maoyan and Teopio, the scores reached 9.9. High praise was spreading quickly. Many viewers, unwilling to suffer alone, recommended the film to their friends, dragging them down into the same heartbreak. Every world has these types of people. On Earth, novels like Yang Jian, Life is Sorrow like the Flowing River, and films like To Live were called healing works, yet they left audiences devastated. In short, the film's word of mouth was excellent, and its influence was still growing. Wang Ani's films always made money and won awards. Not blockbuster-level profits, but solid returns. Her highest-grossing work was a Hollywood blockbuster she was invited to co-direct, which grossed $370 million worldwide. Yet she clashed fiercely with producers during filming and eventually lost final editing rights. That bitter experience made her swear never to work with Hollywood again. Her average films in China earned around 600 million renminbi. But Xi Lang was different. One could sum it up in one line: never underestimate the buying power of face fans. Chu Zhi's beauty had too many admirers. And with posters and trailers teasing glimpses of him in opera makeup, twisting his waist with elegance, fans had waited with burning anticipation. There were no midnight previews. The film debuted directly across Asia, with Europe claiming a simultaneous release, but actually one day later. Tickets in China, Japan, and Korea sold out instantly. Technically, only the first 2 rows and the very last row still had seats left. In China, Wang Ani's films commanded 27% of screenings. In Japan and Korea, over 20%. The box office was dazzling. The theme song, When Love Becomes History, unsurprisingly shot straight to #1 across all major music platforms. Chu Zhi is my god of wealth. Producer Wang's eyes gleamed an unnatural shade of green. Question for the exam: what does the green glow in producer Wang's eyes symbolize? By October 3rd, the 3-day worldwide box office tally was released. The delay was due to Europe's time difference. The CEO of Photon Pictures examined the report carefully and sighed. Why is Chu Zhi a singer? As an actor, he'd reach global superstardom more easily. But since Chu Zhi wasn't one of their artists, he could only regret. Still, if Chu Zhi had been signed under him, the sheer speed of making money would have made him laugh himself awake in dreams. Shaking off his envy, the CEO immediately pushed promotions to the maximum. After all, good results must be trumpeted. Otherwise, it's like wearing a brocade robe at night. Photon Pictures' official Weibo frowny face congratulations to Xi Lang for surpassing 350 million renminbi worldwide on its first day. At director Wang Ani _ at Eat a Big Orange, Chu Zhi, at Rongyi Not Easy, at Guzongfing at Yuquan. China's first-day box office, 240 million. Other parts of Asia, 47.21 million. Europe, 64.79 million. From all reposts, 30 lucky fans will win a poster and a movie ticket. Only 30 winners? How stingy. Besides, few people know this. If you buy a ticket at the cinema, you can ask the counter for a poster for free. If you're bold enough, you can even request the massive theater display posters after the run ends. The film was especially loved in Italy and France, but in North America, results were poor. The first day brought in only $560,000. Whether it was weak promotion or simply that American audiences weren't interested, the performance was disappointing. So Photon didn't bother adding those numbers. 350 million renminbi worldwide was already a glorious headline. Of course, compared to Min Zhangbi's Lunar New Year comedy, which earned 780 million renminbi in a single day, it wasn't top tier. But Xi Lang had won the Venice Golden Lion. People expected an art film. For an art film to break 300 million on opening day was extraordinary, rare in global film history, let alone in Wang Ani's career. Capitalists, critics, and industry professionals were left green with envy, scribbling calculations in their minds. And the star of it all, Chu Zhi, quietly went back to filming his MV. Golden Week meant holidays for the country, but in entertainment, it meant the busiest season. Even though Chu Zhi wanted to give his company a break, peak season only meant more overtime and higher pay. Brother Chu, for the afternoon festival finale, are you singing one song or two? Asked Niu Jiangxue. Two. Chu Zhi decided after a moment of thought. Why hesitate? Mainly because he hadn't yet decided what song his Emperor Beast self should sing. Thankfully, as the finale act, he had flexibility. If CEO Fei of Modern Sky had his way, Chu Zhi would perform all afternoon. Did you contact Teacher Ho? Chu Zhi asked. Of course. Teacher Ho didn't even hesitate. Your songwriting is well recognized, Niu Jiangxue replied. That eased Chu Zhi's heart. One more weight off his shoulders. The system helped him search for police-themed songs, and he settled on young aspirations, no fear of sorrow. But after some thought, he realized that style didn't fit his voice. Often Go Home and Visit also clashed in tone. That song represented his final farewell to lingering ties from a past life. He would let it fade with time. Chu Zhi considered rearranging the melody, but that would strip the song of its grandeur and heroic spirit. In the end, he chose not to change it. After all, not every song he wrote had to be sung by him. Instead, he passed it to the perfect singer, Ho Yu Bin, the walking idiom dictionary. The line, "a golden shield forged with hot blood," fit the image of the People's Police too perfect. Number 432. Chu Zhi is not just a pretty face. He took out his little notebook, crossed off another item, and found only one left. After a moment of thought, Chu Zhi added another entry. Song for World Anti-Drug Day. It counted as a public service project, so there would be no income from it. All right, done. 5 minutes of rest, more than enough to run up several flights of stairs. Chu Zhi stood up and called out, "Brother Liao, Director Li, let's keep going." Wait. Brother Chu Zhi. Director Li Teddy groaned. "I'm not young anymore. I can't keep up. We just rested a few minutes. Give me some more time." Okay. That's on me. Director Li, just let me know when you're ready. Chu Zhi only ever pushed himself, never others. Li Teddy wiped his sweat. From 2 in the afternoon until past 7 in the evening, they hadn't taken a real break. Who could withstand that? Well, apparently, Teacher Chu could. No wonder he had achieved so much at such a young age. Even robots needed to recharge, yet Chu Zhi just kept going. Who on earth could keep up with that? Looking at the 5 music video shoots still on the schedule, Chu Zhi felt his head ache. He might call himself the Emperor Beast, always painting big dreams, but that didn't mean he had no preferences. He didn't like acting, and he liked filming MVs even less. Music videos, my lifelong nemesis. When this album goes online, I'll cut down the MV count as much as I can. Chu Zhi took a deep breath. From the side, Niu Jiangxue suddenly asked, "Then how many music videos are you shooting for the English album?" Chu Zhi fell silent. "Our English album can have fewer music videos," Niu Jiangxue continued. "And I have good news for you." Chu Zhi always liked hearing good news. Nothing else mattered. He was simply too old in spirit to bear the stress of bad ones. Bubbles Under the Sky flopped, Niu Jiangxue said gleefully. Netflix pushed it across all of Asia, but after only 2 episodes it was torn apart with criticism. People say it's unwatchable. Netflix wanted to replicate the success of My Love from the Stars with the same crew. What a delusion. Her dislike for the show was sky high, mostly because of Netflix's promotional tactics. The ads had trumpeted things like, "From the original creators of My Love from the Stars. More sci-fi, more tragic romance, a love as fleeting as bubbles." That alone had driven Niu Jiangxue to rally a few friends to spam 1-star reviews on Netflix's app. Old Niu was famously vengeful. To confirm things herself, she even watched the show. Zhou Quan played the male lead, a genetically engineered soldier created in secret experiments. That meant the character was omnipotent, emotionless, a cold-blooded killer. But through a series of contrived misunderstandings, he fell for the heroine. After just 2 episodes, Niu Jiangxue was overwhelmed by how absurd it was. It was probably a case of Chu Zhi after effects. Lu Taisher and the others thought that the more powerful the male lead looked, the more audiences would love him. Instead, the plot was full of holes. "I think I've seen this show online before, but why is that good news?" Chu Zhi was puzzled. He hadn't paid any attention to it. Niu Jiangxue explained the whole story with the tone of a gleeful little rabbit, practically bouncing with joy. Those so-called bubbles had a bit of black-red notoriety before, but now even that's been swallowed by our film's popularity. In the entertainment world, attention was everything. At this moment, self-media accounts and short video bloggers weren't mocking Bubbles Under the Sky anymore. They had all turned to analyzing Chu Zhi. Countless film critics took to their columns one after another. Today's headlines. They always succeed, because serious people always succeed. Director Wang Ani has won with every film she's made, Golden Rooster and 100 Flowers Awards, Shanghai International Film Festival's Golden Goblet, Tokyo's Golden Kirin. even can Palme d'Or. Chu Zhi has never missed either. From his first album to his debut film, even stepping onto the global stage, he's achieved massive success. Why? The answer lies in the behind-the-scenes footage. Director Wang had actors practice peaking opera posture 6 months in advance. Costumes were checked down to each button. Chu Zhi, though not a professional actor, lost 15 pounds in a week just to better embody his role. I asked a nutritionist, that kind of weight loss is extremely damaging to the body. We see their success, but rarely the effort behind it. It was a very typical today's headlines review. Not much depth, but catchy enough to pull in traffic. Especially since they included before and after photos of Chu Zhi's dramatic weight loss. Little fruits were heartbroken. Some even noticed half-second clips from the behind-the-scenes footage. In one, the assistant director told the set team to repaint props, while Chu Zhi was captured rubbing ointment on his bruises. The movements from peaking opera practice had left him battered. The still image showed his slightly hunched back, ribs sticking out like ridges in barren earth. There wasn't even a couple ounces of flesh on him. Comments flooded in. Woo woo woo, Jiwai is serious about everything. These pretty boys really need to learn. Stop relying on stunt doubles. That's too extreme, dieting like that. I eat only an apple a day, and I don't lose this much. My impression of Chu Zhi has changed. So much effort, and not a single PR campaign announcing it. Even for regular actors, having one work worthy of recognition was rare. Yet Chu Zhi, who was only dabbling in acting, now had a representative piece that could last a lifetime. Plenty of stars were envious. And some regretted. That included Sophia, Netflix's general manager for Asia. The failure of Bubbles Under the Sky stood in sharp contrast to the success of Xi Lang. She suddenly realized something. Some stars' personal charm simply could not be replaced. South Koreans really love to exaggerate. Saying Jo Kwon's popularity was second only to Chu Zhi? Not even close. Some people failed, and even after realizing it was due to their own strategy, still tried to push the blame elsewhere. Naturally, Sophia began resenting the South Koreans. Critics who had rushed to mock earlier also regretted it. Before the film won the Golden Lion, many of them sneered. Did director Wang give in to traffic stars? Chu Zhi can't act, he's just a decent vase. I'm disappointed in Wang Ani. The harshest was a reviewer called Old Xie Who Doesn't Watch Movies, who released a 40-minute video tearing it apart. Now those people had gone quiet, some even swallowing their words and switching to praise. Among academic circles in the film industry, feedback was glowing. Take Jing Hua, for example. She had founded China's very first program in film theory during the 1980s, later became an associate professor at the Beijing Film Academy in the 1990s. She was no ordinary critic. Jing Hua wrote a review on Dubon. Historically, I preferred Xiang Yu the Overlord, because even without Consort Yu, he was still the Overlord. But in this film, I love Consort Yu more. Without Xiang Yu, she became an even stronger character. In Su Shi, I saw a different brilliance. Chu Zhi's acting faltered when performing against veteran Yu Quan, but his personal charisma filled out the role's complexity. Su Shi embodies the film's hidden theme, life as a dream. One cannot live without obsession. Any lesser actor would have made Su Shi unconvincing, but Chu Zhi gave me a surprise. As Cinema Weekly in Italy put it, we all believe that Chu himself is an artist. Only an artist could so truthfully portray another artist on screen. It was like Jackie Chung back on Earth. People first called him the god of song, but even in acting, his skill was acknowledged. Even though Chu Zhi had already had 2 smash hits before, many still thought of him as a vase. Not anymore. And while his role as Su Shi hadn't won Best Actor at Venice, domestic awards were sure to fall his way. Chu Zhi riding on a parade float was big news by itself. Combine it with the buzz around Xi Lang, and the results were explosive. During National Day, trending searches ranked first for patriotic propaganda pinned by Weibo and Douyin. Second place? Chu Zhi. The first week domestic box office was 770 million yuan. Though the curve of decline looked ugly, breaking 1 billion was guaranteed. Counting overseas sales, the total had already surpassed 1 billion yuan. Guangxi Company hosted a celebratory banquet, and Chu Zhi made time to attend. On the day it crossed 1 billion. Even the stubborn, old Xie who doesn't watch movies admitted defeat. I underestimated Chu Zhi. As an actor, He's not as strong as a singer, but his talent is undeniable. Heaven itself seems to chase him with gifts. Chu Zhi and Chu Zhi are deeply connected. Both are alienated from the world around them. Chu Zhi is lost in his own world, obsessed with the value he finds in opera, blind to outside changes or even his own position. He was a pure idealist. Chu Zhi's distance comes from depression and trauma. He protects his world too carefully, making it hard to integrate himself. Director Wang Ani made Chu Zhi, but Chu Zhi also made Chu Zhi. I apologize again. Chu Zhi is a dedicated actor. Even in the staff credits, veterans like Yu Quan and Ge Zongfeng had their lines dubbed, but Chu Zhi used only his own voice. His perseverance is beyond my imagination. It sounded convincing, and Little Fruits believed every word. They even dug out evidence of their idol's alienation from the world. His blank stares at award shows, his rare genuine laughter in private. Discussion about Chu Zhi itself boosted the film's box office, slowing its decline. Investors at Guangxi were already thinking about future projects, giving the main creative team red envelopes. Chu Zhi's share alone was $2 million. Calling October Chu Zhi Month would not be an exaggeration. On the 12th, the Strawberry Music Festival would kick off in Gue City. Number 433. Stumbling into a fan carnival. Chu Zhi's participation in the music festival created what could only be described as a win-win-win. For Modern Sky, it meant publicity worth tens of millions in renminbi. For Gue City, the benefits were even more unexpected. According to the joint report released by the Ministry of Culture and Tourism and the Department of Transportation, Gue City did not even make it into the top 20 of the official top 50 cities most loved by foreign tourists. The city's usual appeal for foreign visitors rested on its reputation as a summer resort. Most tourists came during July and August, but it was now already October. For thousands of foreign tourists to pour into the city within just a few days was extremely rare. The Gue City Tourism Bureau was baffled once they traced where all these foreign tourists were heading. If it had been for a world-class superstar holding a massive solo concert, they might have understood. But to think that just 2 songs performed at a music festival could attract so many foreigners. Officials in their 40s felt increasingly out of touch with this society. Hotels in Gue City, especially those in the Guanshanhu district along Shugu Avenue, were thriving. Prices normally dropped back to normal after the Golden Week holiday, but in this district, rates remained sky-high. During large events, hotels always raised their rates. Yet even those who had raised prices this time felt they had underestimated. If only we'd known it would be this big, we could have gone even higher, the hotel managers thought. On the first day, there had already been many foreign attendees. The festival ran for 2 days, and since single-day tickets for the 13th had sold out quickly, many fans snatched up 2-day passes instead. Some foreign fans had even bought the wrong dates entirely. October 12th, a Wednesday. Anyone who'd been to school could easily know the 13th was Thursday. By the night before, the stage, the sound equipment, and the heavy iron barricades had all been set up in the plaza. Outside, traffic police were stationed to keep order. With tens of thousands attending, a lack of coordination could have brought the city to a standstill. Security guards patrolled the perimeter, and ticket checkers stood ready at the 2 eastern and southern gates. Bands like Sour Grapes and Flying on a Pig entered through the northern gate near the parking area, a route closed to ordinary attendees. "You didn't see the crowd outside," said Dadi, the eldest of Sour Grapes. Sour Grapes consisted of 3 singers from the Chaos Han region. They had broken out of their niche with 2 lively songs sung in Minnan dialect. Among them, Shi Gao was the most popular, his looks matching current trends. Fans nicknamed him Dog Bro. "You mean the fans holding up support banners?" Shi Gao asked. "All of them are cheering for Chu Zhi. Imagine if we ever had that kind of treatment," Dadi mused wistfully. "Ambitious," Shi Gao laughed, giving a thumbs up. "If we ride Chu Zhi's popularity, we'll make it big too." The quietest member, Mi Pe, bluntly cut in. "Chu Zhi's treatment isn't about ambition. It's about imagination. Dreams are what drive us," Dadi countered with conviction. "Without dreams, we're no better than salted fish." "Shi Gao, Mi Pe, you have to trust me. Stick with me, and we'll be living the good life." One by one, the guest performers arrived. Among them were 2 with direct ties to Chu Zhi. The first was Zhou Yu, nicknamed the Badminton Boy, who had risen to fame after the viral hit Garbage Bin Anthem. Zhou Yu was a grateful sort, deeply appreciative of Chu Zhi, but he had grown weary of performing, longing to embrace you in an ordinary life. He had no other works that came close in popularity, and in fact, across his 2 albums, none of the songs had surpassed it. For 2 years, every commercial performance demanded this one track. Naturally, today's festival was no different. The second was Gu Beisheng, who owed Chu Zhi his career break 3 years ago when he was discovered during the Sprite Music Contest. Gifted in composition, Gu Beisheng had developed steadily and gained some recognition. Chu Zhi himself was scheduled as the final headliner, arriving later than the rest. With all the guests gathered, the gates opened for the audience. "I am foreigner, this my ID, ticket my friend bought, thank you. I am ID ticket no wrong." Ojima Matsushika muttered as he walked, reciting the basic Chinese phrases he had drilled for over a month. Focused so hard, he didn't notice the path ahead until he suddenly bumped into something soft, like a pole wrapped in blankets. "You coward!" He almost blurted a string of Japanese curses, instinctively raising his hands to shield his head, the movement practiced and natural. But he stopped short. Abroad, it was better to stay low-key. And besides, he hadn't hit a pole. He had collided with a young woman. "Hello, sorry," said Yoon, a South Korean fan, who had been too busy excitedly messaging a friend about finally seeing Professor to notice him. It's fine." Ojima Matsushika stammered, struggling to recall the Chinese word for Band-Aid. A Japanese man and a South Korean woman, both choosing to fumble through in Mandarin. Amusing, in a way. Then both realized the other wasn't Chinese. They tried switching to English, but Japanese accented English and Korean accented English proved equally tough. In the end, their clumsy Chinese was still easier. Among the 10,000 attendees, over 3,700 were fans from Japan, South Korea, and Vietnam. Nearly a quarter of the total. Modern Sky had failed to anticipate this. They had not thought so many foreigners would attend, so none of the festival's signage or directions had been translated. This way in, then turn left. As for the program schedule, I don't know if there's a booklet, but I do know the idol is the last to perform. Sorry, I don't know where the official information booth is either. Little fruits. Xiao Xiao ended up helping countless Japanese and Korean fans. She only did it because her English was decent. "If they weren't all JYS fans, I wouldn't bother," she muttered. Xiao Xiao was not the most vocal fan online, but she never missed a live event. Compared to others, she was especially eager to see which songs JY would perform today. The atmosphere between the Little Fruits and the foreign fan groups was surprisingly harmonious. The only discontented group was a tiny minority, the ordinary audience. Because of the influx of Chu Zhi's fans, all 10,000 tickets for Gue City's Strawberry Music Festival had sold out in seconds, almost entirely to fan groups. Almost, but not entirely. Around 20 or 30 people had stumbled in by accident. One such man was Xiao Gang, in his 30s, who had managed to snag a ticket by chance. Honestly, this should be a music festival, not a fan club meetup, Xiao Gang sighed. He actually liked Chu Zhi's songs, catchy and easy to listen to. But the overwhelming fan support atmosphere soured his impression. Should have just scalped it. Could have pocketed thousands, he muttered. He had been tempted, knowing others had resold their tickets for absurd profits. But his longtime rival had mocked him, and stubborn pride made him hold on to it. Now, sitting here, he couldn't help resenting the loss. Spending thousands just to attend a fan rally instead of a real music festival. What a mess. Chu Zhi is a good singer, Xiao Gang admitted inwardly. But a music festival shouldn't rest on just one person's shoulders. The other 20 or so non-fan audience members shared the same sentiment. At 2 o'clock sharp, the festival officially began. Like all music festivals, the first band's job was to warm up the crowd. Not too dazzling, but not bad either. The 4-man band Flying on a Pig opened the show with their quirky name and equally quirky music. Number 434. The most beautiful voice. The members of the band. Riding pigs to fly were all skinny, especially the drummer. His wrists were so thin they looked like twigs, yet he hammered on the drums with such force it made one worry his bones might snap at any moment. They're all so skinny. Shouldn't they be called riding monkeys to fly instead? Zhou Yu muttered under his breath, then shifted his gaze toward the newcomers waiting at the edge of the stage area. The King's Game Band. Is it the same King's Game I know? The mention instantly perked Zhou Yu up. He had just played that game a few days ago at KTV. Each band was given half an hour to perform at the Strawberry Music Festival, including audience interaction. Big-name artists, however, often had either very short or very long sets. The opening band more than fulfilled its job of warming up the crowd, and the square was buzzing with energy. Even though many in the audience from Japan, Korea, and Vietnam couldn't understand Chinese lyrics, festivals were about atmosphere. So when Riding Pigs to Fly's fourth song drifted off key, it didn't dampen the mood one bit. As people often said, live performances and recorded CDs were completely different experiences. Take One Earth Band's classic, Young, For You. That song was only good live if it was a little off-pitch. I really like their song Back to School, Zhou Yu thought to himself. Then it suddenly hit him. Where was his idol? Why hadn't he appeared yet? Mirror's performance was already over. And Looking Up was on stage. To be honest, Looking Up's live energy wasn't as strong as Riding Pigs to Fly's. Despite their frail appearance, the latter's performance was infectious. Fans even fondly nicknamed them the Four Monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain. Why hasn't Chu Zhi come yet? Ojima Matsushika was so anxious he practically scratched his ears. His impatience was no different from that of the 3,000 foreign fans who were waiting. Some had checked the festival schedule, but their idols still hadn't appeared. It was enough to make one pull their hair out. After 5 bands had performed, a stir broke out near the north entrance. The Emperor Beast had arrived. Of course, Chu Zhi never traveled with a huge entourage of bodyguards. He kept things low-key, wearing just a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. Even without fanfare, he had come to stand on this stage, ready to light up the night. But even with his cap and hoodie, staff members quickly recognized him. The commotion wasn't from fans, but from the festival's volunteers. To cut costs, the festival relied heavily on volunteers for ticket checks, drink sales, service desks, photography, autograph booths, and backstage work. "Jiwai, this way. I'll guide you," called out Ling Zinan, who had spotted his idol from 300 meters away. It couldn't be helped. Chu Zhi was like a firefly in the night, impossible to miss. Ling Zinan was a clever one. He had resold a ticket. For 19 million Vietnamese dong, nearly 5,500 yuan. More than 2,000 foreign fans had scrambled for tickets, and over 1,000 had paid inflated prices just to get in. And as luck would have it, Ling Zinan had also landed a volunteer slot in the performer reception group. First lucky at the Orange Festival, then lucky again here. Truly blessed. "Thank you," Chu Zhi said politely. "Hee. No trouble at all, no trouble. Being able to guide Jiwai is my greatest honor." Ling Zinan replied eagerly, impressed all over again at how grounded and humble his idol was. Within moments, nearly the entire reception group jogged over. If not for assigned roles keeping them in check, even more volunteers would have swarmed around him. After signing a few autographs for the volunteers, Chu Zhi finally made it to the waiting area. "Brother Jiu, long time no see." "This way, Brother Jiu." "Professor Chu." "I'm also a fan of Professor Chu." In an instant, everyone there, whether they knew him personally or not, stood up to greet him. "Dadi, stop playing Honor of Kings. Chu Zhi's here," whispered Shi Gao of the Sour Grapes Band. "What? Chu Zhi? Wait, my Kai Wenji is about to get a pentakill. Don't panic, don't panic." Dadi kept his head down, jabbing at his phone screen like pressing harder would unleash stronger attacks. Their normally quiet teammate, Mipa, yanked him up. Even Sour Grapes themselves didn't understand why they felt so nervous, only that it seemed everyone else was standing, so not doing the same felt out of place. "Hello, brothers and sisters," Chu Zhi greeted warmly. In truth, 99% of the people there were older than him. The youngest performer was Fresh Blood's vocalist, Jibu Bai, born in 2000. Many familiar faces were there. Looking up, Gu Beisheng and Zhou Yu waved him over to sit with them. As time passed, more artists approached to exchange contact information, eager to connect with him. "This is nerve-wracking," Dadi muttered after losing his match. He glanced sideways at Chu Zhi. The biggest star of the festival, maybe even all of Asia, was sitting right next to him. What shocked him most was that Chu Zhi looked even better in person than in photos. "So those people online weren't exaggerating," Dadi murmured. "Anyway, Mipa waited until both teammates turned toward him before asking, "Did Kaiwenji get that pentakill?" Dadi fell silent. Not only had he missed it, their crystal had been destroyed too. By the time Gu Beixing went on stage as the sixth performer, the waiting area was much emptier. Sour Grapes, King's Game, Jibu Bai, Chow Meng, and Zhou Yu were left behind. At the Strawberry Music Festival, solo performers usually sang 3 songs. Even with shorter sets, the sheer number of invited guests meant an afternoon wasn't nearly enough to fit everything. Like other major festivals, Fuji Rock, Wacken Open Air, Strawberry had multiple stages. This city's venue had 3, Love Strawberry, Sky, and Fresh Blood Project. Chu Zhi was scheduled for the Sky stage, where most of the little fruits were gathered. Chu Zhi arrived in the waiting area at 6:15 p.m. with his performance set for 7:30. He hadn't come hours early like Gu Beixing, but considering how tightly packed his schedule always was, it showed genuine effort. When 7:20 came, Chu Zhi stood, lifted his black thermos, and gulped down several mouthfuls of water. What defines a superstar? The answer was in those few minutes as he walked toward the stage. The crowd erupted. Everyone knew who was coming. Juwai, Brother Gio, Professor, Ragdoll, Count. Though chaotic, the shouts boomed like thunder. The waiting area could hear it. The other 2 stages could hear it too. This was what popularity meant. Even Zhou Yu was stunned. Chu Zhi hadn't stepped on stage yet, and the cheers were louder than when most singers were actually performing. Artists who had already finished their sets stayed behind, unwilling to miss the moment. One spectator, Xiao Gang, frowned. He stood near the front, but the shrieks around him were so piercing it felt like pigs squealing in trucks on their way to slaughter. Too loud, not just for his ears, but for his very eyes. Then Chu Zhi spoke. "It's been a while since I've been on stage. Let me sing for you tonight." He wasted no time on small talk. The screen lit up behind him. His first song, Wind Blows the Wheat Fields. The little fruits below burst with excitement. This was the very first song Chu Zhi had written after returning to music, lyrics and composition both his own. Wind Blows the Wheat Fields. So nostalgic. I used to have this song as my ringtone. 3 years. It's been 3 years since we heard him sing it. 2 little fruits at the scene, Yaoka and Zumafu, posted their excitement online under their fan accounts. Foreign fans, though, didn't understand the fuss. Is this song Wind Blows the Wheat Fields really that special? Yune asked Yaoka in English. Typical Korean fan, Yaoka thought. Only here for the looks. She didn't explain much, just said, "This song shows the true beauty of Brother Gio's voice." The beauty of his voice. Yune didn't quite get it. Wasn't his voice always good? Musical note, beneath the distant blue sky. Golden waves of wheat rise and fall. That place was once where you and I loved each other most of all. Musical note. The melody carried beauty even across language barriers. Yune couldn't understand the words, but she felt the serenity within them. Then came the humming. The perfect voice, blended with the air of an immortal wine, soared higher. Musical note. MMM. La 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 la. Musical note. At first, Chu Zhi had believed his voice was plain, nothing special. But with the gift of Farinelli's timbre, his vocals became delicate, textured, and unforgettable. Back then, even with less refined technique, he had captivated audiences. Now, years later, the effect was overwhelming. Humming was his most powerful weapon. The festival atmosphere, once buzzing with noise, turned tranquil and warm. Little fruits seemed to smell the cut wheat in the fields, hear the fragrance of rice, and see children rolling in clean grass with cats and dogs at their side. Yune half closed her eyes. The hums were like a massage for the ears. Now she understood why fans called him Professor. To listen was to know. Even Xiao Gang, who had been grumbling inside, found his ears soothed. Chu Zhi's singing, "It's far beyond anyone else's here," he admitted silently. His earlier irritation faded. From this live performance alone, Chu Zhi had proven himself. Yes, his songs were good. His fans weren't just brainless after all. To professionals, the difference was even clearer. His emotion, stage presence, subtle vocal mixing, all of it was simply on another level. As they say, the gap between people is greater than the gap between man and pig. If I could perform this steadily live, I'd feel fine throwing matches too. Aren't you throwing matches already? Yes, but I don't feel fine about it. Sour grapes whispered among themselves. Gu Beisheng, an experienced folk pop singer, also recognized the weight in Chu Zhi's performance. I wonder if Brother Jio will sing rock today, Zhou Yu said. Rock. And as if on cue, Chu Zhi announced his second song, Orphans of a Beautiful World. Number 435. Orphans of this beautiful world. Orphans of a beautiful world. Little fruits, Xiao Zhao's expression stirred. She had been a fan of Chu Zhi for a long time, all the way back to the coming one. Since his return on I Am a Singer, she hadn't missed a single program. Xiao Xiao still remembered his words during a live-streamed variety show themed after Dream of the Red Chamber, when the topic of suicide came up. We are all children of this beautiful world. Children, please don't end your lives. Let's live well together. But why was the song calling them orphans instead of children? Xiao Xiao thought back to a review she had read half a month ago. The critic had written that Chu Zhi seemed to carry a powerful sense of distance from the world. On stage, Chu Zhi's fingers brushed the strings of his guitar as though teasing the reflection of willow branches in water. Ripples and splashes spread, yet the branches themselves could never be touched. The intro was empty, hollow. Then Chu Zhi began to sing. Musical note, don't cry, my dear one. I think we will die together. Musical note. Musical note, don't cry. Summer's rose. Everything has already passed. Musical note. Musical note. Look at the cars weaving through the streets, the neon lights flashing in the distance. How much this resembles our dream. Musical note. Chu Zhi cradled the mic stand with both hands, eyes falling upon the crowd. My dear one was not a lover. It was meant for every listener present. To be addressed by an idol as my dear one was like being called darling. And rounded off, it was almost like baby. Little fruits felt joy welling in their chests. Xiao Xiao even wanted to wave her hands with glee. Yet the song's melody and emotions carried a weight too heavy to define. If the previous track had been tranquil and warm, the opening words, die together, struck with solitude and chill. The voice of loneliness carried on. Musical note, come, my dear one, tonight we dance together. Come, lonely wildflower, all things will disappear. Musical note. Musical note. Do you hear the nightingale outside the window, the laughing crowds on the street? This is so much like our dream. Musical note. Musical note. Oh, don't cry, my dear one. We must be strong. We must smile, for no matter how we live. Musical note. Musical note. We are forever the orphans of this beautiful world. Musical note. It pressed down, again and again. Each lyric weighed upon the audience like mountains on their shoulders. Words like loneliness, disappearance, dream, made breathing fragile, careful, until the arrival of smile, and then everything exploded at once. Loneliness buried deep within dust, blooming into radiant sunflowers. This song, Xiao Xiao sucked in a sharp breath, but it was like inhaling onions. Her nose stung. Tears slipped before she could stop them. Her mind went back to that critic's words, comparing Chu Zhi to the actor Su Shi, who once declared, without madness, there is no life. Was Chu Zhi truly so estranged from the world? No time to think. The power bursting from the melody was undeniable. The drumbeat suddenly dropped from high to low, pulling hearts with it. Chu Zhi's voice wasn't husky, but his middle and lower registers still carried a shock that resonated in bones. Musical note, sometimes I feel so lost, I feel like nothing but a blade of grass. Musical note. Musical note, sometimes I sink into emptiness, and I don't even know why. Musical note. Musical note, time flows away, yet I remain here, fallen into a whirlpool without end. Musical note. Damn it. This was supposed to be a music festival. Why did it feel like the Himalayas had rolled into his eyes? A passerby in the crowd, Xiao Gang, wiped his tears again and again with trembling fingers. He thought of evenings when co-workers made dinner plans after work while he chose to go home alone to save money. Boiling a plain bowl of noodles, staring at the pale broth, he had felt like nothing more than a blade of grass. Or holidays spent scrolling endlessly through short videos, wasting the entire day, not even bothering to eat 3 meals properly, then overeating at night, only to gaze out the window at the forest of concrete towers and feel an emptiness strike deep into his chest. Xiao Gang wasn't without friends. If he wanted company, he could easily find someone to drink with, to eat with. But that kind of emptiness was something words could never express. Can't play sneak attacks on me, Xiao Gang muttered to himself. And he wasn't the only one crying. Many of Little Fruits shared the same hidden wounds. Yune clutched her chest. Kim Mina breathed heavily. Even the usually cheerful Ojima Matsushika wore a grave face. This was the meaning of music has no borders. Even if they couldn't understand the lyrics word for word, the emotion reached them all the same. Musical note. Baby, look at the moon rising over the wilderness. Hold me tighter, please. I feel cold. I feel pain. Musical note. Musical note. Look at the cars rushing by as though searching for something. They are like our fates. Musical note. Musical note. Oh, don't cry, my dear one. Musical note. Chu Zhi's enunciation could be called deliberate technique or simply emotion overflowing. But the way he sang I feel cold, I feel pain was enough to wrench even a heart of stone. The drums cut out. He shifted the arrangement live, slipping into a guitar solo that built from the hollow prelude into solid rhythm, the pace growing more dynamic with each phrase. The shift was so sudden that even Dadi of the band Sour Grapes, who had been half-distractedly playing on his phone, lowered it from the moment Chu Zhi started singing. He wasn't alone. Many guests reacted the same. The earlier fields of wheat in the wind had been so serene in contrast. Phew, I could never write a song like this, Zhou Yu said softly. Not that Zhou Yu was a songwriter in the first place. He couldn't have written any song, let alone this one. Songwriter Gu Beisheng, however, said nothing. He simply sat quietly, listening. Then the drums burst back in, like a heart shocked back to life after flatlining. Gu Beisheng's chest jolted with it. Musical note. We must be strong. We must smile. Musical note. Musical note. Because no matter how we live, we are forever the orphans of this beautiful world. Musical note. Chu Zhi's voice landed with a stunning finish, the lyrics piercing straight into souls. For 2 or 3 seconds, silence reigned over the venue. Then the roar of voices surged like a wave. Little Fruits cried out, Brother Gio will never wither. No one can replace Brother Gio, just like the sun in the sky cannot be replaced. The brightest star above is you. The most radiant sun is still you. Overseas fans shouted too. Ragdoll, I'll always be here. Professor, we'll always support you. The Eastern Tide will never recede. Eastern Tide was a nickname given to Chu Zhi by Vietnamese fans, proof enough of his immense popularity there. The chaotic cries soon melded into one loud, unified chant. Juwai, don't cry, we'll hug you. Don't cry. I need to be strong. Chu Zhi smiled faintly. I hope we can all stay strong together, living on. The moment their idol spoke, fans gradually fell quiet. The discipline and order of it all was enough to leave outsiders speechless. 8 years, 18 years, 28 years. I hope you'll all still be here, Chu Zhi said. In the crowd, Xiao Zhao's courage swelled. She shouted, even 88 years, I'll still be here. Her voice rang loud and clear. Chu Zhi heard her and couldn't help but laugh. 88 years? That would make me over 100. Ha ha. If I can still sing by then, a centenarian's concert. It has a nice ring to it. Little Fruits chimed in one after another. I'll be there even if you're 200. As long as you keep singing, I'll keep supporting. Walking this road together for life. One side rejoiced, another sulked. While Chinese fans basked in joy, overseas fans grew envious. Mina Uni, what did the professor say? Uni, can you translate for us? Fans who understood Chinese were begged for help. Kim Mina, however, was too busy squealing back at her idol to translate anything. The thought struck many. I need to learn Chinese. The notion lodged itself in the hearts of Japanese, Korean, and Vietnamese fans present. Of course, such impulses rarely lasted long. Most people didn't act on such fleeting thoughts. But when a notion surfaced again and again, who could say? It had been a long time since Chu Zhi had seen his fans face to face. He stayed to chat for a while. In the crowd, 3 monkey brothers whispered to each other. Orphans of a beautiful world. Yeah, we're all orphans of this beautiful world. Brother Gio has mastered rock completely. Glam rock, pop rock, heavy metal, hard rock. There's nothing he can't handle. Even the invited performers who stayed behind felt it was worth it. Compared to Fuji rock, he's already improved again. And it hasn't even been that long. How's anyone else supposed to live? Our lead singer, Should we set Brother Gio as our goal? Don't try to kill me. Just the number of instruments he's shown on Billy is enough to keep me learning for a lifetime. My grandpa always said, if you want to live long, don't torment yourself. The band Look Up had met Chu Zhi twice before. The first time was Night of Rock, when they realized he was more than just an idol singer. The second was watching him conquer Fuji Rock in person. Originally, Chu Zhi only planned to perform 2 songs. But chatting with fans made him so happy he couldn't help singing another, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. The entire venue erupted in chorus. Though the song had only been released a little over a year, it held special meaning for Little Fruits. This time, though, it wasn't just them. Even Japanese fans joined in. The drama Journey Among the Stars had been broadcast in Japan. Even Ojima Matsushika, slow to memorize anything, knew the line. Musical note. I would rather keep all the pain in my heart than ever forget your eyes. Musical note. He loved that lyric. His mother often said sorry to him, over and over, but he loved her eyes most, especially when her gaze turned warm and smiling. At those times, every pain, every hardship seemed to vanish. The music festival had transformed into a full concert. Guest bands like Look Up also sang songs familiar to the crowd, but none had sparked such a deafening chorus as Chu Zhi did. No wonder Brother Gio was the finale. If he had performed earlier, how could later acts follow? The atmosphere would have been shattered. 3 songs passed. Night was falling, and the festival neared its end. Encore! Encore! A raw-throated male voice shouted above all others. Fans turned toward the sound. A man. It was Xiao Gang, the passerby. He couldn't stand it. 3 songs were not enough. He had to cry out. He hadn't heard enough yet. That word. I think I can understand it. Ojima Matsushika perked up. Encore. 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 He bellowed too. And when Ojima Matsushika shouted, his voice carried far louder than Xiao Gang's. One call led to another. Little Fruits eagerly joined in, desperate for one more chance to hear their idols sing. Number 436. Encore Under the Stars. The plan had been 2 songs, yet now 3 had already been sung. With the thunderous encore echoing across the venue, how would Chu Zhi respond? Of course, the Emperor Beast, Chu Zhi would choose to sing another. I don't have accompaniment prepared for any other songs, so I'll just use a guitar and sing it raw, Chu Zhi said. It might not sound as polished. Polished or not, the fans didn't care. The chance to hear him again was already more than enough. Among the 3,000 foreign fans, only a small number understood Chinese, but thankfully almost everyone knew what encore meant, a plea for their idol to come back on stage. The Yimyan band, who had already started packing up, sat back down. The lead singer muttered under his breath, "Outdoor a cappella, Brother Gio is bold and skilled." Why had Chu Zhi prepared an instrumental track for The Brightest Star in the Night Sky? Because tomorrow he would appear at the Lychee TV Anniversary Gala, which was being broadcast live. Naturally, accompaniment had to be ready beforehand. Any singer with some standing prepared their own backing tracks, because whether for medleys or adapting to different set times, relying on oneself always provided the most security. For Ojima Matsushika, this was the first time he had led an encore call that actually succeeded. The whole crowd followed his lead. That rare sense of achievement swelled in his chest, making him shout even louder. "Stop yelling already." A Japanese fan tugged him back. The idol already agreed to sing again. What's the point of more screaming? Oh, Ojima Matsushika quieted down, though he cast a smug glance at Xiao Gang, the first fan who had shouted. Inwardly, Ojima Matsushika declared victory. What a coward, he thought. With such a weak voice, how do you expect to command a battleship? After a few minutes of preparation, Chu Zhi began. This song is called Elopement. Thanks to the system's encyclopedic lessons, Chu Zhi had come to know many figures of the global rock scene. There was old Shui, who once sang, "I want the whole world to see me, but not know who I am." There was Do Wei, who had ascended to near-mythical status, and the cold-blooded rocker Xie Tianxiao. But among them, the one Chu Zhi personally favored most was Zheng Jun, the untamed rebel. An elopement was perfect for a music festival. He strummed the guitar strings. Musical note. We gave our youth to the dazzling city behind us. For this beautiful dream, we've paid the price. Musical note. Singing without a backing track meant relying entirely on vocal tone and technique. Fortunately, Chu Zhi possessed both in abundance. By now the sky was fully dark. The crowd's glow sticks shimmered like a sea of stars. He wasn't drunk, yet his voice carried a raw intoxication, as if it could press down the galaxy itself. At first, the audience swayed quietly. But when the song reached its soaring climax, the little fruits in the front row nearly leapt 3 feet into the air. The chorus of elopement went. Musical note. I want to elope with you to the farthest town. I want to elope with you to become the happiest people alive. Musical note. For example, South Korean superfan Kim Mina, usually calm and reserved, perhaps because she was in a foreign country, found her composure shattered. Because when Chu Zhi sang the chorus, he was looking straight at her. The words felt like they were meant only for her. Oh, mama. It wasn't that her willpower was weak. It was that this man was too enchanting. Professor, I'm willing. I'm willing. Ah, Kim Mina shouted with all her strength. Her voice wasn't especially loud, drowned out by the shrieks of countless little fruits, but among the South Korean fan group, it stood out immediately. Mina Yuni, why are you so excited? Another Korean fan asked in confusion. Elopement. Professor wants to elope with me. Kim Mina babbled, barely coherent. Of course I'm willing, absolutely willing. Nothing can stop me. I'll give up everything if I must. Huh. The other Korean fans exchanged baffled looks. What on earth was she talking about? Then they noticed that every so often, Kim Mina would scream again, completely overwhelmed. Damn it, they thought. If only we had learned Chinese instead of English. Clearly the lyrics were some kind of confession. The 5-minute performance was accompanied by non-stop screams. The king of Gu live on stage, weaving his spell. What girl could refuse to elope with Chu Zhi? Cried Dadi from the Sour Grapes band, staring wide-eyed. He turned to Shigao. Right. Do you even need to ask? My ears are ringing from the shrieks, Shigao replied. He was honestly amazed. After screaming all afternoon, hadn't the fans' voices gone hoarse? Where did this new energy come from? You two talk like it's only girls who can't resist. Mipa suddenly chimed in. Dadi and Shigao gave him strange looks. Yet as they thought back, they realized it was true. When Chu Zhi sang, I want to elope with you, several male fans had screamed the loudest, waving their arms like maniacs. By now Chu Zhi had performed 4 songs in total. With the chatting in between and the setup before each number, he had been on stage for more than 20 minutes. Until next time. With those words from Chu Zhi, the curtain fell on the Strawberry Music Festival. Tens of thousands began leaving in an orderly fashion. Without good organization, it could have turned into chaos, but the festival had been running for years, and the staff had plenty of experience. The real key was having enough volunteers. The volunteers weren't paid, but they were given small gifts as thanks. This year it was a yellow messenger bag, better than just a flimsy keychain. When will Elopement be released as a single? I love it so much. I prefer Orphan of the Beautiful World. It's darker, but that power erupting out of the gloom. That's what I look forward to. Don't get your hopes up. Jiwai doesn't like releasing singles. My friend told me he sang 2 originals at WOA, and even though they were amazing, no singles ever came out. Yeah, right. Brother Gio performed opera in Korea 3 years ago. Still no single. Today's festival was worth every penny. First surprise was Jiwai. Second was Flying Pig Rider. That was great too. As with a good movie, after such a powerful music festival, the urge to discuss it was irresistible. Of course, where there was praise, there was also resentment. These cowards. Year after year, so many festivals, yet they never invite Chu-san. They only cater to domestic acts. Pathetic. Ojima Matsushika muttered angrily. That very thought crossed the minds of nearly every foreign fan present. Why wasn't Chu Zhi invited to their own country's festivals? Most fans could only complain, but Ojima Matsushika was different. He had actually gotten hold of the phone number of the CEO of a production company. This company happened to be the main organizer of Summer Sonic, one of Japan's 3 largest music festivals. Ojima Matsushika started speaking softly on the phone, but before long his voice had grown loud with passion. After the festival, Modern Sky's President Faye had arranged a celebratory dinner. But as always, aside from the newly debuted bands from the New Blood program, almost no one attended. This had become tradition. Chu Zhi had no time for the dinner anyway. Even dinner itself was nothing more than a hot dog scarfed down in the nanny van. I couldn't resist. I sang 2 extra songs. We still have enough time, right? Chu Zhi asked, embarrassed, while chewing. Slow down, Zhi, Chu Zhi said, handing him water. No problem, Lao Qian nodded. We'll just drive a bit faster. But today's elopement, that was like a Sea King's anthem. Please, our Xiao Jiu doesn't need to sing to be a Sea King, Wang Yuan scoffed. Too hungry to argue, Chu Zhi kept eating. Singing drained a surprising amount of energy. Should we arrange a recording session? Wang Yuan asked. Get elopement and orphan of the beautiful world down as singles. No need for now, Chu Zhi replied. His priority was releasing the second album of new Chinese-style songs. He knew well he had plenty of unreleased material. Eventually, once enough had piled up, he could compile them into a collection. It's a pity the festival wasn't broadcast, Wang Yuan remarked. What's there to pity? Once Chu Zhi 9 songs comes out, it'll flood the headlines, Lao Qian said, which was hard to argue with. The van headed for a suburban warehouse, where Toshiba had built a temporary set to shoot ads for their new product launch. 3 commercials were filmed overnight. By the time it was done, it was already 11 at night when they returned to the Hilton near R&F Center. The next day, Chu Zhi returned to Shanghai to continue filming music videos. Only one remained. Victory was close at hand. The album itself was set. Though the MVs weren't finished, the release date had been fixed, Winter Solstice. Winter Solstice, Lamb Stew, and a new album. There was also the anti-drug campaign song, which Chu Zhi had pushed to the top of his to-do list. In this parallel world, International Anti-Drug Day was different from Earth's. On Earth it was in June. He remembered vividly, because back then he had arranged a company anti-drug day just for appearances. Here, however, it was held on the last Saturday of October. In 2022, that would be October 29th, decided at a UN conference in Vienna. And now it was already the 13th. Barely 2 weeks remained. Time was short. Chu Zhi began gathering materials immediately. Number 437. More than just a star. Because of his position as a personal consultant, and with strong approval from official channels, Chu Zhi was able to obtain a great deal of video material from the Armed Police Corps. Before watching, Chu Zhi had already prepared himself mentally, yet after going through some of the footage, tears still slipped down his face. An addict star may turn their life around, but they have no right to return to the stage. Chu Zhi drew in a deep breath. From the material, he also confirmed one circulating rumor, that fallen narcotics officers could not have their names inscribed on monuments. The truth was that monuments could indeed be erected, but for the safety of their families, names could not be carved. Families could only mourn in front of a stone marked with the words, "Tomb of a Martyr." It was no exaggeration to say that retaliation against a fallen narcotics officer's family was a real concern. The humanity of drug traffickers and addicts was steadily eroded. According to data from the Ministry of Public Security, the average life expectancy of such people was only 41 years. It was after seeing such numbers that Chu Zhi firmly believed celebrities, as public figures, had no right to make a comeback and profit again. Can these video materials really be released online? Won't it bring trouble? Chu Zhi directly called his contact in the Corps, voicing his concern. Some of the footage included interviews with a former squad leader. Though his face was not shown, his voice was. The head of the publicity office at the Beijing Corps gave a definite reply. All the material we provided is already cleared for public release. Consultant Chu can use it without worry. Thank you, said Chu Zhi politely. The Corps is looking forward to your work, the officer added before hanging up. Every year, China marks International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking. Campaigns and documentaries are routinely produced. But this was the first time a top-tier celebrity like Chu Zhi had voluntarily taken up such a project. No wonder the Corps was anticipating it. A little-known fact, in this parallel world, the Corps commanders of Beijing and Xi'an province held the rank of full general. That morning, Chu Zhi reviewed the material and selected a suitable song. By afternoon, he was already flying to Yingtian City, destination, the broadcasting complex in Gula District. It was Lychee TV's anniversary gala, and his closing performance was the brightest star in the night sky. The 500 audience members in the studio were all arranged by the television station to ensure the right atmosphere. for the live broadcast. Nothing remarkable happened during this trip. That said, the Strawberry Music Festival's stop in Gue City still stirred up waves. On the internet, especially on Douyin, countless fanshot clips appeared. Of course, 90% of them featured Chu Zhi, while the remaining 10% covered other singers. Mama, Papa, this man holds me in his heart. He wants to run away with me. Take me with you. I'll go anywhere. In this beautiful world, no one is an orphan, because as long as Brother Gio is here, the world is beautiful. The songs most widely discussed were Orphan of a Beautiful World and Elopement. The latter was practically a spell. Many of the little fruits regretted not hearing their idol's live confession, especially those who had scalped their tickets at high prices. Barbecue, I was weak-willed. I should have held on to my ticket just a bit longer. Little Fruit Lin Tong was one such regretful fan. To ease his gloom, he stuffed himself with snacks, piles of them covering the table: pickled chicken feet, beef jerky, lime-flavored chips, spicy sticks, and more. All bought with the 5,000 yuan he had made selling his ticket. Not to mention, he had been gorging on buffets for half a month. What's the point of selling my ticket for 5,300 yuan? All I did was eat and drink. I've even gained a few pounds. It's sinful. If I hadn't sold it, I could have been there. I could have let Zhuwai run away with me. Although Lin Tong was male, if the one running away with him was Zhuwai, well, that wasn't impossible. The weight of regret made it hard to breathe. Lin Tong angrily tore through 2 more packs of beef jerky and a bag of crispy corn twists, turning sorrow into appetite. As he scrolled through Weibo fan videos, trying to cheer himself up, another push notification popped up. Guangming Daily, October 14th, reporter Su Shan. On October 12th and 13th, the final stop of the 2022 Strawberry Music Festival was successfully held on Shugu Avenue, Gue City, attracting more than 30,000 fans who gathered to enjoy music and happiness. This Gue City Strawberry Music Festival brought together many outstanding artists and bands, including Chu Zhi, Upward Band, Flying Pig Riders, Sour Grapes Band. Held over 2 days, each lasting 8 hours, the festival drew more than 30,000 fans, most of them young people with disposable income. Among them were thousands from South Korea, Japan, and Vietnam. The Strawberry Music Festival has gradually become a national music calling card. It is also the first domestic festival to break through internationally, carrying influence across Asia, said Modern Sky chairman and CEO Fei Hua in an interview. The report, titled "Strawberry Music Festival Successfully Breaks Out," appeared as a secondary front-page headline in Guangming Daily and was widely reposted by Self Media. It was undoubtedly a paid press. Released by CEO Fei Hua, designed to promote the brand. With hundreds of music festivals across the country, building recognition was crucial. But Fei Hua was clear-headed. Without the golden opportunity that was Chu Zhi, there would have been no flood of overseas fans. Aside from officially sponsored festivals, like Ice City Summer, most held no appeal abroad. Xie Yao's new drama got picked up in South Korea, and is now supposedly a hit there? Please, I can't help but laugh. Fei Hua saw another push notification but didn't bother clicking. These domestic traffic stars puff themselves up abroad, but it's all hollow. The real Asian superstar is Chu Zhi. Fei Hua knew well that foreign fans had paid thousands for scalped tickets. For a celebrity to reach that level, there was nothing more to say. He was convinced. After impressing CEO Fei Hua, Chu Zhi stayed in Yingtian City for the night following the gala. Deputy Director Li of Lychee TV, who was also head of the Advertising and Economic Information Center, hosted a dinner in his honor. Coincidentally, Chu Zhi's last MV was set to be filmed at Lake Tai. The next day, as Chu Zhi was preparing to leave, Deputy Director Li learned of this and warmly offered help. Having Xiaoli as a guide will make things much easier. Teacher Chu, don't refuse. It'll help with your shoot too. With Deputy Director Li's persistent persuasion, Chu Zhi accepted the offer. The Xiaoli he mentioned was Li Weiheng, star. Reporter of News Eye, known for her sweet looks and courteous manner. During one interview with a sick child, she had crouched for the entire duration, earning her a certain amount of fame online. To be frank, even though Lychee TV was not on par with Blueberry TV, it was still ranked among the top 10 nationally. A deputy director held the equivalent of a deputy bureau-level post, with the station itself serving as a gateway to the entertainment industry's upper circles. Normally, neither up-and-coming stars nor even veteran artists were enough to make someone like Deputy Director Lee bother. Only those with titles like National People's Congress Delegate were exceptions. The only reason Deputy Director Lee was actively extending favors to Chu Zhi was because of his honorary title, Consultant to the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. For a celebrity to hold such a post was unheard of. Not even established artists could claim it. It was almost unimaginable. Number 438. Announcement and update. Hey everyone. So, a quick and kinda heavy announcement. You might remember I posted a special chapter for Indonesia's Independence Day 2 weeks ago and went on a bit of a rant. Well, things have gotten intense here since then. And I need to talk about it now because it might affect my upload schedule. Many of you have probably seen the news by now, but for those who haven't, massive demonstrations started in Jakarta on the 25th, right in front of the DPR building. That's our House of Representatives, basically our parliament. The protests peaked on the 27th. They funny, and by funny, I mean absolutely infuriating. Part is that the DPR members themselves got an official circular telling them to work from home because of the big protests happening at their own workplace. I mean, come on. People traveled from all over the country to voice their concerns to their representatives, only to find out those reps weren't even there. On the same day, the police advised protesters not to go live on TikTok or Facebook. Our Digital Communications Authority, Comdigi, said they would summon Meta and TikTok because of fake and divisive information on their platforms about the protests. There was also a leaked circular that essentially banned national TV stations from reporting on the demonstrations. Obviously, by the next day, the 28th, the crowds got even bigger. How could they not? And honestly, that's when things got really chaotic and violent. Police used tear gas and water cannons to disperse the crowd. Worse, a lot of the tear gas canisters were expired. They even fired tear gas into residential areas, places of worship, and other public facilities. And true to the leak, almost no national TV stations broadcast any of this. Tragically, 2 Ojol drivers, that's Ojek Online, our ride-hailing and delivery drivers like Uber Eats or DoorDash drivers on motorbikes, were run over by a police armored vehicle. One of them, a kid born in 2004, passed away. From what we know, he wasn't even a protester. He was just delivering food in the area. The public outrage grew even more after that news broke. The focus of the protests shifted from the DPR building to the National Police Headquarters. The police have since presented 7 men as the suspects who were in the vehicle, but during the press conference, people online found out that one of the suspects was actually a known convict. Public suspicion is high, as these 7 men didn't look or act like police officers at all. Also, Twitter, X, was down for a long time that day. The news on the 29th was about the funeral of the driver and a dangerous rise in messages inciting people to loot stores, especially those owned by the Chinese-Indonesian community. We also found out several DPR members, like Eko Patrio and Ahmad Saroni, were caught on vacation in China and Singapore. There were even leaks from airport staff saying they'd seen a lot of DPR members going on holiday abroad. Instagram also started blocking some posts and stories about the protests. To make a long story even longer, there's now a leak saying that starting next week, 31SD/1SD, all satellite operators in Indonesia might take down the signal for a whole week. That means internet access, both mobile data and Wi-Fi, could be completely shut down. If this is true, it's a blatant attempt by the government to silence the media and control the narrative, especially since international news outlets are covering this. Watching all this happen feels maddening. The way our government is limiting our freedom to speak, access news, and even use the internet is borderline madness. So what does this mean for you guys? Since the previous leak about the TV blackout turned out to be true, I'm really worried this internet shutdown leak might be true too. If it does, I am so sorry if my upload schedule gets disrupted. All my ongoing translation projects have drafts of over 100 chapters, so I'm covered for maybe the next month. But after that, well, we'll see. I'm honestly just trying to translate as many chapters as I can in the next 2 days to build up a bigger buffer. I truly apologize in advance if my updates suddenly stop or become irregular. I have no idea if this internet shutdown will really happen for a full week or even longer. Thanks so much for your understanding and patience. Please stay safe, wherever you are. Lots of love. Rhea. Number 439. Shadows beneath the European halo. Wei Hang. The Wei from Reed, the Hang from Suong. People often say my name sounds a bit masculine. Li Weihang introduced herself. She was fairly well known in Jiangsu province, but compared to Chu Zhi, there was no comparison. That was why she took the initiative to greet him. A very commanding name, said Chu Zhi. As the poem goes, who says the river is wide? A single reed can cross it. I like your name. It carries power. Many had read the book of songs, but to be able to recite it on the spot was rarer. As expected, Chu Zhi's fondness for reading wasn't just an image. Li Weihang smiled brightly. Yes, my grandfather had high hopes for me, so he chose this name especially. She shouldn't have mentioned her grandfather. The words were out before she realized. Brother Joe had a deep bond with his own grandfather, and bringing it up might have been careless. But as the conversation went on, and she noticed Chu Zhi showed no particular reaction, she let out a quiet breath of relief. The director and art director were already waiting at the filming site by Taihu Lake, with everything well prepared. Director Li, Brother Liao, have you eaten? Would you like something first? The Taihu Lake scenic area was vast, so renting part of it for shooting wasn't difficult. All that was required was a cultural preservation agreement. After 3 hours of stop-and-go filming, the music video for the album was finally complete. The pressure on his shoulders eased at last. Reporter Li Weihang didn't end up being much help. After all, if things like venue rental couldn't be managed, then Brave Cow and Old Chien would have seemed amateurish. Still, she did contribute by suggesting a good spot for dinner. Chu Zhi picked up the bill. Consider this our MV wrap-up dinner. I really have to thank you all for your work, he said, raising his glass to director Li Tedian, Liao, Da Chong, and the rest of the crew. They had dinner in Yingtian City, but that same night, Chu Zhi flew straight back to Beijing. The next day, he was due on a CCTV program. Even with so many songs under his belt, Chu Zhi didn't always perform originals when on stage. By now, he had released 5 Chinese-language albums, including 2 from his predecessor, with plenty of what he jokingly called retirement insurance songs. Most of the time, singing older tracks was enough. For instance, on CCTV variety shows, his standard picks were A Thousand Miles Away, Chrysanthemum Terrace, Chinese, or Proud Youth. On the flight, Chu Zhi didn't rest. He was mulling over an offer for a film-themed song. The client was again Bona Film Group. Their previous production, No X, had pulled in $1 billion at the box office. Capitalists loved repeating winning formulas. Since You Make Me Drunk had stirred so much buzz, they figured at least 1/10 of that box office came thanks to Chu Zhi. By that logic, paying a premium for him seemed reasonable. So far, Chu Zhi hadn't written many film themes, but his rates were outrageous. The surprising part was that companies were still willing to pay. Why hasn't anyone asked me to score a film? I did draw that background music big prize after all. Chu Zhi answered himself. Because I've never shown I can actually compose scores. And the waters of film scoring run deep. Can I even swim in them? Perhaps he needed to seize a chance. To showcase it, he flipped through the synopsis Bona had sent. To his surprise, this one wasn't some contrived melodramatic romance. Instead, it had the feel of a pure love story. Not pure love in the sense of certain green sites online, but genuine, sincere romance. The script was delicate, charting the shift from love at first sight to deep devotion. From the Emperor Beast's perspective, none of it felt forced. Legend would fit perfectly for this movie. After all, the male lead just happened to look one more time in the crowd. Chu Zhi decided to use Legend. That song had itself been the theme of a romance drama. Chu Zhi was also aware that his income this year would dip slightly. Too much of his time had gone into filming Xi Lang and recording his album. Ads and commercial performances were down by nearly 1/3 compared to last year. If his market value hadn't risen so much, it wouldn't just be a slight drop. The next half-month was grueling, with travel across China and then to Japan and Korea. In 2 words, the schedule could be summed up as award collecting. The film Xi Lang had won him all sorts of acting awards, many obscure. For example, Best Actor from the China Film Association, Best Actor at Japan's Cine City Festival, Best Actor at the Asia-Pacific Film Festival, the Japanese Critics' Grand Prize, Best Actor in a Foreign Language Film, and more. Of course, there were the authoritative awards too, like the Golden Rooster. and 100 Flowers Award for Best Actor. He called director Wang to give thanks. The Emperor Beast always kept a clear sense of reality. His performance came partly from inheriting Chu Zhi's artistry, with his movements nearly identical, and partly from the exacting training of a master director. This might be the peak of my acting career, Chu Zhi judged. He remembered chatting once with the system brother about parallel worlds. Brother, who are the best actors in the parallel worlds you know of? Chu Zhi asked. Su Yi and Su Chao, the system replied. Both surnamed Su? Was it easier for people named Su to become movie kings? One thing was certain, neither of them were from his Earth. Not a single Earthling. Chu Zhi muttered under his breath. In the world of Su Yi and Su Chao, the form of cinema is different. Compared to normal actors, they have an absolute advantage, the system explained. Fine. Whatever the format was, Chu Zhi wasn't that interested. His main profession was still being a singer. Blink, and time's little carriage carried him forward to October 29, 2022. The last Saturday of early winter was special for Lu Fusu. It was a holiday. Around 3 in the afternoon, he dragged himself out of bed, his eyes bloodshot, his mouth parched. Gulp, gulp. Lu Fusu drank straight from the kitchen faucet. Dutch tap water was a bit hard, but right now he didn't care. Why hasn't Bucky called me? Once he quenched his thirst, Lu Fusu pulled out his phone. No missed calls. He opened Skype. A few scattered messages, nothing important. He was a little hungry, but anyone who'd used European food delivery knew what a pain it was. He decided to make a sandwich instead. Before using the toaster, he opened Apple Music and hit play on Chrysanthemum Terrace. Life needed music. As the melody filled the room, Lu Fusu dropped bread into the toaster, tapping his feet to the rhythm. A student at the University of Amsterdam, Lu Fusu's family was well off, and his own willpower weak. He had picked up more than a few bad habits: drinking, clubbing, paying for sex. Worse still, he had gotten into something heavier. The Bucky he mentioned was a classmate who had introduced him to marijuana. Everyone knew the Netherlands was Europe's model pupil. The Holland casino welcomed anyone over 18, decently dressed, with ID or passport in hand. Amsterdam's De Wallen was world famous as a legal red light district. Marijuana could be bought in certain coffee shops. Gambling, sex, drugs, the full set. Abroad, as long as he avoided smoking in the days before returning home, he could dodge detection. Several summer and winter trips back to China, and Lu Fusu had never once been caught. Sandwich ready. He scrolled through short videos to kill time. His idol's account had a new update. He tapped it open. Chun Shi, Chunk, Legend, Fei Wong. Chinli Drew White, Chinli Ji Y, 1,000 miles away. Jay Cho and Fei Yuqing. Number 440. No forgiveness. Hashtag International Anti-Drug Day. Hashtag Stay away from drugs. If you and I refuse drugs, then they can enjoy a more ordinary happiness. The title of Lu Fusu's video was about anti-drug awareness. Maybe it was guilt, maybe something else, but his first reaction was to exit. Then he saw the comments floating across the screen. This song reminds me of The Lonely Warrior. GYS songs always touch the heart. Whoa, a must-listen song. A new song? Lu Fusu's finger, which was about to scroll down, suddenly froze. Should he watch? How could he not watch his idol's new release? But still, what drew him into Chu Zhi's fandom in the first place was the show Journey Among the Stars. The joy of the rich was something ordinary people could never imagine. The freedom of a wealthy family was something ordinary people could never imagine either. After all, Lu Fusu had grown up largely neglected by his parents. Freedom taken too far easily leads to problems. Whenever he felt bored, Lu Fusu would waste time with his rowdy friends. In his final years of high school, he had explored every hangout near campus. Those days were wild and reckless. His parents never cared. The only downside was the money it cost. Once, when he was sick and stuck at home, he started binge-watching variety shows out of boredom. That was when he saw Chu Zhi climbing a mountain late at night. He thought at the time, what kind of crazy show is this? Who would watch people climb a mountain? But with nothing better to do, he kept watching. He wanted to see what tricks they could possibly pull. When Chu Zhi reached the summit of Dongshu Mountain and showed the night sky, a river of stars stretched overhead. For some reason, Lu Fusu burst into tears. He never really understood why. From that day on, he became one of the little fruits. Back to the present. Curiosity about his idol's new song outweighed his guilt. Soft piano notes opened the video. The first words, spoken in an interview against a backdrop of darkness, stunned Lu Fusu. People left on their feet. They returned in a box. The subtitles explained. In the 1990s, late one night, an armed drug trafficking group pursued their vile intentions. Once discovered, the ruthless traffickers' new capture meant the death penalty. They chose to take others down with them, detonating explosives. The camera shifted. Vice Captain Wang Shizhou lay in a pool of blood, a gaping wound in his chest, 8 more across his abdomen, each one looking as though carved by a blade. Another officer, Zhang Tsongshan, had his legs shredded beyond recognition. Even through the video, Lu Fusu could not make out its shape. Doctors rushed to save him, but he had lost too much blood. He died on the way. Musical note, perhaps far away, or just yesterday, here or across the shore. Through long journeys of joy and sorrow, people gather, then scatter once more. Only by letting go of right and wrong do we see the answer. The courage to live on, with no halo of gods. You and I, born ordinary. Musical note. 5 anti-drug officers were lost that night. They were ordinary men, of flesh and blood. But their radiance outshone divinity. That operation seized 19.33 kilograms of opium, building a fortress of protection for the people. Wang Shizhou left behind his 80-year-old mother. None of his teammates dared to tell her. But the old woman found out anyway. Stooped and frail, she shuffled to her son's coffin. With trembling hands, she slapped his lifeless face inside the coffin. We agreed, didn't we? Why did you leave before me? Then, she pulled a handkerchief from her pocket and unfolded it layer by layer, revealing a few grams of silver. With hands like withered branches, she placed the silver in his mouth. Poor in life, but buried with silver. It was the only thing she could still do for her child. Only after did she break down, screaming in grief that tore the air apart. Lu Fusu switched off the comments. The mother's cry was sharper than blades, piercing straight through his chest. Musical note. Through heartbreak I see regret. Life is long, yet short. A heart that beats sprouts vines, ready to fight through danger. Falling into darkness, into the abyss. A face caked in mud, with no halo of gods. We hold tight to the ordinary. Musical note. Musical note. This heart, this life, no regrets. The fire of life is lit. Musical note. Chu Zhi's song spoke of no regrets, of life's fire burning bright. But the video was the opposite. The families were filled with regret. Their fires of life were extinguished. At the memorial service, Zhang Tsongshuan's wife clung to his hand, refusing to let go. She didn't cry. She had already cried herself hoarse when the news first came. Wang Shizhou's daughter knelt before his portrait, staring at his black and white photo. Dad, I can't see you. I can't see you, Dad. Every fallen officer had a family. They were children of their mothers, fathers of their children. Each death was not just one person lost, but a family shattered. Musical note. One day you may walk far away. Perhaps we will meet again, whether in crowds or across the sky. Let me see your face again, though tears flood my eyes. Silent and wordless. I need no halo of gods. Only your ordinary self. Musical note. The singing was soft, like a lullaby, as if the fallen could awaken again. But they could not. Lu Fusu's chest tightened, as if his ribs were under crushing weight. He reopened the comments, desperate for distraction. Most were cries of woo or 5,555, but one stood out. Anti-drug police families usually never show their faces to avoid traffickers' revenge. Unless they are no longer alive. Then why did that child appear on camera? 2 urgent comments, clearly typed by the same person. They referred to the scene where Zhang Tsongshuan's third son, Zhang Zichuan, appeared under dim light, wiping tears as he said, "When I see my daddy's photo, I just want to cry. He was only 10. His father was already gone. Yes, it was dangerous. Why show him?" Lu Fusu wanted to know too. Musical note. Through heartbreak I see regret. Life is long, yet short. A heart that beats sprouts vines, ready to fight through danger. Falling into darkness, into the abyss. A face caked in mud, with no halo of gods. We hold tight to the ordinary. Musical note. The voice was small, yet filled with strength. as though pouring every ounce of force into the softest sound. The answer came with the next scene. A little girl's voice. Why does Daddy's photo have no color? Why was Zhang Zichuan's childhood face shown so freely? Because, as the comment said, unless he too was no longer alive. He too had become an anti-drug officer. During an investigation, illness struck suddenly. He died in service at 36. I didn't deliberately choose this path. I just felt. I had to. I was meant to be a policeman, Zhang Zichuan once said. The Zhang family. For officers, 2 martyrs. It sounded heroic, but the pain beneath was immense. Chu Zhi understood this deeply. When Zhang passed away, his daughter Ling Ling was still very young. She kept sending her father messages, still waiting for him to come home. This was what Zhang's wife said. She did not show her face, only her trembling voice. There is no such thing as true empathy in the world, but her words crushed the viewers' hearts as if ripped out and stomped upon. Musical note. One day you may walk far away. Perhaps we will meet again, whether in crowds or across the sky. Let me see your face again, though tears flood my eyes. Silent and wordless. Musical note. What followed was a montage, footage from officers' body cameras, real gunfights, car collisions with traffickers, cases of grievous injuries. Officer Tao was rammed by trafficker's car, his legs still held together by steel plates. Officer Yang suffered grenade shrapnel in his skull. Surgery lasted 8 hours. Officer Zhang's palm pierced by bullets. Officer Su's tibia and fibula shattered. Officer Jiao took a bullet to the abdomen, losing 10 centimeters of intestines. Each case proved one thing. Anti-drug police were only human. Flesh and blood. Survivors could not show their faces on camera. The dead had no epitaph. Musical note. I need no halo of gods. Only your ordinary self. This heart, this life, no regrets. The fire of life is lit. Musical note. Throughout the video, Chu Zhi never showed his face. Only at the very end, he held up a poster. Every year, anti-drug police sacrifice their lives at a rate 4.9 times higher than other police. Their injury rate is 10 times higher. Every penny spent on drugs is another bullet shot into the bodies of anti-drug police. Stay away from drugs. Let them have an ordinary life. Chu Zhi knew another song, The Lonely Warrior, might have suited better, praising bravery. But more than that, he wished they could simply live in peace. As the outro played softly, the poster faded into images of city life. Families dining together, bustling traffic, happiness. The video ended. Lu Fusu sat frozen, like a puppet suddenly animated, stiffly scrolling to the comments. So much suffering, and even after death they remain nameless. Only endless rows of graves. I can't hold it in anymore. Does this mean every hero who showed their face in the video has already passed away? I once saw this question on Jihu. Why would anyone still choose to be an anti-drug officer? Perhaps it's like Lu Sun said, I offer my blood to protect China. This song is called Only the Ordinary. For anti-drug police, being ordinary is too difficult. Please, don't touch drugs. Without demand, they could live simple lives. Suddenly, Lu Fusu snapped out of his daze. He slapped himself. Slap, 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 slap. Stupid bastard. You idiot. Why did you take that stuff? He cursed himself between blows. But after 4 slaps, he stopped. His face stung too much. Even so, he kept muttering self-reproach. He regretted it deeply. That poster struck hardest. Ordinariness, something most people already had, was beyond reach for so many. And that simple ordinariness was bought with the blood and lives of those officers. I can't take it. Again, he thought of a plan. He would get a dog. They said pets could help with drug cravings. How many others would Chu Zhi's video pull back from the edge? Many little fruits swore off drugs after watching. On Douyin, Bilibili, Weibo, Orange Home, the video spread everywhere. As the country's largest online platform, it went viral instantly. Every year had its International Anti-Drug Day, but never with such impact. China's official anti-drug pages reposted it. China Anti-Drug Online, Shanxing Anti-Drug, Magic City Anti-Drug. Other celebrities followed suit, like Lin Xia, Tao Luo, and Shi Yao, sparking even more attention. Chu Zhi had succeeded. Celebrities should lead by example. Forget drugs. Even prostitution was impossible for him. As the Emperor Beast, he held himself to perfection. do things to the extreme. That afternoon, Chu Zhi posted on Weibo, "Eat a big orange. Drug-addicted artists have no right to return to the entertainment industry unless the fallen anti-drug police rise from the dead." A sweeping statement. How many stars were caught using drugs every year? On Earth, certain actors and singers exposed by the public. In this parallel world, Zhang Dou, Wang Jiyuan, Feng Mingming, Tang Beiqiao, and others. There were always at least 2 mid-level stars caught each year, just from public reporting. How many more lurked in the shadows? At least hundreds of people felt targeted by Chu Zhi's words. They were furious. Why meddle? You're not the entertainment industry's watchdog. Who gave you the right? Some even prepared to clap back. But in the end, they deleted their replies. Why? Because Chu Zhi's fanbase was too massive. They would be crushed. Besides, they knew in their hearts they had committed a little mistake. Most stayed silent. But one folk singer, Tang Beiqiao, snapped. His songs were never that popular, but when contestants performed them on shows like I Am a Singer and Riding the Wind and Waves of the Brothers, his name rose. Singer Beiqiao. As singers, we live under the expectations of fans and the spotlight. Depression is common. When traffickers hand you a drug disguised as candy in a moment of weakness, we are victims too. As victims, do we not deserve another chance? Must a single mistake condemn us forever, nailed to the pillar of shame? At Eat a Big Orange, he was panicked. He had been arrested 2 years ago, detained for 10 days, and fined. Slowly, he had returned to music festivals and shows. Now he was preparing a stadium concert. If Chu Zhi's storm grew, his career would collapse. The Emperor Beast never expected someone would dare to jump out. But he did not even need to act. Within seconds of Tang Beiqiao tagging Chu Zhi, the counterattack began. White shirt bow. Wow, that's some mental gymnastics. Did Brother Gio say you couldn't live again? Work in a factory, carry bricks at a construction site. No one stops you. But why return as a public figure? What gives you the right? Fishing in Genshin. Calling singers a depression disaster zone is laughable. As if other jobs aren't tough? Even if entertainment is stressful, you earn far more. If you feel wronged, no one forced you into this career. Xiaofeng Zhenren. The difference between people is huge. Brother Gio is also a singer, and he suffers from severe depression. Stop using depression as an excuse. Starlight Glow. Agree 1000%. You can live again, but don't come back as a celebrity. Every minute, hundreds more comments flooded in. Hashtag Chu Zhi declares, drug-addicted artists should not return hashtag. Hashtag Tang Beiqiao challenges Chu Zhi hashtag. Both hashtags shot into the top 5. The earlier ones were hashtag Chu Zhi ordinary hashtag and hashtag National Anti-Drug Awareness hashtag. The morning's video had already primed the crowd. Tang Beiqiao leapt right into the fire. The backlash was overwhelming. Some argued logically. Others hurled abuse. Within 40 minutes, Tang Beiqiao had to shut his comments. A bunch of idiots, he muttered. Even with reposts cursing him, he sneered. So what? They hate me, but can't get rid of me. But soon, he could no longer laugh. That very night, he received notice. His Shanghai concert approval was revoked. The Cultural Bureau explained. Large-scale performances will not be approved for immoral individuals or companies that enable unlawful or unethical behavior. Fuck, he cursed. He had already passed preliminary approval. He was about to notify public security. Now suddenly it was denied. Someone was pulling strings. Tang Beiqiao raged. He had already paid fines, served detention, paid the price. Why could he not perform? Deep down he knew. His singing career was over. Later that night, inside Chu Zhi's nanny van. Present, Chu Zhi, Wang Yuan, Xiao Zhuzi, Ma Weihao, Lao Qian, plus driver Qiu. Seriously, are these people just too rich and bored? Wang Yuan scrolled online. They want thrills. Go do extreme sports. Red Bull says your death will surprise you. They're cowards, Lao Qian replied. Do you think they dare do extreme sports? They only want the easy thrill, with no moral or legal restraint. Unless framed, any adult who chooses drugs has no excuse, Wang Yuan said firmly. The two raged on. Chu Zhi sat with eyes closed, enjoying Ma Weihao's massage. He had just restructured the company, draining his energy. Next he would head to the recording studio to finish Legend, then fly to Yang City to plan the Hanfu Festival. As the honorary chairman of the Hanfu Cultural Promotion Association, fame brought endless positions. Number 441. Follow-up. Hey everyone, back with another update on the situation here. Things took an even stranger and more disturbing turn last night, the 29th. Suddenly, huge news broke about bus stops, being burned, offices and bandings set on fire, and even a provincial DPRD building, like a regional government office, being torched. This is, honestly, really suspicious. Let me explain why. First, remember the police told people not to go live on TikTok/FB? CCTV cameras around protest areas were mysteriously destroyed before the protests even began, before 25th, and the KPI, the Indonesian Broadcasting Commission, sent a letter telling national TV stations not to cover the demonstrations. Well, suddenly, last night, news about these fires was everywhere on those same TV channels. The biggest red flag? The student protesters and most of demonstrators had already finished their protest and started going home around 6 to 7 p.m. The burning happened after that. The burning happened incredibly fast and was very coordinated, like it was planned. There are even leaks from demonstrators saying they were forced to back away by security. And when they looked back, the bus stops were already on fire. Let's be real. To burn down big buildings and bus stops, you need a lot of gasoline and high-quality stuff at that, like raw 92 fuel. And that stuff is expensive and not easy to get in large quantities. It seems impossible that the demonstrators did this. Many of them can't even afford proper safety gear for themselves. Where would they get the money for massive amounts of high-grade fuel? Plus, gas stations here would never sell that much fuel to regular citizens anyway. It also makes no sense. The demonstrators need public transportation to get home. Why would they burn the very bus stops they need? And if they really wanted to destroy public property, why wait until after the protest was over and everyone was leaving? Tragically, there were fatalities in the fires in Bandung and Makassar. This feels like a playbook we've seen before. There's even a famous documentary about it called 62 Minutes, the Sarina bus stop burning operation, on YouTube about the 2020 protests. In that case, the police quickly named 4 suspects. But an investigative news outlet, Narasi, used facial recognition and found clear footage of the actual arsonists, and they looked nothing like the 4 people the police presented. There's also a video going around that clearly shows a man in a white hat who started the clashes between protesters and police. You can see the police look right at him, but then they strangely turn and start hitting the protesters instead. And let's not forget those videos inciting people to loot stores, which conveniently show the faces of the looters perfectly. These are old tactics. Create chaos to divide people, turn public opinion against the protesters, pitting citizens against each other, and give police a reason to shut the protests down. And it's working. By the afternoon of the 30th, my TikTok FYP was flooded with videos of the victims of the fire. A grandma whose house behind the DPRD building burned down, a woman whose food stall was destroyed. The comments are all blaming the protesters for being anarchists. The narrative is being successfully shifted. The issue is no longer about the people's demands. It's now about violent protesters. But it's not all bleak. A lot of Indonesian netizens are also speaking out loudly against this narrative. People are trying to rationalize what happened, pointing out that the arsonists and looters were likely not real protesters, but oknum, infiltrators, or bad actors sent to discredit the movement. There's a big effort online to spread information urging everyone to stay focused. The message is, don't fall for the divide and conquer tactics. Remember the real reason we are protesting. Do not let them split us apart, especially along SARA lines. SARA stands for Suku, Agama, Ras, Dan Antargalongan, ethnicity, religion, race, and intergroup relations. It's a highly sensitive issue in Indonesia because conflicts based on these themes have led to severe violence in the past, and the government often uses SARA as a reason to crack down on freedom of speech to maintain harmony. They also often use SARA to punish citizens and shift the blame. SARA is one of the favorite issues to use for controlling public opinion and diverting public focus. This is because in Indonesia, there is more than one officially recognized religion, and there are many cultural beliefs stemming from native ethnicities and tribes. Furthermore, there is a vast number of distinct ethnic groups here. Therefore, friction between different Sara groups is an extremely sensitive matter and issue in Indonesia. The collective plea is to not be easily provoked, to be smart about checking information, and to absolutely avoid letting this become people versus the military. The goal is to keep the focus on the government and the original demands for change. Also today, 2 high school students were hit by a police vehicle. Again. But tonight, a crucial video surfaced. It clearly shows the arsonists arriving with ladders, gas cans, and what looks like gunpowder to burn a specific bus stop, the one that protest medics were using as a first aid station to help the injured. Even worse, one of the people being treated there had been hit by a bullet casing. A few days ago, it was also revealed that the government was offering influencers huge amounts of money to become pro-government buzzers. If they're paying influencers, you can only imagine how many other people are being paid to spread chaos and misinformation online. There are also photos circulating of snipers on rooftops. I don't know if they're using paintballs or non-lethal rounds, but it's terrifying to see. Oh, and in a North Sumatra protest today, the police put their female officers, Pol 1, at the front line with the male officers behind them. It's just baffling. On a practical note, many are reporting that news about the protests has suddenly disappeared from their For You page. There's even a report from an Indonesian in the Netherlands who couldn't post anything about the protests if it included the Indonesian flag. I felt it too. My feed today has been dominated by the arson stories, not the protests themselves, even though I use a modded international version of TikTok. It seems the meeting between Comdijai, Meta, and TikTok is already having an effect. Tonight, around 9:30 p.m. on the 30th, a lot of people here couldn't view or go live on TikTok. The blocking happened in waves. It started in the afternoon, with TikTok becoming unbearably slow and laggy, a clear prelude. Then, it peaked around 9:30 p.m. when the core function itself was killed. The live and view features were completely removed from almost all Indonesian TikTok accounts. Well, mine is still able to view or go live, though. This is all extremely concerning because there's supposed to be another huge demonstration tonight, and now we can't stream it live. Let's be clear. We've already seen pieces of video from previous demos where the police clashed with and brutally beat protesters. If the CCTVs are broken, no national TV stations are doing live coverage on the ground. And now we can't go live on social media either. That's incredibly dangerous. Who knows what the police will do to the protesters there? Those of us who are far away from the demo sites won't be able to monitor the situation or hold anyone accountable. Of course, TikTok and Facebook aren't the only live streaming platforms, but they're the most common ones used here for that kind of communication. So it's a major blow. I know some protesters are trying to use other apps to broadcast, but it's not the same. There's also the issue that the police will be using rubber bullets at the demo tonight. This just raises the tension and danger even higher. But in truth, who's to say that among those rubber bullets, there won't be real ones? There are already many photos and reports hinting at abductions and kidnappings of protesters by police officers. There are even leaked chat screenshots essentially saying that if you get caught, you'll be taken to a police building and shot dead. Isn't that absolutely terrifying? Now, I have to say, this and the rumor about rubber bullets are just issues and leaks that I've seen circulating on TikTok. I sincerely hope they remain just rumors and don't become a reality. It just feels like everything is being set up for the worst to happen in the dark, away from the public eye. But deep down, I really don't want this to escalate any further. The last thing anyone needs is for this to turn into military versus civilians, or even worse, civilians versus military. Much less for the country to enter some kind of military emergency, like what happened in South Korea not long ago. The irony is just overwhelming. August is our Independence Month, and the 29th was the anniversary of the DPR itself. This is not how a country should celebrate. If I can, I'll keep you updated tomorrow, and maybe every day until all of this ends. On a slightly more hopeful note, I personally don't think that internet shutdown will be a complete blackout for the whole country. That would be a massive disaster and would scream that something is terribly wrong to the entire world. Let's be real here, they probably want to avoid that. What's more likely is that they'll just make everything incredibly slow and difficult to use. I mean, in many parts of Indonesia, 4G is still a luxury. Most of us are still on 3G on a good day. I'm still using 3G in here. I'll keep translating as much as I can with whatever connection I have. Thank you so much for sticking with me, for your patience, and for caring about what's happening over here. It means a lot. Please stay safe, everyone. Rhea? Number 442. A clever idea. With the rise of Generation Z, their growing purchasing power has doubled year after year. Many celebrities have learned to play to their tastes, using it as a way to win over this new audience. The strategies varied. Some declared themselves fans of a certain comic. Some cosplayed popular anime characters, while others joined promotional events for Hanfu. Of course, there were a few who truly loved these things, but the majority treated it as business. Chu Zhi was a little different. He wasn't doing this to grab fans, nor could it be said that he was driven by passion. The title of Father of the New Chinese style from his role as the Emperor Beast was already more than enough. His attitude toward Hanfu was one of respect. He believed traditional culture must be carried forward. That was why he wore Hanfu when singing on stage. To say he loved it deeply would be an exaggeration. After all, even when he performed as Emperor Beast, his knowledge was only a surface-level understanding. At the meeting, the honorary president sat at the first seat on the left, while the main seat naturally belonged to President Xi. President Xi, already in his 60s, had served as the head of propaganda in the Ministry of Culture and Tourism before retirement. He was also an academic leader, having been appointed 5 years ago as a member of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, a title comparable to an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. His research focused on the history of ancient clothing and Western Xia cultural history. In short, he was a professional in this field. Though he looked frail, with sagging cheeks and deep dark circles under his eyes, President Xi often joined senior marathons. His thin appearance came not from weakness, but from age. His personality, however, was fiery. He particularly detested the so-called chest-high ruchuan sold in the market. There was nothing wrong with merchants making adaptations of Tang-style clothing to attract buyers, nor was there anything wrong with promoting them. But what he could not tolerate was misleading publicity. The public had been made to believe that most Tang women wore this style, when in fact, chest-high ruchuan was just a modern marketing term. The actual historical forms were very different. President Xi had written countless academic papers criticizing this. During the meeting, someone raised a topic. Our Shitong Hanfu Culture Week. Can we have Chairman Chu's support? Director Li, are you planning to invite Chairman Chu to attend and sing a few songs? Someone teased. No, nothing like that. Director Li of Shitong's Cultural Tourism Office quickly denied with a smile. We all know Chairman Chu's schedule is packed. We wouldn't dare make such a request. What we're hoping for is simply Chairman Chu's authorization. The representatives of the member groups were already tugging the discussion in different directions. In this parallel world, the Chinese Hanfu Promotion Association was a highly official body, almost on par with the National Charity Federation. It was a semi-official organization, with groups from places like Shitong, Pengcheng, and Wuzhen all serving as members. What kind of authorization? Asked Chu Zhi. Your album, Chu Ci, Ode to the Orange Tree. It has never had a physical release. We'd like to produce 3,000 physical copies and include them as prizes for the Culture Week, Director Li explained. The representative from Wuzhen immediately perked up. That was indeed an inspired idea. The album was already highly praised. Its overlap with Hanfu enthusiasts was large, and most importantly, there was no physical version yet. As a prize, it would be unique and unforgettable. Album authorization. Chu Zhi paused, surprised. He hadn't expected such a proposal. We know Chairman Chu only releases digital albums, and they're free, Director Li continued. We promise these copies will only be used as prizes during the event's raffle. No one will need to pay for them. We will never use them for profit. Printing 3,000 physical albums, even with high-quality production, would cost no more than 20 yuan each. At most, 60,000 yuan total. I'll need to discuss this with my manager, Chu Zhi said after thinking it through. He agreed with the idea in principle, but copyright issues were handled by Niu Jiangxue. Of course, Director Li nodded eagerly. To show he understood the gravity of the matter, he added, copyright is no small thing. Discussion is necessary, absolutely. Since the Hanfu Culture Week in Shitong was scheduled for early November, there were only a few days left. Settling it early would be best. Chu Zhi stood and excused himself. I'm sorry. Please give me a moment to make a call. President Xi immediately replied. Chairman Chu is efficient in his work. This is also important business for our association. As head of the union and an academic leader with real authority, President Xi despised those who treated ethnic culture purely as business. Chu Zhi, however, was a rare junior he truly admired. Chu Zhi dialed Niu Jiangxue and explained the situation. If it isn't for profit, I think it's acceptable, Niu Jiangxue replied. Physical copies of your Chinese albums have never been released. Many fans want to collect them. Partnering with cultural events like this could be a good way to meet that demand. Brave Niu Jiangxue was always looking further ahead. While Chu Zhi had only thought of it as satisfying little fruits who longed for physical collectibles, she was already seeing a long-term strategy. In that case, since you think it's fine, I'll go give them the answer, Chu Zhi said. I'll send the album materials to your email right away, Niu Jiangxue told him. The digital album already had a cover, introductions for every song, and complete content. The only thing missing was the collectible photo cards. After finishing the call, Chu Zhi returned to the meeting room and delivered the good news. Director Li's joy was plain to see. With Chairman Chu's support, our Hanfu culture will surely spread even further, Director Li said, slipping into flattery. Given that Shitong's events often drew tens of thousands of Hanfu enthusiasts over a single weekend, the album would undoubtedly become a beloved prize. Not only Director Li but the other member representatives were also tempted. Producing such prizes under Chu Zhi's authorization would not cost much, yet the prestige was immense. Truly, it was a clever solution. Thank you, Chairman Chu, for supporting the promotion of Hanfu, President Xi said sincerely. Director Li then outlined the rest of the Culture Week's plans in great detail. Besides the prize pool, there would be performances, such as a 150-person formation dressed in the military uniforms of the Qin, Han, Jin, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, staged for the media to capture. Other activities included traditional games like tu, arrow throwing, fee whaling, a poetry challenge, dice games, and lantern riddles, ensuring tourists would not be bored. China had countless ancient towns, many more beautiful than Xitong, but Xitong hoped to use the Hanfu Culture Week to establish itself as a cultural brand. The plans sounded impressive. Even Chu Zhi felt a flicker of interest, though unfortunately, his schedule was too tight. If nothing changed, he would be in Japan at that time. The meeting continued with other discussions, but let us shift scenes to Amsterdam, the Netherlands. There, Lu Fusu slapped himself several times before swearing he would never touch that poison again. But the next day, he twisted and turned restlessly. The cravings gnawed at him. At first, it felt like 1,000 ants crawling over his skin. Then it grew into 10,000 ants chewing through his bones. Forget it, he thought bitterly. Isn't life meant to be happy? If I can't even let myself feel good, what's the point of living? Such thoughts flooded his mind, dragging him close to losing control. But then, an image from a short video flashed before him. The bloody, mangled scenes he had once watched. They had burned themselves into his memory. In most countries, such content would have been banned for its gore. Yet in Chu Zhi's video, it had been shown completely uncensored. If it had been any other theme or celebrity, the censors would never have allowed it. It was exactly those blood-soaked images that kept Lu Fusu tethered to reason. His hand, instead of dialing the number of his Dutch supplier, dialed his father's number instead. Number 443, the idol in scholarly journals. The moment the call connected, all of Lu Fusu's courage vanished. On the other end, his father remained silent, waiting for him to speak. The only times Lu Fusu ever called his father were when his living expenses didn't arrive on time. Other than that, he honestly never knew what else to say. All he could hear was his father's breathing, heavy and oppressive. The silence pressed down until Lu Fusu blurted out, "Nothing. I dialed the wrong number." Just as he was about to hang up, his father spoke. "Is there something you need to tell me?" Lu Fusu hummed faintly through his nose. "Have you picked up bad habits from foreigners? Started messing with things you shouldn't?" his father asked suddenly, without warning. The question left Lu Fusu completely at a loss. He both wanted to know how his father had found out, and was terrified that his father truly knew. Memories resurfaced. His father had rarely interfered in his life, But there had been one time it went too far. A teacher had asked for a parent to come in, and when they got home afterward, Lu Fusu had been beaten badly. Your Uncle Wang's daughter picked up that same thing, his father continued. But then, after seeing a short video, she realized her mistake. She begged your Uncle Wang to send her to a rehabilitation center. Her idol was the same as yours. The video's creator, the singer Chu Zhi. Uncle Wang, some friend of his father's generation. Lu Fusu never bothered remembering those names. He had no idea who that was. Still, were there really that many people caught up in drug abuse? According to the Ministry of Public Security, there were more than 1.5 million. Out of a population of 1.4 billion, that was 1 in every 1,000 people. A shocking ratio. Of course, America had an even worse problem, where drug users outnumbered smokers. Uncle Wang's identity slipped right past Lu Fusu. What truly caught his attention was, "You know I'm a fan?" That I followed Chu Zhi. In Lu Fusu's mind, his father only cared to confirm whether he was alive. Nothing more. "I don't want to be receiving this kind of call," his father said with a trace of reprimand. Lu Fusu braced for more scolding, but instead, his father shifted tone. "But since it's come to this, it's good you called. Don't keep studying for now. I'll arrange for you to return home." Yesterday, Lu Fusu said quickly. "If I get checked, it wouldn't make sense. Don't worry about that. I'll handle it. You'll come back and go straight into rehab." With that, his father hung up. The abrupt and wasn't out of anger. On the contrary, his father's expression afterward was complicated, hard to define. Originally, when a business partner told him he'd sent his daughter into rehab because of a video, Lu's father had been skeptical. A video could have that kind of effect? More powerful than a bishop's sermon? Too exaggerated. But then his own son called. Lu's father often delayed transferring living expenses by a day or two. It was his excuse to call, to talk to his son. Yet each time he was met with a careless tone that only stirred his temper, creating a vicious cycle. "Chu Zhi," Lu's father murmured to himself, as if trying to etch the name into memory. Meanwhile, the man being mentioned, Chu Zhi, was buried in endless meetings. Perhaps it was the year-end rush on the new calendar, but every major association seemed to have important conferences. At present, Chu Zhi held several positions. Member of the Presidium of the Chinese Musicians Association. Council member of the Chinese Copyright Protection Association. Honorary President of the Music Composers Association. Honorary President of the Hanfu Promotion Union. Public Ambassador for the Chinese Ancient Books Protection Association. President of the 9th Overseas Mutual Aid Society. Of these, the 6 were the most important. The Copyright and Ancient Book Associations were ones he had personally applied to join. The first wasn't about helping music platforms earn more, nor about making listeners pay extra. Its purpose was ensuring that lyricists and composers earned their fair share. Too often, songs used for profit-making performances left the original creators unpaid. As for the ancient books, his identity as a singer might have seemed out of place in the association, but Chu Zhi was genuinely passionate about their preservation. While the Emperor Beast busied himself with meetings, Niu Jiangxue and the rest of the team were equally occupied. They had finalized copyright arrangements for 2 Korean and Japanese EPs, and revenue streams from karaoke and merchandise were also being tallied. At the right moment, the song, As Long as Ordinary, was released across major platforms. The Central Publicity Department even designated it as an official anti-drug promotion song. No one knew how many people slammed the brakes at the edge of the cliff after watching Chu Zhi's video. But if even one person had been awakened, then the song had not been sung in vain. Chu Zhi, a musician passing on a sense of social responsibility. People's Daily. As expected, Chu Zhi was once again praised by state media. Viewers were used to it by now. Every year, he received 1 or 2 official commendations. Inside the Orange Home community, however, fans weren't really talking about that. They were far more enthusiastic about something else, academic papers. It had started with Professor Xiaoyu. Soon, domestic research reports on Chu Zhi multiplied, eventually expanding into what was being called the Chu Zhi phenomenon. At first, this phenomenon referred solely to the positive influence idols could have on fans. But as more researchers joined in, the definition grew increasingly muddled. Other fan communities loved to boast whenever their idol appeared in newspapers. The Little Fruits, on the other hand, were low-key. An interpretation and reconstruction of Chu Zhi's social image in the context of new media, a literature review. This one's from Film Literature Journal. Sounds so impressive. I found one. Exploring the collapse of celebrity personas in the social media era and why Chu Zhi became synonymous with positive energy, a comparison. The core journal still prioritizes, from Chu Zhi, rethinking the communication path of celebrity identity. Many papers were dug up. Not only that, but some little fruits said, actually, there are lots of foreign papers on Brother Geo. Those who know Japanese or Korean, help us dig deeper. Don't forget Russia and Vietnam. Brother Geo's popularity in those two countries is still sky-high. The difference in how fans chase their idols really was staggering. In the age of fast consumption, no single trending topic lasted. 2 or 3 days later, the #1 hot search was already taken over by a drama pushing hashtags like number 188 and 166 are so sweet. A typical manufactured sugar drama. The production team knew well enough that their leads had no real chemistry. So they bought a hot search about how 188 and 166 made the cutest height difference. Those numbers referred to the male and female leads' heights. Just like that, another 2 or 3 days slipped by, and November arrived. The Shitong Hanfu Culture Week began. Anyone who often traveled to Shitong would know that the local inns perfectly embodied what most people imagined of a Jiangnan water town. Open a window, and there were flowing canals, stone bridges, wooden boats, and antique-style architecture. The only drawback was how poorly soundproof the inns were. Conversations, let alone applause, carried easily through the walls. Wang Yu hadn't rested well the night before. She truly didn't understand why. As a secretary, she had to accompany her boss to Shitong just to snatch up physical albums. Her boss, Zheng Bixian, was a mom fan of Chu Zhi. Somehow, she had gotten word that one of the prizes for this year's event was a physical copy of Songs of Chu, Ode to the Orange. President Zheng's intel can't really be reliable, can it? If there were such a prize, why wouldn't it be promoted online? Wang Yu asked skeptically. She had searched for any mention of it online since yesterday, and found nothing. Exactly. Why hadn't Shitong promoted such a great publicity opportunity? Because Director Li and the Office of Tourism Development were clever. Every tourist destination had its capacity limits, and Shitong was already at the edge. So Director Li's plan was to build a good reputation this year, then expand facilities over the next, and only afterward use that reputation to attract more visitors. After all, printing an album wasn't a one-time thing. They could always print more the following year. Spending a little money to create a big effect. Number 444. Most popular in Eastern Europe. Wang Yu never expected that losing 3 rounds in a row, pitchpot, lantern riddles, and flying flower verses, would leave her feeling depressed. The most humiliating part was that one of those losses had been to a high school student. Could it be that after graduating, I'm still worse than students still in school? At first, Wang Yu was indignant, but after thinking about it, she had to admit the truth. Everything she learned had long been returned to her teachers. Fortunately, she had a backup plan. President Zheng Xianbi had given her a 30,000 yuan budget. If the lottery didn't work, she could just throw money at it. Wang Yu began scanning for her target. Unbelievable. It's Xiao Jio's physical album. And not just any album, but the legendary Chu Zhi Ode to the Orange Tree. Tell me this isn't the most outstanding album of the 21st century. No objections, right? No objections at all. It has 1,000 Miles Away, Chrysanthemum Terrace, A Dream Like Blades, and a difficult scripture. Who dares argue against that? Not me. Didn't expect Shitong to suddenly pull through. But wait, Chu Zhi never released a physical album. Could Shitong's version be pirated? Shouldn't be. Look at the back cover. It clearly says authorized by Igua Company. There's even a line printed on the cover. Chu Zhi congratulates the successful opening of the Shitong Hanfu Cultural Week. Really? Show me, or I don't believe it. Get lost. Some who missed the prize draw regretted it deeply once they found out the prize was Chu Zhi's album. How regretful. The kind of regret where you miss the first sip of an ice-cold Coke or the last bite of ice cream. The prize pool had more than 10 categories. Albums, a set of Hanfu, cultural hoodies, malt pancakes, and so on. Unsurprisingly, the album was the first prize chosen every time. Wang Yu's eyes searched restlessly. Buying an album from someone wasn't easy, and while President Zheng had approved a generous budget, she couldn't spend it all carelessly. Even for non-fans like Wang Yu, owning a physical album of Chu Zhi was worthwhile. Ode to the Orange Tree contained 15 songs, many of which had already found their way into countless playlists. 3,000 albums. What was that compared to the 10,000 people who came dressed in Hanfu to the event? And there were even more who came in casual clothes just to see the pretty Hanfu girls. After asking more than a dozen winners, Wang Yu finally bought 2 albums for 2,000 yuan. A solid profit. Luck favors the hardworking, and today, another hardworking person was Xiao Guo. Her real name was Yi Zhaozhao, a hardcore Little Fruits fan. She studied Russian legal translation at China University of Political Science and Law and had an excellent command of Russian. Compared to China, there were far fewer academic papers on Jiwai abroad. Korea and Japan, for example, produced very little. Korean and Japanese celebrities had low status academically. Only those involved in legal controversies tended to get reports. Chu Zhi, however, was labeled the circuit breaker preventing human suicide, drawing attention from social psychology and cultural industry analysts. Russia may be powerful in the arts, but their entertainment industry really has no presence. I wonder if I can even find a few scraps of papers, Xiao Guo sighed. She opened a library, Russia's equivalent of CNKI. Many Russian exchange students would know it well. She searched her idol's name and the new era hero Chu Zhi, the inheritance of heroic spirit in the context of national modernization author, Yevgeny Anton Boris Onzalov. This was the earliest entry. After that, it was as if floodgates opened. Countless analyses appeared. So many papers, far more than Korea or Japan, leaving Xiao Guo stunned. Truth be told, it's difficult enough for a celebrity to make it abroad, let alone inspire local scholars to write papers about them. Xiao Guo's Russian was good enough to read them one by one. The generative logic, core meaning, and value implications of Katyusha, a comparative study of heroic spirit in Russian and Chinese music, Katyusha and Rowan Tree. The relationship between Chu Zhi's songwriting ability and his mental state, and the mediating role of social participation, and many more. Altogether, more than 70 papers and reports mentioned Chu Zhi. Since she was most concerned about his health, Xiao Guo clicked into one focused on mental state. It was authored by Yuri, a professor at Moscow State University's Department of Psychology, who was also an amateur ballet dancer. Because of the word limit, the paper gave a general overview, saying that after traumatic events or brushes with death, an artist's creativity might drastically change, for better or worse. Chu Zhi was an example of the positive side. Professors are nothing if not meticulous. Yuri compared Chu Zhi's first 2 electronic albums with later works, concluding, the two share only limited correlation. Mr. Chu Zhi's control over the popular accessibility of his art has qualitatively improved. A very polite way of saying it. Xiao Guo fully agreed. She was a fan of his works above all else. His creations were so brilliant that she had to follow him. After finishing his recent catalog, she went back to his 2 early electronic albums. How to describe them? Avant-garde, to the point she didn't like them. Wow, he even wrote a book. Following the trail, Xiao Guo stumbled on a surprise. Professor Yuri had published a book, Art and the Spirit of Extreme Opposition. It wasn't dedicated solely to Chu Zhi, but analyzed the link between psychological illness and creativity, with Chu Zhi as a key case study. Unlike academic papers, the book was less restrained. Yuri even made the bold claim, mental illness not only triggers changes in creativity, but in some cases alters the human body itself. His research suggested that Chu Zhi's vocal ability had actually evolved. Take Opera 2, for instance. Based on Chu Zhi's earlier performances, his voice should not have been able to reach those notes. Yet he sang into the 6th octave with a rich, rounded tone. Going from lacking that talent to suddenly possessing it could only be explained by his brushes with death and despair. Xiao Guo bought the ebook and was instantly hooked. She spent the entire afternoon glued to her phone, devouring its hundreds of thousands of words. From the standpoint of all humanity, Chu Zhi's severe depression, which awakened his creative power, is precisely what we most want to see. He can bring us more great works. A chilling opinion, yet Xiao Guo found no way to refute it. As a fan, She wished for both his health and his career to flourish. But if she had to choose between talent and well-being, she wasn't sure what to pick. Crap, crap, crap. She suddenly remembered. She had promised in the Orange Home Apps community that she would share the Russian papers within an hour, but the whole afternoon had passed. She quickly began compiling them. The more she collected, the more shocked she became. Thanks to Opera 2, and especially Katyusha, which last December triggered an academic wave. Russia's top universities, Moscow State University, St. Petersburg University, Novosibirsk University, Tomsk State University, and others, had all produced papers on Chu Zhi. Katyusha was so influential that it was played at both weddings and funerals, becoming a cultural phenomenon. Naturally, scholars were fascinated. So it's not Korea but Russia that researches Jiuwai the most. Xiao Guo felt pride swell within her. Her idol was admired by intellectuals in a distant land. 80% of her fandom was for his works, the remaining 20% for his career. Seeing Russian state media rank Chu Zhi among the top 10 foreigners of 2021 who influenced Russia filled her with motivation. Compiling everything into a summary took time. She worked over an hour at her computer. Stretching with a sore back, she smiled. After so much work, this post needs a powerful title. After some thought, she posted in the Orange Home community, an amazing discovery. Her naming sense was poor, but her ability was solid. She laid out the translated titles, authors, and links neatly like a timetable, easy to read at a glance. She felt it was a shame that Professor Yuri's book art, in the spirit of extreme opposition, hadn't been translated into Chinese. If it had, other fans could have read it too. Then a spark struck. What if she translated it herself? Whether she would actually attempt it was unclear. What mattered was that the post was detailed, well-organized, and backed by solid sources. The little fruits were thrilled. 666. Awesome. Brother Ju never fails. Respect to our Russian language queen. I think Jiuwai must have grown up listening to the old generation's music with his grandfather. That's how he wrote songs like Go Home Often and Katyusha. If two hearts are bound for long, why care about being apart in youth or old age? So many papers. I used a translator to get through too. Russia really loves Xiaojiu. Why is there a weird comment mixed in above? I know Russian too, and my Russian friends confirm it. Jiuwai is indeed famous there. The comments reflected the diversity of humanity. Some fans even used their own channels to confirm the papers were genuine and written by real professors. With such exciting news, Little Fruits began sharing screenshots on Weibo. Unlike certain stars who boasted about winning architectural awards, with no proof, Chu Zhi's excellence was backed by verifiable research. Other celebrities were dumbfounded. Their PR teams worked hard for a couple of international reports or a vanity award, while Chu Zhi had peer-reviewed papers. What was this? Playing unfair? Hashtag most popular star in Eastern Europe shot up the hot search rankings, without Chu Zhi's team spending a cent on promotion. Among the current top idols, Lin Xia, Shi Yao, Tao Luo, and Lin Weiran. Only the veteran Lin Xia accepted it calmly. The others bristled. Take Tao Luo. His endorsement fee was $28 million a year, the industry ceiling. Yet Chu Zhi earned $28 million in just one quarter. For times that in a year. How could a domestic star be studied so deeply by Russians? This was excessive PR, but it was only natural. Becoming the ceiling of your generation was already hard enough, but beyond the ceiling was the open sky. Who could stay comfortable with that? Tao Luo even went onto the darknet to commission an investigation into Chu Zhi's popularity in Russia. Everyone knows Silk Road had been shut down by the FBI, but the new Silk Road had risen. You could buy anything there, even bounties on the US president's wallet. Compared to that, Tao Luo's request was simple. The response came quickly with a detailed report. Say what you will, the darknet had its geniuses. The report covered official, public, and industry angles. Officially, Chu Zhi had been named an honorary citizen of St. Petersburg and praised by Russian state media. In the industry, Katyusha had swept every award in the Slavic cultural sphere. Within Slavic music, Katyusha was considered divine. Tao Luo stared, baffled. With so many accolades, why hadn't Chu Zhi publicized them? If it had been him, he'd have announced it until fans were sick of hearing it. Looking again at the Weibo topic hashtag most popular star in Eastern Europe, Tao Luo realized the truth. The hot search was actually humble. Chu Zhi wasn't just popular. He was monumental. Shi Yao and Lin Weiran also confirmed it through their own channels. Now they understood why Lin Xia, the senior, behaved like a bootlicker. Whenever there was news about Chu Zhi, Lin Xia was always the first to respond and share, even faster than Zhou Yu. They had once sneered at him. Zhou Yu was understandable since Chu Zhi had written his signature work, but Lin Xia? Where was his dignity? Now they knew. It wasn't that Lin Xia lacked backbone. It was that Chu Zhi was simply that overwhelming. The internet blazed hotter every day, while the weather grew colder, until finally, the winter solstice arrived. Customs varied across regions. In Sichuan and Chongqing, people ate mutton soup with pea tips. In Guangdong, sesame dumplings and raw fish. In Zhejiang, rice cakes and wontons. In Shaanxi, dumplings. To many, festivals. And their foods were inseparable. The Chinese were a nation of food lovers, without question. Chu Zhi was from the mountain city, so for lunch it had to be mutton soup. Mutton and offal stewed with radish until the broth turned milky white and bubbled warmly. After eating chunks of meat, they added more radish. With everyone sharing chopsticks, the meat and radish disappeared quickly. Xiao Zhuzi seized the chance to toss in pea shoots. Mutton soup with leafy greens was unbeatable, and Lao Qian and Li Guoxiuan devoured it shamelessly. That day, Chu Zhi had originally planned to invite everyone to a restaurant, but Niu Jiangxue suggested trying a group meal in the meeting room. Normally, their lunch meetings were everyone eating separately. A true group meal was rare, so they ordered takeaway mutton soup. Open flames and induction cookers weren't allowed in the office building, so they boiled the soup in an electric kettle and poured it out. It worked surprisingly well, and everyone enjoyed it. Brother Chu, Brother Qian, are you both done eating? Xiao Zhuzi asked nervously. Pretty much. Lao Qian patted his stuffed belly. Everyone, including Chu Zhi, was full. 700 grams of meat and offal per person was more than enough. Then I'll add what I like now. Xiao Zhuzi grinned mischievously. She poured more boiling broth from the kettle into the pot and took a small box from the fridge. One look and Chu Zhi recognized it as salmon. Salmon in mutton soup? He couldn't help but wonder what that would taste like. At the same time, he marveled at the imagination of dark cuisine lovers. Why add salmon to mutton broth? Under everyone's stunned gazes, Xiao Zhuzi dipped in the salmon slices. She had waited until now because she knew her tastes might differ from most. Better to wait until everyone was nearly done. Cooked salmon in mutton broth, dipped in fermented tofu sauce. Chu Zhi wasn't brave enough to try. His fans in Japan called him ragdoll, but curiosity could be deadly to the stomach. Is it good? Lao Qian asked, swallowing involuntarily. The meal was arranged for noon since everyone would return home to reunite with family that evening. Overlapping company gatherings with family time was something Chu Zhi strongly disliked. Lunch could be casual, but work could not. That afternoon, the entire company would unite for a major task. The release of Chu Ci 9 songs. Number 445. 9 songs, 1 ceiling. The company had started promo a month in advance. No matter how famous you are, you never skip the pre-release push for an album. This time, though, Niu Jiangxue decided to play it cute. The slogan was, Winter Solstice, please look forward to Chu Zhi's winter gift. That was it. One line. No context. But it fit Chu Zhi's current popularity perfectly. After the teaser spread, little fruits and casual onlookers were dying to know what the winter gift meant. The topic hit hot search. On multiple platforms in a day, from Douyin to Xiaohongshu to Weibo, countless creator accounts posted evidence-based guesses. On the winter solstice itself, curiosity spiked again. Passers-by and little fruits pushed the topic hashtag Chujia's winter gift back onto the trending list. 1 promo. 2 hot searches. 40 frogs. So what exactly is the winter gift? From Shaanxi, it Suoluoluo, Wang Mingyi and Gu Duo Fu think it's more likely a single. Rumor is someone saw Chu Zhi going in and out of a Beijing recording studio. From Hainan, 404 revelation. Didn't people already dig up that the studio session was for just ordinary? I think it must be nudes. Xiao Jiu's nudes, hehe. From Sichuan, Qian Dai. Friend upstairs, is there really no one you care about left on the internet? From Zhejiang, Fat Chun. Congrats to Sichuan for winning today's traveling yellow flag. From Guangdong. Water without trace. Hee hee. Best winter gift would be Xiao Jiu's nudes. That would get my blood pumping. I wouldn't feel cold anymore. From Jiangxi. The internet teems with talent. Netizens have a silver tongue, and many who are shy in person get downright saucy online. At exactly 4 in the afternoon, Chu Zhi 9 songs went live on all platforms. NetEase Cloud Music, a second new Chinese-style album. Chu Zhi reaches another peak. QQ Music. Today, he returns to the throne of Chinese style. Kugo Music, he's here. He brought an album with him. Kuomigu. And the rest all gave it prime placement. They were even paying for it. Chu Zhi's album was free across the web. Platforms could have hosted it without spending a cent, yet they still shelled out. Internet companies play zero-sum games. So the winter gift was a brand new album. And not just any album, a Chinese-style one. Better than anyone guessed. Casual listeners and little fruits were fired up. The album detonated the internet. Even people who rarely checked their phones logged in to listen. The scene was absurd. As illustrated below. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. You get it. At the top of the album page was a headline. Every track is a title track. East wind breaks, blue and white porcelain, hair like snow, fireworks grow cold, general's command, last night's letter, end of the mortal world, Jiangnan, a laugh in the vast sea. A Chinese ghost story, flowers too fragrant, Qi Ling, moonlight, beauty. 14 songs, 14 heavy hitters. For most artists, the flex on release day is one title track parachuting onto the top of the charts. For Chu Zhi, his own songs were brawling with each other. By the end of the afternoon, 12 of the top 15 on the new songs chart were from this album. Bystanders at first. No way. Even for Chu Zhi, these numbers are ridiculous. After listening to the whole thing. Sorry, I spoke too loudly. Why did 2 songs drop out of the top 15? Must be because those other 3 got bought. Scalps tingled. For artists who released in the same window, tingling was too mild. It felt like their skull caps were being pried off. Outrageous. Take Lin Weiran. His album had been out 2 weeks and was still running hot. Now the hot stovetop had no space left for Lin Weiran. Well, not entirely fair. Lin Weiran was a newly crowned top idol. With fan support, his 2 title tracks held firm at 12 and 15. If he had known the album would drop on the winter solstice, he would have shifted early. But promo played coy. Who could have guessed? Zhou Yu and Lin Xia had both set alerts for Chu Zhi. The moment the album came out, Zhou Yu paused his recording session and Lin Xia stepped out from a stage rehearsal. Neither doubted the line, every track is a title track. Others scoffed at the claim. Zhou Yu and Lin Xia did not. After listening, they sighed at the waist, then each fell in love with one song. Lin Xia's favorite was Blue and White Porcelain. He opened the comments. Sky blue waits on the rain, and I wait on you. I feel like old Lord Chow. He said, there exists someone even braver than El Bu. My reaction to this track. There exists a song more perfect than 1,000 Miles Away and Chrysanthemum Terrace. Gorgeous. These lyrics are sublime. Musical note, moonlight is hauled up and the ending blurs. Musical note, the melody sits on the pentatonic, with 8ths and 16ths alternating. Elegant and classical. Now this is Chinese music. Without a doubt, Blue and White Porcelain is a pinnacle of Chinese style. It will whip up another wave. Maybe I should add a few Chinese-style tracks to my next album. Lin Xia weighed the idea. If I ride this heat, I can harvest some heat. Lin Xia was 33 this year. Zhou Yu was only in his 20s. Zhou Yu's favorite was Qi Ling. He felt the lyrics were not as intricate as those in Fireworks Grow Cold and others, but the vibe had him hooked. When the operatic timbre hit, musical note, people pass beneath the stage, old colors fading from sight. On stage, someone sings a heart-shattering farewell. Musical note, Zhou Yu's skin prickled. What sealed it was the music video. In 4.5 minutes, it told a story that shattered him. Republican era, the Japanese army invades and occupies a county. A famous opera singer is ordered to perform the Peach Blossom Fan, or they will begin a massacre. On the night of the performance, every high-ranking officer attends. The singer lights a fire and burns the theater, the invaders, and himself. After the MV, when Zhou Yu heard the line musical note, a duckweed in troubled times, I cannot watch beacon fires consume the rivers and mountains. My station is low, Yet I dare not forget my country, even if no one knows my name. Musical note: the tears came hard. Go watch the MV. You will regret it if you do not. Joey, you texted. Plenty of stars watched Chu Zhi. The music critics watched even closer. Gu Duo Fu Zhang, Mingyi, Zhuiyang Feixing, and Hu Du were the four biggest names. They posted first impressions on their own accounts. Zhuiyang Feixing. With this album, there will be no more new Chinese style to invent. Hu Du. Chu Zhi Ode to the Orange Tree opened new Chinese style. Chu Zhi 9 songs built the ceiling for it. Zhang Mingyi, what a waste. That is all I feel. With this many great songs, even a greatest hit set would still have leftovers. Gu Duo Fu. Chinese music cannot do without Chu Zhi, just as the West cannot lose Jerusalem. Quick takes first, to seize attention. Deep dives would come later. Like film analysis, music analysis is hard work. You must understand the piece better than the original creator. In an age of viral hits and short videos that can launch any tune, it is rare for the whole country to discuss the same album together. Chu Zhi 9 songs not only sparked nationwide discussion, it sparked widespread debate. Some people love to drag one thing down to lift another, and to force others to admit their opinions. I am saying Blue and White Porcelain is the #1 Chinese-style song. Any objections? Of course that set off arguments. Great songs do more than feed the fan circle. They delight outsiders too. Suddenly, there was so much to hear. The album dropped on the winter solstice. By the next day, the heat snowballed. Different listeners had different needs. For example, Xiaoyu brought a track to an old friend. Xiaoyu, the first scholar to study Chu Zhi, had a daughter, Xiaoqing, who was a die-hard Little Fruits. Xiaoqing's mood lately was terrible. She had missed the fan meet, failed to grab music festival tickets, and also missed the physical albums released in Xitong. Despair. Xiaoyu did not despair. He had snagged one physical album. He kept quiet about it. Across from him sat Zhang Fengye, a professor in the Central Conservatory's Chinese Traditional Music Department. People socialize in strata. Professors befriend professors. Chu Zhi really has your attention. You came all this way to recommend a song. Zhang Fengye laughed. I want you to listen to this, and tell me what you think of the lyrics, Xiaoyu said, handing over a Bluetooth earbud. The opening Guzheng and Guqin did not surprise Zhang Fengye. He knew Chu Zhi's new Chinese style work well, and had cited it in lectures. Traditional instruments, reinvented. What is it called? Asked Zhang Fengye. Last night's letter, said Xiaoyu. A voice flowed in the earbud. Musical note. Last night the cold crickets chirped without cease. I startle awake from a 1,000-li dream at the third watch. I rise and circle the steps alone. Musical note. The wording rang familiar. Zhang Fengye thought it through. Was that not you phase, Xiao Zhongshan, last night the cold crickets chirped without cease? Number 446. Praise upon praise for Chu Zhi. Yu Wumu left behind many lyrics. He once ascended Yellow Crane Tower to write poetry, and also penned parting words for friends. Among them, Man Jiang Hong and this particular piece are the most famous. Adapting Song Dynasty poetry into modern lyrics is not unusual in the entertainment industry. So after Professor Zhang Fengye was momentarily surprised, he simply continued listening. There's something here, though not much, Zhang Fengye thought. Musical note. Few are those who truly understand. When the strings snap, who will listen? Musical note. At this point, the original words should have ended. Zhang Fengye thought the song was about to enter a chorus shift, but to his surprise, there was more. Someone had written a continuation. Musical note. In dreams, clad in iron armor, I cut through thorns and brambles. Last night's strong winds have carried me eastward on the river's tide. Outside the city, horses stomp and shake their heads, while Pengju gazes at the cold rain. I can only sigh that under heaven, celebration and grief are shared alike. Musical note. This was more than Zhang Fengye expected. He listened silently until the very end. Well, Xiaoyu asked, making sure to reclaim his earphones. Men always had this strange fate of losing their things, like smokers whose lighters would mysteriously vanish after a meal with friends. What do you think of the lyrics? Zhang Fengye asked. Seeing his old friend nod, he continued. The structure works fine. The first half ascends step by step, the second half rises onto the stage. Pengju gazes at. The cold rain is a brilliant flourish. Everyone knows Yu Fei's courtesy name was Pengju. The word here could mean the great rock from Li Bai's poetry, soaring 90,000 li, or it could directly refer to Yu Fei himself. Though the phrasing feels a bit rushed, the level isn't the main point. What matters is that last night's letter received a continuation, Zhang Fengye said. Besides, the composition is quite interesting. It wraps Western minor scales with traditional instruments, and the chorus moves from 356 back to 3. Complex, yet clever. Exactly. I think this continuation deserves attention, and the composition is worth discussion. Xiao Yu agreed. Zhang Fengye leaned back. So, do you have more for me to hear? Oh, if not, then your next move should be returning my earphones. Zhang Fengye knew his friend too well. Ha ha ha. You make me sound stingy, Xiao Yu chuckled. But yes, one more. Online discussion about it isn't as high compared to the other tracks in the album, but I really like it. I think you will too. He immediately played Song Hai Yi Sheng Xiao, a laugh from the vast sea. The opening blend of Qin and Xiao filled Zhang Fengye with a sweeping martial atmosphere. Musical note, a laugh from the vast sea, the rolling tides on both shores. Musical note. It was sung in Cantonese. The previous album Ode to the Orange also had a Cantonese track, so Zhang Fengye wasn't surprised. But this melody, la, so, mi la, do mi la do, la, so, an inverted pentatonic. Such a simple opening. The song lasted 4 minutes. When it ended, Zhang Fengye sat dazed. His first thought, that's it? You can actually do it like this. So simple an arrangement. But this score, it's really beautiful, he said. I want to hear it again. Of course, but if you want more, use your own phone. Xiao Yu was already breathless from holding back laughter as he took back his earphones. You're not stingy? You've just aged into still being as stingy as when you were young, Zhang Fengye muttered, nearly breaking his cultivated composure. He opened the song on his own phone, but he would never play music aloud in public. It was rude. Borrowing earphones from Xiao Yu was impossible. His friend's face already said so. After all, whenever he found good music, he would replay it over and over while analyzing and taking notes, a habit built over more than 20 years of teaching. Excuse me, I'll use the restroom. Zhang Fengye stood. His friend was so childish. His kids were already in college, yet he still acted like this. It was a perfect excuse to sneak away, leaving Xiao Yu to pay for the coffee. More importantly, he wanted to go home and carefully listen to Chu Zhi's album. Perhaps this one would be even more surprising than the last. That very afternoon, after listening through the album several times, Zhang Fengye wrote an article and submitted it to the Central Conservatory. Journal. Don't underestimate a school journal. In China, most core publications in music are linked to universities. Huangzhong, Symphony, Chilu Arts, Tianlai. The conservatory's journal was among the most authoritative. Of course, being authoritative meant it was only published quarterly, so no one would see his review for a while. As a teacher of traditional music, Zhang Fengye focused on composition and arrangement. Without a doubt, both elements shone brightly in Song Hai Yi Sheng Xiao. He was not alone in his view. Music critic Gu Duofu, known for his solid foundation, also wrote a review. His article carried the title, Some Things Remind You That You Ought to Recharge Yourself. He quoted lines from Chu Zhi's other works. Musical note, rain falls on my hometown. Grass grows deep. I heard you were always alone. Musical note, the inn of mortal dust. Winds cut like blades. Sudden rain beats against faded doors. Musical note, sky blue waits for misty rain, as I wait for you. Musical note, who plucks the pipa, playing an eastern wind break. Musical note, flowers too fragrant. Under them love turns fleeting, blossoms fall and die. Musical note. Gu Duofu wrote, Chu Zhi's new Chinese-style album feels like cutting through crowds in a music game. Too many lines that stun on first listen. If Chu Zhi wrote poetry, he would surely be a great poet. But today, I want to talk about Song Hai Yi Sheng Xiao. At first, the lyrics feel rough, the melody bold and sweeping, a style Chu Zhi has never attempted. Yet in a single song, he sings the essence of the Jianghu. Chu Zhi opens his mouth, and it is already chivalry. Personally, I think his voice may be too smooth. Perhaps a bronze gong-like voice would suit this song even better. Writing such comments was risky. Even though Chu Zhi himself and fan leaders tried to restrain the little fruits, many young fans could not bear to see their idol criticized. Still, compared to some other fandoms, they were more reasonable. But danger remained. Critics had to eat, so Gu Duofu slipped in only one personal opinion before covering the rest with praise. What surprised me most was not Chu Zhi's expansion into new styles, but the sheer quality of Zhang Hai Yixing Xiao. The Book of Rights, Music Records says, "Great music must be simple, great rights must be plain." For such a grand song to have such a simple arrangement is remarkable. I examined the score. It begins with 6-5-3-2-1, 3-2-1-6-5, an inverted pentatonic. Then the development and resolution are even simpler. So la do re mi, before returning to the opening motif, this time leaving a lingering re. So yes, Chu Zhi's composition is simple, but never crude. The more you listen, the more you feel the melody and words are strokes of genius. Inversion may sound like a flash of inspiration, but that flash only exists with deep classical grounding. Every time I review Chu Zhi's music, I am shocked again. His progress is visible to the naked eye. While many others stagnate, Chu Zhi is that rare kind of person, more talented than you, and also working harder than you. Online, Little Fruits reacted instantly. Haha, I don't get all that. I just know our brother Gio is the best. Protect the world's greatest brother Gio. It's simple. The front says Brother Gio writes lyrics like a poet. The back is basically fan gibberish. I think Brother Gio's success isn't just talent. It's his sheer persistence, the daily grind, rain or shine. Can someone explain what 6-5-3-2-1 and 3-2-1-6-5 mean? And what's an inverted pentatonic? +1. I don't get it, but it sounds amazing. The internet never disappoints. One user, Nyonyohenem, stepped forward to explain. The traditional Chinese pentatonic scale is gong, shang, ju, ji, yu. That's do, re, mi, so la. This song literally flips it upside down, starting with you, ji, ju, shang, gong. The melody then develops on top of that. That's why Gu Duofu said, "Great music is simple." No wonder you can remember it after just one listen. It's simple yet classic. With someone explaining, everyone finally realized how brilliant the arrangement was. And soon, the comments filled with the chorus, "Same here." Humans were, after all, natural echo birds. Wang Yuan kept her eyes glued to the online feeds, wary of certain haters using any excuse to stir trouble. Even though Chu Zhi's reputation among the public was very good now, there was no room for carelessness. First of all, as Brother Gio, Chu Zhi had offended far too many people. Those celebrities who had been caught using drugs, for instance, cutting off someone's money was like killing their parents. And before that, there were the capital brands that turned to America and insulted China. Secondly, even without enemies, the entertainment industry was a place where one less person meant one more slice of the cake. Given the chance, even strangers with no grudge would happily step on him. Is his only label Chinese-style music? Can't he step out of his comfort zone and try a breakthrough? Reading this comment, Wang Yuan frowned. So if he writes Chinese-style music, he's staying in a comfort zone. If he doesn't, then he's surpassing himself. No matter what he does, people like you always have something to say. Her mood soured. No matter what Chu Zhi did, there would always be people dissatisfied. Boss is about to take off. Time to switch to airplane mode, Lao Qian reminded her. Got it. Wang Yuan answered while lowering her head to type a reply. She understood well enough. No matter how popular someone was, they couldn't expect everyone to love them. Still, she couldn't bear seeing those comments tearing Chu Zhi down. 10 minutes later, the plane cut through the night sky. Their 9 o'clock flight was bound from Shanghai to Tokyo. Japan's Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology was awarding Chu Zhi for being one of the 8 most outstanding people in Sino-Japanese Friendship Exchange, 2012 to 2022. It was no surprise. Chu Zhi had once been sent to perform at the Hokkaido Song Festival by China's Ministry of Culture and Tourism, where he made his name, and now he even served as a chief consultant for the department. This award was natural. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane has landed at Narita International Airport. The outside temperature is. The flight attendant broadcasted in Japanese, Chinese, and English. rousing the drowsy passengers. As the plane began to circle for landing, Lao Qian, sitting by the window, noticed something unusual on the ground. He immediately nudged the person next to him. "Boss, look down at the ground." The altitude wasn't clear, but the view was. From the ground below, clusters of lights had formed into Japanese hiragana characters. By the time their plane reached Narita's airspace, it was already 12:15 a.m. Tokyo time. Most of Narita City and Chiba Prefecture would have been asleep at this hour. It wasn't like the neon streets of Ginza or Shinjuku's Kabukicho. Yet right now, they could clearly see the glowing lights spelling out, "Hyourka-o-9-sa." This was no coincidence. Every curve and stroke was accurate, the arrangement precise. As the plane descended further, the details became sharper. The long dash was actually a man-made stream surrounded by bands of light. Lao Qian knew Japanese. He quickly translated, "Welcome, Mr. Nine." Wait, could it be, "Welcome Jiwai"? Wang Yuan fell into thought. The itinerary had been published on the ministry's official website. If someone really wanted, they could look up Chu Zhi's flight. But to arrange something on this scale, visible even from high altitude, required at least 1,000 people. 1,000 people, all to set up this one formation. If it wasn't organized by officials, just imagine how much it would cost. Quick, take pictures. If this really is for Jiwai and we miss it, that would be a tragedy. Wang Yuan snapped back to herself. Lao Qian understood instantly. He whipped out his phone. Everyone who had been to college knew you could still use your camera with airplane mode switched on. Click, click, click. He snapped several shots before the plane came down low enough that the view disappeared. The plane touched down smoothly, and soon the passengers disembarked. Who was that ground display welcoming? Do we have some big celebrity on this flight? They said it was for Mr. Nine. Could it be some official event? Quite a few passengers had witnessed the spectacle and now chattered in groups. Most assumed it was some government ceremony. Some Japanese passengers pulled out their phones to search online. Wang Yuan also checked Yahoo and Google, but found nothing. Even Mixi, the Japanese social platform, had nothing in Chu Zhi's category. Could it really have been an official arrangement with no publicity? Jiwai, did you see it? That thing outside. Lao Qian gestured, ready to pull out his photos if Chu Zhi hadn't noticed. I saw, Chu Zhi nodded. To gather so many people after midnight, it should be official. Lao Qian thought about it and nodded. It made sense. They boarded the shuttle train along with the other passengers, riding from the tarmac to the terminal building. It was late, so the restaurants and souvenir shops were already closed. The lights still burned brightly, but the shuttered storefronts left a lonely impression. That quiet atmosphere shattered the moment they neared the exit. A dense crowd of fans stood waiting. Banners stretched across the hall. "Welcome Ragdoll. You are our everything. We will always love you. Forever our circuit breaker," and more. So that ground display really was for Jiwai? Amazing, Lao Qian said, realization dawning on him. Wang Yuan nodded. Since there had been no mention online, this meant the fans had organized it offline. The amount of effort required was staggering. She remembered the Orange Festival, where just coordinating 300 people had been exhausting. Now this was bigger than even the airport reception in Singapore. The moment Chu Zhi appeared, even with a hat pulled low, fans recognized him instantly. Their screams and shouts roared louder than a heavy metal concert. Ever since Singapore fans had staged such a grand welcome, they had been showing off. The Japanese fans thought, if they didn't step up, they'd be looked down upon. Chinese fans went without saying, Chu Zhi belonged to them. But fans in Korea and Vietnam also felt the need to show their spirit. Tokyo's award ceremony had given them the perfect chance. If not now, then when? Among the fans who came to the airport, there were some familiar faces. For example, Ojima Matsushika contributed 1/5 of the funding for the event. He didn't have much energy to organize, so he made up for it with yen. Chu-san, welcome to Tokyo. The lead organizer, Yasufa Keiko, stepped forward representing the fans. She presented Chu Zhi with a large bouquet of yellow camellias. In Japan, yellow camellias symbolize love and admiration. Yasufa Keiko had arranged a proper and orderly welcome. She was around 40 years old, and her identity was striking. She was a practicing lawyer. In Japan, for a woman to reach the level of Bengoshi, a fully qualified attorney, spoke volumes about her capability. In each of our hands we hold a branch of winter cherry blossoms, Yasufu Keiko explained. The flower language of the winter cherry is, I hope. We all hope that Chu-san can spend every moment with happiness. It hadn't been visible from the airplane, but now that he stood at the terminal, Chu Zhi could clearly see every fan holding a pale pink blossom. To be honest, the Emperor Beast was a little moved. The most striking part was that despite the massive turnout, not a single fan rushed forward to demand an autograph. They only expressed love and blessings when they saw him. Then, under Yasufu Keiko's direction, the crowd dispersed quickly without causing any inconvenience. Please be careful on your way home. It's already past midnight, and with so many people, is everyone able to return safely? Do you need assistance? Chu Zhi asked in Japanese. How gentle the ragdoll was. So much gentler than domestic idols. No wonder he had become an Asian superstar. Yasufu Keiko thought this in her heart, but on the surface, she answered smoothly. We prepared enough buses to take everyone to their hotels. So Chu-san, please don't worry. She even added, reversing the roles, it's quite late now. Chu-san should rest early. For us fans, the greatest wish is always your health, and after that, more wonderful works. Chu Zhi agreed with a nod and left the airport under Yasufu Keiko's watchful eyes. On the outside, Yasufu Keiko showed the calm rationality of an elite. She commanded the fans with precision. She conversed gracefully with the idol. But inside, her heart was bubbling over. I talked to the ragdoll for so long, huh? Best day ever, she thought, barely containing herself. The Japanese fan event had partly been fueled by competitiveness. The scene they arranged was grand, but in truth, there had been no guarantee that Chu Zhi would even notice. After all, who could be sure he would look out the window? As the plane descended, on the way to the hotel, Lao Qian was busy. He was already on the phone with Niu Jiangxue, describing the reception. Because of the 1-hour time difference, it was only a little after 11 in China, and Niu Jiangxue had not yet gone to bed. With such a large-scale welcome, tomorrow's Japanese internet headlines were practically secured. Lao Qian was asking whether their domestic side should follow up with publicity. Niu Jiangxue considered carefully, then decided to wait and see. Meanwhile, while Chu Zhi was being grandly welcomed abroad, his new album continued to dominate trending charts at home. Free plus excellent quality equals wide distribution. In bookstores, internet cafes, boutique shops, everywhere one could hear Chu Zhi's songs. Kai Jia, a self-proclaimed internet-addicted girl, finally had a day off. She put on a mask and went out with her non-fan friend. Their plan was to spend the day playing games at an internet CAF. As soon as they stepped inside, the speakers blared. Musical note, I know the foreign moon isn't any rounder. I know yo-yo-yo isn't my language. So please, quiet down. Musical note. Later, when they left the CAF and went to a movie theater inside a shopping mall, they heard. Musical note, who dares to cross the barrier of love? Looking to the bright moon, my heart is heavy with sorrow. Musical note. Don't tell me the whole world has been conquered by Captain? Every place is playing his songs, Kai Jia sighed. As a little fruits. What's your take on this situation? Zhou Wai is invincible, her friend replied without hesitation. Then, uncertain, she asked, wait, what song is this? Is it from Zhou Wai? Of course. It's from the new album, Moonlight. Kai Jia answered instantly. Her friend gave her a suspicious look. Even as a diehard fan, she herself had needed a moment to recall, yet Kai Jia had blurted it out without hesitation. Was that really natural? Enough, let's go. The tickets are being checked. Kai Jia dragged her along. While the two were watching their movie, several heavyweight media outlets were already publishing praises about Chu Zhi. Guangming Daily wrote, Chu Zhi's new work, Chu Ci 9 Songs reigns supreme in the music industry. Previous comments suggested Little Fruits is sweet could never reach the heights of Ode to the Orange Tree. This new release shatters all doubts. It continues to lead the path of the new Chinese style. It had been said before that even though the previous album was made purely for fans, its quality wasn't poor. In fact, compared to the so-called masterpieces of other singers, it still stood shoulder to shoulder. Yet people had still claimed Chu Zhi was falling from his peak. People's Daily wrote, Chinese society is currently in a period of openness. Any culture can spread through the internet. The internet era is restless. Trends rise in an instant and vanish just as fast. The rapid globalization of the world also reshapes our aesthetics and desires. Chu Zhi stands as a milestone where Chinese pop culture and classical culture meet. His milestone works, Chu Zhi Ode to the Orange Tree and Chu Zhi 9 songs cannot be avoided when discussing the history of Chinese pop music. Some love his songs, others do not. But no one can question his influence. To be honest, if not for the fact that People's Daily had posted it on their verified account, and that it could be found on their official website, the latter half of this article would have read just like something written by fans. Number 447. Follow-up to, hey everyone. It's the 31st now, and I can't sleep or focus doing translation. I've been glued to TikTok all night, watching the updates from the demonstrations, and I need to share what's happening. Things are getting even more severe and complicated. So, remember yesterday when I talked about those DPR members who were caught vacationing abroad? Well, on the evening of 28th until morning of the 30th, the internet was flooded with people sharing the complete home address of Ahmad S., the one in Singapore. His response was something like, "So what if the public knows my address? I've said my house is open to them." It sounded like a challenge, right? Well, on the evening of the 30th, his house was looted. And the public's reaction? Many people were openly happy about it. Then, late that night or early this morning, other DPR members whose addresses were also leaked had their homes looted by the public. But here's what feels suspicious to me. The first home that was looted was unguarded, which was strange enough. But for the others, it's even weirder. They did have security. There were police and TNI, the Indonesian National Army, personnel on guard, but they did absolutely nothing except watch as civilians looted the houses. They just stood by and let it happen. Let's be real. In the middle of all this chaos, these powerful officials are on vacation abroad, and the security forces tasked with protecting their property just stand and watch. It makes no sense. This feels even more like a trap. Today, news also came out that residents near Ahmed's house had been hearing rumors for days that a looting was going to happen there. There's even a video that not only films someone shouting things like, "Come on, just loot it, take everything," but also shows that the person shouting didn't actually go in or take anything themselves. This feels connected to the sudden, coordinated fires in multiple cities yesterday. It all seems coordinated script, designed to create chaos. My growing suspicion about this being a planned operation is backed by another major leak that's circulating. There's a Telegram group chat showing what appears to be paid provocateurs. Basically, these people are allegedly being paid to be anarchic agitators. Their job is to destroy bus stops and public facilities, the very things we've been seeing burn. They're clear. Goal is to get the real protesters blamed. They're the ones throwing rocks, starting fires, and causing chaos. This gives the media and the police the perfect excuse to capture footage that makes the entire protest look like a violent riot. It completely drowns out the protesters' original message and makes them look like the problem, allowing the government to ignore the actual issues everyone is demonstrating about. It's the oldest trick in the book: create chaos to discredit a movement and change the narrative. The demonstrations last night lasted until around 4:30 this morning. From what I've seen on TikTok, and I've been screen recording and reposting like crazy because evidence gets deleted fast, a mass shooting did happen in Jakarta and other parts of the country where demo is still happen when night comes. The police turned off all the street lights and started with rubber bullets. But one account, from someone who knows a person working in television, reported that after midnight, all journalists were forced to leave because the police had been given authorization to use live ammunition. You might be confused. I said national TV wasn't covering it. They aren't. This footage is from journalists and citizens uploading directly to social media, bypassing the official blackout. Journalists and reporters from national TV stations and other outlets were specifically targeted by undercover police, intel, agents who were disguised as protesters. Many were so scared they had to hide, and thankfully, some protesters and ojol drivers helped sneak them to safety. I saw a video of what looked like helpless, incapacitated civilians being thrown into a river. I saw a live stream where the person in front of the camera, not the one that doing live, was hit by what was clearly live ammunition. It was graphic. His head, you can imagine it. Even before that, there was already a victim of a rubber bullet shot directly in the center of their forehead, right between the eyes. The rubber bullet didn't penetrate. It was just lodged there. The demos aren't just in Jakarta anymore. For example, in Solo, police blocked ambulances and medics from entering the protest area to help the injured. In another video from the same night, medics were beaten by police. Later, a group of ambulances reportedly stormed the local police station in protest. Now, let's talk about the fire at the DPRD building in Makassar that killed people. The last voice message from a staff photographer inside the building has been circulating. In it, you can hear him struggling to breathe, saying he's running out of air. The comments on these posts are exactly what you'd expect. Protests are okay, but don't be anarchists. Why isn't this as viral as the Ojal's death? I knew the protests would turn violent, etc. While some concern might be genuine, it's clearly being used to turn citizens against each other. I have a very strong suspicion that all of this, the fires, the unguarded houses, the extreme police response, is part of a planned escalation to create this exact outcome. My biggest fear is that this is all leading to martial law. Let me explain what that would mean. When protests become uncontrollable, the government can declare a state of emergency, and the TNI, the Indonesian National Army, could take over security from the police. This is incredibly dangerous. The military doesn't mess around. They can arrest or even make anyone disappear because they suspect them without normal legal procedures. Civilian rule would be suspended. Basic rights like free speech, assembly, and a free press would be gone. The economy would crash as foreign investors pull out, leading to mass layoffs, massive waves of job terminations, known locally as PHK. Human rights violations would skyrocket. This isn't just a theory. It happened in Indonesia less than 30 years ago under President Suharto, a former general who ruled for over 30 years with the military in full control. Here's the chilling part. The current president, Prabowo, is Suharto's former son-in-law. Prabowo himself is an alleged severe human rights violator, accused of atrocities during the traumatic events of 1998. He's also known to be very close to figures like Donald Trump. Basically, I'm terrified that the genuine protests of people who just want to be heard are being manipulated. They're being hijacked to create chaos that justifies a military takeover. This would allow Prabowo to solidify a power structure just like Suharto's. Think about it. It's been almost a week of massive, nationwide protests, and there has been no meaningful response from the DPR or the president. It's like they're letting it burn. Some DPR members are even making comments and do things that seem designed to inflame public anger. On top of all this, it's already hard to find a job here. I've heard rumors that several large companies are planning to pull out of Indonesia. If that happens, the mass layoffs will be devastating, and our economy will be shattered. It's now 12:18 a.m. on September 1st. The information blackout is real. Last night, from about 4:45 a.m. to 5 a.m., all the posts about the demonstrations slowly vanished from my TikTok For You page. I finally went to sleep and woke up around 10 a.m. Continue on translating The Invincible Money-Grubbing Fairy, as I almost done translate the whole novel. When I took a break and scrolled through TikTok, it was eerie. There was almost nothing about the protests on my FYP. I saw less than 10 related videos, which is drastically less than usual. It felt like the platform had been scrubbed clean. I commented on a few posts, agreeing with others that everything felt very suspicious. I replied to someone asking why, with this, so they can spin the narrative further. If things get bad enough, it can escalate to martial law. Remember who our elected president is. Remember who our second president was. He probably wants to be like his father-in-law was. I also mentioned the leak about the paid Telegram groups whose job is to burn, loot, and create anarchy. I even included a screenshot of the info. Well, around 8:30 p.m., my comment was deleted for violating community guidelines. It really irked me. When I looked into it, I saw it wasn't just me. Many people trying to spread awareness were also having their posts and comments removed. Even now, my TikTok is not showing any further information about demonstrations for today. I'm not sure if they're still happening tonight. The few demo-related videos that did make it to my FYP today were mostly about the provocateurs who were caught on camera. What's striking is how calm they all were while committing anarchic acts like burning public transport, cutting and destroy optic cables. They seemed to know exactly what they were doing, like professionals or people who are very used to this, and they didn't seem afraid at all. They mostly worked alone, like they had specific targets. Just as I feared, the protests have been heavily infiltrated. Thanks to the power of netizens, several undercover agents and infiltrators from the police and TNI, Indonesian National Army, have had their identities exposed. They were often the ones triggering or committing the violent acts. Some of these paid infiltrators even have groups on Telegram or Instagram to coordinate this anarchic activities. In a horrifying incident, a journalist from a national TV station was caught by intelligence agents and police while he was hiding around 4 a.m. this morning. He was live streaming when they found him, beat him until he was groaning in pain, and then his live feed suddenly cut off. News about him, a guy named Leo, came out around 7 p.m. on my feed. He was covered in wounds and bruises, and his head was bandaged with cotton. Tragically, there is one confirmed death from the demonstrations. He was a student from Amicom University in Yogyakarta. His body was covered in wounds. His neck was broken and stomach were covered in boot prints. His skull was fractured, and his body had many slash wounds. There are also civilian casualties who weren't even protesting. One grandmother was affected because tear gas fired by the police hit her neighborhood. Reports say her eyes were in pain and she couldn't breathe. It's hard to know about other victims because, as I said, there's almost no news on my feed. There are also reports that TNI and police from other regions, like Kalimantan, are being temporarily reassigned to Jakarta and other major cities to deal with the demonstrators. It's very likely there will be another major demonstration later today, on the 1st. I'll update you if I learn anything more. Oh, I almost forgot. There was finally a response from Prabowo. It was the most basic, template answer you could imagine. You could practically guess every word before he said it. The worst part? In one part one saw, when talking about the DPR members who were abroad and all of their antics before and on this week, was mild and called it a mistake. But when he talked about the protests and the looting of the DPR houses, he used the word makar. For those who don't know, makar is an incredibly heavy word in Indonesian law. It's often translated as treason, sedition, or rebellion. It's not a word for simple crime. It's a charge used for acts that aim to overthrow the government or undermine the state. Using it to describe the looting and the violent outburst instantly frames the entire protest movement as an existential threat to the nation, justifying an extreme and brutal response. It's honestly so disheartening. Because when Prabowo started speaking about this, specifically about makar, he stopped reading from his prepared text. It was like he was speaking off script. So, this really felt like he was representing or uttering what he truly thinks, or what he believes. The impression was that he was threatening the people for daring to speak out and express their opinions. Even though there is so much information and evidence all over social media proving that the anarchic acts were committed by provocateurs, he seems to be closing his eyes to it. He's lumping everyone together simply because the violence happened during demonstrations. It seems his way of thinking is still stuck in 1998 era, where voicing an opinion or criticizing the government is equated with rebellion and treason. Honestly, in my opinion and that of many others, what we need right now is de-escalation. The public needs a statement that is calming yet clearly addresses the solutions to their aspirations, not threats like this. This is especially concerning because just a day or two ago, on the 30th/31 Prabowo instructed the Panglima TNI, commander of the Indonesian National Army, and the Kapolri, chief of the Indonesian National Police, to take action against anarchic elements during the demonstrations. Number 448. Awards and Overseas Influence. After Chu Zhi attended the St. Petersburg International Cultural Forum twice, People's Daily referred to him as an artist. Yet the latest reports were leaning more toward presenting him as a music king. Passers-by reading the articles found it somewhat exaggerated. Even counting from the reality show Future Star, Chu Zhi had only debuted for around 5 years. Could someone become a milestone in Chinese pop music in just 5 years? Maybe it was a little overpraised. Thinking carefully, it's not an exaggeration. Ode to the Orange's Tree and the new album 9 songs mark the peak of Chinese-style music, including both new Chinese style and classical influences. The new album is truly amazing. I love Han Yan and Moonlight. You could even call him officially recognized as a king of music. I have reason to suspect Chu Zhi might be the last Asian music king of the 21st century. Although the article didn't mention his reputation in the entertainment world, It's clearly paying respect to Chu Zhi. But why does the government like him so much? Is it really just because he's the descendant of two martyrs? This sparked discussion among netizens. Some argued it was largely due to background, while others said it was recognition throughout Asia, a sort of export card. No one could convince the other side. The debate ended when this comment appeared. Elements like blue and white porcelain, compendium of materia medica, and the small heavy mountains in last night's book fill this album with Chinese cultural elements. No wonder the official channels praise it. Let me show you the recent search rankings overseas. A user named Invisible Code compiled content from Yahoo forums, Naver's Knowledge in, and Twitter. These three sites were question and answer platforms in Russia, South Korea, and Japan, similar to Zhihu. On Knowledge In, sorted by number of answers, the top 3 questions were: if you don't answer, tonight a ghost may appear in your room. What do you think of Chu Zhi? By the way, I really like Chu-san. Category: Male Idol. If you don't answer, don't read this. Do you prefer blue and white porcelain or fireworks easily cool? Are there better translations of the lyrics? Category: Korean pop and Asia. 500 replies. My Chinese teacher said Ragdoll writes lyrics incredibly well. I heard a Chinese ghost story comes from an old Chinese book. I want to know which one. Category: Chinese language. For some reason, Japan's Knowledge In reminded people of the millennial QQ trend, forward and receive 10 Q coins. Previously, most questions on Knowledge In were trivial. Which coffee do you like? Udon or soba? Or am I stupid for adding salt to grilled meat? The top 3 questions on Korea's Knowledge In were: where can I buy the professor's Chinese album domestically? I'm curious, is the professor really a professor in real life? His new album is hard for me to understand, but it feels very cultured. Why is it fireworks easily cool? Is blue and white porcelain Chinese or ours? Before the album release, most questions were about electronics. iPhone Wi-Fi connection failed. Can you recommend a good film camera or an affordable digital camera? In Russia, although the entertainment industry was weak, their internet sector was more mature. Before the album, questions on Advetu were mostly about games. Can I equip runes this way? Is this a female or male character? How to unlock the tech achievements in War Empire. After the album, questions shifted. Our country's culture is as brilliant as China's. Can we cultivate artists like Chu Zhi? Who can translate Chu Zhi's new songs into Russian? What instruments were used in Chu Zhi's new album? With pictures, translations, and URLs, Invisible Code's post concluded. One Chinese album can make overseas fans want to understand Chinese culture. Honestly, who else can export culture this effectively? And now, cultural export is a government policy. If the officials don't support Chu Zhi, who would they support? Government efforts in cultural export exist too, like Confucius Institutes and cultural exhibitions. But such high-level exchanges are barely perceptible to the public worldwide. Few people realize that Korean choirs perform in China nearly every 2 years. In contrast, Chu Zhi's presence in Russia, Japan, South Korea, Thailand, and Vietnam spreads positive Chinese cultural influence, arguably more effectively than official cultural exchanges. Netizens agreed with Invisible Code, and Little Fruits added. Not only a flag bearer of cultural export, but also morally upright. Not just upright, extremely upright. Chu Zhi, the little tax-paying expert, is defending national dignity on the entertainment front lines. Honestly, ever since I became a fan of Chu Zhi, the red scarf on my chest seems brighter. The discussion soon became a thread of praise. The general public online didn't realize that officials had also discussed Chu Zhi at length. Leaders from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau and the Central Propaganda Department found Chu Zhi's phenomenon unusual. Even if they didn't follow the entertainment world closely, after years of celebrity scandals, they knew how extreme fan worship could be. Saying nonsense could get hundreds of thousands of replies. Even passing gas would attract compliments. Living constantly under the spotlight, it was easy for stars to lose themselves, sometimes slightly arrogant, sometimes unable to control their darker impulses. But Chu Zhi had none of this. His values were so firm that he could enter politics. Over 3 years, he donated anonymously over 150 million yuan. Officials concluded that surviving life-threatening experiences, plus inheriting the bloodline of martyrs, made him more composed. Continuing with Invisible Code's topic, Knowledge in Japan had a slight shift in questions. Last night's Narita airport reception sparked societal debate. Was it worth using so many people, time, and money just for one star? Non-fans considered it a waste. Those holding this opinion were current social elites, asking why not use the money to buy property. Meanwhile, the person causing the sensation was accepting an award. It was 2 p.m. at the Tokyo City Hall press room. Many people were present, reporters from Asahi Shimbun, Yomiuri Shimbun, and Mainichi Shimbun. The event was formal. Seriousness showed not only in the press corps, but also in the presenters, the governor of Tokyo, and the minister of education. Chu Zhi's looks and age made him stand out among the crowd. The award panel consisted of 8 people. Lai Chongsong, founder and chair of the Boa Asian Forum. 61, former member and secretary-general of the China-Japan Friendship Committee. Fang Feila, Thai ambassador to Japan. 55, deeply involved in multiple Japan-Thailand trade and cultural exchanges. Antoinette, a French translator who translated multiple works of the Tale of Genji into French and won the Northern Lights Distinguished Literary Translation Award. Mark, a German Pulitzer-winning novelist who released a travel novel set in Hokkaido, promoting Sapporo and surrounding areas in Europe. The awards were highly prestigious. Chu Zhi sat in the front row. The ceremony was solemn. Governor Nagano Shintaro read each recipient's achievements, and Minister Kishi Katsuzumi presented the awards. Given that it was a once-every-10-year award, the ceremony's formality made sense. Famous Chinese artist Chu Zhi, with works such as I Once Wanted to End It All of Me, and Infinity, has offered pure support to confused urban youth. On countless dark nights, pushing souls forward, he has been praised by the media as a circuit breaker preventing human suicide. Welcome, Chu-san. Nagano Shintaro read a long list of Chu Zhi's achievements. It was his second meeting with Chu Zhi. Chu Zhi rose to the stage. Cameras clicked as Kishi Katsuzumi handed over the certificate. Although it was not a trophy, it was elegantly framed on Yamamori paper, used for official talismans and reserved for the imperial household. Chu Zhi remarked that in papermaking, China was the ancestor of the world. Besides the certificate, 2 small boxes were included. The red wooden box contained a Tokyo government housing voucher, which could deduct 90% of the housing cost within Tokyo. The blue plastic box contained a 10 million yen voucher from the Ministry of Education, roughly 500,000 yuan, limited to Japanese domestic brands. These were practical gifts. With Tokyo's average price at 42,000 yuan per square meter, a 100 square meter apartment would cost roughly 4 million yuan. Deduct 90%, saving over 3 million yuan. Adding the voucher meant around 4 million yuan per person, a substantial investment by Tokyo officials, which was in line with their penchant for unusual expenditures, like mascots or spending 16 billion yen on renovations in Kyoto while facing bankruptcy. After the awards, both Governor Nagano and Minister Kishi gave speeches. The Ministry of Education will continue to focus on global cultural exchange. This served to demonstrate their commitment and sincerity to the public. Subsequently, reporters interviewed Chu Zhi freely. Your 6th Chinese album was released in November. What are your future plans? Any Japanese EP in the works? Chu Zhi considered the question carefully. An EP needs 5 to 7 songs. Currently, I don't have enough songs in hand. The implication was clear. Once enough Japanese songs were created, an EP could be released. The city hall had also prepared a banquet, likely kaiseki cuisine. Chu Zhi didn't find it filling. Taste aside, the portions were unsatisfactory. Consultant Chu, long time no see, said Lai Chongsong, one of the other awardees, greeting him proactively. Chu Zhi searched his memory. Lai Chongsong, pine tree, squirrel. It took him 2 years to recall where they had met before. Last time we met at the International Youth Conference, it must have been a year and a half ago, Chu Zhi said. That long? I thought it was only a few months, Lai Chongsong replied, momentarily dazed. Time often needs a reference point for people to realize how quickly it passes. Lai Chongsong added. Consultant Chu still has an excellent memory. He addressed Chu Zhi as a consultant, acknowledging the official position Chu Zhi now held. The two chatted casually. There was still some time before dinner, so they went to shoot advertisements. It wasn't a coincidence. After confirming yesterday's Tokyo trip, Nyo contacted the endorsers to schedule the shoot. Chu Zhi had multiple endorsements for Japanese brands, mostly limited to Japan, though one or two were Pan-Asian. During the ad shoot, Lao Qian and Wang Yuan waited nearby, discussing the airport reception incident that had gone viral on Japanese social media. At night, Chu Zhi attended the banquet. Besides the awardees from earlier, many entrepreneurs were present. The banquet was ostensibly to celebrate the awardees, but it felt more like a temporary assembly of fame and fortune. Where people gathered, loyalty didn't necessarily exist, but scheming certainly did. Chu Zhi disliked this part. As the kaiseki cuisine was nearly finished, someone approached. "Hello, Chu-san. I'm Obata Yasushi, president of Creative Minds Production." Obata Yasushi greeted him. Creative Minds Production organized Summer Sonic, one of Japan's 3 major music festivals. Obata Yasushi had discovered Chu Zhi after a devoted fan tipped him off following Strawberry Music Festival. President Obata. Chu Zhi greeted in return. Obata Yasushi spoke in a roundabout manner, as if small talk could ease the path for the upcoming conversation. Summer Sonic is one of the largest music festivals in Asia, attracting fans from all over the world, Obata Yasushi said. "I wonder if we might have the honor of inviting Chu-san next year. We have many fans who love your music in our country," Obata Yasushi added. In terms of domestic recognition, Summer Sonic had the highest profile, often featuring Chinese singers. Familiar names like Li Fei and Mo Qingqing had performed there. Playing the Emperor Beast was very practical. If he had not been so diligent with the airport reception, he might have refused. Now he hesitated. He didn't immediately decline. Obata Yasushi felt pleased and quickly continued. "A slight expectation of the world has been on the shelves for over 2 years and still sells 1 to 2,000 copies monthly." A survey by QU Entertainment also found that Chu-san consistently ranks second in the artists people most want to see live. Second place? The natural question would be, who was first? Chu Zhi wasn't competitive, so he didn't ask. "I need to confirm with my manager. May I reply to you within a week, Mr. Obata?" Chu Zhi said. Obata Yasushi left his contact. At this point, there was no need to push further. The first round of food ended, and in Japan, there was a sense that the night didn't count unless there was drinking. Chu Zhi refused. He didn't like heavy dishes, and when drinking, he usually drank alone. Getting drunk would trigger the alcohol spirit and possibly cause trouble. Chu Zhi stayed in Tokyo for 2 days, finished the advertisement shoot, and then returned home. He had also informed Nyo Jiangxue about the music festival invitation. Brave Nyo now had to think carefully. Chu Zhi's schedule required many filtered choices. For example, programs in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. Pick one to attend. Chu Zhi 9 Song's popularity was comprehensive, spanning the 2 sides of the Taiwan Strait and Hong Kong. Songs like A Chinese Ghost Story and One Laugh Across the Seas topped the Hong Kong and Taiwan charts. In the parallel world, trends closely mirrored Earth. Since the 1980s, the Hong Kong and Taiwan markets had risen and fallen repeatedly. With many Hong Kong and Taiwan singers performing in northern China, the local market struggled. As the entertainment industry's biggest winner, Chu Zhi dominated. "Many old programs in Hong Kong are gone," Chu Zhi said. Of course, the films in Hong Kong still survive thanks to the older generation, but the music scene is mostly weak. The industry is learning the mainland's fan-driven model, which only worsens the situation for an already limited talent pool, Nyo Jiangxue said. Chu Zhi thought quietly. What's good about learning the fan-driven model? The answer was obvious. It makes money fast. Programs are no different. Let Lao Qian help pick one, Chu Zhi said. There were many events to attend, plus a small surprise. Chu Zhi received an email from Longzi Publishing. His poetry collection, Do Not Go Gentle Into That Good Night, had won the Costa Book Award, Most Delightful Poetry. Although sponsored by Whitbread, a travel-focused company, the award was still prestigious, particularly in the English literary system. Initially, the Costa organizers wanted to contact Chu Zhi directly, but couldn't find his information. They settled for contacting the publisher. This is the first substantial Western award my poetry has won, Chu Zhi thought. He wouldn't attend in person, letting the publisher collect the award. Many European and American authors don't attend their award ceremonies, so this was normal. Costa ranks as Tier 2 globally. The 6 major Western literary awards are Nobel, Jerusalem, Kafka, Pulitzer, Booker, and Goncourt. Besides the Nobel at Tier 0, the others are Tier 1. Chu Zhi had studied them carefully. Only the post-Booker and Goncourt have poetry categories. I'm proficient in French. I'll translate the poetry collection into French, and next year, publish a Yeats anthology. One poetry collection per year was already ambitious, so there was no rush. Translating it himself would require time. Not aiming for the Nobel, Chu Zhi felt winning 2 Tier 1 awards would suffice. Then he could reveal his other works and enjoy the world's astonishment. Playing the Emperor Beast was shallow for him. If learning didn't have a purpose beyond showing off, it was meaningless. Soon, according to the current pace, 2 or 3 more poetry collections would complete the plan. This one is later. Translation takes time, and the year-end is busy, Chu Zhi planned clearly. And busy he was. The next half-month was packed. He mentally ticked off tasks. Early departure from events *25, earning 6 personality coins, with a balance of 16 and 10 frozen. The after effects of 4 consecutive draws broke. Chu Zhi shook his head. He first grabbed something to eat. He was hungry. Number 449. Surrounded by stars. QU Entertainment is a weekly magazine, 52 issues per year, specializing in surveys and polls about the entertainment industry. Wang Yuan had purchased some issues from Japan. The package had just arrived and was brought directly from Shanghai to Chengdu, finally giving them the right opportunity. Combining last year's 52 issues with the current year's, the box was thick. On the flight at Narita Airport, Wang Yuan heard Xiao Jiu mutter, "QU Entertainment Weekly is kind of interesting." Second place. Sister Wang this. Chu Zhi looked at the large box in front of him, a little confused. Isn't Agio interested in QU Entertainment? I just had someone send a few copies over, Wang Yuan said. Chu Zhi, playing the Emperor Beast, couldn't remember mentioning this to anyone. Shrugging it off, he thanked her. Thank you, Sister Wang. By the way, Agio, what do you want for Christmas this year? Is there anything you need? Wang Yuan asked. Last year's blueberry jam was perfect. I really love it, Chu Zhi said. Really love it. 3 words that spoke volumes. Wang Yuan was delighted. After all, she, who had never touched cooking before, had spent a lot of time learning. Some people can learn cooking easily from online tutorials. Some struggle no matter how hard they try. Wang Yuan was the latter. Nothing felt better than having one's efforts recognized. And if that recognition came from one's idol, it was even more special. I learned a new method for jam, a rare pomegranate jam. I'll let Agio try it at Christmas, Wang Yuan said happily. In reality, she hadn't fully mastered it. Pomegranate jam was far more complex than blueberry jam. Wang Yuan's culinary talent was less than that of a novice in the dark cuisine world, but since Agio praised her, she had started bragging a little. I've never tried pomegranate jam. I'm really looking forward to it, Chu Zhi said. Chu Zhi had never cared much about company perks like mooncakes, zongzi, or gift cards, often selectively ignoring such things. For example, Wang Yuan's chronic pharyngitis got her a few jars of autumn pear syrup. Fei Gu had started photography recently, and Chu Zhi gifted him a DSLR for his birthday. There were countless examples. That was why Chu Zhi's team was notoriously hard to bribe in the paparazzi and influencer circles. Even if money was thrown around, there was no juicy scoop. Wang Yuan and Chu Zhi chatted in the dressing room of Chengdu City Concert Hall, located roughly in Wuhou District. Teacher Chu, it's your turn on stage. Thank you. Following staff directions, Chu Zhi, the Emperor Beast, moved backstage to wait. Once the host announced the award and the BGM played, he would step on stage. During his contract with Taiyang Chuanha, he had also signed with Douyin as an endorser and remained chief Douyin reviewer. Of course, endorsement fees had steadily risen, multiplying roughly 2.5 times over 2 years. Our Chinese civilization is profound and extensive, forming the foundation of contemporary culture and linking Chinese people globally. Douyin, as a socially responsible company, also facilitates better exploration of this treasure. Over the past year, our platform has featured many works reflecting Chinese culture, host Pan Ning said. Pan Ning was the leader of Mango TV's Everyday Group and a pillar of the platform. ByteDance had become one of the 3 major internet companies, with both influence and money. Who could they not invite? Do not think the Douyin Gala only hosted influencers. Their awards, like Most Popular Artist of the Year, drew first-row celebrities: Lin Xia, Xiao, Lin Weiran, Tao Luo, Wei Ziqing, and other top-tier stars. The second and third rows featured influencers with tens of millions of followers. Many earned more than the celebrities beside them. For example, Douyin's top female influencer, Quan Mei, solidified her status with Learn to Meow and Love You at 105C. Her live streaming sales earned her company over $2 billion annually. Now, please welcome our award presenter. Oh, this guest is impressive. Member of the Chinese Ancient Books Protection Association, Honorary Ambassador, Honorary President of the Hanfu Promotion Association, Honorary Chair of the Traditional Music Association, beloved singer, Chu Zhi. Please welcome Teacher Chu to present the award. Pan Ning read out the lengthy list of titles. At first, Lin Xia and other first-row stars remained unmoved, thinking the guest must be some professor or expert. But hearing beloved singer, Chu Zhi surprised them. All eyes turned to the stage. The spotlight guided the guest forward. That figure, Zhi. Quan Mei's sharp eyes recognized him within steps of appearing. It was like a whack-a-mole malfunction. Everyone in the front row influencers stood up. I adore Zhi. A dream lover, love him. Brother Joe rarely appears on variety shows now, fewer performances. Of course, he's focused on music. Otherwise, how would the Divine album come about? Influencers with millions of fans instantly became cheering fans. Not only they, but the first-row stars were shocked as well. Wow, a cheat code appeared. Lin Xia stood to applaud. The music industry is too small to contain him, so he's going into ancient books and traditional music. The host must have planned this, listing all those titles. Just say singer Chu Zhi, everyone knows him. Endorsed Douyin for 2 to 3 years. Didn't appear the first 2 years. Surprising that he's here this year. In short, everyone stood. No matter if influencer or celebrity, even those envious of Chu Zhi had to applaud with a smile as media cameras clicked. Chu Zhi's current status reached the point where people could dislike him, but had to welcome him with a smile. For a moment, it was as if he were surrounded by stars. Every gesture became a focal point. Chu Zhi, used to it, stepped on stage and greeted the host. Let's see who won the 2022 Douyin Live Gala, annual national style anchor, Ziwu. He took a card from the envelope and read. Ziwu's short videos. Focus on ancient architecture, restoring mortise and tenon structures. His work is a powerful contribution to promoting classical culture. Congratulations, Ziwu. With 8 million followers, Ziwu was ecstatic, clutching her chest before walking on stage and hugging Chu Zhi immediately. Chu Zhi froze briefly at the sudden hug, then recovered quickly. His hands stayed controlled, and he whispered, "Your work is excellent. My grandfather was a carpenter. Female carpenters are so cool. This award is well-deserved." The hug had bypassed Ziwu's brain at first. Hearing her idol praise her, she quickly regained rationality. She took a deep breath, reluctantly letting go. The award presentation continued. Chu Zhi handed the trophy to Ziwu, who was overjoyed, whether from winning or hugging her idol, she didn't know. "Thank you for presenting me this award. I've loved working with wood since childhood, apprenticed as a carpenter, and I'm fortunate to work in a field I love," Ziwu said. The reason Chu Zhi hadn't been invited the first 2 years wasn't arrogance. He always believed in pay for what you get. Douyin preferred to maintain some mystery with the only Asian superstar of the 21st century. Hence, advertising and other shoots were plentiful, but he wasn't invited to events until this year as award presenter. The annual National Style Anchor Award was newly added, perhaps because Chu Zhi embodied national style, yet didn't affect his mystique. After Ziwu left the stage, influencer Coco asked, "How does it feel?" "The trophy is heavy, but probably just gold-plated," Ziwu replied, passing it along to let Coco feel the weight. Coco, a makeup blogger sporting heavy makeup, frowned. "Who asked about the trophy?" "I asked about hugging Zhi. I was too close to my idol, so my mind went blank. I just went for it. Didn't feel anything." Coco was envious. She also wanted to hug her idol and feel nothing. Others around glanced too. They had been watching first-row stars, noting that earning a lot didn't guarantee status in the industry. The awards lasted 2 hours. Lin Xia wanted to invite Chu Zhi to dinner, but didn't see him. Lin Feifei, chatty as ever, loved mooching meals, especially good ones. Quan Mei, earning over $1 billion annually, also wanted to invite him, but couldn't. Many influencers had tax scandals. She didn't. That earned her loyalty. As an award presenter, Chu Zhi's day didn't end here. After finishing his schedule, it was 10:30 at night. Back at the hotel, he opened the box Wang Jie bought, Q Entertainment, full of bizarre Japanese entertainment news. For example, member of Sana 77 prefers not to wipe after using the toilet. Chu Zhi only wondered, how did the paparazzi find out? Peeking nearby? Some things were better left unconsidered. Soon, he found a 2021 issue, number 30, that had conducted a poll. Which artist's concert are you most looking forward to? Nearly 10,000 Japanese subscribers participated. Chu Zhi ranked second. First place was C-position Kenu Suzuki of Oak 21, who sang and acted, starring last year in the hit drama Control, beloved by otaku, as the perfect wife. Recognizing the name and photos, Chu Zhi remembered. If not mistaken, she was Koguchi Yoshihiro's friend and had come to China for I'm a singer-songwriter as a backup singer. Coincidentally, Kenu Suzuki was also one of Chu Zhi's aesthetic fans. Then it's fine, Chu Zhi murmured, not feeling competitive but curious since Wang Jie had bought it. He flipped through a few more surveys, roughly 1 per 10 issues. Most desirable male artist for a date. Male artist in white shirt rankings. Male senior figure as personal ideal. If choosing a male artist for a one-night stand without protection, who would you pick? Odd and sometimes risky questions. Strictly speaking, Q Entertainment's polls defaulted to Japanese stars. Chu Zhi's Japanese popularity was so high he was ranked anyway. What song should I sing at Summer Sonic? After browsing, he rested before attending to serious work. Chu Zhi wanted to record a Japanese EP, but time was limited. His first full English album was queued for Europe. Next best plan, attend Summer Sonic next year as a guest and perform 2 songs. Strawberry Music Festival participation would be discounted, but Summer Sonic didn't need negotiation. Major Asian festivals could afford the cost. Creative Minds Production agreed to Nyo Jiangshue's quotation without bargaining. Having all arrangements in order gave him security. Another day without clear sunlight. But the studio was bright. Electronic music. Brother Gio, don't mind me speaking frankly. This is real electronic music. The previous 2 electronic albums felt like pop songs with effects, Lao Qian said after they finished recording Asians the Nights. This track will definitely appeal to the West. Rhythmic, powerful, Lao Qian said. Why not Grammy? Peak of Life next. The first full English album. Don't expect too much, Chu Zhi said, tempering his goals. Western markets could be anti-Chinese. Based on current recording pace, the album will take a few more months, Lao Qian said. Anyway, not before Chinese New Year. Brother Gio, don't rush. You start at 8:30 a.m., finish past 10 p.m., about 12 hours daily. That's even more intense than 996. We have rotation days off. Brother Gio, you hardly rest, Lao Qian said. No, considering my annual income, I earn 3 to 4 million per day. 12 hours, 20 hours, who cares? Chu Zhi waved. Exactly. Busy with this income is fine, Chu Zhi said. Lao Qian was speechless. Chu Zhi truly didn't consider himself a celebrity. Number 450. Solo feasts and silent nights. Absolutely, absolutely no hype. Think carefully, I don't want to die from it. Ziwu spoke to the MCN manager. Because she had hugged her idol so excitedly at the Douyin Gala, the MCN company she signed with wanted to stir up some publicity. After all, anything associated with Chu Zhi could instantly attract massive attention. An MCN is a company that helps online influencers distribute content across all platforms and share revenue. It's similar to a talent agency. But primarily, MCNs focus on managing content for commercial collaborations and ensuring online distribution. Even negative attention is still attention. Your current follower growth has reached saturation, and even after removing fake followers, some weeks still show a decline. Xiao, the MCN manager, said. Xiao had sent not only a detailed promotional plan, but also Ziwu's account growth data across Douyin, Xigua Video, Bilibili, and other platforms. Most MCNs have a bad reputation for interfering with creative content or even taking over accounts. But Ziwu was already a major influencer, giving her equal footing. That was why today the manager Xiao himself came for the discussion. Ziwu glanced at the spreadsheets. The areas marked in red were all declines. Things looked critical. She remained unmoved. All this was just noise from competitors. Moreover, she had just been named the annual Chinese style anchor. Marketing this moment carefully could easily cement her as the top Chinese style influencer. Why risk it? Has Xiao considered that Song Mingxi or Nakamura Yuriko, who have collaborated with Brother Gio, never thought of hyping themselves? Many MV actresses have no desire to hype themselves either, Ziwu said. Xiao froze, realizing that he had never noticed Chu Zhi had any scandals, passive or active. Extreme fans of Brother Gio exist in Japan and Korea, the kind that would take physical action. Hype could provoke attacks, Ziwu said. Even if domestic fans aren't organized like that, the sheer number is enormous. Negative attention only works if one can gradually turn it into positive. But spreading rumors about Chu Zhi? No way to redeem it. Ziwu was speaking from experience as little fruits. If a female celebrity were rumored with Chu Zhi, it wouldn't be a really? You deserve him? Kind of joke. It would be a real, shocked, you dare? No black-to-fan conversion possible. In the end, after Ziwu's strong objection, the MSN finally abandoned the unrealistic idea. Even a man who refused the Spring Festival Gala invitation, why would I bother? Ziwu muttered to herself. The preliminary Spring Festival Gala list was usually set by July, about 6 months in advance. The chief director had issued a second invitation. Normally, popular celebrities are rarely invited 2 years in a row. Chu Zhi was different. After thinking it over, Chu Zhi declined the invitation. Attending once was enough. Besides, he enjoyed watching the gala more than performing on stage, though he didn't always pay full attention. But he did agree to another matter. Chong Hui Jia was freely licensed for use in the gala. In the days before New Year's Eve, CCTV would occasionally play clips as a prelude. Neo Jiangxue fully supported the free use. Even though the gala's quality had declined over the years, it remained an essential part of many 1980s and 1990s childhood memories. Without that nostalgia, it wouldn't trend every year. Having Chong Hui Jia broadcast annually acted as a fixed promotional channel. Neo Jiangxue considered it excellent. After filming the McDonald's advertisement today, Chu Zhi was exhausted. The ad followed a martial arts style with a short plot. In the martial world, the supreme delicacy burger, McMac Crispy Chicken Leg Burger, is fought over, and heroes brawl and long men in for the prize. The plot was ridiculous, but the client had full creative control. From 5 p.m. to 9 p.m., 4 hours of wire stunts left him drained. The Emperor Beast had a personal rule. In this life and the next, I will never do fight scenes again. Action stars were almost godlike. He grumbled, sore back and legs cramping, grateful for Ma Weihao's massage help. One must treat oneself well. If hungry at midnight, order delivery. Don't starve, Chu Zhi said as he opened a delivery app. His usual favorite shop was closed today, but he had over 40 saved options. Zhejiang Maiwa and Bishan Rabbit. Finding authentic Sichuan cuisine in Shanghai was tough. To Chu Zhi, true Sichuan flavor meant spicy, oily, and fiery. After such hard work, he deserved a reward. Chu Zhi slouched on the sofa, waiting for his food. About 20 minutes later, Chu Zhi retrieved the delivery boxes from the door. He always chose eco-friendly, no utensils, though unsure if it made a difference. He ate heartily, enjoying the taste, having previously eaten unpleasant foods to avoid worrying little fruits and restore his figure. Thanks to Xiao Zhuzi and nutritionist Morton, even while taking delicious but not fat pills, Chu Zhi could recover quickly. His concern was justified. Months earlier, many little fruits commented, "Jiawai, go see a doctor. You're too thin. It makes me cry. Xiaojiao, are you severely depressed? Losing weight for a role, but not eating would worsen your health." Too much concern confused fans. Even repeated company explanations did little. Spoiling fans was fine, but making them worry constantly affected work and study. That's why Xiao Zhuzi cooked for him. 5 pounds of maiwa and about 2 pounds of Bishan Rabbit were finished. His capacity could compete in a food challenge. When very tired and full, a person often feels unmotivated. So stuffed and tired. Should I skip homework today? Chu Zhi pondered when Neo Jiangxue called. Long story short, Joseph, an international director, invited Chu Zhi to play the second male lead in Death in Venice. Chu Zhi remembered Joseph from the Venice Film Festival, where he won Best Actor. Joseph personally spoke to him at the banquet, saying a film was perfect for him. Months passed without a script. Chu Zhi didn't mind. Shooting a film wasn't life or death. Now, Niu Jiangxue sent him the official script. Joseph says the role of the mysterious Eastern youth is yours alone, no one else, Niu Jiangxue said. Let me see. Sleep early, Niu Jia. It's late, Chu Zhi said. Opening the script, he found it adapted from the novella of the same name by Nobel laureate Thomas Mann. Both novella and script explore the absolute rational suppression, superego, of an artist versus the plunge into passionate desire, ID, the conflict of reason and emotion. All right, I don't even fully understand the theme. True to a great director, Chu Zhi murmured. For instance, Earthjong Emo altered a script because the director wanted the double alive. Strong personal expression defines great directors. The script spanned over 10 pages, a detailed synopsis. Joseph was known for powerful visual storytelling. The script followed the novella closely. In the early 1990s, a German composer visiting Venice met a Greek-like handsome Eastern man. Even after contracting cholera, the composer thought of him until his final moments. Why does this story feel somewhat like a gay film? Chu Zhi said, slightly uneasy. The novella had a 14-year-old Polish boy. The film featured a mysterious Eastern youth. Different age and identity, same unreal. Beauty, transcending gender. The original description. People seemed in a mythic realm. He appeared as a legendary figure of human origin or divine descent. Chu Zhi nodded. The casting choice made sense. Such beauty required someone with the original charm. But Chu Zhi didn't want to take the role. Xi Lang had similar homoerotic undertones, though more in artistic storytelling than sexuality. Death in Venice followed this. The male composer never had perverse thoughts, seeing the youth as beauty incarnate, a symbol, a godlike figure. Beauty so perfect it resembled the first smile seen after death in heaven. Themes are themes. Audiences see what they see. Few watch art films fully. Impressions come from social media or screenshots. Without the original, many assume it's a gay film. Doing two such films consecutively wouldn't yield much gain, unnecessary. Like refusing Bargoin's invitation, extreme expression and gender-swapped background could spark unnecessary debates. Chu Zhi planned to tell Niu Jiangxue to decline, but the system alerted. Thomas Mann exists on Earth as a great writer, and an adapted film exists. Chu Zhi realized, the same film exists on Earth with some success. One personality coined to check its performance on Earth, Chu Zhi said. After spending a coin, 5 remained. He had enough reserves, didn't need to push the system too hard. Box office failed, but artistic achievement excelled. Can Best Director. Italian David Award Best Director. Exceptional cinematography and filming techniques. The youth actor, Bjorn Anderson, became famous in Europe and America, called Western First Beautiful Boy by the media. Wow, such pedigree, Chu Zhi mused. The parallel worlds film might differ in shots, but the story could indeed make him globally renowned. Potential profit tempted Chu Zhi. Think more. Think more. Let's finish homework first. He got up. Leftover delivery would be cleared tomorrow. Emperor Beast laziness had limits. One just had to endure. From December to New Year's Eve, no overseas trips, mostly minor domestic schedules. By late December, 5 national stations offered high fees to invite Chu Zhi to New Year's galas. Mango TV offered $8 million for a half-hour appearance and countdown. High price, but negotiations failed. Better to focus on English album. Still a few songs left. Themed life that shakes the gods. Song choices were limited. System helped. After half a month, Chu Zhi selected 2 Dream Theater songs, Bones and Enemy, Hidi, 1 Katy Perry Roar, and finally counting, Stars by One Republic. He had planned 1 more Coldplay song, but custom album coupons ran out. Should Be Fine, Zeppelin, Avicii, Katy Perry, Dream Theater, One Republic, Queen. 10 songs total. Whether it shook gods or not, Chu Zhi aimed to impress the West. He warned Lao Qian not to expect too much, but internally, he hoped. Hi. After the new year, continue recording. Must release in the West by March, Chu Zhi noted. Progress moderate. 1 month, for songs, 2 MVs, 6 planned MVs total. Americans value MVs. MTV Music Video Awards exist. The Sugar MV was so fun, it must win, Lee Tedian said. Director unchanged. During New Year holiday, Chu Zhi, as usual, saw off Wang Yuan. The classmates were busy abroad. He spent the new year alone. This year passed faster than usual, Chu Zhi murmured. Half the year was spent filming Shi Lang. Even alone, he planned well. Many ready-to-heat dishes, including a full abalone platter and other pre-made New Year's dishes. Technology was convenient. On New Year's Eve, Chu Zhi had a full table while CCTV played the gala in the background. Previously, the gala created viral memes. Now they copy old ones, losing creativity, Chu Zhi said, eating freely. Being alone didn't mean being sad. He ate well, sent blessings to friends, received many blessings himself. Turning off the gala in frustration, he opened his phone for other content, leaving the gala as background noise. Not to exaggerate, pre-made dishes weren't as good as Dubai's cooking, but edible. Especially the platter, abalone juice poured over rice. He had 3 bowls. Ordered too much, can't finish. He lounged, indulged in a couple drinks, unsure of exact quantity, activating the wine immortal effect. He didn't play instruments tonight, stumbled to the balcony. Night wind was soothing. His residential complex was sparsely built. At this hour, no residents around. Empty roads, empty sky, no stars or moon. Emperor Beast brought a small stool, sat to enjoy the wind. Eyes fixed, he murmured softly, singing. Musical note, so many people in this world. A door opens in the crowd. In my blurry eyes, forever remains the first sight of your blue morning. So many people in this world. How lucky I am to have us. This dawn and dusk in our long destiny. Musical note. Number 451. Little Fruit's New Year. People never truly stay idle. On the evening of New Year's Day, Chu Zhi browsed Orange Home and saw countless messages. Wow, I'm blushing. This car moved so fast, I didn't even react. Ugh, what the hell is this? Honestly, it's kind of pretty, Chu Zhi muttered to himself as he read. The night of New Year's Day instantly dispelled all his negative emotions. In ancient times, people said, 1,000 miles share the same moon. Today, the modern version was a world connected online. Orange Home updated very quickly. There was even a department dedicated to collecting fan complaints and feedback, such as when fans uploaded profile pictures that were approved but didn't receive a notification. Small issues, but by the next afternoon, everything was resolved with a very proactive attitude. Did anyone really think Chu Zhi spent tens of millions every year on the app for nothing? The message board had evolved into a Dubon-style platform with various interest groups. The group that collected research papers about different countries was called Academic Research on GeoY, while Chu Zhi was currently browsing GeoStudies, a fan creation group about himself. After about half an hour, Chu Zhi felt his worldview and values expand. No wonder people online advised idols to stay a little distance away from their fans. He clicked into a more popular group, Chinese Style, Ancient Style Creations, Self-Indulgence. Despite the name, many Little Fruits posted their music creations there, and many independent musicians casually uploaded their work as well. With current trends, this group might become a gathering place for independent creators of traditional style music. After listening to a dozen or so songs, Chu Zhi thought, very talented. He could promote them on his account later. He browsed the more popular groups, eating chips and drinking cola. The Emperor Beast switched the post sorting from by popularity to latest reply. At the top was Little Fruits Huddle Together for Warmth, a group for those dealing with personal or family issues, spending the holidays alone. The first post was from a Little Fruit sharing their story. My parents run a restaurant in Guangdong. Every New Year, the busiest time for booking banquets, so they usually return after the 15th day. This year, business is exceptionally good. They might not even return by the 15th. I've gotten used to it. On New Year's Eve, I wake up around 9, watch GeoY on Bilibili, eat casually at noon, binge dramas in the afternoon, and start cooking a big meal around 4 or 5. Life is comfortable. On New Year's Eve, I saw my family group chat, my eldest uncle and second aunt sharing dinner videos and lively red envelope competitions. I felt a little emo. I'm not afraid of being alone, but afraid of seeing others lively while I'm alone, so I posted seeking comfort from other little fruits. Dad and Mom didn't get train tickets home, so they plan to return by Labor Day. Overseas, tickets are too expensive for New Year. I really miss Mother's braised pork knuckle, sob sob. So many people could not reunite with their families. Chu Zhi suddenly had an idea. Since he had free time, why not reunite these people? He couldn't reunite with his own mother, but helping others reunite was a nice thought. The idea lingered in his mind, but was ultimately abandoned. Chu Zhi had a good sense of his influence. Acting recklessly might cause chaos. Besides, he couldn't fulfill every little fruit's wish. Unequal attention would be worse than doing nothing. Charter a plane? Seems too high profile and not appropriate. Chu Zhi thought through several proposals and rejected each one. Finally, he sighed. A star under the spotlight, with great influence, couldn't act on whims. Lessons from past events, like the bleeding incident, kept him in check. Chu Zhi returned to the music group. With nothing else to do, he listened to over 100 songs posted there. More than 5 hours passed. He picked 5 he liked and posted a message. Eating a big orange. Happy New Year, let's be happy together. Also, here are 5 pretty good ancient-style songs. Fu Chao Wei Ying, Fu Cao Wing, Ming Yu Tianya, Ming Yu Tanya, Bai Tu Yin, Bai Tu Yin, Bu Gua Bu Ga, Shuang Shui Qian Yan, Song Shi Qian Yan. Popularity remained high. Even during New Year, within half an hour, comments exceeded 10,000, mostly wishing the idol a happy new year. Given the large base, many little fruits who liked traditional-style music listened, giving great promotion results. On New Year's Day 3, Chu Zhi flew to the capital to visit Zhenghua and Jiangning for New Year greetings. Upon arriving at the capital airport, he received a call. Brother Gio, at the start of the year, I'm preparing to launch Plan B. I'll need your help. Su Shangbai spoke directly. Start of the year, January or February? Do you have a specific date? I need to arrange it with my manager, Chu Zhi asked. Mid-February, around the 15th to 20th, Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia, Malaysia, for countries, for promotions, Su Shangbai replied. Okay, I'll reserve enough time, Chu Zhi said. Thank you, Brother Gio. Happy New Year. What for? I'm already a shareholder and brand ambassador. Happy New Year, Chu Zhi replied. Recently backstabbed, Su Shangbai sold about 80% of his sugar factory. The Dubai soft candy brand value remained stable, so Plan B involved leveraging Chu Zhi's influence to expand the brand overseas, starting from the downstream industry chain. They chatted briefly. Su Shangbai was in Malaysia and shared Chinese New Year dishes, including New Year cakes and ate joy fish salad. As always, Emperor Beast was interested in good food. Sounds delicious. Dubai, you must show me your skills when possible, Chu Zhi said. Definitely, Dubai replied calmly. After leaving the airport and getting into the car, Chu Zhi hung up. First stop, Zhenghua's place for a meal. Rock musicians often have idealistic traits. His villa, on the outskirts of the Fifth Ring in Beijing, even had pigs and chickens. Walking into the estate, Chu Zhi saw a dog chasing chickens. Sorry to bother you, Brother Zheng, Chu Zhi said. You should have come earlier. Your sister-in-law is a fan, Zhenghua said, leading Chu Zhi inside. Zhenghua's wife, Jia Shui, was 10 years younger than him, in her 30s, formerly a model. Modeling was a hobby. The family was wealthy. The interior was oddly decorated, reminiscent of a KTV and internet CAF combination. Inside, a young man in his 20s, Zhenghua's son Zheng Lao, born from a previous marriage, now a university graduate, was at a keyboard like a canyon pianist. Brother Gio really. Came to my house, ha ha, Zheng Lao exclaimed, stepping away from the keyboard. Old Zheng, you're amazing, really invited Brother Gio over, Zheng Lao said, thumbs up to his father. Father and son were clearly close. Zhenghua replied. Did you think I was joking about our relationship? He even patted Chu Zhi's shoulder to show camaraderie. Chu Zhi looked at the keyboard and said, why don't we finish the real business first? Let's complete this game. No, I'm just playing against the computer, Zheng Lao said. Brother Gio, you must sign an autograph. I'm your mom fan, a male mom fan. Chu Zhi blinked, his mind filled with question marks. Zhenghua was humble. Not only was his wife a little fruit, but his son was too. Emperor Beast's meal-hopping tour ended on the 7th day. Time to return to the company and start the new year. New year, new energy. The new year was the year of the rabbit. From the 1st to the 7th day, Emperor Beast had eaten plenty of rabbit meat. Luck should be good this year. Number 452. Emperor Beast's New Year Plans. Goal plan for myself. Step 1. Release 3 free albums, April 3rd. Step 2. Receive recognition from the 4 major domestic music festivals: Chinese Music Media Awards, China Music Top Chart, Chinese Songs Music Ceremony, Global Chinese Music Chart. Step 3. Expand music internationally. Gain recognition across Asia. Little Fruits Are Sweet sold over 4.6 million copies in Asia. After the clouds clear, a small expectation for the world repeatedly broke records in Japan and Korea. Step 4. Win a Grammy. Currently trying. Release Sugar as a test. Step 5. Gain worldwide recognition for music. Chu Zhi clicked into Mastering the Big Orange, the section in the app where he set his career goals, working alongside his fans. Looking at the 5-star rating, he remembered that this goal column once had a PS note. Steps 3, 4, and 5 are ideals. Ha! People need dreams. The PS had been removed sometime later. Steps 3, 4, 5 were supposed to be ideals, but the third is already overachieved. Jiwai, we thought you were joking. We didn't expect you to take it seriously, Wuxing muttered. In 3.5 years, for Chinese albums, 2 foreign EPs, more than 10 singles and theme songs. A creation monster, Wuxing commented, then shifted tone. But Orange Home's daily activity is really high. Wuxing was an independent musician, primarily based on NetEase Cloud Music, which had an original chart, a platform allowing indie artists to build popularity. Being half a little fruit himself, Wuxing posted his work Mingyu Tianya to the forum's music group. During the new year, Wuxing relaxed, enjoyed family time, and checked his NetEase Cloud original chart, ranking updated weekly. Surprisingly, he ranked 3rd. His works had previously hovered in the teens. His follower count jumped from 76,000 to 123,000. Wuxing was stunned. Could it really be that he suddenly went viral? He checked the comments under his songs. Crossing Border Zero, recommended by Jiwai. This is really my type. Sweet Orange. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Jerry Uncle. Xiaojio likes this song. I like this song too. So Xiaojio likes me, haha. Hepburn Dog Run. ID above, a guy, right? Deceptive Zero. Wuxing extracted keywords, Jiwai and Little Geo. Immediately, an idea formed. He opened Chu Zhi's Weibo and saw the latest post, realizing he had been called out. He knew Chu Zhi was popular, but never expected this level. One post equaled the exposure he had built over 3 to 4 years of releasing music. Mixed emotions surged, but Wuxing quickly accepted reality. His first reaction was to upload all his songs to Orange Home. He was a representative case. Independent music channels were limited, Wang1, Bandcamp, and a few others requiring VPN access. Chu Zhi's recommendation was equivalent to a major platform homepage promotion. Everyone would be envious. Even if Chu Zhi might not post a song recommendation on Weibo, it was easy to upload songs to another platform. Many independent musicians followed suit, not just for traditional style songs. It should be noted that one of the 4 major internet music critics, Zhang Mingyi, gained his fame by following Chu Zhi. Over 3 years ago, when Chu Zhi returned, Zhang Mingyi said, "He has strong musical sensitivity, has the talent of a future Asian king." It was flattery at the time, but Chu Zhi actually became the Asian king. After this, Zhang Mingyi paid extreme attention to Chu Zhi. As many independent musicians posted in Orange Home's music group, he also posted his Yiming chart, sharp music critiques. Chu Zhi never expected that his casual action would give the Orange Home music group a trend of breaking through the niche. During the new year, Chu Zhi visited several friends for meals, experimenting with the French version of Do Not Go Gentle Into That Good Night, while the Yizhi anthology draft was titled After Long Silence. The key was to work in secret and then astonish everyone. On the first day back at work after the new year, Chu Zhi familiarized himself with business operations. New Year's Day 8 wasn't busy. The real workload came on day 9. Many contracts expiring this year had brand partners negotiating renewals, all expecting higher rates. 7 brands needed renewal, multiple variety shows sent invitations, including a joint production between Mango TV and August 1st Film Studio for the National Defense Education Program True Man, Season 2. Different parties also requested music rights, such as the Asian Youth Games wanting to use Proud Youth as the promotional song for the 2023 event into watching. Music competition variety shows and licensing requests all coincided unexpectedly. Emperor Beast spent the entire day in the meeting room. He was eager to join True Man, Season 2. Compared to the first season in a military camp, the second season went to Emu River Outpost, the first post in the northern frontier. The outpost, deep in the Daxingling Mountains within the inner gate, bordered Russia across a river. In the coldest season, temperatures reached -57 degrees Celsius. Chu Zhi looked at the production plan. Would such a harsh environment make celebrities a burden? The workload made things interesting. Niu Jiangxue stood up. Add overtime. For advertising, business, and copyrights, we'll sort out an overview today. Thus, Chu Zhi's usually busy schedule felt relatively lighter. He only needed to take a few photos with Elder Chun, then review the endorsements, commercial performances, and variety show opportunities the team filtered out. Chu Zhi became a delivery runner, personally bringing several tables of nearby restaurant dishes. It was too much to carry alone, so two building security brothers helped transport the orders upstairs. Thanks, Brother Li, Brother Wu, Chu Zhi said. No problem, a small effort, Security Wu, around 27 or 28, replied. Security Li, slightly older at 30-something, smiled, revealing slightly yellow teeth from smoking. Without you two, I couldn't have carried these up, Chu Zhi said. No big deal. We'll head down. Can't leave our posts too long, Security Wu said. Chu Zhi watched them enter the elevator and then turned to bring the tables into the meeting room. A new employee immediately wanted to help. Focus on your work. I've got this, Chu Zhi said. Emperor Beast grew step by step on Earth. Being good to employees produced better results than exploiting them. A contractor once taught him this lesson. As a miner, he worked summer jobs at a construction site. The contractor, with his wife, would cook a pot of green bean soup for free. He wondered why something so cheap moved him so much. 2 bowls outside cost 4 yuan. Why would he work so hard for 4 yuan? Emperor Beast realized the key. The contractor made him feel valued. Meanwhile, the 2 security guards returned to their posts, chatting. The big star called me brother. So hyped. I feel my life peaked, Security Wu said. Security Li rolled his eyes. Someone calls you brother casually, and you get this excited? Pathetic. Chu Zhi is not just anyone. He's a famous Asian star, regularly in People's Daily, Security Wu said. Just because, the chairman shakes hands with workers too. Does a celebrity top the chairman? Security Li replied. Makes sense, Security Wu considered. I don't know when it started, but whenever a star is slightly approachable, people hype it up. What's there to hype? Security Li said. He did not mean Chu Zhi. Security Li actually had a good impression of Chu Zhi. He surfed the web, but never saw Chu Zhi self-promoting his approachability. Chu Zhi had no arrogance despite his fame. Yes, when did it start? Security Wu added. When it had started, no one knew. People around the world seemed to think celebrities were above everyone else. But just because everyone thought so, did that make it right? Chu Zhi also knew that when something weighs on the heart, even the best food loses its appeal. He stayed busy until 9 in the evening before slowly leaving the office, while the core team still had work to finish. Can we do a live stream during the Lantern Festival? And I'll sing a few songs for everyone? Only after finishing the main tasks did Chu Zhi propose the plan he had been holding on to, asking the core team to review it. That's possible. Niu Jiangxue replied instinctively, then thought for a moment and added, we'll have to negotiate carefully with the streaming platform. GOY live streaming, Old Qian said. I can already imagine the servers overloading. Which little fruit could refuse Xiaojiu's live stream? Wang Yuan said. I certainly can't refuse. There was no Chu Zhi at the New Year's Gala or Spring Festival Gala, so actually a Lantern Festival live stream is a good idea, Chichio added. The lucky one, Li Guoxiuan, didn't speak but nodded in agreement. Li Guoxiuan, responsible for Japan-related operations, integrated well with the group but wasn't very talkative. Most of the company's core team agreed, leaving only Fei Gu, acting as the group's cooling agent, opposed if necessary. Even if his words were blunt, They prevented the team from collectively overexciting. Live streaming a few songs actually lowers one-star status. Generally, traffic celebrities avoid live streams, Fei Gu said frankly. If Chu Zhi insists, I suggest shaping it as a formal, online concert, and, if possible, issuing virtual concert tickets. Cao Jiangxue and Old Qian didn't think this would lower his status. Wang Yuan, speaking from an emotional perspective, said, virtual concert tickets? Do people need to buy them? No, the ticket only appears the first time someone enters the stream. It will show something like, online concert, night of XXX ticket, seat anywhere on the planet, Fei Gu explained. Use strong ritualistic elements to enrich this live stream format. The little fruits will like this format, Wang Yuan said. Displaying an image as a ticket should be technically easy, Old Qian considered. Since it's Zhi's first live stream, it makes sense to include some flashy touches. Since it's an online concert, we need to plan the duration properly, at least 90 minutes. Niu Jiangxue, as the main manager, focused on the big picture. Does Chu Zhi need guest performers? Niu Jiangxue asked the key question. If so, arrangements would need to be rushed. It was already day 9 of the lunar calendar, just a few days from the Lantern Festival. No offline concert, no guests are needed. Chu Zhi said. As for live stream length, sing 20 songs, chat a bit, about 120 minutes. 120 minutes was a standard concert length. Most singers had encore performances. For example, Earth's singing god Jackie Chung performed 90 minutes of encores, singing from 8:30 p.m. to midnight, which justified his title. Got it. Niu Jiangxue lowered her head and began contacting Douyin executives. An online concert required attention to many details: venue, song list, and most importantly, promotion strategy. The last point could wait until the platform was confirmed. After arranging everything, the team left the company at 11:30 p.m., marking the busiest day. Chu Zhi thanked them, Sister Niu, Sister Wang, Brother Qian, Brother Qi, Fei Gu, Brother Li, thank you. Time is tight for the online concert. This is a bit selfish of me. What selfishness, Zhi? I think the online concert is great. It's not unpaid overtime. We're getting paid. Next time, it should be mentioned earlier, maybe before New Year, otherwise it's rushed. Super excited for Xiao Jiu's online concert. Everyone went home to their families. Emperor Beast didn't have a mother at home. He turned on the living room lights. Previously, he left lights on when leaving because he disliked returning to a dark house. Last year, due to record heat and power restrictions in Sichuan and other provinces, Chu Zhi changed this habit, turning off all lights when leaving. For the song list, since it's an online concert, pick 2 more from Little Fruits Are Sweet. To everyone who knows my name. Angel. Our song. You are my greatest pride. 4 songs are enough, but we definitely need Chinese-style songs, Chu Zhi said, planning to perform the difficult pieces Moonlight and the Unspoken Sutra. Several unreleased singles could also be added, bringing the total to 18 songs. First online concert, add 2 new songs. Chu Zhi thought of Tang Dynasty Band's The Internationale he had quietly prepared. Not necessary, probably not needed. One online concert didn't have to feature The Internationale. Even without album customization tickets, Chu Zhi had an album ticket, plus he had stockpiled albums. The online concert became the company's top priority. Since Chu Zhi was still Douyin's chief auditor, Niu Jiangxue immediately contacted Douyin. Don't be surprised about the auditor role. It was similar to a chief experience officer, basically a brand ambassador. Douyin executives were not naive. Chu Zhi's online concert carried massive traffic potential. Even though Chu Zhi was their ambassador, the contract didn't require the stream to be on Douyin. To maximize traffic, money had to be spent. Pop-up virtual concert tickets were necessary, but sponsorship fees required negotiation. Douyin executives tried delaying slightly, since the Lantern Festival was near, to gain leverage. Niu Jiangxue wasn't easily fooled. While preparing, she also contacted Bilibili. Remember, Chu Zhi's Bilibili followers exceeded 10 million, becoming the 5th account to do so, 2 of which were Bilibili Comics and Bilibili Premium members. Douyin executives backed down. A 30 million yuan sponsorship covered Chu Zhi's Lantern Festival online concert. Contracts and promotion plans were negotiated quickly, completed within 2 days. On the 11th day of the lunar calendar, Traditionally, the father-in-law hosts the son-in-law, though few still observed it. 4 days until the Lantern Festival, ByteDance worked at full speed. Shigua Video, Douyin, Douyin Volcano, Pipixia, even Feisu and Lightface apps promoted it. Chu Zhi's Lantern Festival gift is here. My Heart is Zhi Hot. My Heart is Zhi Hot online concert. Chu Zhi Lantern Festival 8 p.m. Official announcement. Chu Zhi online concert. Chu Zhi first online concert invitation. The concert name, My Heart is Zhi Hot, came from the Little Fruits support slogan, being with Chu Zhi feels sweet. Your heart is Zhi Hot, warming the world. Reportedly, the slogan was written by hardcore Little Fruit Ling Feisi. ByteDance acted like a machine, pushing promotion across all channels, including overseas Douyin TikTok. Combined with Chu Zhi's team promoting on Bilibili, Weibo, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, the impact multiplied. Self-media riding the hype need not be mentioned. Fans in Japan, Korea, Thailand, Vietnam, Russia, and elsewhere eagerly anticipated it. TikTok? Is that the TikTok app? I'll download it immediately. The Lantern Festival is a Chinese holiday? The professor specifically chose this day. Why not an offline concert? Maybe the online concert is practice for offline. Either way, I'm excited. Live concert streaming is a novel format. As long as Ragdoll is present, I'm thrilled. Brave Nyo Nyo wanted to showcase muscles and remind everyone of Chu Zhi's influence. The promotion was vigorous. Make sure the tipping feature is disabled, Chu Zhi repeatedly reminded. As soon as the promotion went out, brands rushed to sponsor, paying to place products in the live stream. 3 brands were accepted, most declined. Fans came for the concert, not the ads. Accepted brands included Nongfu Spring. The concert was long, and drinking water was necessary. In just 4 days, Chu Zhi's online concert became Asia's trending news. ByteDance profited greatly. TikTok downloads surged. The promotional work was grand. The venue was a rehearsal studio with vine and star pattern backgrounds. Not only the venue, but performance outfits were ready too. 3 sets in total. Since it was online, frequent costume changes weren't needed. The time finally arrived. The Lantern Festival. Number 453. Chu Zhi's first online concert. Many people didn't notice that besides the Spring Festival Gala, the state broadcaster also held a Lantern Festival Gala. Of course, its viewership could never compare. Meanwhile, the Lantern Festival Gala could not hold a candle to Chu Zhi's online concert. In just 4 days of promotion, it hit 19 trending topics. Hashtag which phone is best for the live stream. Hashtag first in the live stream equals front row. Hashtag 4,000 yuan. These unusual trends flooded the trending lists. Unlike movie or drama promotions that often inflate rankings artificially, this was real. Fans were genuinely excited. At 8 o'clock in the evening, whether students or office workers, most people were free. ByteDance was fully prepared. Many savvy streamers, like Quan Mei, were ready to live stream Chu Zhi's concert, while some viewers tuned in to watch the stream of the stream. It was Inception-level nesting. The Little Fruits eagerly anticipating the concert came from all walks of life. Many were celebrities. Badminton prodigy Zhou Yui, who usually scrolled short videos, had been waiting early. He had started traveling on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, and of course, he was away for the Lantern Festival, acting in a small role in Hongyan. The company arranged it. If a singer's main work wasn't enough, they would become a full-fledged actor as well. Never thought it. Zhou Yui's first concert is online. But it's fine. I probably wouldn't have gotten tickets anyway, Zhou Yui said as he entered the live stream, a ticket graphic popping up. My Heart. Burns Concert, Douyin Station. February 5th, 2023, 2000 hours. Entrance, Douyin live stream. Area, Section 11. Seat, anywhere on the planet. Price, priceless. Welcome, Hongqing Chu Zhi, to the live stream. Save ticket, return. Without a doubt, Hongqing Chu Zhi was Zhou Yui's Douyin ID. He had always felt he resembled Chu Zhi when playing sports. Zhou Yui clicked save. The countdown had 5 minutes left, yet the online number had already reached 4,215,473. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, millions, dad, grandpa. Over 4 million online? This isn't even popularity. Zhou Yui could hardly believe it. If it were 4 million in popularity points, it wouldn't surprise him. Anyone familiar with short videos knew that points could be inflated through GIFs and watch time. But this was live online viewers. If Zhou Yui remembered correctly, the record for simultaneous online viewers was 4.93 million. This was about to break. Comments streamed in like waves, dense and overwhelming, making it impossible to see clearly. Why can't we give gifts? Looks like gifting is off. Ugh, I want to spend money on this man, but can't. 3 minutes left. I'm ready. This livestream was different. Not only was the popularity metric gone, the gift function was disabled as well. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The black screen lit up, revealing a familiar rehearsal room. Zhou Yui immediately went full screen. The vine patterns and star clusters were vividly displayed. The concert stage was a rehearsal room? A rehearsal room appearing publicly for the second time. It was perfect. In the comments, anyone familiar got excited. Those who didn't understand didn't matter. Some explained the special meaning behind the patterns. Predictably, accounts associated with these explanations would rise in value. ByteDance provided full technical support. With such a large audience, the comments were anchored to the bottom left corner to avoid covering the screen. Even with filtering, the comments could easily swamp the image. Disabling them entirely would feel lacking. After all, in offline concerts, audiences could sing along. Chu Zhi entered from the left side of the screen, wearing a plain shirt layered with a tea-colored cashmere vest, the waist slightly cinched with 2 thin red stripes adding a playful touch. On his feet were a pair of serious brogue shoes. Chu Zhi sat on a high stool, relaxed. His proportions were striking, his long legs casually draped. Comments erupted in a frenzy. Zhou Yui whispered to himself, "This face, even a man can admit it's unfair. Why close one door when the whole roof is lifted?" He muttered about his own struggle learning English. If he had even a fraction of Chu Zhi's looks, he wouldn't need to memorize ABCs daily. "Thank you everyone for coming to my concert," Chu Zhi said. "I've wanted a chance to chat with everyone for a long time, but there was never a proper occasion. Today, thanks to Sister Niu, Sister Wang, Brother Qian, and the rest of the team, we made this online concert possible." Chu Zhi continued. "Let's start with a simple song, a warm-up." The familiar intro played. Zhou Yui thought it sounded like left hand pointing to the sky. He laughed. Surely Chu Zhi wouldn't start with left hand pointing to the sky. That's crazy. Musical note, wasting my heart on laughter, chasing illusions of beauty, afraid that luck will vanish in a blink. Musical note. It really was. Simple, human. Many singers and music influencers recalled the terror of a certain cover challenge. And the chorus? Chu Zhi was sitting while singing. Basic decency and morality seemed forgotten. Zhou Yui was stunned. After the first song, the online viewer count surpassed 5 million and was still climbing. What is an Asian superstar? The head of ByteDance marketing department exclaimed, leaning back at the data. Let's call him Baldy. The Lantern Festival Gala was completely overshadowed. On Weibo, there were almost no posts complaining about it, only complaints about Douyin lag. Any other star's online concert could never reach this level. Chu Zhi's fanbase was massive, from ages 11 to 60. How's the server set up? Baldy asked. Even another 5 million viewers is fine, the technician assured. After spending so much on the concert, they had to prepare properly. For context, the peak online viewers for the LOL World Finals overseas was just over 4 million. Baldy and the others had forgotten. 5 million viewers wasn't just domestic. Fans from Japan, Korea, Thailand, and beyond were spreading the load. Douyin's versions were also split regionally. Mainland China's viewers alone were represented. Taiwan and Hong Kong used the traditional Chinese version, essentially a different server. As viewers surged, Chu Zhi sang Angel, Blue and White Porcelain, Night's 7th Chapter, and The Most Beautiful Sun, for songs in total. It was a Little Fruits carnival. Stop screaming, stop screaming. People charge for singing, you sing, and I die. Associate Professor Xiao Yu shouted in frustration. He wore pajamas in the living room, brewing red tea, reclining leisurely. Xiao Yu was following the concert on a 42-inch projector TV. It was enjoyable, tea, music, but his daughter Xiao Qing was screaming in her bedroom. Particularly during The Most Beautiful Sun, it sounded like she was slaughtering pigs. Xiao Qing emerged from her room, eyes glued to the concert, defending herself. You have to sing along for the atmosphere. Something felt off. Xiaoqing looked up and realized her father was watching the same online concert, projected on the big screen. A big screen works miracles, Xiaoyu said calmly. Xiaoqing agreed, shutting off her phone and rushing to grab sodas and snacks, moving like a tiny hamster transferring home supplies to avoid missing any of the concert. Half a minute later, she plopped onto the couch. Dad, move over. The next song was Moonlight. Xiaoqing's favorite lines, "This battlefield of the mortal world," went wildly off-key. Xiaoyu's eyes practically exuded his disdain. It wasn't just Xiaoqing screaming. Many fans, familiar with Little Fruits Are Sweet and Chu Zhi's recent Chinese-style albums, were singing along. Many had been looping songs for months, naturally joining in. The live stream had permanent attendees, Little Fruits, casual viewers, self-media, journalists, even new Summer Society reporters. The heat was overwhelming. Under millions of witnesses, Chu Zhi sang with effortless mastery. No matter the difficulty, he performed seated, only occasionally straightening his back slightly. The transitions in Moonlight were smooth and silky. Fans went wild. So beautiful, I want to be there live. Finally heard Night's 7th chapter again. Brother Gio is a cover destroyer who dares cover his songs. 66666. 9999, Brother Gio 6-foot diet. One badminton prodigy remarked, after tonight, no one will ever doubt Gio's singing again. It's like he has a cheat code. I'm backstage. Online viewers are nearly 6 million, Chu Zhi said. I didn't expect so many. The servers should hold. Any lag. I especially enjoy singing for everyone. Behind the scenes, reflectors, lights, screens, microphones, all equipment was ready. Even for a first-time concert, everything was well prepared. The small screen opened on the Douyin interface. From backstage, it was easier to see user comments. Although easier, was limited when facing such a huge audience. The comments are overwhelming, my eyes are spinning. I can't read them all, but I can feel the Little Fruits' enthusiasm, Chu Zhi said. After singing 1 or 2 songs, Chu Zhi would speak a few words to the Little Fruits. Each time, the comments section became a thick, layered wall. Before anyone could focus on one pattern, it was covered by another. Tonight is our night. For our next song, let's perform an original, The Wind Rises. To have an original song in a concert was rare. Perhaps in the entire entertainment industry, only this person did it. The Little Fruits erupted with excitement. Chu Zhi often shared original songs at music festivals and cultural forums, a practice that was far from standard. So far, no one had dared to imitate him. The Wind Rises was included in the system's miscellaneous song collection. It was a favorite of the Emperor Beast. Chu Zhi opened a black thermos cup and drank half in one gulp. The Immortal of Wine effect triggered. Musical note. Along this journey, walking and pausing, following the traces of drifting youth, stepping out from the station, hesitating just a little. Musical note. Musical note. Cannot help but smile at the nervousness near home, yet it cannot be avoided. Musical note. Musical note. And Nagano's sky remains warm. The wind stirs memories from the past. Musical note. Chu Zhi lightened his tone, giving his voice a youthful timbre. It sounded slightly naive, not due to technique, but in the feeling it conveyed. It was like watching heavy rain wash the playground from a dormitory window, counting puddles foolishly on a drizzly day. Fresh and faintly melancholic. Musical note. When first encountering this world, so many delights, gazing at the horizon as if it were near, willing to brave all to walk at once. Musical note. Musical note. Now, having walked through this world, so many delights, flipping through the different faces of time, unexpectedly encountering your smiling face. Musical note. At this moment, the comments in the bottom right corner slowed down and quieted. Everyone was listening attentively. Even with each account allowed 1 comment per minute, the sheer number of viewers meant the rules didn't matter. To read the comments clearly, viewers had to zoom in. Musical note. I once got lost in the vast world, indulged in childhood dreams, unsure of truth, without struggle, fearless of ridicule. Musical note. Musical note. I once turned my youth into her, and even played out midsummer from my fingertips. Wherever the heart moves, let it follow fate. Musical note. The earlier melancholy felt ephemeral, like smoke. It was invisible and intangible. Once the chorus began, the emotion thickened, almost tangible yet impossible to grasp, swirling in one's hand. Chu Zhi's performance was expressive. In the chorus, his enunciation carried a tinge of world weariness, forming a striking contrast with his earlier youthful tone. It was like returning to school 7 or 8 years after graduation. The playground was renewed, the teaching building aged, and people couldn't tell what was old or new. Joy's new song never disappoints. It's so good. I skipped a date with my girlfriend just to hear Joy's concert. Great song, but it's a bit of a challenge to follow along. Musical note: the evening wind lifts your silver hair, smoothing scars left by memories. In your eyes, light and shadow mingle, a smile blooms. Musical note. Musical note: twilight hides your unsteady steps, entering the picture tucked by the bedside. In the picture, you bow your head to speak. Musical note. Just as Su Shi praised Wang Wei, saying, poetry in painting, painting in poetry, Chu Zhi's voice conjured vivid imagery for listeners, evoking memories with ease. Lin Xia sighed slightly, recalling the days when he was a hopeless fanboy. Back in high school, dark-haired and overweight, he delivered late-night snacks to his crush, crayfish, barbecue, and in one semester, had successfully made her gain 30 pounds. Thinking back, during his student days, Xiao had a different experience. Attractive since childhood, he even aged well into adulthood. This song made him reflect on how absurd his younger self had been. Indeed, 2 of the top 4 influencers were listening to Chu Zhi's concert. Lin Xia had even turned down a Dior event. Musical note: I still marvel at the vast world, intoxicated by childhood promises, unsure of truth, without struggle, indifferent to ridicule. Musical note. Musical note: I ultimately return my youth to her, along with midsummer from my fingertips. Wherever the heart moves, let it go with the wind. Musical note. Musical note: in the name of love, would you still be willing? Musical note. The performance ended, leaving a lingering echo. Then the comments exploded. Once left, only memories remain. I think this is my first love. Crying, not from sadness, but because Joy's voice seems to embrace everything, letting me cry freely. Brother Joe's singing is too good. The switches between chest and head voice are so frequent, like dancing at a club. Only Brother Joe could manage this, others would collapse. One song makes countless people relive their student days. Is it about friendship or love? I hear the soaring youth. The little fruits were moved. Clever journalists recorded the stream. Foolish journalists were lost in their own memories. Music knows no borders. Even without understanding the lyrics, Japanese and Korean fans felt a touch of melancholy. However, Chu Zhi's diehard fan, Ojima Matsushika, didn't watch the live stream on time. He had done something wrong and was confined to the attic for reflection. His father, Ojima clan chief, had instructed him to organize the study on Saturday. As mentioned before, mild intellectual disability allowed him to perform normal work. Matsushika had organized his study for 4 or 5 years without issue. But today, the room was chaotic. 40 or 50 books were scattered, a coffee cup shattered, and the mess made him realize he couldn't finish in time. Fearing scolding and implicating his mother, the immense pressure made Matsushika collapse emotionally, waking the drunken clan chief. This was why he was punished in the attic. He was accustomed to kneeling or facing the wall in the attic. Through years of experience, Matsushika learned the rules. If he was at fault, kneel. If his father was at greater fault, face the wall. Matsushika had a clever trick. He secretly stored snacks in the attic. Normally, it was fine. But today was concert time. In the rehearsal room, Chu Zhi finished The Wind Rises and moved to the next song, Against the Light. This song was considered the Emperor Beast's comeback hit, impossible to skip. Wang Yuan used her authority to listen live. So besides the technical director ensuring the live stream, one more person was present. She happily listened, especially to familiar songs. Wang Yuan struggled to resist singing along. Suddenly, Wang Yuan received a message and her expression changed slightly. Brother Gio, the total audience from Japan and South Korea alone exceeds 1 million. Add Vietnam, Thailand, and Russia, and it's close to 2 million, Wang Yuan typed on her tablet. Chu Zhi, without needing glasses, could see clearly. The Douyin. Officials were suggesting that with so many foreign fans, Maybe he should include 2 foreign language songs. It was worth considering. He still had 2 cards in hand, riding on the back of a silver dragon, and even though our hands are empty, either one would work. Wait, something wasn't right. There was no backing track. These 2 songs had been prepared for the Hokkaido concert, but no recorded accompaniment existed. Singing them a cappella would be a waste. Better to save them for Summer Supersonic. Both songs were healing, empowering tracks. The cards couldn't be played, but that didn't mean there was no solution. After calmly finishing Dreaming of Swords and Blades, Chu Zhi spoke. Just now, my manager told me that many foreign fans are watching this online concert. He took a sip of water. Even after collecting orders from Nongfu Spring, he couldn't just take money without showing up, so he needed to make an appearance a few times. I really appreciate it, Chu Zhi said. The song I performed earlier, The Wind Rises, has 2 versions. The other one is the Japanese version, Yakamochi, Jealousy. As soon as he said this, cheers erupted on the Japanese TikTok app. I really want to see South Korean fans' faces. They always say Ragdoll has a deeper bond with them. A brand new Japanese song. I'm so glad I came to the concert today. I love whatever Ragdoll sings, but a Japanese song is the best. Fortunately, the Japanese and Korean versions of TikTok were separate apps. Otherwise, chaos would have ensued. Musical note: when you told me about the person you dated before, I could not listen with honesty and caused you loneliness. Musical note: the Chinese and Japanese lyrics carried entirely different meanings. The Chinese version reflected personal feelings and nostalgia, while the Japanese version was a love song. Both versions sounded beautiful. It wouldn't be fair to neglect anyone. If there was a Japanese song, naturally Korean and Russian fans deserved their share. There was no new Korean song in stock, so Chu Zhi sang the EP's lead track Go With The Flow. For Russian fans, he performed Katyusha. Both songs were outside the original plan and required a few extra minutes to record accompaniment. The combination of 30% voice of despair and 40% voice of the First Emperor energy created the same flavor in Katyusha, and Russian viewers went wild. After a year and a half, the song had almost become a staple in Russia. Yura Yura. Vadim Grasim danced a tap dance in the living room. Back in the day, he wasn't yet the seasoned veteran he was now. As a young gun, his moves had dominated disco halls. I'll invite my dear Aurora as well, Vadim added. Aurora refused. She would dance jazz, thinking her father's folk-style moves were a little outdated. I've said it before. Chu Zhi might have vampire blood, but vampires have good and bad sides. His lineage is from an Eastern family, Vadim explained. I asked a medium, and in the East, they call vampires jiangshirt. Aurora sighed internally. This wasn't going away. Now, even the Eastern family was involved. Mediums were all unreliable. Her father loved watching TNT's Spirit Wars. Aurora believed in science, so she ignored him. After so many songs earlier, I almost fell asleep. This one woke me up, Vadim exaggerated, then asked, Aurora, do you think Chu Zhi's singing can compare to yours? Aurora felt that her father actually respected her. The earlier song with its almost Buddhist style had drained all her energy. What could possibly compare? Chu Zhi performed familiar songs like Listen to Mother, Bohemian Rhapsody, Drunken Red Cliff, and Fireworks Cool Quickly. He also kept 2 wildcard songs for Little Fruits to request via comments. To ensure the success of the first online concert, Chu Zhi had planned meticulously. He also felt again the extraordinary talent of the peerless beauty. After singing for so long, his throat felt no strain. Online concerts obviously lacked the atmosphere of a live crowd. Live, people's voices could tire their throats, but online, one could shout freely at home. It was perfect for those with social anxiety. Many Little Fruits could not resist singing along. Excluding some original and foreign songs, most sang from start to finish, some even hoarse by the end. Even the Emperor Beast couldn't resist the Little Fruits' enthusiasm. The concert was planned for 20 songs and 120 minutes, but with the fans' encouragement, it lasted 160 minutes, 5 extra songs. At 2 hours and 40 minutes, the online concert ended at 0:40. Both the technical director and Wang Yuan had worked hard. Chu Zhi naturally treated them to a late-night snack. Brother Jio could easily hold an offline concert, even an Asia tour, Wang Yuan said. Her face flushed like a sunset, thrilled as the only mama fan who witnessed it live. Perfect control. The ending song Left Hand Points to the Moon. The high notes floated effortlessly. Even with such great recording equipment, distortion almost occurred, the technical director praised, hungry as he skewered 3 portions into 1 bite. So today's online concert was a success, Chu Zhi said. That's a relief. Not only can you relax, you can eat this roasted pig heart too. The technical director handed over a skewer. He loved all kinds of offal, grilled beef liver, pork kidneys, lamb testicles, though the last one wasn't awful. Chu Zhi said, "Go ahead, Brother Chiu. I prefer beef." The 3 chatted casually. The king ate little to maintain his figure, but couldn't resist a late-night snack with Brother Chiu. Chu Zhi ate while ByteDance eagerly showed off. They had spent tens of millions in sponsorship, so they wanted to flaunt the achievement. Douyin, my heart burns for Chu Zhi * online concert completed successfully. Thank you, Teacher Chu Zhi at Eat a Big Orange, for bringing us wonderful songs. Mainland China. Peak concurrent viewers, 9.75 million. Total views, 280 million. Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan. Peak concurrent viewers, 260,000. Total views, 6.13 million. Japan. Peak concurrent viewers, 870,000. Total views, 24.58 million. South Korea. Peak concurrent viewers, 640,000. Total views, 20.13 million. Russia. Peak concurrent viewers, 510,000. Total views, 14.1 million. Other 20-plus countries combined. Peak concurrent viewers, 3.42 million. Total views, 66.52 million. At peak, over 15 million viewers across Asia watched simultaneously. Notice, these are people, not views. How valuable is this? Roughly equal to the combined population of Finland, Norway, and Denmark. Even ByteDance was shocked and released third-party monitoring reports. Initially, Zhao Yifan, director of the Lantern Festival Gala, thought, a single live stream overshadows everything. What is this? Seeing the data, he realized. Why should I compare myself to Teacher Chu Zhi's concert? Who am I? The Emperor Beast's online concert alone could dominate trending searches with its sheer strength. Once ByteDance posted about it, Chu Zhi's name instantly flooded the internet. Number 454. What a grand stage. This era belongs to him. Douyin superstar Quan Mei exclaimed, dazzled by the numbers. She wasn't the only one blinded by these titanium-level statistics. The figures were ridiculously extravagant. Weibo and Douyin short video trending lists barely need mentioning. They hadn't dropped since the 15th and 16th of the first lunar month. Let's look at media reports the following day. Chu Zhi's online concert solves entertainment industry mystery. Chilu News. Over 15 million. Chu Zhi's online concert takes the internet by storm. Tushio. More than 440 million global views. Why is Chu Zhi attracting such attention? Xinxia News. A wake-up call for all traffic stars. Work is the only way. Guangming Daily. You can always trust Chu Zhi. Tencent News. These were just representative samples. The internet was flooded with countless other reports. Chilu News wrote in a mysterious tone, calling it an unsolved mystery, but the answer was the usual one. Why was he so popular? If you wanted interesting reporting, Tencent News stood out. They bypassed the usual topics and highlighted that no matter how famous Chu Zhi became, he never stopped improving himself, giving fresh insight amid a sea of reports. In terms of administrative rank, he had the authority of a city-level position. Previously the Fengdu Tourism Ambassador, 2 years ago he became the Shanxing Tourism Ambassador. It was also somewhat Fengdu's own fault. Chu Zhi attracted a wave of little fruits, and Shanxing provided funds. Yet the public facilities and tourist spots were left unrepaired. All money went into promotion instead. Visitors arrived to find nothing ready. The once proud haunted mountains were dilapidated and slowly returned to calm. Many official social media accounts jumped on the trend. There was no choice. Without this timing, hardly anyone paid attention. Chinese Fire Department seized the opportunity to promote fire safety, for example. It wasn't random opportunism. Chu Zhi himself was a fire safety promotion ambassador and a public security image ambassador. Nippon China. The My Heart Burns concert was amazing. Go, go, go. Just like Nippon, every time a new experience. Hashtag Nippon Magic Paint launch. Hashtag celebrate the concert success. 10 viewers randomly selected from comments will receive 100 square meters of Nippon Magic Paint for free. Hashtag Nippon celebrates concert. Hashtag brands he endorsed also launched giveaway campaigns. Globally, for 140 million views and a peak of 15 million concurrent viewers. The former sounded bigger, but industry insiders and officials knew the true significance. The Cyberspace Administration immediately launched an investigation to verify the Douyin data. This was not targeted at Chu Zhi personally, but at all celebrity promotions. 2 years ago, the famous Lu Pig Rope notification notice on further regulating online celebrity content was issued by this agency. The notice simply banned malicious view inflation, comment manipulation, and lowbrow scandal operations. Even so, Chu Zhi's data was astonishing. After verification, the Cyberspace Administration confirmed it was credible. 2 days after the concert, the front page of People's Daily featured a subheading: "Observing Chu Zhi's concert phenomenon makes our entertainment industry better." Yes, this was in print. Not online, not on a platform, but on an actual newspaper. For context, the main headline was "Seriously summarize and apply successful reform experience to create a new situation for military strengthening through reform." Could it compete? Of course not. So the subheading for Chu Zhi carried significant prestige. Many celebrities have been praised by state media, and some later fell from grace. Some began to feel that such praise didn't guarantee anything. In truth, state media accounts see a quality song centered on traditional culture and will repost or like it. Whether the singer fails later is not their concern. Investigating is nearly impossible. The entertainment world is full of hidden traps, and even the best mind clearers cannot prevent all problems. Simply put, online media are easy to post. Actual print newspapers are rarer, but their societal influence is substantial. To put it plainly, internet likes are from general netizens. Who reads People's Daily? Its audience is largely official and influential. Since Chu Zhi's first album in 2017, he pursued EDM and dubstep, while continuing to study traditional culture. In 2019, he unleashed a fresh creative approach, drawing from Chinese history and culture. Instruments like qin, esi, pipa, elements from Chinese opera, general's orders, compendium of materia medica, blue and white porcelain, and luoyang jialanji became signature elements. Chu Zhi essentially pioneered a new era in Chinese pop music. On the 5th at 2000 hours, Chu Zhi's online concert My Heart Burns went live, reaching top trending on YouTube, Cafe, Weibo, and other platforms within 5 minutes. 4 years ago, Chu Zhi made a comeback on variety shows, singing with all his strength, then saying, "Thank you for quietly listening to me sing. Thank you, really thank you." Time passed quickly. From being falsely accused and chased by everyone, Chu Zhi became the top model of morally upright traffic stars. Time magazine called him the first Asian superstar of the 21st century. Despite sudden fame and improved reputation, Chu Zhi remained humble, always thanking millions of global viewers for attending his concerts. In 6 years, he delivered classics such as Against the Light, Drunken Concubine, 1,000 Miles Away, and East Wind Breaks. He faced hardships, slander, and resisted anti-Chinese capital, yet never gave up. To Generation Z, Chu Zhi inspired diligence and dedication. To China's cultural departments, he is a new business card. In Russia, Japan, South Korea, Thailand, and more, he holds strong recognition and influence. The Ministry of Culture and Tourism appointed him as chief consultant, and Chu Zhi has greatly contributed to cultural export. Still, people wonder, when will his offline concert start? Media reports revealed 2 things. Chu Zhi had been wrongly accused, and he held a hall-level honorary position. Self-media reposts captured the full text and posted it online, including 2 images showing Chu Zhi's cultural export efforts. For example, South Korean embassy data showed that after the release of You Come From the Stars, more South Korean students, especially female, applied to study in China. National data showed that after Chu Ci 9 songs was released, mentions of Hanfu and blue and white porcelain online surged, proving tangible achievements. The chief consultant position was well-deserved. Comments from fans. Zideo. Chief consultant? I'll ask Brother Gio. Who else? Fengyu Xiao Yishang. Front page subheading of People's Daily. What kind of immortal did I just fangirl over? Qinghua. Morally upright ceiling. Jiuwei is indeed the ceiling. Proud to be a little fruit. Gu Chun. Do you know why Chu Zhi is called Jiuwei? Because he's 6 times stronger. My fox is not a cat. 440 million global views. And Brother Gio even closed tipping, losing at least 100 million. Non-Fetty Fetty BB. Jiuwei isn't my favorite, but definitely one of my top idols. Can my main support rise too? Fans and casual viewers alike were astonished, and some even suspected non-Fetty Fetty BB's main support was Lin Xia. Some self-media made a short film, titled Through Thousand Fortunes, Still a Youth, contrasting Chu Zhi's humble days on I Am a Singer with his current concert. The edited videos included comment overlays. Once filled with insults, now they overflowed with praise. This comparison reminded little fruits of their idol's past hardships and betrayal. Perhaps Chu Zhi set the precedent. Now little fruits and self-media jumped at every chance to criticize. It worked in the concert's favor, attracting newly converted fans. If past state media reports subtly endorsed him, People's Daily's coverage clearly declared, Chu Zhi has official support and can be considered half official. I wonder who dares challenge Brother Gio now, Wang Yuan said proudly. For a mama fan, the higher the idol's achievements, the greater her own pride. Has he ever been blocked before? Lao Qian asked. No. Brother Gio has upright morals, so he's always been protected by officials. For example, during the Orange Grove Festival, the government fully supported him, Wang Yuan said, then added. But with the chief consultant position, it's like an ace up his sleeve, you know? Understood. Lao Qian nodded. The first major project of the year was a huge success. The company was thrilled, and Chu Zhi promised to treat everyone and hand out bonuses. Double the good fortune. Niu Jiangxue rushed over, panting. Everyone, put aside what you're doing and listen to me. Rushing urgently, Niu Jiangxue, Lao Qian Fei, go. And the others looked at the brave Niu. If we want to enter Hollywood, I've thought of one route, Niu Jiangxue said. I asked you why. He has some knowledge of music composition, so we could take the soundtrack route. Of course, this is Plan B. Soundtrack. Lao Qian felt like there were suddenly 2 paths. He asked, Jiuwei also composes music? Think about it. It makes sense, Wang Yuan said. Soundtrack is just composition. Consider Brother Gio's ability in composition. Everyone knew that for Wang Yuan, it was normal no matter what Chu Zhi could do, but after thinking about it carefully, the reasoning did make sense. What's there to be happy about? Trying to make a name in Hollywood through composing, even more than releasing an album directly, is extremely difficult, Fei Ge said, instantly chilling the room. The company's Cold Field Emperor title was well-deserved. Fei Ge continued, our promotional resources in the United States are limited. Quality steel must be used on the blade's tip. Personally, I think an English album is the main channel to push. Niu Jiangxue said, I understand that standing out in Hollywood with composition is extremely difficult, which is why I call it Plan B. I'm telling everyone so that if an opportunity arises in the future, we don't miss it. If that's the case, I have no objections, Fei Ge nodded. I just don't know Jiuwei's level in composing yet. It should be good, Lao Qian said. Knowing Jiuwei's personality, if he isn't confident in something, he won't bring it up. Those in the group knew that film composers, while not always publicly recognized, held high status within the industry. Famous ones earned respect from even the biggest directors. After all, not every director blindly imitates Quentin Tarantino's style for music. I agree with that perspective, Fei Ge said. Chu Zhi's personality ensured careful planning. Everyone in the company now understood their artist had another potential path. Let soundtrack be a secondary approach. I also have a bold idea I want to discuss with Jiuwei, Niu Jiangxue said. What bold idea? Tell me. Curious, Lao Qian asked. Since it's a bold idea, I can't say, Niu Jiangxue replied. Now it's getting interesting, Lao Qian said. Don't mimic my tone. Niu Jiangxue snapped. While Niu Jiangxue and the others chatted, newly joined Li Guishuan hadn't joined the group. He was too busy. The success of the online concert wasn't limited to China. It made waves abroad as well. Japan's Asahi Shimbun, South Korea's Chosun Ilbo, Vietnam's Vietnam Youth Daily, Russia's Izvestia, and other foreign media all commented on the event. It was even more exaggerated than when Professor Bai swept Asia because this time, mainstream media were involved. To understand why mainstream media spoke up, some explanation of livestream metrics is needed. Viewers are recorded per entry. If a user enters, listens to a song, exits, and re-enters, that counts twice. Switching screens can also count as multiple views. Concurrent viewers counts the number online at a specific time. If not online simultaneously, it doesn't count. By calculation, at least 60 million people entered Chu Zhi's livestream room. On a smaller scale, it was a groundbreaking online concert, setting records for live viewership in the celebrity circle. Why specify the entertainment circle? Last year, the Queen of England's funeral livestream had more viewers. On a larger scale, an influencer reaching 60 million people is naturally a public opinion leader. High popularity brushes against politics. Mainstream media could not stay silent. Reports from other Asian countries tried to downplay the hype. Chosen Ilbo's headline read, "Do not indulge excessively in idols. Living in reality requires hard work." In short, Chu Zhi's popularity had reached a level foreign elites even respected. Did these warnings work? Chu Zhi's momentum was unstoppable. Japanese fans, if idols sell dreams, Ragdoll sells what I have always longed for. South Korean fans, of course I watched the live stream. The only regret is he sang only one Korean song. But as for creating miracles, Professor will create more. Russian fans, I only like one foreign singer, and that's him. He conquers Asia with his singing. Vietnamese fans, Brother Gio is the most handsome man in the world. Just his face alone draws millions, let alone his amazing voice. Why all the fuss? Indian fans, Chu Zhi is Brother Gio. Online they call us Third Brother. This proves that Third Brother is a respectful term for foreigners. The situation became clear, no matter how much others tried to downplay it. Fans in every country celebrated joyfully. Chu Zhi's popularity was so great that even the legendary Eastern superpower noticed, and India developed a small fan base. However, numbers were far fewer than in Vietnam. India has a large population, but the number of people able to follow idols is limited. The Nyo Nyo team capitalized on this success, releasing The Wind Rises and Yakamochi as singles. The former went on all platforms, the latter released electronically on Japan's iTunes Music. Physical albums in Japan and South Korea still held sway partly because copyright was fragmented, making music apps difficult to consolidate. In Japan, iTunes Music dominates. Upon release, the singles instantly topped daily and weekly charts. Creative company president Obata Yasushi was thrilled. His company booked Chu Zhi for the August Summer Supersonic Music Festival. It was a huge profit, and he could already imagine the event's grand scale. "It's a pity we're not the first to try this," Obata Yasushi muttered. Everyone knew that Chu Zhi had participated in the Fuji Outdoor International Rock Music Festival 2 years ago, leaving a record behind. As Chu Zhi's influence in Asia grew, the Fuji Music Festival officially began using him as a promotional example. One performance, 2 songs. Yakamochi is really good, Obata Yasushi thought to himself. He began planning the Osaka station lineup. Even though the Osaka festival wouldn't start until mid-August, the tentative invitation list had long been prepared. Not being able to secure an invite, that was practically impossible. Obata Yasushi's confidence came from the fact that Summer Supersonic is one of Japan's 3 major music festivals and also the one with the broadest audience, covering pop, rock, jazz, and more. Anytime there was movement, Sony Music would be the most proactive. After all, when Chu Zhi's EP Slightly Expect the World broke records, they had collaborated. Profit motivates action. Sony Music sent another invitation to Chu Zhi, proposing collaboration on either an EP or a full album. The head of the marketing department, Amori Genjin, glanced at today's Asahi Shimbun. Popularity is even greater than before, Amori Genjin imagined. That meant more sales, more profit. He felt he could take one more step in his career. Amori Genjin held the position of executive director and music market director at Sony Music Japan. He had reached the top domestically, but there was room for promotion abroad, in the United States. Chu Zhi's popularity continued to rise. How could Amori Genjin remain confident? because he had already called headquarters. Sony Music is one of the world's four major record companies, along with the famous EMI, Warner, and BMG, meaning headquarters had ample resources in Europe and America. Everyone could see Chu Zhi wanted to break out of Asia, so Amori Genjin's plan was to use Western promotional resources in exchange for Chu Zhi releasing a Japanese album. Sony Music even agreed. This truly demonstrated Chu Zhi's influence, leaving Europe and America amazed. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Japan, Matsushika, you can come out now, hurry up. Mrs. Ojima arrived at the attic early in the morning, unlocking the door as she spoke. Her husband had said he would stay closed for 2 days, which technically ended around 10 a.m. today. A mother could only unlock the attic at 7 a.m. As she opened the door, Mrs. Ojima's expression was anxious. Previously, the moment she spoke, Matsushika would respond immediately. He had some bed sensitivity. Sleeping in a locked attic usually left him restless, but today it was quiet. Mrs. Ojima opened the attic fully. Without a skylight, it was pitch black. No lights were on. The subtle sounds of small knocks echoed like nervous drumbeats. She called out repeatedly, "Matsushika, are you sleeping? Matsushika, have you gotten up yet?" Familiar with the attic, she switched on the light. Matsushika Ojima leaned against the wall, staring at the ceiling beams, eyes unfocused. He looked like a doll thrown in a trash can, retrieved, and soaked in water. "What's wrong, Matsushika? Are you feeling unwell?" Mrs. Ojima asked, tense, rushing to touch his forehead. "Mother, I'm fine. I just feel very tired," Matsushika Ojima said in a low voice, as if dropping a stone into still water. Ripples formed briefly but quickly vanished. "Tired? Did you sleep poorly last night?" Mrs. Ojima observed his expression, already suspecting the cause. She deliberately shifted the topic. "If you're tired, come downstairs and eat. Today, Mr. Sawakita made your favorite natto and tamagoyaki." Ojima Matsushika shook his head, saying he had no appetite. "Then today I'll take you for a walk in Akihabara," Mrs. Ojima suggested. Ojima Matsushika's favorite activity was walking in Akihabara with his mother, though chances were rare because she spent her days in business socializing, meeting other executives' wives and high-ranking officials' wives for tea. He shook his head again, refusing. Mrs. Ojima panicked, kneeling beside him. "Tell me, is it because you didn't watch Chu Zhi's online concert? You can still watch it online." Strictly speaking, Ojima Matsushika always felt that living was exhausting. Though slow-witted, he knew he might never gain his father's approval. Missing his idol's online concert was just the final straw. Seeing her child unmoved even by his idol, Mrs. Ojima felt her heart squeezed. Fighting back tears, she helped him downstairs. Perhaps to avoid worrying his mother, Ojima Matsushika ate breakfast simply. For the next week or two, he didn't venture out, staying in his room except for meals. Mrs. Ojima tried many methods but couldn't reignite his interest. Anxiety overwhelmed her. One day, she remembered something her child had excitedly told her before. "Summer Supersonic Music Festival, Matsushika. Remember? Chu Zhi will participate. You can go see him," Mrs. Ojima said, entering the bedroom and sitting beside his bed. Ojima Matsushika's lost spark slowly returned. "Yes, Summer Supersonic. I can go see Chu Zhi there." He jumped from the bed, muttering, "Mother, we can go to Supersonic together and listen to Chu Zhi sing." Restored to his usual energy, Ojima Matsushika rushed downstairs to contact his friends from the CAT CAF, trying to book tickets in advance. Seeing him improve, Mrs. Ojima was both happy and sad. Sad because her child's determination to live depended on an outsider. Luckily, Chu Zhi existed, she thought. In March, the apprentice magician milestone was achieved. Strictly speaking, Ling Chung reached 12 points shortly after, arriving at March 8th. 25 years single. Single Chu Zhi happily watched his balance rise to 12 coins, deciding not to act impulsively. The English album post-production was almost complete. He had to finish current tasks first. "This is too good. Next year, single until 26, I can get 7 more coins." Do women have character coins? Definitely not. On a joyful day, Chu Zhi treated himself to ice cream at night. Recently, he had endorsed Magnum, and the company sent him a pile of products. It's best not to eat 2 ice creams at once, as it could hurt the stomach. Chu Zhi didn't care, With his rare item, a few bites finished them. See? Eating 2 ice creams and finishing this translation shouldn't be too hard, Chu Zhi said. Then he answered himself. Not hard, totally fine. He was currently translating after long silence into Japanese and English. Finishing the Japanese version early would satisfy the publisher, wandering publisher, whose editors were relentless. Perhaps because Japanese manga editors are used to delays, every editor knows how to urge authors. Editor Ono, responsible for communicating with Chu Zhi, sent over 30 emails a day with various reminder tactics. For example, Huainan-san, have you eaten lunch? Don't overwork on your draft. Eat first, then write. It looked like ordinary concern, but it was sent at 5 a.m. Chu Zhi thought it best to finish the draft quickly. Number 455. The Sharp Edge of Amori Gento. Ono Akio had been an editor at Rashi Shipansha for 6 or 7 years. Now, he was the editor in charge for the poet Huainan. An editor in charge had to take responsibility for the works of the authors under them, which often meant offering advice on storylines. But when dealing with a great writer, a famous manga artist, or a distinguished poet, the editor's responsibility boiled down to a single task, nudging them for manuscripts. It had been a year since the last release of Do Not Go Gently Into That Good Night. The monks in the production team, or rather, in the temple, were not exactly leisurely. So Ono Akio gave a gentle reminder. Don't misunderstand. It was very subtle. Ono himself enjoyed collaborating with Huainan. Even though they had never met or spoken on the phone and only communicated by email, Ono considered it perfectly normal. Exceptional literary figures had their own temperament. At first, Ono assumed Huainan-san must be Chinese. He asked a friend in China, who gave an unexpected reply. In their memory, there was no poet named Huainan. There's a high probability they are not Chinese. If someone had won the Yomiuri Literary Prize and the Costa Prize, would they not publicize it? Wealth without returning home is like walking at night in embroidered robes. It made sense. Ono Akio grew curious about the poet Huainan's nationality. After reading, after long silence, Ono Akio began browsing the poems. The first poem was titled When You Are Old. When you are old, your hair white, sleep heavy, doze by the fireside. Please take this book of poems. Read slowly, and recall the gentle look in your eyes of the past. Recall the shadows that once weighed upon them. This love poem is exceptional, Ono Akio thought. Has Huainan been in love, leading to this style? Not necessarily, he reflected, recalling that the styles of the previous 3 collections were all different. A great writer could not be measured with ordinary logic. Ono Akio browsed the entire collection, since as an editor, he needed to provide promotional direction. Having been chosen as Huainan's editor-in-charge, Ono Akio had a certain standard for poetry appreciation. It took him over 2 hours to finish reading. He made notes along the way, yet the line he loved most remained. Only one person loves the pilgrim of your soul, loves the painful wrinkles on your aging face. No wonder poets were often fickle. To dedicate such a poem to a woman as a confession, who could resist? After calling the chief editor, Ono Akio had an idea. Rashi Shipansha was a small publisher with few major authors. Huainan's poetry collections sold well overseas, making the poet a cornerstone figure. So when Ono called, an internal meeting was immediately convened. Elsewhere, another meeting took place via video conference. Neo Jiangxue and others debated urgently whether to collaborate with Sony Music's Amori Gento for business. The team split sharply. Wang Yuan and Chi Chiu opposed the resource exchange, arguing it was unequal. Their reasoning, based on Chu Zhi's fame, a Japanese EP could sell at least 1 million copies. Following revenue splits from over 2 years ago, the cost would amount to over 10 million yuan. Spending 10 million yuan to promote in the United States would already yield great results. Why the need for collaboration? Additionally, Wang Yuan had personal reasons. Last year, recording 9 songs left Chu Zhi exhausted. Adding a Japanese EP this year meant even less time to rest. Fei Gu, Lao Qian, and others held the opposite view. Sony's promotion capabilities could not be bought with money alone. With proper channels, investing more to pave the way was worth it, especially for a first English album. Once the album became a hit, their company could establish its own relationships in Europe and America. Chu Zhi was indifferent about producing a Japanese EP, leaving the decision to the brave Nyonyo. At that moment, Emperor Beast was attending the Straight Youth Forum on Egret Island. Worth noting, he was not there as a youth participant but as a supporting leader, listening throughout the sessions. Ever since People's Daily revealed Chu Zhi's position as chief advisor, numerous semi-official events sent invitations relentlessly. The forum had 4 leaders, including Emperor Beast. The other 3 were the chair of the Youth Federation, the head of the Wanyuan Youth Association, and Egret Island's third-ranking official. Nearly 1,000 elite youths from Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, and overseas attended, spanning fields such as science, finance, and literature. For certain areas, Chu Zhi sometimes drifted. In such large forums with over 1,000 participants, the events usually ran in 2 sessions, morning and afternoon, with elite representatives speaking briefly. 30-year-old associate professor from the College of Information and Electrical Engineering, 28-year-old founder and creative director of jewelry brand 51 John Inc., 29-year-old co-founder of trend brand RRNGWILD, 29-year-old assistant professor at Tsinghua Interdisciplinary Institute of Information. Seeing these gatherings often left Chu Zhi feeling like he was just filling a spot. Of course, Emperor Beast did not feel this way. Even on Earth, he had achieved remarkable success in business around the age of 28. The forum's primary purpose was resource integration and opinion exchange. The St. Petersburg International Cultural Forum emphasized the latter, while today's focused more on resources. A single day of exchanges could generate numerous business opportunities. By the end, dinner approached. The organizers had a hotel, but no prepared banquet. Chu Zhi sighed slightly. His super high-carb diet day was ruined. High-carb intake, smoking, and going makeup-free were the easiest public habits to display. Emperor Beast took them seriously, though he avoided smoking in public and indoors. "Teacher Chu, any plans tonight?" As he exited the building, a voice that was both playful and coquettish spoke. The speaker was Lin Rue, a 38-year-old female entrepreneur from Wanyuan. "We are all your fans, absolute little fruits. I have all 4 versions of Little Fruits are sweet. I was also at the Strawberry Music Festival. Truly, I am a super loyal fan." Lin Rue emphasized that the dinner was not a private date, but a group event. She even gestured to a few shy people waiting some 40 meters away. Regardless of identity, Chu Zhi had fans. Since Emperor Beast was hungry, he hosted a late-night meal and brought along Xiao Zhuzi. Emperor Beast's principle: never make fans spend money unnecessarily. After a full day of discussion, Nyonyo's core team decided to accept Amori Jinto's resource exchange proposal and proceeded with detailed negotiations. The agreement: the English album would receive Sony Music's Level B promotion, and a Japanese EP would release within the year in collaboration with Sony Music Japan. It was clear that Chu Zhi's 2023 would not be an easy year. Climbing upward is never effortless. Only rolling downhill is. Amori Jinto, who orchestrated the deal, was ecstatic. He aimed to create a historically top 50 album, the only way to advance further. Chu Zhi-san's popularity in Japan is top tier, but Amori Jinto pondered. Based on previous EP sales, part of it came from Hokkaido fan meetings. To be safe, he wanted to do more. Wait, if I recall correctly, Chu Zhi-san's background has some issues. Sometime earlier, Amori Jinto had read a post online. He searched Japanese websites. As a post-60s individual, Amori could navigate the internet skillfully, a rare ability, even among prominent figures. Half an hour later, he found it. About 2 years ago, Yahoo had published revealing Chu Zhi's background, describing his early orphan life. Really? Amori Jinto doubted, then called in several Chinese employees. By luck, one male employee, Lu Guang, was a hardcore Little Fruit fan and recounted Chu Zhi's experiences in detail: depression, parents were martyrs, and so on. Amori Jinto remained skeptical. If Chu-san's experiences are that tragic, why do as many fans in Japan barely discuss it online? Lu Guang explained. Brother Jiu never mentioned this on Japanese internet. Even on variety shows, language barriers kept it obscure. He compared it to Suzuki Kano, whose popularity in China was high, yet her revelation about abuse by a stepfather remained largely unknown. Amori Jinto commented, young fans really follow blindly. They do not know character or history, yet still adore. Lu Guang fell silent. Was fandom now a matter of census-level investigation? He dared not argue with his boss. Satisfied, Amori Jinto sent the staff away. He was not sentimental. He saw opportunity. He contacted Mango TV to purchase broadcast rights for Red Mansion and back to the countryside. The former exposed Chu Zhi's severe depression and suicide attempts, the latter his background. Mango TV agreed instantly, seeing foreign broadcasting as an opportunity for overseas fame, offering a very cheap price, almost free. Years as Sony Music's executive had built Amori Jinto's network. He also contacted Asahi TV to air both programs with editing and subtitles, titled Chu Zhi. He prevented suicides, but took his own life. Asahi TV had popular variety shows like Men and Women Patrol and All-Round Home Renovation King. With Chu Zhi's popularity in Japan, the broadcast would not lose money. Combined with Amori Jinto's connections, the program would air during the Japanese EP release, boosting EP sales into the top 20. Amori Jinto had no qualms about ruthless tactics. In fact, he acted without notifying Chu Zhi's team, an audacious move. Japanese Chu Zhi fans were unaware they were about to be stabbed. Mining Bitcoin, making money from accounts? My God, foreign fans are so rich, I almost want to sell mine. Dian watched account prices hit 8,000 yuan and above, feeling constantly tested. Dian owned the fan club account listening to Rivers Enter Dreams, A Little Fruit. Recently, due to online concerts, account prices soared in Japan, Korea, and Vietnam. Fan club accounts held steady at around 6,000, Vine pattern accounts at 3,000. Now even Vine accounts surpassed 5,000 yuan. Do these people have money blowing in the wind? Dian, a true little fruit, couldn't comprehend. Purchased accounts were just placeholders, not truly theirs. Unlike her, a loyal fan since the Future Star period, her devotion was genuine. Watching Foreign Fan Forum posts, Dian since sheer frenzy. I can practice singing with the professor. So happy. Why are Chinese people so lucky? I must own this account. If I buy this account, the name on the Ragdoll singing room will belong to me? Others cannot steal it? If so, 160,000 yen is not much. Can anyone guarantee I won't be scammed? I want to see my ID in the Ragdoll singing room. Watching the online concert, seeing the wall and ceiling patterns are formed by accounts. As a member of the Bride Chuyuan Association and a future Ragdoll bride, I must have it. Curious, Dian searched Bride Chuyuan Association online and was shocked by the shameless fan organization. Rising account prices attracted scalpers, though most hesitated. They speculated on concert or meet-and-greet tickets, but accounts lacked third-party protection. Meanwhile, Emperor Beast pursued achievements. Eat spicy food asterisk 2,500 times was nearly complete. According to Chu Zhi's estimates, in half a month, eating twice daily could earn 10 personality coins. Smoke asterisk 12,000 seems massive, but actually only 600 packs. Some finish in 2 years easily. I've spent 4 and am still incomplete. Chu Zhi felt his efficiency was slow. A small quitting smoking tip. Purchase cigarettes that display total smoked. Huge numbers curb cravings. Meanwhile, Chu Zhi's English debut album, The One Gazed Upon by Gods, was scheduled for March 25th release in Europe and America. And Sony Music had started promotion accordingly. Number 456. The Dutch promotion strategy. Europe. More precisely, the Netherlands, the country of windmills. There's an old saying that goes well. Big windmills creak and whir as they turn. Sony Music lived up to its reputation as one of the world's big 4 record companies, with promotional reach covering the Netherlands and top-notch advertising channels. Even Waycamp carried ads for the album. Waycamp is the most used shopping website in the Netherlands, and the Queen Store chain, a famous Dutch department store, displayed the same advertisements offline. Promotion text on screen. Asian King Ji Chu new album The One Gazed Upon by Gods, releasing shockingly on 3.25. New album by the author of Sugar and We Will Rock You. Bucky was wandering along the street when he noticed the mall advertisement screen. An Asian album promoted in our country? This is rarer than the Dutch national team's forwards, Bucky muttered, feeling drained. Years of poor rest left dark circles under his eyes. Walking along the street felt like trudging through a swamp. his feet sinking into every step. Ji Chu. That name sounds familiar, Bucky thought. He remembered his Chinese classmate Jack's idol seemed to be called this. Jack's Chinese name was Lu Fusu, and they often used recreational drugs together. But he recently returned home suddenly, saying he wanted to quit. How ridiculous, Bucky thought. If a substance is so enjoyable, why quit? If a good friend is around, it's the perfect treat. A chill crawled from the base of his tail up his spine. His drug cravings flared. Outside, he needed to stay rational. Bucky forced his eyes wide open, trying to remain alert. The effort made the lines on his forehead unusually visible. Being very thin, his cheekbones protruded sharply, giving him a rat-like appearance. I completely know what I should do now, Bucky muttered to himself. Though his body was weak, his clothing was impeccably clean. A long-sleeved shirt under a well-kept jacket, cuffs and edges faded from washing. He dressed neatly because he was going to see his son. Inside the Queen store chain supermarket, he swiped his card and bought a stroller and small baby clothes. Carrying the items to the car left him panting. He drove toward Bedhoverdop. Normally, driving required punk or rock music, but this time he unusually refrained from turning on the car stereo. 40-plus minutes later, Bucky arrived at his destination and approached a small green building. Its walls were greener than a green hat. Doors and windows were tightly shut, curtains drawn. Bucky's plan to peek through a gap was thwarted. Bang, bang, bang. Bucky knocked on the door. To his surprise, it wasn't his girlfriend, Oct Kennedy, who answered. Instead, a man in his 50s, wearing thick black glasses, a white V-neck sweater over mismatched pajamas, appeared. He looked oddly mismatched, but comfortably at home. I'm looking for, Bucky began. Are you Bucky Sofala? The middle-aged man asked. His name was Devron Kennedy. He disliked people using his full name, so Bucky didn't answer. He continued, I want to see Oct. I'm her boyfriend. Not now, and not ever in the future, Devron said. She does not want to see you. What? Bucky exclaimed bluntly. Sir, you may be Oct's elder or her father, but you cannot restrict our right to meet. Besides, the child in her womb is mine. Bucky's tone carried a hint of pride, the triumph of already having cooked the rice. The child's father? Devron regarded Bucky with contempt, hoping to see responsibility or seriousness in his expression, but all he saw was the decay of a drug-addicted insect. Because her parents did drugs, the baby has congenital mitral valve insufficiency. Oct did not use drugs before. Devron's gaze burned with anger. If anger had heat, the man in front of him would have been roasted alive. She uses drugs now, so the baby's defect is her fault. But if the child ends up with a drug-addicted father, that would be my fault, Devron said. The implication was clear, no meetings allowed with Oct, and the child would not see Bucky. Bucky had no idea how serious congenital mitral valve insufficiency was, but a wave of anxiety hit him stronger than the chill crawling up his spine. Let me see my child. Before he could finish, Devron interrupted. The child will not have a drug-addicted father. You'd better go back to wherever you came from. Bang. The door slammed shut violently, cutting Bucky off. The child will not have a drug-addicted father. The words froze Bucky in place. His blank eyes suddenly sparked with energy, like a robot wound up. He began pounding the door fiercely. Guilt lingered, but rage suppressed all other emotions. How dare they stop him from seeing his own child? A few minutes later, the left curtain drew open. Bucky finally saw his girlfriend, Oct, across the window. Oct looked haggard. Her once beautiful, smooth hair was like dried weeds. Wrinkles creased the corners of her eyes, and her skin was dull. She seemed 10 years older. It was as if Bucky was inspecting her for the second time. The first had been their initial meeting, when his anger had subsided. They stared at each other for a long moment. Oct's eyes welled with tears before she drew the curtain again. Bucky, the drug-addicted scum, returned to his car like a wandering spirit and sat there for a long time. The Netherlands was just one example of the new album's promotion in Europe. Regardless of whether European fans knew Chu Zhi's music, they now knew this news. With 2 weeks until the 23rd, the team remained cautious, printing 2 million copies. Even if Europe failed, Asian fans alone could consume this quantity. Thanks to the previous online concert's massive viewership and the advertising presence, European media covered it. But the coverage was less than flattering. The music style of the one gazed upon by gods, rock, pop, EDM. Now I find myself unexcited for the album. Paris Entertainment. Is this year's regional joke? An Asian singer's English album is coming. Rome News. Sony Music made a wrong arrangement. No one expects Chu to succeed. Rolling Stone Music. Chu Zhi cannot replicate the success of Sugar. Hollywood Media. European entertainment press largely dismissed it, which was normal. Since the 20th century, Europe and America led cultural exports. Even if South Korean bands appeared briefly on the Billboard Hot 100, it was fleeting. Number 457. Normal arrangements. What should you do when encountering a protest abroad? Thanks for asking. He was just stepping off the plane in Paris. Chu Zhi sat in the hotel, casually watching. He wasn't particularly curious, so he didn't pay much attention. From what he could see, the banners expressed dissatisfaction with the government's reduction of pension benefits. At the moment, he was watching the show Terratata 100% live. Planning ahead, the time was 11:47 a.m. on March 22nd in Paris, and only 3 days remained until the global release of his album. He was here to promote the new album on the program. To be honest, Chu Zhi had never done variety shows to promote albums since his dramatic comeback. His popularity was already high, enough that general publicity was sufficient. Appearing on programs to promote a new album, that's just the usual schedule for an ordinary singer, Chu Zhi said. He would appear on 2 programs in total. The other was arranged by Sony Records for NBC's The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon in the United States. Tonight, he would head to 7 Place Henri, the studio of France 2, to record Terratata 100% live, a music program. Terratata mimics the sound of a trumpet and is dedicated to introducing and inviting prominent rock singers. Since Chu Zhi had made a name for himself at the Wacken Music Festival, he had the leverage for negotiations and arrangements. The Emperor Beast would sing Bones, a signature track by Imagine Dragons, an autumn leaf-sweeping single from the Western world. Since he aimed to shine, he would go all out and hold nothing back. For major performances like this, repetition made it easy. All he needed was to relax and perform as usual. Chu Zhi picked up the complimentary newspapers in the hotel room. L'Equipe, Paris Entertainment, Le Figaro, and L'Echo. They covered finance, entertainment, sports, and politics. Chu Zhi focused on the entertainment papers, because a singer should keep an eye on the industry. Scanning the headlines, the top story involved renowned French director Lourdes Bargoin and his film The Charm of Sicily. The script had been leaked by the producer, provoking protests from Scum. Scum was an extreme feminist organization in France, famous for an incident at last year's Cannes Film Festival, where members tore off their gowns in protest, writing "Stop Raping.us" in paint on their bodies. Considering that, could such protests ever be simple? Bargoin's situation was in total chaos, and Chu Zhi's initial decision to decline the invitation had been correct. The Emperor Beast silently gave himself a mental nod of approval. Scrolling down, he spotted a familiar name, Britain Leipzig. They had briefly interacted at the first St. Petersburg International Cultural Forum. The newspaper simply reported that Leipzig's lover had an affair with his wife, and the enraged party had acted violently. Hence the news. This trip to Paris reinforced that attending various forums, music festivals, and salons slowly built connections. Flipping further, Chu Zhi came across news about himself. Paris Entertainment was notoriously sharp and critical, not only toward Chu Zhi, but toward Chinese people in general. Sometimes, even insiders got scolded. Our paper maintains reasoned and justified positions, never attacking any singer without cause, but some singers inevitably become targets. Listening to the first 2 electronic albums by Asian singer Chu Zhi is harsher than a fight between bulldogs and street bernards. If you value your ears, don't expect anything from the one gazed upon by gods. Chu Zhi finished reading without any reaction. No need to get angry. Losing your temper hurts only yourself. The Emperor Beast never let news reports rile him, unless they violated his core principles, like insults toward firefighters. Lunch was at the Bulgari Hotel's restaurant, where Chu Zhi invited Lao Qian, Wang Yuan, and Xiao Zuji. Why the long face, Sister Wang? You don't even have an appetite? Chu Zhi asked during the meal, noticing Wang Yuan picking at her pasta absent-mindedly. To be fair, Bulgari Hotel in Paris was famous for its pasta, arguably better than many in Italy. I saw French entertainment news reports about Xiao Jiao, Wang Yuan said. Most of the comments were negative. If it were just about the work, fine, but some remarks were unexpectedly discriminatory. France has serious immigration issues, Lao Qian added. So local older white people tend to discriminate more against people of color. Besides, these foreign media outlets have long controlled cultural output, so this reaction is normal. Have many French entertainment outlets covered my new album? Chu Zhi suddenly asked. All the fashion and entertainment papers have participated in the discussion, Wang Yuan replied. This confirmed that over 80 million yuan in promotion was not wasted. Chu Zhi felt satisfied. Criticism meant attention. Don't get worked up, Boss Wang, Lao Qian said. Tonight, Jiawai will be on the program. If they doubt now, there will only be more black-to-fan conversions later. We must trust Jiawai's talent. Sometimes, rational understanding doesn't match emotional acceptance. Wang Yuan knew logically that criticism meant visibility, but as a dedicated fan, she didn't like anyone doubting Xiao Jiao. It was a bit like watching someone else's kitten wanting to write 10,000 words every morning, but knowing it was impossible. Life assistant Xiao Zhi rarely intervened in their conversation. Her job wasn't simple. Visible tasks included managing the red and black water bottles, bingeing, and hot water. Invisible tasks included preparing travel neck pillows, waist cushions, spare clothes, ironing outfits, and readying snacks. After 6 months of familiarization, Xiao Zhi organized everything efficiently. Chu Zhi had already adjusted her salary 3 times. Currently, she earned 11,000 yuan per month, exceptionally high considering the market rate of 3,500 to 7,000. Chu Zhi never forgot gifts for her either. Last year for her birthday, he gave a 18,888 yuan Jingdong gift card from a previous Double 11 endorsement. Recording began around 6 p.m., so the team left at 4 p.m. By then, protest crowds had mostly dispersed. After all, demonstrations also ended on time. Bulgari Hotel was very close to George V metro station, meaning it was near the Champs-Élysées. But reaching Place Henri took less than 5 kilometers in distance, yet over 40 minutes due to traffic lights and peak hour congestion. The television headquarters at 7 Place Henri housed channels 2, 3, 5, and the Franco-German Cultural Channel, all state-run. Channels 1, 4, and 6 were elsewhere as private stations. Each Terratata 100% live episode invited multiple singers. Chu Zhi was just one of them. The station had Gmine Lacroix handle logistics, as she spoke some Chinese, a few words like "Inai Min Hao," "Would Jiao Gmani," from Paris Vaugirard, and nothing more. Chu Zhi spoke French for the rest of the communication. You must have studied in France. Your French is excellent, Gmine said, surprised. I think my French accent isn't perfect, Chu Zhi modestly replied. I'm just interested personally. I haven't had formal training. His translated French poetry collection could still be published, French just enough for translation. Sir, your French sounds more like a Parisian than me, Gmine said, leading them to the 12th floor. Naji, this is Mr. Chu, she told the host. My Chinese skills aren't sufficient to communicate. Mr. Chu's French is excellent. Host Naji, in his early 60s, had once acted but was not famous. Later he found moderate success in low-budget comedies and documentaries. A former Egyptian immigrant, Naji had done very well, but disliked helping his former compatriots and openly disliked Egypt. Anyway, he had never invited a famous singer from the Arabic world. Hearing that a Chinese singer spoke French improved his attitude significantly. I saw the news that Mr. Bargoin wants to cast Mr. Chu as the male lead due to his appearance. Seems the rumor may be true, Naji said. Based on the news, Mr. Bargoin's current situation may not be optimistic, Chu Zhi replied. A southern accent. Naji was pleased. He disliked northern and southwestern accents, especially those using Flanders French. Mr. Chu, the other 3 singers are Dangus Danny, Quentin Peter, and Chatham Reno. Can we schedule you third? Naji asked. Chu Zhi had little say, so he had no objection. They arranged it, and Chu Zhi went to the makeup room, guided by Gmine. Would you like coffee, Mr. Chu? Gmine asked warmly. Yes, coffee without sugar, Chu Zhi replied. Gmine stepped out, door ajar. Chu Zhi reviewed information on the other 3 singers. Knowing one's competitors ensured confidence, even if the program had no competitive element. Dangus Danny, an American, was nicknamed Cannon Danny for his deep bass hitting the soul. Chu Zhi thought Western nicknames lacked imagination. A cannon hitting the heart leaves nothing behind. Quentin Peter's nickname was more elegant, Gentleman Peter. Both were pop rock, though styles differed. Danny's music expressed freedom. Peter's had more romantic undertones. Peter was French. The last singer, Chatham Reno, was the most popular, 50 years old. He had performed at the 2012 London Olympics. Before 35, he sang folk, later rock, succeeding in both. One of the most famous international singers of the modern era. Terracotta 100% invited a guaranteed audience drawing star each episode. Clearly, this time it was Chatham, the main attraction. Minutes later, the station makeup artist arrived. During makeup, as usual, she complimented Chu Zhi's skin. It was customary. Makeup artists praised him on first sessions. Outgoing ones would comment more on his looks, as this one did, discussing skincare and minor cosmetic procedures. Different from China, when recording started, Gmine knocked to notify him. The lounge doubled as a makeup room. Chu Zhi hadn't met the other three singers yet, but could watch live footage on the small TV. The recording took place in Studio 3, a relatively small space. By Chu Zhi's estimate, it could hold just over 100 people. The last time he had seen such a cramped venue was at a recording site of South Korea's MBC television. Welcome everyone to tonight's Terracotta. We will bring you 100% live performance. Naji, wearing his usual black suit over a black t-shirt or white shirt, greeted the audience. As he spoke, the crowd stood and applauded. The show had been on air in France for more than a decade, always hosted by Naji, giving it a solid reputation. Let us welcome the first performer tonight, Mr. Quentin Peter. After a brief introduction, Naji moved directly into the program without any unnecessary chatter. No further formalities were made. Quentin Peter went straight into his performance, presenting a theme song he had recorded for a French drama. French dramas were almost unknown in China. The only somewhat recognized one might be Miss Loser. Whether the song was good spoke for itself. Chu Zhi had watched the show earlier that morning and realized that the program's longevity, over 10 years, was due to efficiency. Sing when it was time to sing, interview when it was time to interview. Quentin Peter was a local singer with decent looks. Although his fame was not top tier, it was respectable. When the song ended, the audience applauded politely. I like Peter, I really like him. There is no singer more gentlemanly than him. His rock doesn't feel aggressive, it's very comfortable. After his performance, Quentin Peter moved to the back of the studio to sit. Naji then faced him for the interview. Interviews were not fixed. Each singer had a different core topic, usually their most controversial point. Quentin Peter's controversy was living off a woman. He appeared gentlemanly and educated, but had been mischievous in college and even dropped out to pursue his music dream. Before his music earned him a living, he relied on his partner to cover daily expenses, and they had a child together. In French society, living off a woman wasn't scandalous. The real issue was that once he became successful, he broke up directly, though he still cared for his child. Naji's questions were not sharp, simply bringing up the topic. Quentin Peter insisted he owed nothing to his ex-girlfriend, as he had provided a significant sum after his success. Backstage. This is not rock at all. Chatham Reno frowned as he watched Quentin Peter's performance in the lounge. He disliked it. Chatham Reno had abandoned folk for rock because he had experienced too much and had too much to express. In his philosophy, rock had to convey something, whereas Quentin Peter's songs focused too much on love. It wasn't that love couldn't be a theme. Chatham Reno had ways to handle it, but Quentin Peter's lyrics seemed whining and superficial. After a half-hour interview, the second singer, Dangus Danny, took the stage. As soon as he sang, his deep bass hit like a cannon. The song was decadent and chaotic. A line went, musical note, throw the condom out the window, look at my gun, I'm going to do something big, musical note. The song's content was based on a real case in Georgia, where three 16-year-old students shot a college student. It was no wonder Dangus Danny had a place in the music scene. The ultra-low bass combined with violent lyrics felt cool to Americans. Low and rhythmic, the drum arrangement is interesting. I like his voice, it has a decadent feeling. I don't like the lyrics. If I had to pick, I would choose Peter without hesitation. Many French people did not speak English. For a long time, they were proud of their language. Factually, French was indeed superior in some ways, but in the last 5 years, English had steadily encroached on French. This didn't mean all French people spoke English. In Europe, the proportion who did was relatively low. Thus, Dangus Danny's lyrics divided the audience. Some understood, others did not. Danny's interview focused on a recent news story. He had driven drunk and injured a pedestrian. He paid damages but refused to apologize publicly. Hollywood pioneered crafting public personas. Danny's refusal was deliberate, to maintain his bad boy image. Casual observers wouldn't buy his album just because he apologized. His core fans loved the bad boy persona. Paying the fine was acceptable, apologizing was not. Even during Najee's interview, he maintained a haughty expression. Paying means I've complied with the court. Everything else is my freedom. Even God cannot make me apologize, Danny said. Oh, luckily I'm not a believer, Najee remarked. Danny shrugged. Even indoors, he wore sunglasses and a black leather jacket, radiating disinterest toward anyone nearby. After the singing and interviews, around 30 minutes later, the 4 guests filled the 2-hour program. Now we welcome the third performer, a singer from China, Chu Zhi. Najee's introduction was brief, as usual. Chu Zhi sipped his coffee before going on stage, glad he had skipped drinking alcohol. Entering the studio, the live feed didn't reveal much. The interior was better than MBC's small venue, especially in lighting and flooring. The stage resembled an arena. The studio was C-shaped, with the entrance as the opening. Audience seating was slightly elevated, surrounding the band, host, and singers. Chu Zhi reached the center, intrigued by the design, feeling the gaze of the audience from all sides. A singer from China? Is this the first Chinese singer on the show? The second, the guitarist who played before, was also Chinese. That one must have been from Japan, called Tongren. Occasionally listening to Eastern music is nice too. There was no booing. In most cases, programs didn't openly disrespect performers. The crowd of around 100 were mostly curious. A Chinese singer? Chatham Reno felt that, in rock, he would still observe. The first had superficial whining, the second was decadent hedonistic rock, and the third was a Chinese rock singer. Chatham Reno did not know enough to judge the Chinese singer. The prelude was extreme, and Chu Zhi began. Musical note, gimme gimme some time to think. I'm in the bathroom looking at me. Face in the mirror is all I need. Wait until the Reaper takes my life. Musical note. This was what it meant to command attention from the first note. Chu Zhi nailed it. Number 458. Tremendous potential. Bones climbed on Spotify's global single charts in its release week, reaching the top 10 in more than a dozen countries. Spotify, founded in Stockholm, is one of the largest legitimate music streaming platforms in the world. It collaborates with Universal, Sony, Warner, and others, and its library surpasses Apple Music in size. In short, in terms of global influence, a hit on Spotify carries more weight than a position on the Billboard Hot 100. Simply put, Bones was a worldwide single, and Chu Zhi used it to promote his new album as effectively as swatting mosquitoes with the thunder of 9 heavens. From the intro to the pre-chorus, the tightly packed lyrics and low-pressure melody sounded like someone talking to themselves. As faint female backing vocals appeared, Chu Zhi's throat and vocal cords functioned like airplane engines. With his chest voice, he launched into the song, breaking through as if a dam had burst. What had begun as a trickle became a raging torrent, especially at the line. Musical note. Is this entertaining? Musical note. The sheer power of it was like a flood sweeping everything away. The chorus hit with chaotic energy. Musical note. Press down. Musical note. Musical note. Come, spare no words of blame. The magic within me has been summoned. Musical note. Musical note. Walking on the edge of a knife. In a world of black and white, gray does not exist. Musical note. Musical note. Right and wrong exist as both opposing and interdependent, like climbing over a towering mountain. Musical note. During the chorus, Chatham Reno leaned toward the small TV. Being highly nearsighted and trying to look cool without glasses, he could not see the live feed clearly from the sofa 3 to 4 meters away. He could not clearly see Dangus Danny or the gentlemanly Quentin Peter, but why bother moving closer? Chatham Reno still thought their music lacked soul. Listening was enough. As a side note, someone wearing glasses looks super cool. This guitar variation has a bit of an alternative rock feel. It's mostly pop rock, much better than that gentleman, Chatham Reno muttered. Especially the nonsensical line Annie, pressed down. It was addictive, and the lyrics carried attitude. The audience went from curious to genuinely engaged. Even French viewers who did not understand English could feel the energy of the song. They instinctively wanted to push against the flood of sound, tapping or stomping along. Over half the audience waved their arms. Thankfully, the studio seats were sparsely filled, or someone could have been accidentally hit. A distinctive feature of this song was how the melody's peak often contradicted the lyrical highs. For example, "Stay away from those who ignore me. Pick up the fragments and climb to the sky," should have soared, yet the piano's heavy notes dragged the melody down. From "I am gradually losing control," Chu Zhi lifted the song into the high points, pleasantly surprising those who understood the lyrics. On stage, the Emperor Beast liked to stand firm. No matter how intense the crowd went, he remained immovable, arms raised toward the sky. As a stage performance, moving could enhance the effect, but Chu Zhi's natural vocal talent and emotional energy allowed him to create a towering presence even while standing. Still, the song ended, and the audience rose, applauding. Their expressions varied, some eager, some ready to act, some twitching with excitement. But in essence, everyone, young and old, was thrilled. The melody has an electric vibe, a bit retro, and I love it. Come on, face the courage of a hybrid, fully charged. This song will definitely be in my shower playlist. Bones made this recording especially enjoyable. I just witnessed an outstanding live performance. Very cool. I suddenly want to have an MMA match with my brainless boss. Audience chatter spread. The song Bones felt bone hard. Gentlemanly Quentin Peter and Dangus Danny had finished their parts long ago. They hadn't left yet, wanting to watch Chatham Reno's live performance. They hid in the shadows of the C-shaped audience area, the photographer's territory. Unexpectedly, instead of Chatham Reno, they encountered the unfamiliar Chinese singer Chu Zhi. They exchanged glances. Danny saw surprise in Chu Zhi's eyes. Quentin Peter saw nothing in Danny's eyes, the sunglasses concealing any expression. The thickness of his voice is amazing, with top-tier skills beyond his age. This Chinese singer is excellent, Quentin Peter said first. His enunciation is American style, the arrangement mainstream American pop. With this song on his new album, he will do very well, Dangus Danny said, admiration evident behind his sunglasses. Quentin Peter searched for Chu Zhi online and found that Sugar, a song that went viral on YouTube months earlier, was also by him. His creative ability was extraordinary. Even Quentin Peter wished for his music to gain global fame. Back in the center of the studio, Naji guided Chu Zhi to the black sofa with red cushions. The floor lights were red, the design aggressive and dramatic. "We originally planned to discuss controversies in the newspapers. Most critics said the new album, The One Gazed Upon by Gods, had nothing to anticipate," Naji said. "Mr. Chu Zhi, your performance just settled that debate. So we have to improvise the next question," Naji continued. "About the second news story involving you. Laird Bagon invited you to star in his film after seeing you at the Venice Film Festival. Was it really just your looks that got you the role?" "More accurately, my film happened to attend the Venice Film Festival, and my role probably showed potential that Mr. Bagon noticed," Chu Zhi said. So he extended the invitation. European and American news about Chu Zhi was scarce. After discussing this, Naji brought up Sugar. The half-hour interview passed quickly. Chu Zhi then passed the stage to Chatham Reno. He did not stay long on French TV. From Paris to Manhattan, New York, was a 10-hour flight, and he slept on the plane. The black population in New York was lower than in Paris, where they accounted for about 40%. With a birth rate exceeding 60%, in 10 years, white people would be a minority on Paris streets. "Qianji, Sister Wang, Little Bamboo, rest at the hotel," Chu Zhi said. "The recording starts at night." "Fine. I was exhausted. I couldn't sleep on the plane," Old Qian said. "Brother Gio, you should also rest and adjust your voice. You still have to sing tonight," Wang Yuan yawned. The hotel rooms were booked early. The New York St. Regis, 3 rooms. The Carl Suite, 2-bedroom suite, and the Presidential Suite for Chu Zhi. Little Bamboo and Wang Yuan shared a room. This was their usual setup when traveling. Already organized everything? Wang Yuan asked. She had just sat down to rest for 5 minutes, not even showered yet, when Little Bamboo returned. Chu Zhi told me to rest first and tidy up in the afternoon, Little Bamboo said. It was normal. Brother Zhou always considered the people around him. Wang Yuan rested enough and brought out a roll of portraits to hang nearby. The portrait was of Gaochen Shanggong Tianhuang Dadi, one of the 4 emperors overseeing the West. Wang Yuan felt that both America and France belonged to the West, so seeking Tianhuang Dadi's blessing for Brother Zhou to go smoothly seemed reasonable. Little Bamboo, accustomed to this, did not find it strange. The surface image of Big Sister Wang was that of a cold queen, but those who knew her understood she was quite superstitious. She had knowledge of tarot, astrology, and the I Ching. In the afternoon, Chu Zhi and the others arrived at one of America's landmark buildings, the Rockefeller Center, which houses the NBC headquarters. America's The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon, nicknamed The Fallon Tonight Show, was, of course, hosted by Jimmy Fallon, not some small milk tea princess. Just the name alone gave a sense of his personal style, a mix of humor and American jokes, some of which Chu Zhi did not fully get. After a half-hour interview, Chu Zhi performed Bones again. The audience feedback on the Fallon show was even better than on the French show because, shockingly, even 4-year-old children in America could communicate fluently in English. Was it the rise of tiger parenting or a moral decline? Several young white girls at the live show came up for autographs, barely recognizing Chu Zhi's name and pinyin. Perhaps the live stage performance had won them over. The first few fans happily took their signed albums and left the building, discussing among themselves. I don't know whether I fell in love with his music first or him as a person. Tomorrow when the album is released, I must buy 10 copies for my friends. This Chinese singer looks just like my future boyfriend. Linda, watch what you say, or your boyfriend might get jealous. I always thought only mixed-race Chinese looked good. By the way, dear, I am your friend, right? Soon, after investing substantial money and resources into promotion, the 25th marked the release of Chu Zhi's first album. Album title, The One Gazed Upon by Gods. The cover depicted chaotic lines of teal and ochre, swirling like a vortex or water tornado. The lines were not random doodles. The teal and ochre came from Chu Zhi's observation floats released into the Yangtze and Yellow rivers, capturing the curves of the currents. At the center of the chaotic lines hid a cold, emotionless eye. Any fan holding the album became the one being gazed upon by the gods. Inside the album were small cards, all shot indoors. Clever techniques made the images appear as if taken on mountaintops, deserts, or other distant locations. Tracklist: The Nights, Waiting for Love, Wake Me Up, Immigrant Song, Friends, We Will Rock You, Bones, Enemy, Roar, Counting Star. The 10 songs were produced with high quality and sold for $18.99, less than 140 yuan at the current exchange rate, cheaper than a Hollywood A-list singer's album priced at $19.99 to $21. First day sales, 24,000 in America, 175,000 in Europe. Among Asian fans in the West, almost 80% of first day sales came from them. Second day, 17,000, America, 81,000, Europe. Third day, 7,964, America, 29,000, Europe. Fourth day, 7,542, America, 15,000, Europe. At first glance, it might seem Chu Zhi's English album was declining. Not at all. The 2 recorded programs, Terratata 100% Live and The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon, aired in France and America respectively, both with good ratings. Bones became an arrow aimed at Europe and America, exploding instantly. The song landed at number 21 on the Billboard Hot 100 and ranked within the global Spotify Top 50. Pressed Down could be heard on American car radios, and the single's popularity drove album sales steadily upward. Bones wasn't even the lead single. Every track on the album was strong. Fifth day, 37,700, America, 24,000, Europe. The curve was rising. The One Gazed Upon by God sold 85,000 copies in its first week in America, ranking 5th on the Billboard 200. Popularity continued to grow. Rock fans could enjoy pop rock and hard rock, Young people could appreciate electronic music and alternative styles, and there remained enormous potential. Niu Jiangxue restrained himself. Many musicians thought of developing in Hollywood, yet few made a mark. Chu Zhi's first-week results were impressive. Billboard 205th place could have led to grand self-promotion, but brave Niu Jiangxue followed Chu Zhi's example of restraint, waiting for the potential to fully unleash before major publicity back home. From a small perspective, back in Amsterdam, a man named Bucky Sofala decided to quit drugs. His father-in-law and girlfriend forbade him from seeing his child while still using drugs. But quitting drugs is not like flipping a switch. In just 4 days, Bucky felt like a layer of his skin had peeled away. He had heard that even if someone succeeded in quitting gambling through sheer willpower, they could end up ruined. So Bucky thought of his former Chinese friend Jack. Bucky searched for Jack's number, but after returning to China, Lu Fusu had changed his phone, so the number was unreachable. I have his Skype account, Bucky realized and contacted Jack there. It didn't take long. Half an hour later, he finally got Jack's current number. During that half hour, Bucky felt like his body was crawling out of his skin. Enduring the discomfort, Bucky called. After 2 rings, the call connected. Bucky, what's up? I'm not in Amsterdam anymore, Lu Fusu answered. He took the call mainly because he realized his own lack of will had led to drug use. Initially, returning to China, Lu Fusu instinctively blamed Bucky for exposing him to drugs, but now, successfully quitting, he recalled wanting to try it himself. So when invited, he agreed without hesitation. Number 459. It's catching fire. I know you're not in Amsterdam. I realized it some time ago because I drank with Silvano. I know you returned to China. Bucky spoke, his words slightly jumbled. Usually, Bucky only called to invite someone to a party. As a friend, he might have been inadequate, but as a drinking buddy, he was perfect. For a moment, Lu Fusu did not know how to respond. Only the sound of their breathing filled the call. I heard you were quitting drugs. Jack, did you succeed? The urge from withdrawal left Bucky no room for silence, and his teeth chattered as he spoke. Lu Fusu was painfully familiar with that subtle sound. Once, during a call with his father, the withdrawal hit suddenly. He had struggled with all his strength, nearly feeling pain in his molars. At that time, Lu Fusu thought he had controlled himself well. Now, hearing Bucky's teeth, it was all too obvious. Why was he asking this? Was Bucky really going to quit? The thought lingered briefly in Lu Fusu's mind before he pushed it away. Bucky's addiction was far worse than his own. Moreover, Bucky was a spoiled rich kid, even lazier and more reckless than he had been. Not successful? Bucky asked again. Snapping back, Lu Fusu hurriedly said, My addiction was not severe, so I went to a rehab center for treatment. The process takes about 3 months. I've already achieved some control and improvement, but I still need monitoring and medication. I've only succeeded halfway. The center's criteria for success are long-term, 3 years without touching it. The doctor said the hardest part is resisting relapse. Lu Fusu conveyed the doctor's words. He emphasized that quitting alone is nearly impossible. First, one must leave the previous environment. If someone has access to drugs or knows people who provide them, even the strongest willpower is unlikely to prevent relapse beyond 1 or 2 months. Is the process painful? Bucky could not imagine going a month, even half a month, or a week, without using. Just the last 5 days had nearly cost him his life, so he asked the question, Do you really want to quit? Lu Fusu thought, such dangerous substances are better left behind. He did not want to scare Bucky away. He wanted to say it was easy, but it's really hard. Quitting drugs is harder than running a marathon, harder than squeezing into a crowded bus, harder than fasting for days. Really, really difficult. Lu Fusu recalled the past months. He added, Quitting is harder than anything I could imagine. But it's worth it, Lu Fusu said. Worth it? Bucky could not understand. He had not experienced it himself. Yet seeing classmates who had quit successfully brought him calm, like hitting the brakes while speeding toward a cliff and closing one's eyes. One does not watch themselves drive off a cliff, so they close their eyes. The doctor told me to find something to occupy my mind. I chose music. Give your brain something to do or get your body moving, Lu Fusu said. He had considered swimming, but the doctor forbade it due to life-threatening risk. You said you were motivated by a singer. Who is it? Bucky asked. In truth, The stronger motivation was the anti-drug sacrifices of a narcotics officer featured in a video. Chu Zhi's music accounted for 30 to 40% of his motivation, but Lu Fusu could not explain all details. Zhi Chu, our country has quit drugs because of this song. From what I know, there are several cases, Lu Fusu said. The tortures of withdrawal grew. Bucky felt it as if not ants, but man-eating ants were gnawing at his bones and marrow, itching and stabbing. Having asked his questions, he decided to hang up quickly. You can do it, Bucky, Lu Fusu said finally. After hanging up, Bucky felt the urge to call Vulture for more drugs. Usually, he bought from Vulture, with whom he had a good relationship, sometimes buying in bulk at a discount. Rationality stopped him. He left his phone at home, threw on a coat, and ran outside. Moving his body, running was the only idea that came to him. After several kilometers, he wanted to collapse. He rarely exercised and had wasted energy earlier. Hands on knees, bent over like a cooked shrimp, back curved, gasping for air. The withdrawal remained stubborn, but his body was so exhausted that his perception dulled, and he felt a small sense of relief. Moving his body helped. He had not realized it had only been 5 days since he last used. A record store appeared nearby. Bucky went in, wondering if they had a Chinese singer's album. It was unlikely. After living in the Netherlands for so many years, he had barely heard of Chinese singers. Do you have Zhi Chu's album? Bucky asked the clerk. The Dutch pronunciation sounded a bit like tut. Yes, his new album, the one gazed upon by gods, just arrived. I'll get it for you, the clerk said. So smoothly? Afraid the clerk might misunderstand, Bucky added. It's the Chinese singer Zhi Chu. Of course, I know it's a Chinese singer. In recent days, Chinese singer albums sold well. The clerk was used to unusual pronunciations, sometimes confusing them with Tussin or even Churchill. The clerk handed the album to Bucky, who paid with some surprise. The electronic music in this album is excellent. Zhi Chu is a fantastic singer, the clerk casually added. Holding the album, seeing the teal and ochre lines and the faint hidden eye, Bucky was a bit shocked. Back at home, he saw the room in chaos, the result of a withdrawal-induced outburst he could not remember causing. Lamps, fans, cabinets damaged. Fortunately, the DVD player survived. Bucky opened the album and played the first track, Waiting for Love. The intro made him want to tap his feet. Musical note, where there is a will, there is a way. How beautiful the world is. After the night comes the dawn, filled with wonders here. Musical note. Musical note, if life is full of love, obstacles in the world will disappear. Musical note. Hope. Bucky wondered. Why a question mark? He felt crazy for hearing hope in a Chinese singer's voice. Could it be his mind was muddled from past drug use? The second track, The Nights, caught his attention. Producer, Chu Zhi. Lyricist, Chu Zhi. Composer, Chu Zhi. Arranger, Chu Zhi. Keyboard/electric guitar /electric bass /drums, Chu Zhi. Mixing, Chu Zhi. Recording, Dream Dragon Studio. This Dream Dragon was not the Earth band but Li Menglong's Dream Dragon, who had collaborated with Chu Zhi. Jack's idol Zhi Chu is just too talented, Bucky muttered. Even in his dazed state, he still felt hope, the will to keep moving forward. The hope was deliberate. Half the album had been recorded using 60% Angel's gospel plus 40% voice of the first emperor. Together, they produced conquering hope. Even a dazed addict could feel it. Europeans certainly would. Wake Me Up, Waiting for Love, and the nights hit like Neptune's trident, waves descending from the skies, flooding the Mississippi to the Rhine. Europe and America were swept away, especially in nightlife venues, clubs, bars, and warehouse parties. The music elevated the mood. Customers were fully engaged, matching or surpassing live performances. European listeners also raved about the 3 electronic tracks. This is the best electronic music I've heard this year, and it's made by a Chinese singer. I know, April Fool's Day is almost here. One day you will leave this world, so live a life you will remember. This lyric really inspired me. 043 in the Nights, that is the best moment of the song. Chu Zhi is a genius. I know, I'm just stating the obvious that anyone who's heard this album would agree with. The first time I heard it at a record store, I immediately fell in love with the track. Then I looked up the singer. More than the song, he's just too good looking. And so on. After the electronic trident. The remaining tracks shifted to hard rock and pop, balancing commercial appeal with artistry. No matter if they were Dutch, French, or German, male or female, students or elite professionals, the one gazed upon by gods had a track for everyone. The global SPO charts saw the album enter the top 10 across Germany, France, the Netherlands, Finland, and Norway. Album sales naturally surged. Week 2 exceeded Week 1, with 137,000 copies sold in North America, topping the Billboard 200. Week 1 sales were largely supported by Asian fans. Week 2, positive word of mouth drove European and American sales. This also reflected the state of the physical album market. Achieving first place with weekly sales under 150,000 was unheard of in the golden era of albums. Of course, the timing also helped. No major Hollywood stars released albums during this period, or Week 1 could have seen 200,000 to 300,000 sales. In Europe, Week 2 sales surged to 242,000 copies, with Norway and Finland alone contributing 150,000. Week 1 sales, 85,000 US, 78,000 Europe. Week 2 sales, 137,000 US, 242,000 Europe. In just half a month, over 500,000 copies were sold. For comparison, last year, the Hollywood artist with the best new album sales was Marbella, selling 2.15 million domestically. Chu Zhi's album still had untapped potential, the management team discussed. "I think it's time to share the news," Wang Yuan said. Old Qian nodded. "Yes, the Chinese internet has already received the news. If we don't release it officially, it will spread anyway. In the internet era, secrets are hard to keep. Only official announcements delay the spread. Fans still need time to share. The first English album is a huge success," Wang Yuan said. "The one gazed upon by gods is difficult to replicate. The insane Asian sales of Little Fruits is sweet, but over 2 million in Asia is safe. This time, it could reach 5 million. Absolutely," Old Qian agreed. After consensus, they called Nyo Nyo to start domestic promotions. The one gazed upon by gods had only one version, but the company was capable of distributing it across Asia. The management team prepared for action. Hollywood journalists loved stirring trouble. In fact, journalists worldwide feared missing out, but Hollywood reporters were the most aggressive. When something was trending, anyone even remotely related would be questioned. On the day the one gazed upon by gods topped the Billboard 200, reporters sprang into action. First, they caught Jarek, lead singer of the famous rock band Freezer, on vacation. "Mr. Jarek, what do you think of Chu Zhi's new album? Do you like the 3 rock tracks, Immigrant Song, We Will Rock You Friends?" Jarek was initially confused, but regained composure. "Of course I know the heat surrounding the one gazed upon by gods. Even in Hawaii on vacation, the album's songs hit me hard. I met Mr. Chu Zhi at the Wacken Metal Festival. He was the coolest performer that night, driving the audience crazy," Jarek added. Mr. Layton from the 7-man band also highly praised Chu Zhi, calling him a better singer than himself. The performance of tribute to the Tess River on the WOA stage had left a deep impression on Jarek. Despite the praise, he remained grounded. Reporters were incredulous. Across the UK, everyone knew Layton discriminated against Asians, yet he praised a Chinese singer. It sounded like a legend. At that time, bands like Phoenix, Young Quark, and Yang Fam were performing. "I have no reason to lie," Jarek said. "Chu Zhi's talent can make him an outstanding singer. If you've seen both WOA stages, you'll understand I'm not exaggerating. The scream at the start of Immigrant Song gave me chills." Jarek even sang a few lines. Musical note: "The hammer of the gods will guide our ship to new lands. Embrace the battle, sing and roar. Valhalla, here I come. We sweep everything before us." Musical note. Once reporters got what they wanted, they dispersed. Jarek, relieved, led his companion back to the hotel. His chatter was a distraction. Technically, Jarek was unmarried. In Hollywood culture, no one cares, but his companion was married. He preferred to avoid trouble. This strategy, moving attention eastward, soon caught 7 members of the British band, Layton in Los Angeles. Hollywood Reporter was America's top entertainment paper, so Layton had to show some respect. "Layton, are you a fan of Chu Zhi's? You praised him at WOA," a reporter asked. "What do you think of the new album?" As a proud Englishman, he could not be a fan of a Chinese singer. He had not purchased the album. Mr. Chu Zhi is an excellent singer. His songwriting is worth learning. Counting stars is expressive, and but those who would kill me will give me life after is a lyric I particularly like, Leighton said. Despite his dislike for Chu Zhi, he had to maintain a public image. He could name tracks because they were widely played in public spaces. He never expected a Chinese album to succeed in Europe and America. Incredible. The album's rising popularity also attracted music critics, such as the website Pitchfork. Originating from a blog, it counted only partially as industry insiders. They left no room for sentiment, not even acknowledging effort without merit. Songs were judged purely by sound. Its name, Pitchfork, suggested its piercing critique. The sharper and harsher the review, the more audience it attracted. Pitchfork was the world's most influential independent music site, releasing 25 new album reviews weekly. Its visitors alone justified advertising from companies like Apple. Even Pitchfork, not known for leniency toward trending music, gave an unexpectedly positive evaluation of the one gazed upon by gods. Number 460. A global music sensation. Author, Chu Zhi. Genre, rock/electronic/pop. Tags, death and conquest. Summary. The debut album by Chinese singer Chu Zhi is a long conquest journey. The album is divided into 3 distinct styles, moving from south, west, and north toward death. With the singer holding the reins in the east, any lapse and the album would splinter. You never know what to expect when opening a new door. Chu Zhi's first English album blends grandeur, electronic music, and hard rock, keeping chaos firmly under his feet. Immigrant Song explores despair and death. Napoleon said, "Enduring pain requires more courage than facing death. Pain is never worth glorifying, and to glorify it is pure despair." His opening cries rise above a backdrop of intertwining bass and guitars, sounding like the voice of a murdered giant. Heavy guitars and bass, layered with Gatling-style riffs, create an epic narrative, while equally strong drums bridge the music, exuding the courage to kill despair and death. A song that could have satisfied the masses instead conveys the prickly emergence from death's mud. Counting Stars enters the ear with flavor that matches its cost, like a transaction where money buys better things. Looking down from the airplane, buildings appear tiny. Expense and achievement fill every melody. Chu Zhi does not stretch electronic lines for show, but instead asserts independence, raising the platform of life another level. With life shaking the gods and the astounding title track, he establishes the album's ambition, balancing hope in despair with courage in death, achieving both self-melting and external stimulation. Multiple tracks feature granular guitar fragments embedded in the framework. Under such grand themes, no song is sleep-inducing, and it severs sentimental continuation. Suddenly, a trapdoor opens, revealing a cathartic scene. Screaming guitar solos, cymbals hitting drums with low bass beats, pounding bass, and a style torn with flesh and blood. The one gazed upon by gods uses pure energy to let you scale the black mountains ahead, giving you the courage to cross. The album is not flawless. Themes and motifs sometimes fail to communicate, like two colleagues from the same company who are not close. Songs share similar themes, but differ drastically in style. Overall cohesion relies on Chu Zhi's vocal energy. Pitchfork gave the album a 9.2, ranking it as the best new album of the month and the highest score of the year so far. Even though the year has just begun, last year's highest-rated album was 9.1, showing the scale of this achievement. To clarify, Pitchfork reviewed all 10 tracks individually before giving an overall album rating. Some evaluations were abstract and not fully quoted. If curious, readers in parallel worlds could Google it. Earthlings might need to ask someone in a parallel universe. The one gazed upon by gods made a splash. As mentioned, Pitchfork site attracts a lot of traffic. A 9+ rating drew numerous, work-focused fans. These fans exist globally. They are not attached to specific stars or bands, but celebrate excellent or impressive works. The Chinese singer's album is great. I bought it immediately, but I've been hearing it everywhere. Nightclubs keep playing this track. Nightclubs? Did ASCAP get the license so fast? It seems the songs were in clubs right after release. The gay bar I frequent started playing them about 2 weeks ago. That album's promotion resources are impressive. I thought I entered the wrong site. Is this Metacritic? ASCAP, American Society of Composers, Authors, and Publishers, can be understood as the largest U.S. copyright intermediary. Chu Zhi's team granted rights to ASCAP. Public venues like nightclubs, KTVs, and bars pay licensing fees. Revenue is split 60/40. Chu Zhi receives 40%. It's acceptable for a newcomer. The first album achieved its goal, gaining recognition and market entry. Mainstream albums either come from the early days 20 to 30 years ago or risk poor reviews on Pitchfork. Fans accustomed to the site expect niche albums to be recommended and mainstream albums to be critiqued. Thus, comments suggested the site felt like Metacritic, concentrating well-known reviewers. In film, Rotten Tomatoes and IMDb are familiar references, but Hollywood media often consult Metacritic for evaluations. Pitchfork's accumulated reputation allowed readers to assume, although mainstream, a high score implies quality. Originally released 15 days prior, The One Gazed Upon by Gods maintained over 10,000 daily sales in North America. Pitchfork's praise reversed the market trend, restoring daily sales to over 20,000. Many monitored Chu Zhi's sales, fans, collaborators, and temporary allies. Temporary allies, because in business there are no absolute friendships, except for Koguchi Yoshihiro, a devoted fan. Koguchi Yoshihiro recently had trouble. A friend, a handsome actor, was exposed for extramarital affairs. Even worse, both the man and woman were married to each other, damaging Koguchi Yoshihiro's reputation. In his heart, Koguchi Yoshihiro thought Chu Zhi was the perfect idol. He was stuck in a mess, but let that pass. Who says it's not worth it? Who dares to claim my deal isn't worth it? Yamato Masahito, small in stature but big in spirit, shouted. Beside him were Secretary Koji and Special Productions Department Chief Shinonasuk. Though taller, their aura was suppressed. Technically, everyone in Sony Music Japan is taller than Yamato Masahito. He is short. Executive Yamato's strategic vision surpasses those clueless board members. Don't waste time with them, Secretary Koji agreed. Praise gave Yamato satisfaction. Indeed, the company needed him for success. Sony is one of the world's top 4 music companies. Chu Zhi has the potential to become a global star. An early collaboration was a wise investment. How did negotiations with the Chinese side go? Yamato Masahito asked. The Special Productions Department is a temporary team leader role in many Japanese companies. Negotiations are complete. Chu Zhi's priorities are clear, Shinonasuk replied. The main theme he wants for the album is Live Toward Death. How long will it take? Yamato Masahito asked, uninterested in themes. Chu Zhi writes songs, no guidance required. About 6 months, as production and songwriting take time. Shinonasuk answered honestly. 6 months means a September release, a long wait. Yamato thought the album could be imperfect, promotion could drive sales. Provide everything necessary to cooperate, Yamato Masahito said. Since it's in Japanese, MV filming will need local artists. You know what to do. Of course, Shinonasuk confirmed, using their company's talent. With more attention, positive reviews expanded, creating a virtuous cycle. The new album received acclaim not only in America, but from magazines and industry professionals worldwide. For example, the British magazine NME, New Musical Express, comparable to Rolling Stone, gave especially glowing reviews. I seem to know the meaning of Chu Zhi. C equals creativity. H equals hope. U equals unique. Z equals zenith. H equals hero. I equals impressive. The One Gazed Upon by Gods may be Chu Zhi's career peak. All 10 songs could be singles. Very creative. Chu Zhi's voice carries a rare sense of faith, giving hope. 2 songs moved me to tears. This review was written by the music critic Paris, British, but writing for a UK magazine under a pen name. The One Gazed Upon by Gods also received praise in France, Germany, the Netherlands, Norway, and other countries. The achievements and timing were perfect. I was official Weibo. Hashtag Chu Zhi new album hashtag. Congratulations to Chu Zhi's The One Gazed Upon by Gods. First week, it debuted at number 5 on the Billboard 200. Now it is number 1. The single Bones spent 2 weeks on the Billboard Hot 100, now number 8. Billboard rankings are based on sales, radio, and streaming data, representing one of the most authoritative music charts in the US and Europe. At Eating a Big Orange, the global SPO chart rankings hold real weight. As mentioned before, in Europe and America, it even surpasses Billboard in scope, but because Chu Zhi's fame wasn't yet obvious, it's often skipped over. The Billboard 200 and Billboard 100 are the core charts, unlike the World Digital Single Sales chart that top domestic stars like to flaunt. That one is easier to manipulate. IGWA's official Weibo, hashtag Chu Zhi new album, hashtag congratulations to Chu Zhi's new album, with sales in Europe and America reaching 542,000 in 2 weeks. The new album songs will hit major music platforms in a week. One day before these posts, the album already began selling in more than 10 Asian cities, including Japan, Korea, Thailand, and Russia. Even though Aurora only one artist, the channels she controls are unparalleled across Asia, let alone domestically. 7 days later, roughly 20 days after the album's release in Europe and America, Little Fruits could listen to it for free on local platforms. Once the posts went live, all promotional resources were already in place. The scene was like detonating 3,000 tons of TNT. I saw someone post about it in Orang Home a couple of days ago. Ha ha ha, the official account finally made an announcement. Let's shout, Jiawai forever. I feel like the company isn't really focused on promoting Brother Gio. I asked a friend to get the album 2 weeks ago, and only now they announce it officially. New album upstairs? Be careful not to buy fakes. If you send it to me, I can check. Ha ha, I heard that counting from Banana City. Still a week to wait for it. Brother Gio's English album is so exciting. The Little Fruits were gleeful. Instead of the fake, foreign gold plating, their idol had firmly established himself in Europe and America. This wasn't about worshiping the West. Recognition abroad simply expanded the fan base. The core of promotion was twofold. First, increase Little Fruit's pride. Even superficial fans can't refuse seeing their idol improve. Second, attract onlookers to see how talented the artist is and convert them into fans. Concrete achievements genuinely shocked outsiders. Aside from Hong Kong's golden age of film, Chinese artists mostly relied on kung fu to enter Hollywood. When had Chinese entertainment ever pushed back against Hollywood? America exports culture through Hollywood, and the fashion industry is dominated by Europe and America, making it extremely difficult for Asian stars to gain fame in Hollywood. South Korea provides a benchmark for breaking into Hollywood's music market. Almost every month, a South Korean band album charts on the Billboard 200. My stream technique _whirling pedals. Chu Zhi is truly amazing. My friend in Germany told me the album made it onto their sales charts. Strong performance across Europe. Pink New Bee, 542,000 copies. Chu Zhi is no longer satisfied with the title of Asian King. Scarlet weak voice. No wonder Chu Zhi is considered a cultural ambassador. Truly powerful. Wailon Soul Girl. The album is strong, but the key is he really shows integrity. Unlike other stars who avoid responsibility, he handles issues with the right values. Cyril 16. What the heck? Chu Zhi is already conquering Europe and America. Comments varied widely. For those not following entertainment, Chu Zhi is a well-known positive energy singer in Asia. The promotion made it clear, Asia is mostly conquered, and now he's expanding into Europe and America. Domestic entertainment is generally relaxed. Shocked as they were, Chu Zhi fans were constantly surprised. Captain is heading to Europe and America. I know he will succeed. But gaining fame with the first album? Isn't that a bit much? My big brother even needs to save the game, muttered esports girl Kai Jia while reading the news. This is basically a cheat code. You'd get banned in a game, Kai Jia muttered, reading the news on Chu Zhi's Instagram. Asian promotion was not neglected. Similar messages appeared on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Baka Yaru. Why are these foolish white people so lacking in musical discernment? Just wait. This Chinese artist will become a mountain over your heads. The furious and powerless was Higuchi Hanato, praised as Asia's #1 guitarist. He had wanted to befriend Chu Zhi, but Chu Zhi refused to mingle, so he turned against him. Higuchi Hanato's last words were telling. A mountain over your heads. Chu Zhi's popularity was literally blocking Japanese and Korean idols. Chu Zhi's national recognition was not perfect. Each country has its own Andy Lau, a face known for decades. The critical point, Chu Zhi captured most of the top-tier spending fanbase. Touching a nerve, Chu Zhi's English album sold 1.86 million copies on its first day in Asia, roughly matching predictions. Sales didn't surpass the last fan-dedicated album, but it was still formidable. Japan alone contributed 418,000 copies on day one. Higuchi Hanabito's total career sales of 1,272,500 copies, accumulated over 25 albums across decades, would soon be surpassed by this single album. Terrifying. Asia might reach 3 million, Europe and America over 1 million, maybe breaking 5 million. In the 21st century, who can still sell 5 million copies with one album? How is this possible? The more Higuchi Hanado thought, the worse he felt. He refused to accept someone so powerful in Asia. Irritated, a phone call arrived. His impatience softened slightly upon seeing the caller. The callers were Sony Music executive Yamato Masahito and marketing manager, showing proper respect to the massive Higuchi Hanado. The conversation began with polite greetings. Yamato-san, may I ask the purpose of today's call? Higuchi Hanado asked. There is something I need your help with, Yamato Masahito said. Please go ahead, Yamato-san, Higuchi Hanado replied. Chu Zhi is releasing a Japanese album or EP, likely a full album. We hope Higuchi-san can act as an album recommender, Yamato Masahito stated. An album recommender is an unspoken practice in Japan. When an artist releases an album, they invite two established singers to endorse it. This custom began in the Showa era when agencies controlled many artists. Loyalty was important, so senior singers often promoted a colleague's release. Although Japanese music agencies were weakened by the 1990 anti-boycotting law, the practice persisted, evolving into inviting senior artists to strengthen promotion. Me as Chu Zhi's Japanese album recommender? Higuchi Hanado thought, do I even qualify? I plan to invite Higuchi-san and Koguchi-san. Koguchi Yoshihiro has performed at national concerts multiple times and leads the new generation. Higuchi-san is a rock OG. You two are the most suitable. Yamato Masahito had been introduced to Chu Zhi by Koguchi Yoshihiro. Previously, Koguchi was a devoted fan. Yamato learned from him, surpassing his teacher. Now the king of fans is under media scrutiny. Yamato's approach helps Koguchi Yoshihiro. Yamato is pragmatic but genuinely kind to Koguchi Yoshihiro. I will definitely accept Yamato-san's invitation, Higuchi Hanado said. Yamato Masahito was satisfied. They chatted briefly before hanging up. He regarded Chu Zhi's Japanese album and the promotion at headquarters with high importance. After the call, Higuchi Hanado looked at the newspaper praising the one gazed upon by gods, mumbling, maybe this album isn't so bad. He felt a subtle thrill at being chosen as Chu Zhi's Japanese album recommender. Number 461. Asia vs. the World. Album, The One Gazed Upon by Gods. North America, 3-week cumulative sales, 499,000 copies. Europe, 3-week cumulative sales, 584,000 copies. With numerous music critics and professional websites recommending the album, third-week sales saw a sharp rebound. Asia, first-week sales, 2.17 million copies. This was about 200,000 copies less than the fan-dedicated album's first week, not a major issue. The only small surprise, the third-week sales were expected to be 277,000, enough to dominate Billboard 200 consecutively. Unexpectedly, American pop princess Gibaldi released her new album on Wednesday, immediately debuting at the top of the Billboard 200. It was considered a debut because the Billboard 100 and 200 count from Friday to the following Thursday. Gibaldi sold 468,000 copies in just 2 days in the US, hence the airdrop debut. Popularity in Europe and America was still limited. By current trends, Gibaldi's album could reach 700,000 in its first 7 days. Chu Zhi, however, had advantages that Gibaldi and other Western stars lacked, like a solid Asian market. Top Hollywood singers are called global superstars. Most Asian countries acknowledge their status, but many only buy albums sporadically. Thus, Chu Zhi's global album sales could compete with Western singers. The one gazed upon by gods had already surpassed 3 million globally. A balance of power was forming. Even though Gibaldi's promotion temporarily overshadowed Chu Zhi's heat, as a pop princess, her agency, William Morris, still had S-tier promotional power. Hollywood Reporter headline: Gibaldi's new album sells 230,000 copies on first day, breaks her own record. In Asia, Gibaldi had some promotion too, but against the flood of news about Chu Zhi, it was easily eclipsed. For example, Japan's Weekly Bunshun featured Chu Zhi's album cover on the front, followed by the headline, Chu Zhi shines in Europe and America. And the second column read, The one gazed upon by gods, Chu Zhi's masterpiece of courage. The third column finally mentioned Gibaldi. There was another discussion about Chu Zhi that got heated. You know what you're saying, Mr. Faras? I do. I am certain. My plan has been accurately calculated by our team. If that is the case, I believe you could be more precise. Mr. Al-Rahat, you should familiarize yourself with this 21st century Asian star. Mr. Faras, you should know how many years China has not made it to the World Cup. All right, gentlemen, let's gather more information. This ad hoc meeting is concluded. This dialogue took place between two teams and a supervisor. The FIFA World Cup Organizing Committee and the Qatar World Cup Contractor, TJ Design Office. The supervisor was Gotzi, Chief Executive of the Qatar 2022 World Cup Project and Deputy Director of the Crown Prince's Office. The World Cup was scheduled for November last year, but remember the viral outbreak? Chu Zhi's fan festival was postponed once. Thanks to China's effective control, there were no cases domestically. Abroad, especially in the Arab region, outbreaks delayed the event by a year due to customs and religious factors. TJ Design is the Middle East's top design firm, commissioned by Qatar to design the opening ceremony and stadium layouts. Founder Faras' plans were approved, except for disagreements between the FIFA Vice-Chair Al-Rahat and Faras regarding the official World Cup theme song, which prompted the dialogue above. Do not worry, Leo Gotzi. Since our country is hosting, the organizing committee will not interfere excessively, Faras said. Leo is an honorific in the Arab world for high-ranking officials, equivalent to titles like Sultan or Emir. Many newspapers confuse these titles. For example, the Dubai Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum recently made headlines for marrying 6 wives and confining his daughters. Titles like Sheikh and Leo function as respect markers before the name. Chinese football hasn't been strong in recent years, but not terrible either, Gotzi said while checking records. Gotzi, young but deputy director of the Crown Prince's office, is likely a member of the Qatari royal family. Upon checking, he realized China last qualified for the World Cup 21 years ago. The 2002 Korea-Japan World Cup was China's first and only appearance. After seeing this, Gotzi fell silent. Does China not value football? Gotzi wondered. Track and field, basketball, badminton, gymnastics. China dominates in Asia. Its population equals 7 Brazils. Probably, Faras nodded, still puzzled. Even so, Mr. Al-Rahat opposing using Chu Zhi's We Will Rock You as the theme song makes no sense. The World Cup brand is massive, and song quality matters. This track fits perfectly. America hasn't been strong in the World Cup either, but many theme songs are sung by Americans. Why should it matter? Gotzi said. What could one say against Faras, the sponsor? Gotzi agreed with him. Faras could argue with the organizing committee, but with the sponsor paying, he had to defer. The World Cup theme must be We Will Rock You. Only then can the opening guest invite Chu. Mr. Chu, Gotzi stated firmly. Gotzi is 24. Last year, as a recent graduate studying in China, he became a devoted fan of Chu Zhi. Knowing his homeland was hosting the World Cup, Gotzi volunteered as project supervisor. He knew that even if Chu Zhi toured Asia or the world, Qatar was unlikely to be included. This World Cup was the only chance to invite his idol. Gotzi planned to use public resources for private purposes. Since Gotzi's return, Qatar television frequently aired Chu Zhi programs, all legally licensed. He was also Chu Zhi's Middle East fan lead. Even globally famous singers often struggle to gain followers here. Chu Zhi, however, accumulated many fans, thanks entirely to Gotzi's efforts. The one gazed upon by gods sold 9,549 copies in Qatar's first week, in a country with just over 2 million people. This excludes the 30,000 physical copies purchased by Gotzi. 2 flowers bloom, each representing their own branch. In Qatar, the most common flower is the Uden rose. Vice Chair Al-Rahat of the World Cup Committee reviewed Chu Zhi's profile and was surprised. He hadn't even listened to the music yet. Asia has such an influential singer. Asian culture largely comes from China and India. Wars, neighboring tensions, and the narrowness of the internet era mean such unified idols are rare. Al-Rahat murmured. The internet turns the world into a village, connecting people, but Al-Rahat believed it also reinforces regional boundaries. He listened to several of Chu Zhi's songs. Number 462. Sibling Bonds Across Bloodlines. Al-Rahat downloaded Chu Zhi's new album on Apple Music. After listening to all 10 tracks, he thought, too noisy. Not his style. He preferred quieter songs, like country ballads. But he could not deny the rhythms were tight, balancing pop and hard rock, artistic yet mainstream. The lyrics were positive too. Chu Zhi is completely different from the Chinese singers I expected, Al-Rahat said. By his impression, most Chinese singers were skilled high-pitched vocalists. He then searched Apple Music for the song nominated as the World Cup theme, We Will Rock You, but could not find it. The source was on Fuji Rock's official site. Instead, he found Chu Zhi's live performance online. The sites were all in Japanese. Al-Rahat opened Safari's built-in translator and pieced together the festival performance. He saw synchronized clapping and stomping, the provocative lyrics. He imagined the World Cup opening ceremony, the stadium full of people doing the same moves. It would explode. Even though Al-Rahat still found the song noisy, he had to admit it was perfect. For a large-scale opening ceremony, even if Chu Zhi were an alien, We Will Rock You must be this World Cup's theme song, Al-Rahat declared. Of course, even if excited, he would wait until the next day to speak. As a German mix, punctuality was well known. Work ended when work ended. The next day, before Gotzi and Firas could speak, Al-Rahat expressed full agreement with yesterday's proposal, leaving Firas speechless. Yesterday, his stance had seemed firm. Today, it had completely changed. Great. I'll contact Mr. Chu Zhi's manager immediately, Gotzi said, excitement written all over his face. He left right after speaking, leaving Firas and Al-Rahat staring at each other in surprise. Chief Supervisor Gotzi originally had many responsibilities, but had delegated most to his elite subordinates. He had learned a valuable lesson in school. Never pretend to understand and command blindly. Top armies, second-rate generals, third-rate commanders are lessons of the past. Now, the situation was simple. Gotzi handled approvals and funding, while the main responsibility was inviting Chu Zhi. The World Cup, a rare global event hosted in Qatar, demanded extravagance. The royal family approved an astonishing budget, 750 billion Qatari riyals. To put it in perspective, 750 billion Qatari riyals is roughly 200 billion US dollars. For the Qatari royal family, recovering costs was secondary. What mattered was enjoyment. Hello, Ms. Nyo Jiangxue. I am Gotzi bin Dumaha Al-Sani, Chief Executive of the 2023 Qatar World Cup project, Gotzi said as he dialed Nyo Jiangxue's phone. Nyo Jiangxue's collaborators fell into two types. Those with money but no connections, contacted via the official business email, and those with connections, who could call her directly. This call clearly belonged to the latter. We hope to invite Mr. Chu Zhi as a guest performer for the opening ceremony. We Will Rock You would be the World Cup theme song. We hope Mr. Chu Zhi is available, Gotzi said directly. Opening ceremony guest performer? Theme song. Nyo Jiangxue's eyes flickered. Two keywords made her slightly excited. The World Cup theme song might not become globally viral, but it was an enormous platform, boosting exposure. Nyo Jiangxue first verified Gotzi's identity and confirmed the artist's schedule before discussing terms. Even if the price were low, brave Nyo Jiangxue could accept the deal. But events progressed beyond her imagination. The opening ceremony would invite multiple international stars. Under Gotzi's authority, Chu Zhi received a T1 level invitation fee, with top-tier treatment guaranteed. Thinking carefully, why would Gotzi, born with a silver spoon, devote himself so completely to fangirling? The main reason, Chu Zhi's fan festival. Back when he chased a girl, a little fruit, she wanted to attend the Orange Festival. Worldwide, courting someone by following their interests is common. Gotzi tried to buy 2 tickets with money, but could not bypass the official lottery. Undeterred, this caught his attention. What could money not solve in this world? Gotzi believed the problem was only that the money was insufficient. He posted in the orange home message board, offering 5 million yuan for a ticket. At this point, it wasn't just about chasing a girl. It was also about childhood indulgence, getting anything you wanted. Compared to spending tens of millions of dollars on a sports car, Gotzi's spending was economical. Chu Zhi and his company could not refuse. Someone willing to pay 5 million for a fan festival spot was great publicity. But unexpectedly, Gotzi received a reply. Orchard farmer, thank you, Little Fruits, for supporting Brother Gio. The Orange Festival is for fans. Each session only has 300 spots, and to ensure fairness, the lottery must be strictly followed. Thank you again for supporting JHW. Refused? Even with 5 million on the table? Gotzi could hardly believe it. For fairness, why not add 1 extra spot? Who would mind the extra money? From that moment, Gotzi noticed Chu Zhi and gradually became captivated by his charisma. Last year at the Strawberry Music Festival, he spent a fortune on tickets. Gotzi was grateful to have foreign citizenship. Otherwise, even paying more would not work. Chu Zhi had no idea a Little Fruit had thrown money at him. He was exhausted, more exhausted than giving himself 5 consecutive rewards. Westerners love banquets too much, Chu Zhi muttered. A veteran in the industry, 2 weeks in New York still wore him out with endless banquets. Hollywood is like that. Walk the red carpet and you enter the fame game. Once famous, invitations and reputation flood in, Lao Qian said. He didn't finish his sentence. Why so many people worldwide try to break into the entertainment industry? But there are rewards, Lao Qian added. Rewards, if what Canadian director Cameron said was true, then some reward existed. But investing hundreds of millions in a film? No way would a Chinese actor take the lead. Even if Cameron went mad, 21st Century Fox would never allow it. Chu Zhi did not hope for too much. Too bad the 2 foreign art films were odd. Otherwise, running both film and music in Hollywood would be great, Lao Qian said. He referred to Bargoin's script The Charm of Sicily and Joseph's adaptation Death in Venice. Chu Zhi focused on singing. If a suitable film came along, he would act. Otherwise, tomorrow I can return home. I miss my country. He missed his motherland and the foods. Spicy frog fish head, hotpot skewers, tyrant rabbit, spicy chicken, and mala crayfish. I also miss my bingeing. She must miss me too, Lao Qian said. Lovesick men gave off a pungent aura. Oh right, I almost forgot. Boss Wang asked me about songs for May. Have you prepared? Lao Qian changed the topic. I've prepared 2 songs, depending on the situation, Chu Zhi replied. As long as you're prepared. Jiwai, your level is top-notch. You can attend national-level events, Lao Qian said admiringly. Low profile. We stay low profile, Chu Zhi said. Wang Yuan left a few days early to handle matters back home. In New York, only Chu Zhi, Lao Qian, and Little Bamboo remained. Night fell. Returning to the hotel at 10:30 p.m., luckily Chu Zhi had called ahead. The owner-chef of a Chinese restaurant in New York brought a pot of stew. Beef, pork offal, not about taste. Must be spicy enough, as Emperor Beast ordered. Chu Zhi laid bath towels on the floor, arranged cushions, sat in a row, and dug in. The taste was fine. They drank too. Flying Moutai purchased at Kennedy Airport, twice the domestic price, over 3,000 yuan per bottle. Prices vary worldwide. Cheapest was likely Rome, Italy, probably proportional to local Chinese population. The loneliness of night vanished in feasting. The next day, sunlight like a deer stepped on Chu Zhi's forehead. He awoke from the sofa, head aching slightly, surveying the messy room. Luckily, the carpet was clean. Chu Zhi had turned off his phone while drunk. Now he powered it on. Last night was not indulgence, it was coin farming. He completed 2 achievements. Eat spicy food 2,500 times, and hangover 25. Earned 16 personality coins. Holding 28 in total, Chu Zhi was elated, the headache much reduced. Draw twice, Chu Zhi firmly told. The system. Then he checked the prize pool. Enchanting voice. Rare item, no slimming milk tea. Title, Fox Spirit. Until the end of the World Gift Pack. Don't Cry for Me Argentina Gift Pack. Special Grand Prize, Hua Yanjun Eru Talent. No slimming milk tea? What the hell? If I use this, I'll get killed, Chu Zhi muttered. Its effect, drink it and never lose weight. There was a famous Japanese song. The system, eager to help, knew he was missing a Japanese album, so it gave him until the end of the world. The ending song from Slam Dunk, nostalgic bonus included. Remove nostalgia, still very pleasant. Huh. Don't Cry for Me Argentina appeared too. Chu Zhi knew the Chinese title well. Argentina, Do Not Cry for Me. Fox Spirit is just an epic level title. Small price for increased charm, but I'd rather not get it. Too blessed to enjoy, Chu Zhi said. Even if Chu Zhi's appearance was handsome enough, who would complain about high charm? The downside, gaining charm also gave body odor. Number 463. Luck strikes twice. No wonder it was only an epic title. As for enchanting voice, Chu Zhi had seen it once before. Since he already knew what the reward was, there was no need to look further. Among all the buffs, sound-based abilities were the most helpful for his singing career. But the truth was, the number of sound buffs wasn't very high. The ones he hadn't drawn yet included ethereal sound, rhythm sound, motor of fury, sound, and enchanting voice. Out of those, the ones Chu Zhi wanted most were rhythm and enchanting. This time's prize pool, only enchanting voice interests me, Chu Zhi hinted to his system buddy. When it came to the Eru, Chu Zhi only knew of the musician Abing. Who was this Huayanjun? He looked more closely. Oh, he felt a bit embarrassed for speaking too loudly earlier. Huayanjun was Abing's real name. Chu Zhi chose a blind box that looked pleasing to the eye and opened it. Golden Legend. Enchanting voice. Oh, system brother, you really are my brother from another mother, Chu Zhi said. This is the third time you've said that, the system replied. Oh, was that so? No point sweating the details. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. If luck comes, ride it. The second prize pool was much better than the first. At least 2 rewards in it were things Chu Zhi truly wanted. A custom album voucher and the legendary title, Child of the Sun. Open the blind box. Chu Zhi shouted in his mind. Title, Mad God of the Crowd. Mad God of the Crowd, legendary title. Among people, you are the Mad God. The larger the crowd, the stronger you become. Attributes. When performing before 100, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, and 100,000 people, different buffs will automatically activate. Not bad at all. For concerts, it was a god-tier skill. I already have the immortal wine. Now with Mad God of the Crowd, how is any other singer supposed to compete? On stage, I'll be invincible. Chu Zhi sighed at how lonely invincibility felt. Still, Child of the Sun would have been better. Too bad he hadn't pulled it. With 18 draws left, he decided to save them. A little tip. After drinking, always eat something, even if you don't feel like it. It helps with hangovers. After 15 hours in the air from Kennedy Airport to Pudong Airport, he finally returned to China. At the same time, another major event was happening. On April 15th, The One Gazed Upon by Gods was officially released on all domestic platforms. Penguin Music, the album that conquered Europe and America. Kugu, the man fed by God himself. Chu Zhi, NetEase Cloud. If you miss this, you'll miss too much. Kowo, Migu, and other platforms naturally joined in. Full promotion everywhere. Who else can be like Brother Gio? No one. I tell you, no one. At that moment, Lu Fusu was in Shanghai. He had put on a bit of weight compared to when he was in Amsterdam. He used to be lean enough to show abs. Now his six-pack had fused into one. Even though Brother Gio said in front of the camera that fans could listen to the album for free, if he hadn't released the English version, no one would have blamed him. Yet he still uploaded a free version online. TSK, he spoils his fans too much. Lu Fusu had already pre-ordered 3 physical copies from Amazon, though they hadn't arrived yet. For now he used NetEase Cloud to get a taste. The Nights, Waiting for Love, Wake Me Up, Enemy, and Roar. One after another, the songs made Lu Fusu leap off his bed. With a loud thud, his weight and the force nearly broke the bed frame. Thankfully, it was sturdy. Yes, even though it was already 2 in the afternoon and he had been awake for a while, Lu Fusu had only just gotten out of bed. He listened to all 10 tracks on the album at least twice. Fired up, he suddenly wanted to pilot a battleship and bomb the Yasukuni Shrine. I swear I'll beat this addiction. I won't relapse again. The courage in the songs infected him. His chest swelled with a surging passion that demanded release. Today, 100 sketches. Damn it, grind, grind, grind. He logged into his NetEase cloud account to leave a review. Sure Joinga. After listening, I immediately drew 100 sketch assignments. From the nickname, it was clear Lu Fusu had once been a literary youth. He still kept the habit of reading poetry daily. But sketching was exhausting. His sudden burst of motivation was like an oasis in the desert, drying up fast. After only 2 sketches, he dropped his pencil. Enough for now. Time to rest and do something else. He picked up the poetry collection he had brought back from the Netherlands. Do not go gentle into that good night. He especially loved these lines. Do not go gentle into that good night, / old age should burn and rave at close of day / rage against the dying of the light. Often, he would connect this poem to the collapse of the Soviet Union. He was a die-hard Soviet fan. Nanhuai's poetry is incredible. I love this spirit of better broken jade than intact tile. And this author must be Chinese. I checked the pen name. Nanhuai isn't any known foreign word. Lu Fusu muttered to himself. In English, it should be written as Huainan, but since there are multiple possible Hanzi, Huainan, 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 etc., it's not certain which one is intended. He spent the afternoon reading, but still felt his phone was more entertaining. He pulled it out again to check his idol's album stats. As expected, #1 across all platforms. Fan comments poured in. I just finished 5 sets of math tests. I was feeding my donkey when I played the song. The donkey and I locked eyes for a few seconds. From its gaze, I could tell it wanted to ride me onto the highway. I always knew JYS English songs would sound amazing. Right? Right. As a complete outsider, I'll say this. No wonder it topped the Billboard 200. I thought only Elbu was unrivaled under heaven. But whose soldier is this? More. Whose soldier? Are you kidding me? Among men, he's the red hair. Among horses, he's the ragdoll. Did you really think that saying was fake? Lu Fusu felt proud, as though his own honor was being praised. He rubbed his nose, a habit he had never had before. Ever since quitting drugs, his nose always itched. Speaking of which, JYS' new album is definitely crushing that North American pop princess Gibaldi. The one gazed upon by gods had already been on sale in Europe and America for a month. Though albums didn't drop off like films after their theatrical run, without new hype, sales would slow to just a few hundred per week. As Lu Fusu said, 1.26 million copies sold in Europe and America, 2.94 million in Asia within 2 weeks. Over 4 million globally, easily surpassing Gibaldi. Gibaldi's total sales were only 1.54 million. In Asia, her first week was just 320,000, and she never got past that hurdle. If Lu Fusu sounded calculating, the reality was that William Morris Agency was even more so. As one of Hollywood's top agencies, how could their artist lose to an Asian star? They began throwing money into promotion across Asia. The 3 biggest markets were Japan, South Korea, and China. Japan. Do you have the new Ragdoll album? Sold out. Only Gibaldi's left? Forgive my bluntness, but if a record store doesn't stock Ragdoll, does it even deserve to exist? South Korea. I've heard too many European and American albums. I want to hear Professor Beck's new album. If you don't have it, I'm not buying. China? Nothing to add. It was Chu Zhi's home ground. Physical album stores were rare. Everything was online sales. So the agency's marketing was useless. Even as one of Hollywood's big 3, they could only watch as. Chu Zhi's name spread inside and outside Hollywood. Neo Jiangxue and the others were delighted. With global sales proving themselves in raw numbers, they held the upper hand. Of course they were happy. Short video creators and marketing accounts were just as excited. Every one of the 10 songs could serve as perfect BGM. Hollywood companies were eyeing Chu Zhi, but so were others. Brother Jean, what do you think of my idea? Zhou Yu asked, trying to flatter his manager. Not much. Brother Jean shot him a glance. Hearing your plan makes me want to die laughing. How do you even come up with this stuff? Zhou Yu. Same old story. Brother Jean always said the opposite when being sarcastic. With Jiawai around, isn't winning the championship guaranteed? Zhou Yu said. Brother Jean, you can't doubt Jiawai's popularity. Who said I doubt his popularity? Brother Jean almost wanted to crack open his artist's skull and check what nonsense was inside. He said, I mean, you really are a genius. Making it to the finals was already thanks to fan votes and the company's push. With teacher Ming Zhi and teacher Guan Xiaozhai competing, you want to be the champion? Ming Zhi was a national team singer. Guan Xiaozhai had sung for 3 of CCTV's new 4 classic series, including Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Water Margin. With those 2 in the mix, aiming for champion? Brother Jean's look screamed, and you think you're worthy? There. Skills are good, sure. But in I Am a Singer, popularity is also key, Zhou Yu insisted. He had become a minor rising star, his path paved by that trash hit song in the trash can. Everything since then had gone too smoothly. The badminton boy was starting to float. It was natural. When thousands flattered you daily, anyone would get inflated. Zhou Yu's sense of reality was slipping. In almost every respect, he had changed. Only one thing stayed the same. Chu Zhi YYDS. Looking at his artist's brimming confidence, Brother Jean sighed inwardly. With more than a decade of experience in the industry, he knew advice would fall on deaf ears. So, have you thought about how to invite Jiwai? Even though Igwa Company has a strategic partnership with ours, even President Huang couldn't convince him. What do we have to offer? Brother Jean decided to approach it from another angle. Zhou Yu's confident expression froze. On reflection, they weren't even in the same company anymore. Even the bond of senior-junior disciples was gone. What reason did he have to invite him? Money? Don't joke. Penguin Video had waved 180 million yuan at him for a new show and been refused. Friendship? Sure, Zhou Yu had played badminton with Chu Zhi many times. But that wasn't enough. Then let's switch to another guest singer. Lin Xiao maybe. Barely acceptable. Zhou Yu muttered as if he had suffered some great grievance. Lin Xiao was still a top star, hardly an easy guest to invite. Where did this aggrieved tone even come from? I'll give it a try, Brother Jean replied, unwilling to say more. Number 464. The center of attention. No one expected it, but Zhou Yu still got his wish and became the champion of I Really Am a Singer. However, during the finals, Guan Xiaoyao abruptly withdrew from the program due to health reasons. With such an outcome, there was no doubt that once the episode aired, Zhou Yu would be thrown into the center of a storm. Having a veteran like Guan Xiaoyao, backed by the national team, suddenly quit, few people accepted Zhou Yu as the rightful champion. Let me tell you a joke. Chu Zhi competed on I Really Am a Singer and didn't win. Zhou Yu did. Don't drag Jiwai into this. A few years ago, Jiwai's singing was still only average, yet his votes were higher than teacher Ming Zhi's. Truly baffling. This show is done for. I'm telling you. No way, there's no shady deal. I refuse to believe it. Something must have happened behind the scenes for teacher Guan to withdraw. These were just some of the voices online. At first, fans tried explaining, but soon enough many became aggressive and fought back. What's wrong with EU winning? The music scene needs fresh talent. Why so nostalgic for the past? Is it really that hard to admit someone else is excellent? With the help of her fans, Zhou Yu quickly climbed onto the trending searches. Most passers-by weren't interested in arguing with hardcore fans. They were only online to have fun. The result was that the fans seemed victorious. But her public favorability plummeted. That was reflected in the mocking nicknames people gave her. These people don't understand a thing. The badminton boy muttered angrily as he read the comments, his face turning pale. What cheating? What shady deal? My championship title is perfectly legitimate, isn't it? The company didn't tamper with the votes, right? Zhou Yu looked up and asked. His agent, Brother Jean, shook his head. No tampering. To be clear, Zhou Yu's current popularity wasn't worth the enormous resources it would take for Taiyang Chuanhe to manipulate Mango TV into fixing the result. Besides, who would dare mess with someone of Guan Xiaoyao's seniority? Everyone knew Guan Xiaoyao had asthma and other chronic conditions. Then why doesn't the company just release a statement? Zhou Yu pressed. Just say our voting data was completely clean. Did the numbers really matter? Brother Jean knew too well. I Really Am a Singer was supposed to be a competition of vocal skill. The fact that a traffic-driven idol beat a national team singer without any shady deals was the real problem. That was the fatal flaw. The live finals depended entirely on audience voting, an absurd setup. It didn't matter whether Zhou Yu's name was Zhou or Zhao. He had become the scapegoat, the lightning rod for the public's frustration with traffic stars. Hashtag Singer King Jiu hashtag trended for 2 days straight, until another Good Samaritan diverted attention. That savior was a D-list celebrity, and everyone knew when such a star hit the trending list, it always meant an ugly scandal was about to explode. The industry was in constant turmoil. Among the gossip crowd, Wang Yuan's cheeks were puffed up from all the melon eating, but a few comments stood out to her. Yin Zimiaozen Gui, what I always thought was the bare minimum turned out to be the ceiling for most celebrities. The industry's really messy. If only more stars were like Chu Zhi. Cold Crow Yufi. I'm afraid Brother Joe might get exposed someday. If Brother Joe really had a scandal, I'd cry myself to death. Flower season, gentlemen. Even if the sky fell, Joe would be fine. I only worry about Joe's health. North of the Yangtze, he's the most beautiful. South of the Yangtze, he's the most manly. What nonsense. Agio is one of a kind, the purest stream in this industry. Wang Yuan muttered to herself. As for the exposure the commenter worried about, Wang Yuan, who doubled as both assistant manager and protective mom fan, could guarantee one thing. Xiaojiu had no scandals to be exposed. Sometimes, she even felt that Chu Zhi should be allowed a little more private space of his own. After scrolling through, Wang Yuan resumed her daily anti-black work. Chu Zhi's public favorability was extremely high, but many overseas accounts, from the United States, Australia, and elsewhere, always tried to smear him whenever they sensed an opening. Obviously inflating numbers. He looks fake at first glance. No evidence, just vague insinuations. Their intentions were clear. After handling those, it was nearly lunchtime. She used the last bit of her break to check the daily international sales reports. It wasn't just her. Checking sales figures had become a habit for almost everyone at Igwa Company recently. Everyone was silently hoping the album would break 5 million. Take Chi Chio, for instance. He had personally bought 13 copies online to give to his siblings. In the junior high to college age range, even if you weren't a fan, gifting a Chu Zhi album wasn't out of place. Brave Nyo bought more than 20 to share with her friends. Old Chin purchased 10. Among the staff, Wang Yuan was the top buyer. All of it was genuine support, not a forced voluntary pay cut disguised as loyalty. This showed clearly how the employees viewed Chu Zhi. As always, Emperor Beast was good at maintaining relationships. Out of over 200 staff, he remembered every employee's name and kept track of birthdays for middle managers and above. It was just as much work as before he had traveled here, but far harder to achieve. Yet he made the effort. It was proof that his brain injury had left real traces. Even if we don't hit 5 million, Sister Nyo will definitely reach it with the next album. We've opened up the Western market already. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Chu Zhi spoke gently, knowing Nyo Jiangxue had been shuttling between Japan and South Korea for promotional work these past few days. No, this album must pass 5 million. Nyo Jiangxue's tone was firm. We invested 60 million into production and global promotion. The quality is top-notch. With 5 million sales, we can declare you a world-class artist without any question. Most of the budget had gone into worldwide marketing. The songs had been well received. Chu Zhi could hear the determination in her voice. He himself didn't feel as strongly about the number, but Nyo Jiangxue's career vision was clear. In Japan and Korea, most fans who want to buy already have. So let's arrange showcases in Indonesia, Malaysia, Turkey, and Pakistan. Those markets still have potential. Since the core team was desperate to break 5 million, he couldn't dampen their morale. He offered his own solution. For countries? Brother Chu, your schedule is already packed. If you carve out time for this, I've got plenty of energy right now. Sister Nyo, make the arrangements. Chu Zhi said firmly. In finance, roadshow meant investment promotion. In entertainment, it was the same, going on programs to promote. Maybe we can skip Pakistan. Their record industry is weak. Nyo Jiangxue hesitated. When someone becomes famous, every action is scrutinized, and the responsibilities get heavier, Chu Zhi explained. Besides, I'm the chief cultural advisor for the Ministry of Tourism. Pakistan has always been friendly with us. She still thought it was excessive. Roadshows weren't political affairs. It's not a big deal. It's right next door anyway, Chu Zhi added. All right, I'll arrange it right away, Nyo Jiangxue said. When she hung up, she took a deep breath. For the first time, she realized something. Brother Chu always shouldered everything himself. The firefighter's anthem, the anti-discrimination protest, the anti-drug songs. None of those were things he had to involve himself in. Yet he always stepped forward without hesitation. After a long silence, Niu Jiangxue began working on the four-country roadshow plan. As the lead manager, all she could do was ensure everything was in place. While she was busy, Chu Zhi rushed into the studio to record the theme song, Love Like the Tide. The new recording booth was unfamiliar, and he needed some time to adjust. Speaking of recordings, why hadn't Legend, the movie he sang for, been released yet? Emperor Beast was still waiting for the feedback. That project should be powerful. By the time he finished, it was afternoon, and his stomach was growling. He grabbed a quick bite. He had to head for the Beijing University Student Film Festival. Even though he was primarily a singer, with Xi Lang under his belt, he was more than qualified to serve as an award presenter. Labor Day, huh? Only people useless to the nation get time off. Pillars of society, like me, have to work overtime. Chu Zhi tried to console himself. It didn't help. He had planned to take 2 days off during Labor Day, after working non-stop since the beginning of the year. He was exhausted. But with the four-country roadshow, that break was gone. Next time, during National Day, I'll make up for it. Double it. For full days. He muttered under his breath. Next time for sure. I'll remember that, Jiwai. Ma Weihao said from the back seat, massaging Chu Zhi's shoulders. He had overheard. This back of yours, you always complain about shoulder and waist pain. No wonder. Long flights, sitting 10 hours at a time, then rushing straight into events that last hours. Without proper rest, how could it not hurt? Ma Weihao seized the chance to nag. If it really gets bad, at least do some exercise. What about the workout plan I gave you? 15 minutes a day. Have you been sticking with it? Of course, Chu Zhi said firmly.